Shocking the entire internet, a dominant CEO publicly announces that his wife is actually a top diva superstar. Xu Ansheng, the top supermodel, beautiful, rich, and with a killer figure, is a true stunner. The people who secretly admire her, or who fall in love at first sight, you could circle the earth with them. One day, paparazzi broke a bombshell. Supermodel Xu Ansheng was spotted on a sweet date with a big shot in Haishi, Young Master Jing. The entire internet went wild. But within a single day, someone claiming to work at the Civil Affairs Bureau leaked Xu Ansheng's marriage certificate. People glanced at the groom's name, and the internet instantly collapsed. Because the man Xu Ansheng married wasn't he the gentle, refined young Master Jing, it was Feng Boyi, the most powerful figure in Yucheng. People were shocked, completely shocked. The women clutched their hearts. The men jumped into rivers they couldn't go on. Feng Boyi, we agreed to keep our marriage secret. How could you let this leak? Xu Ansheng stormed into his conference room, yelling furiously. The cold and noble man faced the stunned executives with a calm voice. Meeting adjourned. In an instant, all the executives scattered. No longer holding back, Xu Ansheng stormed up to him, slamming her hands on the table, leaning forward, teeth gritted. Feng Boyi, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The man gazed into her blazing eyes, dark as an abyss. Mrs. Feng, young Master Jing, and you went on a sweet date, shouldn't you give me, your husband, a reasonable explanation? Chapter 1 being set up. Ansheng, this collaboration is really, really important. Just think of it as your big sister asking you just need to go have a meal, say a few words, that's it. Can you do it? In the VIP private makeup room of Xu Ansheng lounged comfortably in a chair, head slightly raised, her beautiful face illuminated by the lights. Her personal makeup artist was removing her makeup. She had just finished the spring runway show hosted by Xu. Her phone sat on the vanity, a desperate voice asking for help coming through on speakerphone, filling the entire room. Big sis, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that Yucheng's boss is way too sleazy. If I go, I'll need 3 months to get the oil off me, it's not worth it. Yucheng's boss was extreme in two ways. On one hand, he was quite successful in business, on the other, he was a notorious womanizer. Both tied to one 4-character phrase: underhanded methods. Especially with women. Having been in the modeling world for years, Xu Ansheng knew exactly what kind of man this was. Better to avoid trouble than to provoke it. I know. But you know how much money Mr. Wu has spent just to have dinner with you, right? If you don't go once, don't go twice. Going once out of 10 times should be fine, right? And I swear, you won't have any trouble at all. Just this one dinner, I promise. Xu Ansheng opened her eyes, long lashes curling, clear eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. Just once? One. If you don't believe me, record it. Fine. Send me the time and place. I'll be there on time. Ansheng, you really are my treasure. The call ended. Xiao Yi, continuing to remove her makeup, said anxiously, Ansheng, you really are going? Her tone was full of worry. Everyone in the industry knew what kind of man Mr. Wu was. 8 out of 10 women he targeted would be trapped by him. Xu Ansheng closed her eyes again, lips curling faintly. I'm going. Changyu Villa. Thanks to its geographical advantage, the Feng family had purchased this area early on, including several hilltops. Now, this was land even the richest in Yucheng couldn't buy. The moon hung high, street lamps flickered to life. Xu Ansheng drove into Changyu Villa, handed her keys to the valet, and walked in. Though called a villa, it was at the foot of the hill. Its elevation offered a view of most of Yucheng from the villa. The villa, built by the Feng family, had 5 floors and was meant to host guests, either family friends or those of high social status. Anyone invited here was wealthy or powerful. That Mr. Wu chose this venue was already a sign of respect for Xu Ansheng. Soon, someone came to guide her to a private room on the 5th floor. The higher one stood, the further one could see and the more impressive the wealth. Xu Ansheng entered the room. Mr. Wu, bald, pot-bellied, and oily-faced, immediately approached. Ansheng, you finally came. His thick arms reached out to give her a big hug. Xu Ansheng held her bag against his chest, eyes twinkling with a playful smile. Mr. Wu, if your wife sees this, I'd never be able to clear my name, not even by jumping into the Yellow River. Mr. Wu's sharp eyes paused, then he laughed loudly. How could that happen? Ansheng and I are friends. My wife won't misunderstand. Come, sit down. Let us properly discuss this collaboration. Wu's plan was obvious. Under the guise of being impressed by Xu Ansheng's personal qualities, he invited her to shoot a promotional video for his company. But everyone knew his real intention. Xu Ansheng was unfazed and gracefully sat down. Soon, dishes and wine were served. Xu Ansheng smiled brightly, toasting again and again, while Mr. Wu's hands itched. Just as one hand was about to land on her thigh, Xu Ansheng suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Mr. Wu, startled, quickly withdrew his hand. Xu Ansheng hurriedly pulled a small mirror from her bag, glanced at it, and covered her face, looking pitiful. "Mr. Wu, I'm allergic." "Ah." The half-drunk Mr. Wu blinked and leaned closer. Xu Ansheng complied, moving near him, revealing a red, swollen face made up with cheap makeup truly hideous. Mr. Wu was so frightened he fell to the ground. Xu Ansheng immediately went to help him, tears streaming, her intentionally ruined makeup making her face look terrifying. Mr. Wu trembled, pointing at her. "Why you don't come closer?" She stood there, hands folded, tearful. "Mr. Wu, I'm so sad you even saw me like this." With that, she covered her face and stumbled out, clutching her bag. Damn it, she knew that old bastard would use such a dirty trick. Though prepared, the physical reaction still terrified her. Her steps quickened, almost running straight to the elevator. But her vision blurred, her feet wobbled, and her body felt light. Did that old bastard slip her 2 kinds of drugs? She was allergic to love potions, a fact she discovered once after being set up before. That time had saved her. And tonight, she had to rely on luck to stay safe again? Xu Ansheng didn't believe in luck, only in herself. Spotting a door about to close, she summoned every ounce of strength and speed, rushing forward to slam it shut. Darkness enveloped her, carrying a faint scent of incense, teasing her senses. Was there someone inside? Or a man? Her mind exploded, and before she could think, her entire body surged forward. Chapter 2. A wild, feverish night. Feng Boyi slipped off his suit jacket, unbuttoned his shirt, and moved to close the door. But just as the door was about to shut, a sudden force hit it, carrying a strong scent of alcohol. He frowned and turned to see who it was. Before he could fully turn, the door slammed against him with a loud bang, shaking the wall slightly. His eyes darkened. His hand hit the wall next to him as he reached to switch off the lights, but a pair of scorching arms wrapped around him, a soft body pressing tightly against his. A woman. He lifted his hand and grabbed Xu Ansheng's wrist, trying to push her away. But she leapt onto him instead, her long legs winding around his waist, arms like they were coated in honey slipping from his grasp to wrap around his neck. In mere moments, Xu Ansheng clung to Feng Boyi like a koala. Feng Boyi's gaze darkened. The sultry tension in the room made him pause. He dared not act rashly and tried to step back. But then, a soft moan escaped Xu Ansheng's lips, clear and unmistakable in his ears. His hand, poised on her neck, froze. And in that brief hesitation, Xu Ansheng became daring. She pressed kisses to his throat, to his chest. Her hands slipped inside his shirt, moving freely. Feng Boyi tensed, his eyes dark as the night, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Xu Ansheng was aware she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew she shouldn't be doing this. She needed to run. To get out of there. Too dangerous. But she couldn't control herself. In her mind, irrepressible thoughts emerged. Oh, those solid 8-pack abs, clearly well trained, so sculpted. These strong arms, the taut muscles, so powerful, take off the shirt, definitely sexy. Oh, that Adam's apple, so prominent and angular, a straight man. And Page. Her lips were suddenly captured, tasting faint tobacco and light whiskey, strong and commanding. Xu Ansheng's heart exploded. A total dream. Perfect. Shaped, solid, a man among men. How could she resist? In an instant, all rational thought vanished. Xu Ansheng forgot everything, hugging the man tightly, burning together with him. Ding dong tilde. The doorbell rang. Xu Ansheng frowned and pulled the blanket over her face. Click. The bathroom door opened. Steam poured out as a tall, long-legged figure, loosely wrapped in a bathrobe, stepped out. Feng Boyi, drying his hair, went to answer the door. "Mr. Feng, the clothes have arrived." The door opened. Qin Huan handed over 2 large bags, one containing men's clothes, the other women's. Feng Boyi took them and closed the door. Even so, Qin Huan couldn't help noticing the disarray inside. Clothes thrown across the floor, the bed messy, long gone was the earlier neatness. And faintly, he caught a glimpse of a woman lying on her side. Though her face was unseen, her long, dark, seaweed-like hair sparked imagination. Qin Huan froze. This was the first time in all the years he'd served Feng Boyi that he'd seen a woman there. Seeing the bathrobe slightly open, revealing a chest with traces of marks, he quickly averted his gaze and left. It seemed the Madame-S wish would come true. Xu Ansheng was exhausted but couldn't sleep well, constantly disturbed by sounds. Though quiet, to her extremely tired ears, they buzzed like mosquitoes. Finally, she snapped. Sitting up and throwing off the blanket, she exclaimed, "He Luoan, are you trying to kill me? Don't you know I'm exhausted? You keep making noise. Should I deduct your salary, cut your bonus? He Luo and was Xu Ansheng's childhood friend and life assistant, someone very close to her. Feng Boyi was buttoning his shirt. Hearing Xu Ansheng, he glanced sideways. Her long, thick hair blocked most of her exposed skin, but the faint marks on her pale, luminous skin were still visible. It was an incredibly tempting sight. Feng Boyi's gaze lingered for 3 seconds, then returned to buttoning his shirt. Xu Ansheng, too tired to open her eyes, heard no response. But somehow, her shout seemed to silence the surroundings. She lay back down, pulled up the blanket, and tried to sleep. Yet whether due to her earlier yell or something else, her drowsiness had faded, and her throat felt dry. She tried to endure it and continue sleeping, but it was impossible. Her arms stretched out, hoarse. Luo and pour me a glass of water. Feng Boyi finished buttoning his shirt to the first button, put on his suit jacket, and fastened his watch. Hearing the soft, obedient voice from the bed different from earlier, he paused, then placed a bottle of mineral water in Xu Ansheng's hand. With her face still covered, she felt the water touch her fingers. She didn't notice it was cold. She immediately threw the bottle away, snapped her eyes open, furious. Xu Luoan, are you trying to kill me? You know I only drink hot water and you give me cold water. Are you doing this on purpose today? Her words stopped abruptly, because she saw a pair of legs standing at the foot of the bed. Chapter 3. You can even do this. What a talent. The handmade trousers are well cut and made of expensive fabrics, and they are obviously the work of a master. What is more noble than trousers is a pair of straight long legs, which are powerful, mysterious, dark, and make people's heart beat faster. Xu Ansheng is a true leg control, especially those long, straight, well-proportioned and powerful legs that give you an invincible aura when walking, and at first glance, they are a grand scene, giving you immense enjoyment. Especially the long legs wrapped in trousers. Very manly and charming. And the pair of legs in front of her are the legs of her dreams. Xu Ansheng's eyes fell on the pair of long legs wrapped in dark black trousers. His eyes were dull and his mind was blank. Bang! The mineral water hit the ground and rolled to Feng Boyi's feet. Feng Boyi stopped buttoning his suit and looked at the angry beautiful eyes that opened the quilt and looked at him at that moment. It's hard to say that it's beautiful now. After what happened last night, the low-quality cosmetics left colorful marks on Xu Ansheng's face, especially his eyes. Because he had been crying, there were black marks on his eyes and face. Together with the eyeshadow, it was no exaggeration to say that he looked like a ghost. However, if you look closely, you will find that this is a face with excellent facial features and excellent bone structure, especially those phoenix eyes, which are naturally gentle and charming. Even though her eyes are clear and bright, they can still captivate people at first sight. The air in the bedroom was frozen and time stood still. All sounds seemed to disappear. Suddenly, Feng Boyi turned his gaze, buttoned up his half-buttoned suit, and turned to leave. Xu Ansheng watched the long legs move, taking steps that were more beautiful than those of the world's top male models, and walked away from her burning gaze. Click, the door opened. Click, the door closed. Xu Ansheng lay on the bed, watching the door completely close and the pair of seductive long legs disappear. Her heartbeat was thumping, thumping, thumping. After 10 years in the industry, it seemed like this was the first time she had seen such perfect legs, and no matter how she looked at them, they were just in the spot she liked. It can be said to be exactly 1-to-1. Is she dreaming? She subconsciously touched her face, and instantly froze. Ah! When the quilt was lifted, the red plum blossoms dotted on the white sheets clearly told Xu Ansheng what happened last night. Xu Ansheng's face turned pale as she replayed what happened last night in her mind like a movie. She stumbled into the bathroom and screamed, covering her mouth. The person in the mirror had messy hair and her false eyelashes were misplaced, uneven in height, and stuck to her eyes, face, and even her temples in a very unique way. The deliberately thick foundation left clear grooves due to the tear marks, some deep and some shallow. The low-quality mascara flowed down the grooves, reflecting on the face like the black and white impermanence. Xu Ansheng stared blankly at the ghostly face in the mirror, the blushing and heart-pounding crazy scene clearly appearing before his eyes. At this moment, a sentence popped up in her mind. He can even eat something like this. He's a talented person. Cullinan was parked outside the gate of the villa, and Qin was standing not far from the car making a phone call. The villa is located in the mountains and forests, which brings a coolness in the summer that is not found in the city. Especially in the morning, the smell of green grass in the mountains and the clearness of dew make everything here full of vitality. A tall man walked out of the villa, dressed in a suit and tie, with an imposing aura. The light shone on him, and everything around him was eclipsed. Qin Hao saw it, gave a few instructions to the person on the phone, and walked over quickly. The driver got out of the car, opened the door, and Feng Boyi got in. Qin also sat in the passenger seat. "Boss Feng, are we going to the airport now?" Originally, he was going to the airport early this morning, but because of what happened in the morning, Qin decided to ask. There is a financial morning paper next to it, and Feng Boyi reads it every day. Feng Boyi picked up the morning newspaper. His deep eyebrows and eyes looked like a painting in the car which was slightly stained by the early morning light. Chapter 4 fainted. Xu Ansheng was in a bad mood. No one would smile after losing their virginity. Being in the big melting pot of modeling, she has understood many things long ago, so no matter what happens, she can stand up quickly. But she needs time to process this matter. When she got home, she threw her keys aside and fell onto the sofa. She closed her eyes and many thoughts ran through her mind. My mind was not clear before, but now it is clear and rational, and many problems have emerged. The last time she was plotted against, she was sent to the hospital because of an allergy and escaped danger. But last night, she was not sent to the hospital and was fine. What's going on? Could it be that doing that is like detoxification, and the allergic symptoms will automatically heal? Also, when I woke up, I only saw the man's legs, not his face. But judging from my memory of last night, this person should not be an ordinary person, especially when I think about it now. The faint scent of sandalwood still seems to linger on the tip of my nose. Agarwood, calm and collected, keeps oneself clean. The man who used agarwood and was in Changyu Villa must be someone extraordinary, and Xu Ansheng opened his eyes and looked at the latest Chanel long-sleeve shirt and Dior jeans on himself. These are the clothes placed on the bedside table, including the underwear underneath, all of which are luxury brands that ordinary people cannot afford. At first she thought it was just placed there casually and not for her, but when she looked at the size, she realized it was hers and it fit her perfectly. It can be said to be tailor-made. Weird, isn't it? When this happened, the other party left without saying anything. There was no check and no one came to see her, but he carefully gave her this well-fitting, luxury brand dress. It seemed like what happened last night was over, but it also seemed not to be. The more Xu Ansheng thought about it, the tighter his brows furrowed. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. She was so annoyed by the thought that she simply stopped thinking about it, turned sideways, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep for a while longer. Just pretend nothing happened last night. She continues to live the way she should. After all, she enjoyed herself quite a bit last night. However, just as she closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep, her cell phone rang. Xu Ansheng frowned and directly took the pillow to cover his ears, refusing to listen. But the person who called was like a life-threatening person, and he would keep calling until she answered if she didn't answer. Xu Ansheng wasn't one for good temper. She threw the pillow away, picked up her phone, and shouted angrily, "Speak! If it's not an urgent matter, I'll kill you." "Sister." A trembling voice came from the phone. Xu Ansheng frowned and took the phone to check the caller. "Anyu." Her half-sister. His complexion improved slightly, and his tone softened a lot. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu? What happened?" Hearing that Xu Ansheng's tone had improved a lot, and Yu was not so scared anymore, but her voice was still weak. "Sister, please come to the hospital quickly. Mom fainted." "Faint?" Xu Ansheng frowned, not believing it. In her memory, her mother has always been in good health and never catches a cold all year round. "Well, sister, you, please come back soon." After hanging up the phone, Xu Ansheng was about to ask which hospital the call was from when a busy tone sounded. Frowning, Xu Ansheng checked the time and quickly made a call. "Luan, book me a flight back to Yuzhou immediately. Postpone the itinerary for the next 2 days." "What happened? Why so urgent?" "My mother fainted. I have to go back to see her. You take care of the rest." Faint, the word dull, was still in his mouth when the call was hung up. He Luan swallowed the wonton in his mouth and looked at his phone in confusion. She remembered that her aunt was in good health and spoke very loudly, so how could she faint? Chapter 5 Forced Blind Date. "Madam, madam." Fengzhai. Zi Shenging stood in front of the birdcage in the backyard, feeding the birds with bird food. The bird in the cage was a colorful macaw with bright feathers and clever eyes. When it heard the urgent voice coming from inside, it also cried out, "Old lady, old lady." This crisp sound makes people feel happy. "Okay, play by yourself." Zi Shenging nodded the parrot's head, put the remaining bird food aside, and walked in slowly. The person who came was someone close to Zi Shenging, Mrs. Yu, her former maid who had been serving her until now. Seeing Zi Shenging come in, Mrs. Yu hurried to her and said breathlessly, "Old lady, happy news, happy news." Zi Shenging is a calm and dignified person, respected by the younger generations of the Feng family. The people around her were also steady. Now, Mrs. Yu showed a rare impatience and joy that she didn't usually show, which made Zi Shenging curious about what made her so excited. "What's the good news?" She came to the coffee table, sat down, picked up the teacup and drank tea. Mrs. Yu knew that no matter how big the matter was, the old lady would remain unshakable, but today's matter was different. She took a deep breath, calming herself down a bit before leaning closer to Xu Ansheng and whispering, "The people who cleaned third young master's room today said a woman got into his bed last night." Xu Ansheng is already 79 years old and will be 80 in 2 months. It can be said that his life journey is almost at the end. She had seen everything over the years, so she didn't really care when Mrs. Yu mentioned the happy event. But now, after hearing Mrs. Yu's simple words, a light flashed across her old eyes and they lit up. "Really? Really? There's still virgin blood on the bed. I had it kept. If you don't believe me, I'll have someone bring it back for you to see." Mrs. Yu was delighted as she spoke, her face full of happiness. Xu Ansheng tightly gripped the teacup, his old eyes sparkling, no longer calm. The plane arrived in Yuzhou at noon, and Xu Ansheng went directly to the hospital. On the way to the airport, An Yu sent the address to Xu Ansheng, which was the Yuzhou Municipal Hospital. "Xiao Yu, you must not let anything slip later. Just follow what Mom taught you, okay?" In the hospital ward, Zhu Lemei held An Yu's hand and kept giving him instructions. An Yu frowned, his face full of anxiety. "But my sister will be angry if she knows." "Why are you so angry? Was my fainting fake? Was my illness fake? Even if she's angry, so what? Can she be as angry as me? She's my daughter. If we are going to compete in temper, I'm still better than her." "But, all right, go tell the doctors and nurses and tell them to make it a serious case." Zhu Lemei pushed An Yu out. An Yu stood outside the door, and his weak expression gradually changed into jealousy. But very quickly, the jealousy disappeared and she returned to her gentle and weak appearance. Xu Ansheng has been doing well in the past 10 years. She has gone from an unknown little model to the supermodel she is today. She has received many advertisements and can walk in all kinds of catwalks for big brands. If it weren't for an incident 2 years ago that caused her to semi-retire, she would probably be stuck in traffic every time she went out. Wearing a baseball cap and the same outfit she wore this morning, with a plain face and no makeup, she walked into the hospital in a low-key and quick manner. Ouch, ouch. Before Xu Ansheng entered the ward, he heard a cry coming from inside. The voice was obviously Zhu Lemei's. She hurriedly pushed the door open and saw Zhu Lemei lying on the bed and screaming. As soon as Zhu Lemei saw Xu Ansheng, she immediately closed her eyes and screamed even louder. Xu Ansheng was not very calm just now, but when she saw Zhu Lemei looking at her, she calmed down immediately. His face was rosy and his voice was strong. Although his face looked painful, if you looked carefully you could tell that the person on the bed was fine. It couldn't be better. Xu Ansheng slowed down her pace, walked to the bed, took a chair and sat down. He crossed his arms and looked at Zhu Lemei coldly. Zhu Lemei thought that as soon as Xu Ansheng came, he would hurriedly ask her what was wrong, whether she was okay, and whether it was serious, so that she could say what she wanted to say. But now, Xu Ansheng remained silent and just looked at her coldly. Zhu Lemei opened her eyes and looked at Xu Ansheng. Seeing Xu Ansheng's expression, she immediately became furious. She didn't care about anything else and sat up directly. "What's with that expression on your face? Your mother is almost dying of pain, and you are still watching coldly. Do you still have a conscience?" As soon as he opened his mouth, a big hat was put on Xu Ansheng's head. Although my ears have become numb from hearing such words over the years, my heart still ached when I heard her again. "I see you're in good health." Looking up and down at Zhu Lemei, who was full of energy and could beat a cow, Xu Ansheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. After being exposed, Zhu Lemei knew that she was not good at acting, so she stopped pretending and said directly, "Since you are back, let's go on a blind date this afternoon. The time and place are arranged. 2 o'clock, Fei Yue restaurant." Xu Ansheng's face turned cold instantly. "What? You're still not happy? Let me tell you. I know your mom very well what kind of people are in your circle. You're no longer an innocent girl. I don't know how many men you've slept with. While you still have good looks and are still young, find a man to marry quickly. Then I can rest assured and avoid being criticized by others every day." Xu Ansheng thought she would be so angry that she would have a big fight with Zhu Lemei like before, but she found that she was not angry at all. Even wanted to laugh. Hee. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, I don't have the patience to waste time with you. I've already accepted the betrothal gifts they've given me. Once we meet, go get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, don't blame your mom for being rude to you. I'm relieved to see that you are in good health. Xu Ansheng picked up his bag and turned to leave. Zhu Lemei realized that Xu Ansheng was just trying to contradict her, and she immediately yelled, "Xu Ansheng, did you hear that?" "I heard it, but I won't marry." Whoever receives the betrothal gift gets to marry. You. Zhu Lemay was so angry that she picked up the water cup on the bedside table and threw it at Xu Ansheng. Bang! There was an extremely dull sound, followed by a slight groan, and Xu Ansheng froze. Chapter 6 Confession. A tall figure hugged Xu Ansheng and blocked the swift attack for her. Xu Ansheng didn't expect that he would be hugged by the other person before he even saw the person clearly. She smelled a strange scent that she didn't recognize at all. Mr. Jing. Jing. Zhu Lemay spoke blankly when she saw the person who appeared. Mr. Jing? Who? Xu Ansheng frowned and looked up, and what came into his sight was a very good-looking face with deep eyebrows, a high nose, and thin, rosy lips. The person in front of him had picturesque features and was extremely handsome. Most importantly, he is taller than her. Xu Ansheng is 178 centimeters tall, and even if he stands in the crowd wearing flat shoes, he is still an extremely eye-catching presence. The person in front of her was taller than her, estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall. When did she meet such a person? Xu Ansheng was stunned for once. Jing Han recovered from the pain and looked at the person in his arms. Under the baseball cap was a fair and clean face without any makeup, but his true appearance was revealed. Skin as smooth as a baby's, wild eyebrows with distinct hairs, and a pair of clear and bright eyes. She has a high nose bridge, rosy lips, and beautiful facial features. This is a face that is beautiful even without makeup, the kind that everyone who sees it will like. Jing Han's eyes softened, but something occurred to him. He held Xu Ansheng's hand, frowning and looking her up and down. Are you hurt? His voice was concerned and familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. Xu Ansheng pulled his hand out and asked in confusion, You are? Jing Han was stunned. You don't recognize me. We know each other. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes twice and looked carefully at the person in front of him. She is good-looking and tall, wearing custom-made Versace clothes, and even her watch is a Patek Philippe collector's model. The most important thing is that this kind of elegance and courtesy cannot be acquired casually. He is a young master from a good family with an excellent family background. She has been in this circle for many years and knows a lot of people, including some wealthy friends, but this is the first time she has seen someone like this. She really didn't know him. Jing Han's eyes dimmed slightly, and he smiled. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. It's normal for you to forget me, and... His expression changed slightly and he stopped talking. Auntie, please don't hit Ansheng. She is the person I like, and I hope you will cherish her as much as I do. The confession came suddenly and directly, catching Xu Ansheng off guard. Before she could react, Jing Han pulled her out of the ward. Zhu Lemay's flattering voice came from behind her. Haha, okay, Auntie gets it. Auntie will listen to you. Have fun, you guys. And Yu stood outside, watching the two people walking away in front of her. She clenched her hands, and the jealousy was deeply spread on her face, never to disappear. No, you let me take it slow. As he walked out of the hospital, the sun shone warmly on Xu Ansheng's head, making him feel hot. She woke up and pulled her hand out of Jing Han's palm. Jing Han shook his hand, turned to the puzzled person in front of him, and said softly, Ask me anything you want to ask, and I will answer you. Xu Ansheng's public image is aloof and cold, an icy beauty. But that's only to people she doesn't know well. With those she knows well, she's like a completely different person. Enthusiastic, free-spirited, cheerful, hot-tempered, and even a bit silly. However, she does have intelligence, although the emotional intelligence is not high. Frowning at the person in front of him, who had a face full of indulgence and doting, Xu Ansheng recalled Zhu Lemay's attitude just now and what Zhu Lemay had said before. Are you my blind date? Yes. Your last name is Jing. Yes, my name is Jing Han. You said we met 10 years ago. Yes, you helped me at that time, and I always remember it. So, you fell in love with me at first sight. I guess so. Xu Ansheng understood. She is aware of her appearance, and she is not surprised that men like her and fall in love with her at first sight. I still have some confidence. That is. Xu Ansheng narrowed his eyes slightly. My mother said that she accepted your betrothal gift and asked me to marry you. Is this true? Jing Han frowned. Dowry. He shook his head. I haven't given it to you, but I did give your mother a gift as a mating gift. Xu Ansheng understood. Her mother saw that Jing Han was good-looking, came from a good family, and was generous, so she was afraid that he would run away, so she deliberately said those words to deceive her. It's not really a lie. If she really doesn't want to, her mother can do anything. After so many years, she already knew her. After asking clearly, Xu Ansheng had a clear idea in his mind. I'm sorry I forgot about you, but I thought we could be friends. I think you're a nice person, but I can't accept the idea of being a boyfriend or girlfriend. I'm not interested in relationships and I don't even want to get married, so if you want to be with me, I'm afraid I'll be wasting your time. The words were spoken frankly and directly, without any affectation or awkwardness, and Jing Han smiled. I know, so let's start as friends. I'm already satisfied. The person in front of him was very understanding and even extremely gentle. Xu Ansheng sighed in his heart that people with good upbringing are really good. It's good to be friends. Okay, then it's settled. We are friends now. His hand fell on Jing Han's shoulder and he patted him twice like a good brother, so naturally. Jing Han laughed softly. Xu Ansheng hadn't eaten yet, and Jing Han seemed to know it, so he offered to treat her to a meal as an apology for his abruptness. When Xu Ansheng thought of the blow Jing Han took for her, she immediately agreed and said she would treat him. Jing Han didn't refuse anymore and agreed directly. Just like that, the two went to Feiyue restaurant, which was the restaurant Jing Han had booked at the beginning. Yucheng, Feng family old house. Xi Shengying personally went to Feng Boyi's bedroom. After seeing the mess inside, he couldn't stop laughing. When we returned to the old house, the smile on his face was still there, with no sign of it fading. Mrs. Yu followed her and was also very happy. The third young master has never had a girl around him, only Qin Huan. We all thought that what the third young master likes is different from what ordinary men like. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. You can rest assured. Xi Shengying picked up the teacup and drank the third cup of tea after returning. His face was wrinkled with smile. Yes, I was very worried before, but the child's personality is very reserved. I can't say anything, so I can only worry. Now I don't worry. I don't care about family background or anything like that. As long as this girl is innocent, I'm satisfied. Haha, don't underestimate the third young master's vision. I believe that girl is absolutely the best, 1 in a million. Haha, yes, that kid has always had good taste and knows what's going on. The two laughed as they talked, and even the parrot felt it and jumped in its cage. Happy event, happy event. Hearing the clear and loud sound, the two of them burst into laughter. However, after lunch, Xi Shengying was preparing to take a nap, but when he was about to lie down, he remembered something. It has come to this point with that girl. When will this kid bring her over to meet me? Xi Shengying suddenly said when Mrs. Yu was helping him take a nap. Mrs. Yu was stunned, and she also remembered this question. Could it be that they had been discussing it before, but were just not sure, so they didn't bring her back? Now that you and the girl have come to this point, it shouldn't be long before he brings her back to you. After saying that, he thought of something and asked, how about I ask someone to check it out? Xi Shengying immediately raised his hand. No need. There's no surveillance at Changyu Villa, and he must have his reasons for hiding this from us. It would be bad if we went to investigate. But this girl has given her body to him. If he doesn't bring her back to see me, I'm afraid I won't feel safe at all. So you want to? Xi Shengying got out of bed. I'll give him a call and feel him out first. If it's suitable, get married. It will save you from more troubles. That's right. The third young master is already this old, and he can't coax people with his mouth. He's only now getting together with this girl. He'd better not run away. Right. Xi Shengying called Feng Boyi in a hurry, but the phone was turned off. She was worried. Mrs. Yu said that he was probably busy. Xi Shengying thought about it and felt that she needed to do something. Go, find a way to find that girl, the sooner the better. Okay. Chapter 7 She Must Marry. Ansheng, how are you doing? Is Auntie okay? In the Feiyue restaurant, 20th century European classical music was playing melodiously in the private room. Xu Ansheng and Jing Han were eating while answering the phone. The call was from He Luoran, who had finally taken a break from his busy schedule. Xu Ansheng had just finished his meal and was about 70% full. She took the napkin and wiped her mouth. It's okay, I'm fine. Ah. Then what is Auntie's purpose this time? Xu Ansheng looked at the man sitting opposite him who had almost finished his meal, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and was very polite in his every move. Don't worry about it. Book me a flight for 2 hours. Jing Han paused slightly, then put down his napkin. He Luoran knew Xu Ansheng's family situation, so he didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. Okay, I happen to be going to City D to attend an event tomorrow. I've already booked your plane ticket, so it's just right for you to come back. Xu Ansheng frowned slightly. When? Tonight, 10 o'clock flight. Xu Ansheng asked when the event was, and He Luoran answered about the flight time. However, it doesn't matter whether she knows it or not. He Luoran will arrange all the work matters anyway. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Xu Ansheng threw the phone aside and picked up the wine glass. Thank you so much today. Jing Han looked at the person in front of him who was so generous and sincere in thanking him. A smile appeared on his face, and he raised his glass. I should apologize for causing Auntie to misunderstand. No, it's none of your business. She knew very well what kind of person her mother was. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and Jing Han also drank the wine in the glass with a smile. Are you going back to Yucheng soon? Yes, I have a lot of work, and I just took some time off to come back today. I didn't even bring my luggage. Jing Han nodded. Then can I have your phone number and add your WeChat? Of course, and I'll need your help later. It's not easy to deal with her mother. The person in front of her really needs his help. Xu Ansheng readily took out his phone. Come, I'll scan you. Haha, okay. The two added each other as friends. Xu Ansheng immediately sent her private number, and Jing Han also sent his number with a smile. Xu Ansheng immediately saved his number and then checked the time. It's getting late. I'll go to the airport first. Thank you so much for today. Okay, you're busy. I'll contact you after you get to Yucheng. Okay. Xu Ansheng left quickly. She didn't like Yuzhou and felt annoyed if she stayed here for even a moment longer. When she went to the front desk to pay, the waiter told her that Jing Han had already paid. She had no choice but to send a message to Jing Han. Next time, I must treat you, otherwise we will no longer be friends. Sleepy cat. Haha, that's exactly what I want you to say. Xu Ansheng hailed a taxi and got in and left. Jing Han stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the slender and tall person get into the car. The car quickly disappeared in the traffic. The warmth in his eyes was covered by a thick dark layer. Ansheng, let us take it slow. On the way to the airport, Xu Ansheng transferred some money to Yu for Lemei's medical expenses. The grumpy hedgehog. Xiaoyu, Mom will trouble you to take care of me. Guige Xiaoyu, sister, I still have the money you gave me last time, so you don't need to pay anymore. Grumpy hedgehog, it's okay, you can use the extra money. Buy yourself some nice clothes and whatever you want to eat. Don't save money for me, I have money. Guige Xiaoyu, thank you, sister. Don't be too tired, take care of yourself. Grumpy hedgehog, I know. That's it. I'll be on a plane soon. Call me if you need anything. Good boy Xiaoyu, yeah. Although they have the same mother as a half-sister, many times when Zhu Lemei beat and scolded her, it was this weak sister who protected her. She has a bad temper, but she remembers everyone who is kind to her. After a brief chat, Xu Ansheng turned off his phone, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. This day is so tiring. Hospital. After Jing Han took Xu Ansheng away, Zhu Lemei smiled happily and quickly asked Yu to go through the discharge procedures. She wanted to be discharged. Zhu Lemei was indeed feeling unwell today and had symptoms of dizziness, but it was not as serious as she said. It's high blood pressure. No hospitalization is required. The reason she was hospitalized was to deliberately let Xu Ansheng come back for a blind date. Now that things have been done, she naturally doesn't need to be hospitalized. After all, it costs money. And Yu was a little worried. Mom, why don't you stay for 2 days and check it out? Why stay here? This hospital is a bloodthirsty place. Once you put your money in, you can't get it out. Hurry up, retreat. And Yu knew that if she didn't listen, she would go to complete the discharge procedures. But she had only taken 2 steps when Zhu Lemei stopped her and asked, Where's the money? Did Xu Ansheng transfer the hospital fee to you? Yes. Let me see. And Yu showed Zhu Lemei the chat history on his phone, and Zhu Lemei snorted, That's more like it. I gave birth to her. Even if I didn't raise her, she's still a piece of my flesh. And Yu frowned slightly. Mom, my sister is actually very hardworking. What's hard work? Is she complaining in front of you? Xiaoyu, you're still young and haven't been out in society. You don't understand. She's just deceiving you. She just doesn't want to give you money. She's earned so much over the years, and I'm already doing a good job by not asking her to give it all to me, yet she still complains. If we talk about suffering, is it as hard as it was for people of our generation? When talking about Xu Ansheng, Zhu Lemei had endless things to say. Later on, Zhu Lemei was too lazy to say anything more and pushed Yu out to go through the discharge procedures. As Yu left, Zhu Lemei thought about it again and called Jing Han. Aunt. He, Mr. Jing, did I disturb you? No, Auntie, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Haha, it's okay. It's just that Ansheng has a weird temper. I was worried that she might have wronged you, so I called to ask. No, she's fine. Don't worry, Auntie. Haha, that's good. Then you guys. I will get along well with Ansheng. Auntie, please don't embarrass her anymore. Do you understand? I understand. Auntie understands. Don't worry. Auntie just wants you to be together well. If you are busy, Auntie won't disturb you. After quickly hanging up the phone, Zhu Lemay burst into laughter. To be honest, she didn't think about letting Xu Ansheng get married. After all, in that kind of job, there were so many people talking about Xu Ansheng behind her back and poking her in the back every day, let alone letting Xu Ansheng get married. But just 2 days ago, this Mr. Jing suddenly showed up with valuable gifts, saying that he had liked Xu Ansheng for a long time. He also told her about their past relationship, and asked her to agree to let him pursue Xu Ansheng. He is so polite and well-mannered, and you can tell at first glance that he is a young man from a wealthy family. How could she not want to marry someone like Xu Ansheng? She agreed immediately, and even took the business card Jing Han gave her and asked Yu to check it out. She found out that Mr. Jing was a big shot. He was the president of a large company, and it was a family business. He had the final say. If Xu Ansheng marries him, one day she'd be able to get half of the family property? How could she let such a good thing go to waste? She absolutely wants Xu Ansheng to marry Jing Han, and no one can stop her. Chapter 8. I Have a Girlfriend. It was already evening when Xu Ansheng returned to Yucheng, and there were only 2 hours left until the flight He Luoran booked for her. She simply didn't go back and waited for He Luoran at the airport. He Luoran has the key to the house. She will pack her luggage and come. Xu Ansheng was not worried at all. Sitting in a chair in the airport rest area, with his baseball cap pulled down, his arms folded across his chest, his legs crossed, and his eyes closed. Xu Ansheng is very low-key, but her supermodel aura and height advantage make her attract the attention of passers-by even if she is not wearing eye-catching clothes. She's already seducing men at such a young age. She's a natural-born vixen. No wonder her mom doesn't want her, and her dad doesn't want her either. She deserves it. Look at what they're wearing. No matter how much they earn, it's immoral. That heartless girl. Her grandma worked so hard to raise her, and now she doesn't even come back even though she's seriously ill. She has no conscience at all. Xu Ansheng, you bastard, get out of here. Get out. The images appeared one after another, very chaotic. Xu Ansheng wanted to open his eyes but found that he couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. It's like a drowning person, about to suffocate. Ha! My beautiful lady, why is your phone turned off? I've been looking for you for a long time, do you know that? A hand patted Xu Ansheng's shoulder heavily. Xu Ansheng trembled and opened his eyes. The moisture is in the eyes, and everything in front of me is blurry. It seems like those scenes are still there. She was a little stunned. Quiet. Quiet. The hand on her shoulder pushed her, and the blurry image disappeared, replaced by pairs of legs moving back and forth and the marble floor reflecting the light. The sound of the airport broadcast fell into my ears, accompanied by the noisy voices around me. Everything becomes clear. She had just fallen asleep. Xu Ansheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the moisture in his eyes faded away. He raised his cap and frowned at He Luoran. Is the phone turned off? As he was speaking, he took out his cell phone, but found that it was out of battery. He showed the phone to He Luoran and spread his hands. I didn't do this on purpose. He Luoran's face turned black. Grandma, stop teasing me. There are so many power banks, don't you know? Forget it, forget it. Hurry up, the plane is about to take off. Go, go, go. Soon, Xu Ansheng was pulled by He Luoran to the VIP channel and boarded the plane. The plane took off at 10 o'clock sharp. Xu Ansheng didn't want to sleep anymore, so she asked He Luoran to show her the rest of the itinerary. He Luoran handed her the schedule and said, "It's rare that you care about the schedule, but you haven't been very busy during this period. After this D-City event, you won't be so busy all day long." But it won't be very busy. Xu Ansheng was flipping through his schedule. Hearing her contradictory words, he laughed and said, "So am I busy, or not?" Leisurely. He. The two of them were talking in low voices. Xu Ansheng had almost finished reading and picked up the travel magazine to start flipping through it. At this moment, He Luoran remembered something. Did everything go well last night? Although I know you already know what you meant by your promise, I still have to ask. Last night. Xu Ansheng's eyes flashed with the image of those superior comic legs, and he tutted his lips. Not bad. This look was as if he had eaten something delicious, which made He Luoran horrified. You thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. Finally, you uttered, "If it were someone else, I would worry, but not you." Yes, this is the confidence that He Ansheng gives to those around him. She is strong, not weak, and no matter what kind of arrows are thrown at her, they cannot penetrate her heart. City D, late at night. The neon lights are bright and the sky is full of lights. In this city with a very well-developed tourism economy, even late at night, there are still crowds of people and constant flow of traffic. A black Bentley was driving steadily in the traffic, and the night lights fell on it, like a king arriving. Qin was sitting in the passenger seat, holding a tablet to report to the people in the back seat about some work that had changed due to some unexpected situations. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. From the back seat, Qin Huan stopped talking. Feng Boyi leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, letting the darkness envelop him. His cell phone rang. He opened his eyes and took out his cell phone. The light appeared and shone on his face, revealing his three-dimensional facial features, deep and angular. Looking at the incoming call jumping on the screen, he slid his fingertips across the answer button and raised his eyes. Grandma. Haha, Xiaobo, have you slept yet? A kind voice came over, and in this early morning, there was no sound of sleepiness in the voice. On the contrary, it seemed extremely energetic. Not yet. Are you still busy? No, on the way back to the hotel. Haha, that's good, that's good. Listening to the voice on the phone, Feng Boyi didn't ask Xu Ansheng why she wasn't asleep yet, but just waited for the old lady to tell him herself. By the way, Grandma remembered something. Does your Uncle Song still remember it? Remember? Haha, your Uncle Song is going back to China, and it just so happens that his daughter is going back with him. She's looking so pretty. It's true that girls change a lot when they grow up. She's getting prettier and prettier. Come to think of it, you two played together when you were kids. Feng Boyi didn't say anything. Xu Ansheng listened to the silence inside, obviously waiting for her to continue. She didn't hide it and continued. Look, you're not young anymore, and you're all alone. You're busy all day, and you don't have anyone to care for you when you go home. It really hurts your grandma to see you like that. Your Uncle Song's daughter is beautiful, kind, and quiet. She's a good girl to live with. Why don't you go meet her for Grandma's sake? What I said is quite clear. Blind date. Feng Boyi looked at the scenery outside the windshield. The car moved forward, and the lights were heavy, like intoxicating eyes. Need not. Hearing this should be disappointing and sad, but Xu Ansheng was completely excited when he heard it. This is the answer she wants. This. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 9 Car Accident. I'm asking you, can you drive? I just got this new car from the dealership. What will I do if you let me touch it? I'm sorry. I don't know why the car broke down all of a sudden. I'll call the police and let the traffic police handle it. Why are you calling the police? Look at my car. The front end is flattened. Can the traffic police just come and take care of this? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't want to be sorry, I want you to pay me back, now, 200,000. Xu Ansheng was sitting in the back seat of the car. The sudden loud crash caused her to faint briefly and she had no reaction. It was not until the sounds outside fell into her ears that she gradually recovered, opened her eyes and looked out the window. A young man grabbed the driver's collar and pointed at his nose, with a ferocious look on his face. It seemed that he would swallow the driver unless the driver gave him 200,000 yuan on the spot. Xu Ansheng sat up and opened the car door directly. Bang! The car door hit the young man, and he exploded instantly. You. The voice stopped abruptly. Xu Ansheng stepped forward with his long legs, took off his baseball cap, and ran his 5 fingers through his hair. His straight long hair became fluffy and each strand was clearly visible. She never wore any makeup, but her naturally fair skin and delicate facial features made her breathtakingly beautiful even without makeup, standing under the streetlight. The man was stunned and swallowed subconsciously. Xu Ansheng looked at the man holding the driver's hand and said with a slight smile, "Let go." Her voice was neither loud nor forceful. On the contrary, it sounded very light and particularly soft, making people feel itchy. The man's eyes lit up instantly when he reacted. However, the matter here had not been resolved yet. He smiled apologetically at Xu Ansheng. Haha, beautiful lady, wait a moment, let me deal with this matter and then we can talk again. It sounds like they're going to get a room after finishing the work. 200,000. Quick. Don't delay my good deeds. Xu Ansheng looked up at the sky, a smirk escaped his lips, and his 5 fingers ran through his hair again. Anyone who knows her would know she is going to lose her temper if they saw her doing this. Xu Ansheng has never been a good-tempered person. He took a step forward and whispered, I said, let go. The man noticed that Xu Ansheng was different, especially as Xu Ansheng approached. His height of 178 centimeters made him look a head shorter in an instant, and even his aura was suppressed. The man's face flushed instantly. You. It seems that he doesn't understand what people say. After saying that, Xu Ansheng grabbed the man's hand and twisted it, forcing him to let go of the driver. But at this moment, He Luoran, who had regained consciousness, rushed over and hugged her. "Ansheng, calm down, calm down." At this point, Xu Ansheng completely ripped off her angelic face, revealing a ferocious witch's face. "You bastard, you rear-ended me and hit me, and you still want me to pay you for it? Are you crazy? I'm telling you, if you want to get money from me, you have no chance. Get out of here, get out as far as you can, or I'll kill you." Xu Ansheng jumped in He Luoran's arms, pointing at the man and cursing, with his sleeves rolled up. His ferocious and twisted face was even more terrifying than the man's just now. The man's face turned pale with fright. I have seen women who curse, but I have never seen a woman who is so beautiful but acts like a mad woman. The man was frightened and didn't care about anything else. He quickly got into the car and drove away. Xu Ansheng was still pointing at the car and cursing. You scum of humanity. The world stinks like this because of scum like you. Don't let me see you again. I'll tear you apart if I see you again. Bitch scum. Me. He Luoran. Driver. The car owners who stopped around because of the accident. There was an accident in the middle of the road, and because of it, the traffic was jammed for a short while. Qin Hao and his companions were a little behind and were forced to stop because of the congestion ahead. Not knowing what had happened, Qin opened the car window and looked forward. The distance was a bit far, so I couldn't see anything, but the angry words floated over with the wind. It hurt his ears a bit, so he closed the car window, looked at his watch, and said to the driver, "Turn to the side lane." Okay. The driver looked at the car behind him in the rearview mirror, found the right opportunity, and turned to the side. However, the traffic was extremely congested at that time, so it was not easy to turn. It took a while to find a gap and turn around. The unreasonable man left, and the driver came to his senses and apologized to Xu Ansheng. "I'm sorry, girl, the car suddenly broke down, and I have to call someone to take care of it." Xu Ansheng felt relieved after scolding him. He brushed his hair and put on his baseball cap. "It's okay. Luan, give the master money." The driver quickly said, No, I have to thank you for the time being. One thing at a time." Xu Ansheng asked He Luoran to pay the money, took out the luggage, and the two stood on the roadside waiting for the bus. There are fewer taxis now, and even if there are some, most of them are occupied. The temperature difference between morning and evening in City D is large, and it is cold now even in summer. Xu Ansheng stood on the side of the road, his arms folded across his chest, his brow slightly furrowed, and his face looked unhappy. He Luoran put the luggage behind the two of them and said as he put it, "What do you say to that kind of person? Just call the police. Also, you really need to change your temper, otherwise the media will report it and who knows what kind of portrayal they'll make of you. Luckily, you're not from the entertainment industry. If you were, you'd be on the front page right now. Hey, I've been asking you to enter the entertainment industry, but you refused. Now it seems like it's a good thing." He Luoran chatted non-stop, put his luggage away, and took out his cell phone to hail a taxi. "I don't know how long I'll have to wait like this, so it's faster to take a taxi." However, seeing how long the wait was, He Luoran's eyes widened. "What? Half an hour? No way. Shut up." Xu Ansheng listened to sentence after sentence, which was like the buzzing of a fly, and his face became even worse. Her tone was unkind, and He Luoran sighed. "My aunt, I know you are in a bad mood now, but you can't take it out on me, right? Look at me now." The words suddenly stopped, because, under the streetlight, Xu Ansheng's face was frighteningly pale, and fine beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead, as if he was trying his best to endure. He Luoran's expression changed, and he immediately supported Xu Ansheng. "Ansheng, are you feeling unwell?" Xu Ansheng wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he turned around and bent over. "Ooh." She began to retch and stagger. He Luoran's face turned pale. It must have been the collision just now that caused the accident. "Wait a minute, I'll call 919 right away." He Luoran was very flustered and hurriedly took out his cell phone to make a call. At this moment, a strange voice came into my ears. "Let's take this lady to the hospital." Chapter 10 Sexy Man. Xu Ansheng's consciousness was confused. She knew that something had happened to her because of that collision. She wanted to endure it, but she couldn't resist the strong reaction of her body, and her body went limp. Everything in front of me is blurry and upside down, and I can't see anything clearly. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I have escaped from many attacks over the years, but this time, it seems not so easy. She fell down, but instead of feeling the expected pain, she felt a pair of strong arms around her waist. Almost in an instant, she was picked up by the waist. Xu Ansheng was stunned. She opened her eyes and looked at the person who was hugging her. The lights were bright and the light was everywhere. She could vaguely see a very beautiful but blurry face. He was staring at her. His eyes were as deep as the abyss. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Ansheng's heart began to beat uncontrollably. Her blood was boiling. Her intuition told her that this was a very sexy man and she had to see him clearly. However, her eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, and she couldn't see the face clearly no matter how hard she looked. She raised her hand, wanting to touch him, but she couldn't resist her body's strong resistance, and her consciousness gradually sank. At the moment she sank, she roared in her heart, "Damn it! The man didn't even let her see clearly. She will die with her eyes open." Feng Boyi watched the person in his arms close his eyes, and his thick, long eyelashes drooped under his eyes, casting a light shadow. The person who was acting so aggressively before has finally quieted down. Quiet and well-behaved. Qin Huan opened the back door and Feng Boyi carried Xu Ansheng into the car. He Luran subconsciously wanted to follow, but the car door slammed shut in front of her. She was stunned. Qin also said, "Please wait a moment. A car will come to pick you up to go to the hospital later." After saying that, Qin sat in the passenger seat. Very quickly, the car disappeared in the traffic. He Luran stood there, dazed by the cold wind. Why does she have a feeling that she is redundant? The patient has a concussion and needs to be hospitalized for 2 days of observation. Is it really just a concussion, nothing else? Not at the moment. I can finally let go of the worry I was carrying. Okay, I'll go and complete the hospitalization procedures. Thank you, doctor. No trouble, it's my duty. Xu Ansheng was sent to the hospital, and after a series of examinations, it was confirmed that he had a concussion. Qin Huan and his companions arrived at the hospital just as He Luran arrived, with a difference of less than 10 minutes. He Luran took the bill and hurried to pay, but was told that the fee had already been paid. This shocked He Luran, and she thought of Feng Boyi and Qin Huanlai. I immediately looked around but didn't see anyone, so I hurried back to the ward, but still no one was there. Is this gone? Coming without a trace? Going without a trace? That night Xu Ansheng had many dreams, both about his childhood and when he grew up. One after another, can't stop. She didn't like this kind of dream. It was like being stuck in a quagmire. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. She didn't want to give up, but just as she was about to sink completely, a hand reached out to her, pulled her out of the swamp, and brought her into the sunshine. The light shone on her, warm and fluffy. Those unpleasant dreams just dissipate. She looked at the person standing in front of her. He had his back to her. He was tall and straight, especially his legs, which were straight and long. These legs are so charming. Xu Ansheng slept until 10 o'clock the next morning and was woken up by hunger. She turned over and hugged the quilt to continue sleeping. She sleeps a lot, sometimes for more than 10 hours. However, the loud bang suddenly flashed through his mind, and Xu Ansheng opened his eyes in an instant. What came into her sight was the dazzling sun, and she squinted subconsciously. After her eyes adjusted to the light, she opened them and sat up, hugging the quilt. He frowned and looked at everything unfamiliar in the ward. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. She remembered what happened last night. It seems that she is lucky and nothing happened. Woke up. A familiar voice came over and Xu Ansheng looked over. He Luran came in carrying something, with a smile on his face like spring breeze. Xu Ansheng frowned and looked her up and down. Why are you okay? After hearing this, He Luran instantly didn't want to pay attention to Xu Ansheng, but he still said, "What do you mean? If you have something to do, I have to have something to do too. Do you still have a conscience?" Xu Ansheng's eyes fell on the bag that He Luran was holding. There was food in it. She had sharp eyes and could tell it at a glance. He reached out and took He Luran's bag, saying as he took it, "You have no conscience." He Luran looked at Xu Ansheng, who was so heartless, and suddenly the face he had seen last night appeared in front of him, and he smiled in an instant. Xu Ansheng took something out of the bag. It was porridge. She is now like a starving ghost reincarnated. As long as food is placed in front of her, she will not care about anything else. He opened the lid and picked up the box to drink the porridge without even taking a spoon, swallowing it in one gulp. She is not picky about food, and even when she is hungry, she will eat anything as long as it is not so unpalatable. After a while, Xu Ansheng finished a bowl of porridge, but she was still not full. She had not eaten last night, and she had not eaten for 2 meals this morning. This bowl of porridge is not enough. Of course, she has to control her diet for her job, but she has a very good physique and will not gain weight as long as she doesn't eat crazy high-calorie foods all day long. This is something that many people envy but cannot achieve. I looked to see if there was anything else to eat and found her favorite dumplings and soy milk. She took it out and ate it all in one go. Now that she was finally full, her spirits returned. Even the dizziness in my head disappeared. My mood became very good. Ansheng, is there anything good happening recently? We've known each other for so many years. You can't hide anything from me, whether in public or in private. It will affect my work, right? Just as Xu Ansheng was looking at the sky outside, packing up his things and preparing to leave the hospital, Heluan's smiling voice fell into his ears. Xu Ansheng looked at Heluan and realized that Heluan had been lying on the hospital bed at some point, with his face sticking out and his eyes burning with gossip as he looked at her. Frowning, what secret? Suddenly, the events of yesterday in Yuzhou flashed through my mind. Are you talking about my mother setting me up on a blind date? Ah. What Heluan wanted to ask was what the relationship was between the man from last night and Xu Ansheng, but she didn't expect Xu Ansheng to answer this. But soon, she said solemnly, blind date? What's going on? Tell me quickly. I know Auntie's personality. This won't be easy. Tell me quickly so I can prepare for it later. She came over with a look of I am very calm. Xu Ansheng sneered. Heluan, can you show your gossipy face more vividly? Ah, it's not impossible. Xu Ansheng still told Heluan what happened yesterday. Heluan was angry at first, and then he was full of gossip, because Xu Ansheng told her that her blind date was not bad. Jing Han, right? Leave it to me. I will check him out thoroughly for you and will definitely not let you down. Rest assured. Looking at the man who was patting his chest excitedly, with the terrible flame of gossip burning in his eyes, Xu Ansheng snorted and said no more. It is true that Heluan is prudent and careful in her work, but she also has a flaw, which is that she loves gossip. Xu Ansheng often said that Heluan became her assistant just to satisfy her gossipy heart. To this, Heluan said yes with certainty. No concealment at all. The doctor's advice was to rest for 2 days and observe, and then be discharged after confirming that there was no problem. However, Xu Ansheng had a lot of work to do and had no time to rest. Moreover, her problem was not a big deal, and she knew her own body condition well, so she asked Heluan to go through the discharge procedures and went to the hotel with Heluan. The shoot was originally scheduled for the morning, but because of your car accident, it has been temporarily postponed to the afternoon. After the afternoon shoot, there will be a dinner. After the dinner, you can rest. Xu Ansheng looked at the itinerary and knew the schedule for the next 2 days. After listening to Heluan's words, he said, It's okay, I'll just do it as usual. She is not that fragile a small car accident cannot affect her. Haha, okay. After returning to the hotel and washing up briefly, Xu Ansheng went to the shooting site. In a blink of an eye, it was already evening, 6 o'clock sharp. Xu Ansheng dressed up and came to the event dinner in Half Moon Bay. Chapter 11 Look, Long Legs. Half Moon Bay is located in the easternmost part of City D. It is a huge freshwater lake with beautiful scenery. The lake and sky are one color and the lake is naturally carved. It is a place where tourists from all over the world come. At the same time, it is also the place where many activities are held. This is the hometown of MK's boss. This event is held here, probably to make this place more famous and let more people know about MK. Accomplish each other. 6 o'clock is the time when the sky is full of sunset glow. A large patch of red glow hangs on the horizon, with the sun in it, and the lake water reflected by the red sunset glow. It is as beautiful as a peerless painting. Luxury cars drove into the Bay Hotel one after another. The red carpet extended from the hotel lobby to the street. Reporters squatting on both sides took pictures with their cameras. The car stopped outside the hotel lobby, the door opened, and Xu Ansheng got out. Crack, crack. Countless shutter sounds rang out all around, and flashes of light kept flashing before Xu Ansheng's eyes. Xu Ansheng walked into the banquet hall with a cold and aloof gait, his eyebrows unchanged. MK started out as a trade company, but somehow switched to electronic technology. Now, the mobile phones it produces are ranked among the top 10 in the world, and its momentum is extremely strong. She and MK are old partners, but the incident 2 years ago temporarily cut off her contact with MK, and it took nearly a year to recover. The main purpose of this event is to promote MK's new phone. She participated in this event as MK's spokesperson. Haha, Ansheng, it's only been a few months since we last met, but you've become more and more beautiful. I'm so envious and jealous. The lights in the hotel lobby are all on, with flickering lights and shadows. The master's design and the expensive materials make everything here dazzlingly beautiful under the accumulation of money. Xu Ansheng wore a deep V-neck, spaghetti-strap black starfall dress, with her thick long hair straightened and parted in the middle, hanging down on both sides. Her hair was long, reaching her waist, just enough to block the spring scenery in front of her. She had delicate makeup on her face, and her already majestic facial features looked even more cool and stunning under this makeup. It is said that God gives birth to good people, and Xu Ansheng is born with a good fortune. With a moonlight white silk shawl draped around her wrist and a pair of 5-centimeter diamond-studded stilettos on her feet, she walked towards the person who praised her with elegant steps. How can anyone be as beautiful as you? You are MK's red rose, no one can compare to you. Xu Ansheng casually took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and raised his glass to the person wearing a red long dress and beautiful makeup. The person in front of him was none other than Minghui, MK's public relations manager. She is also the lover of MK's second largest shareholder. This is something that everyone knows and is tacitly acknowledged by everyone. Haha, you're just sweet talking. The two drank and chatted, all about how women can maintain their looks. After a while, Minghui left to greet other guests. There are many big shots here tonight, and Minghui, as MK's public relations manager, naturally has no time to spare. Xu Ansheng has always been aloof towards people she doesn't know well and doesn't take the initiative to talk to anyone, but many of the people who came here to participate in the event tonight are people she knows. After all, she has been in the modeling industry for so many years, and has achieved her current status and knows many big names. After a while, he started chatting with familiar people and had a lively conversation. Ansheng, I remember you have a little hobby. I wonder if I remember it correctly. Suddenly, Ziji's editor-in-chief Cheng Mingzhu leaned close to Xu Ansheng's ear and whispered. Ziji magazine is one of the world's fashion magazines. Every year, many models fight hard to be on the cover of their magazine. Xu Ansheng was one of them before, but after she firmly established herself as a supermodel, it became easier. Cheng Mingzhu and Xu Ansheng have a good relationship and can be considered friends. Xu Ansheng raised his eyebrows, and his eyes seemed to brighten up. Long legs. Looking at the light flashing in her eyes, Cheng Mingzhu burst into laughter. If there weren't so many guests, she would have laughed heartily. However, even so, it still attracted everyone's attention. Cheng Mingzhu smiled apologetically at everyone and pulled Xu Ansheng to a secluded place. Yes, long legs. Oops. Xu Ansheng's aloof goddess demeanor instantly vanished. She clapped her hands on Cheng Mingzhu's shoulders, unable to suppress her excitement. Sister, how do you know me so well? Where is it? Tell me quickly, let me feast my eyes. Haha, look at you, you're like a whore. Why? Xu Ansheng sighed heavily and said with regret, Sister, I hate that I'm a girl. It would be so much better if I were a boy. You're the only one who's talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me, I can't wait. Isn't he going to show up at the dinner party tonight? If so, I'll have a feast for my eyes. Yes, he appeared tonight. That person is. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the banquet hall. Chapter 12. Heart pounding. He seemed surprised that someone had come. Cheng Mingzhu looked over and immediately grabbed her hand and said, Quick, look. Xu Ansheng had already looked past it. After all, anyone who could cause a commotion at this celebrity-filled dinner party had to be an extraordinary person. When he saw this, Xu Ansheng was stunned. The crystal chandelier looked like a blossoming flower, its light falling densely, and the small lights around it dotted the space, competing to cluster around it. The banquet hall looked as if it were illuminated by the scorching sun, extremely dazzling. And in such a dazzling scene, a man appeared in the crowd. He was wearing a tailor-made handmade suit, with precise tailoring and the work of a master, which perfectly showed off his figure. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a pair of straight long legs, he stood under the blooming crystal chandelier, and all the light was focused on him. He was dazzling and amazing. Xu Ansheng rarely noticed the figure of the person in his sight, but instead noticed his face. Because the face was too prominent and too perfect, she ignored her standard of looking at the legs first when judging people. Her eyes fell on this face, like a hand, slowly stroking this face. Oh, this high forehead and the faintly visible widow's peak are as if outlined by a brush, not a single stroke more or less. Oh, this slightly protruding brow bone like that of Westerners, like the flower on the high mountain, makes people want to kiss and worship it. Oh, this tall nose, is it made from a mold? How can it be so impeccable? Oh, these lips are actually sexy and cool red lips. They are so seductive even when not smiling. Also, this superior jawline, this heart-pounding profile, and even these long and thick eyelashes. How can life be so perfect? Xu Ansheng's mind was full of galloping horses, splashing countless water and making her dizzy. In the modeling circle, most people are good-looking and have good figures. Xu Ansheng's vision has long been so picky that he even looks up to the sky. These worldly things are no longer of her liking. But now, she actually saw a man whose face met her aesthetic standards in every way. Is this forcing her to fall? Countless unbearable words passed through Xu Ansheng's mind, but no one knew about it. Only her murderous gaze fell clearly into the eyes of Cheng Mingzhu beside her. Cheng Mingzhu burst out laughing. I knew you like this one. To be honest with you, I wasn't planning on coming today, but I've been following this guy for a long time and knew he would be attending today's event, so that's why I came over. We've been dealing with each other for so many years. You know I've met countless people in the entertainment, modeling, and fashion circles, but there are very few who really touch my heart. And this one has truly won my heart. Look at this figure, this demeanor, this face. How is it not suitable for our Ziji? That's right. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Mingzhu sighed with full of regret. It seemed like she didn't even want to think about it. Xu Ansheng picked up the glass and drank all the champagne in it. Her eyes were so bright that anyone could tell what was in them. The intense possession a hunter has over his prey. I like. These words are very affirmative and full of determination. Cheng Mingzhu raised her eyebrows and looked at Xu Ansheng. The eyes are shining, and the strong emotions make these phoenix eyes have a different flavor. The face with exquisite makeup also blooms in this uniqueness, shining under the light. She was also very satisfied with this face. He. You, just forget about it. Oh. Why? Xu Ansheng's eyes were still moving back and forth on this face, and he never turned his gaze away even when talking to Cheng Mingzhu. It was as if she had finally gotten a treasure and couldn't let it go. Any less look at it would be a loss. He, do you know who he is? Cheng Mingzhu watched as the man appeared and the people around him instantly rushed over and surrounded him. But because of his height advantage, he can still be seen at a glance even when he is among them. A natural-born king. A natural focus. Who? Xu Ansheng picked up the wine glass and drank. For some reason, looking at this face made her mouth dry. Only. She looked down at her wine glass. She had just drunk up all the wine in the bottle, not a drop left. With a dark face, Xu Ansheng looked around and happened to see the wine on the table next to him. He picked up a glass and took a sip. This slightly relieved the heat in my body. Cheng Mingzhu looked at her like this, smiled meaningfully, and replied, his last name is Feng. Xu Ansheng's gaze fell on the face of the person who was surrounded by stars again, looking into the deep eyes. When judging a person, it's their eyes. A person with a good pair of eyes is better than countless others. It's like the finishing touch. The person in my sight has a pair of extremely deep eyes on such an extremely perfect face, which is like the icing on the cake, making it perfect to the point of not being more perfect. What? Watching this man holding a wine glass and talking to the people around him, it was mostly others talking and he listening. Occasionally he would reply with 1 or 2 words. It can be said that he cherishes words like gold. But he has captured the temperament of a big boss perfectly. It's absolutely amazing. Hearing Xu Ansheng's nonchalant question, it was obvious that his mind was not on the conversation at all, but on that fascinating face. Cheng Mingzhu smiled helplessly. Feng, surnamed Ji, descendants of King Wen of Zhu. Xu Ansheng frowned. What surname? What descendants? What does it have to do with me? What's his name? Who is he? As he said that, he picked up the wine glass and took another sip of wine. She found that the wine tasted better tonight. However, just as she finished drinking, something suddenly flashed through her mind, and she turned her head in an instant. What did you say? Feng. Yucheng Feng family. At this moment, Xu Ansheng finally calmed down. She looked at Cheng Mingzhu, her eyes suddenly becoming frighteningly sharp. Seeing her like this, Cheng Mingzhu thought that she finally realized which Feng she was talking about, and had no idea what Xu Ansheng was feeling at the moment. Haha, you finally came back to your senses. Yes, it's Feng from the Feng family in Yucheng. Feng is not a common surname, but in Yucheng, it is a surname known to many people, because their power almost occupies the entire Yucheng. The Feng family is well known in Yucheng. Even the babbling babies are learning to call out Feng so that they can make a lot of money in the future. Xu Ansheng's heart began to pound wildly, and her mind quickly flashed through what happened that night. That night was dark, yet hot and chaotic. But she clearly remembered the body shape of the man who went crazy with her that night. In darkness, human senses become extremely sharp. She was so sensitive that even when she thought about it now, she could still see the man's general figure in front of her eyes. And at this time, Xu Ansheng's gaze slowly fell on the eye-catching figure under the light. He stopped looking at his face and instead looked at his Adam's apple, his neck, his suit, and so on. Chapter 13 Yucheng Feng Family. Many people in the banquet hall gathered around Feng Boyi. This is the norm, and it happens wherever he appears. But tonight is a little different from usual. Because there was a gaze fixed on him, and from the moment he appeared, it was fixed on his face, so hot that it could burn holes in his face. He held the wine glass, not looking at that gaze, but looking at the person in front of him, occasionally replying a word or two. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and looked to the left. "Sister, help me, quickly, help me." Xu Ansheng suddenly fell towards Cheng Mingzhu, as if he was so weak that he would fall down at the next moment. She placed her hand on Cheng Mingzhu's, as if she wanted to lean on Cheng Mingzhu. The person who was fine a moment ago suddenly became weak. She didn't know what was wrong with him. Cheng Mingzhu didn't think too much about it. She quickly put the wine glass aside and supported Xu Ansheng. "What's wrong? Is he drunk?" With Cheng Mingzhu's support, Xu Ansheng leaned completely on her, covering his chest with his hands, his eyes half closed, looking extremely weak. However, under the light, her face was rosy and her breath was normal, and there was really no sign of anything wrong. Xu Ansheng shook his head, leaned against Cheng Mingzhu, covered his pounding heart, and said weakly, "Slow down, let me slow down." She didn't see the man's complete figure just now because he was surrounded by people. The people in the banquet hall surrounded him like an iron wall, and even though he was tall, she couldn't see below his chest. However, just looking at 1/3 of his body was enough for her to have the answer in her mind. This person is from that night. He often lived in the mountain villa and his surname was Feng. She had already forgotten what happened that night. After all, it had already happened and could not be changed. There was no point in thinking about it too much. So, when she saw the person in her sight, she didn't think about that night at all. But as the surname Feng fell into his ears, it was connected to Changyu Villa that night, and then merged with the person in his sight at this moment. Her intuition told her that he was the one that night. It's a terrible thing, very terrible. She needs to slow down. Slowly. Cheng Mingzhu thought Xu Ansheng was drunk, so she helped her sit on the sofa in the corner and asked the waiter to make her a glass of lemonade to make her feel better. Xu Ansheng leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to calm himself down. She had heard of the Feng family for many years in Yucheng. The Feng family is a descendant of the royal family. As time went by, the Feng family began to get involved in various fields. After several generations, they have already established a solid foundation. Especially in Yucheng, this is the territory they fought for. Among the descendants of the Feng family, there was one who was particularly powerful. It is rumored that he is a business genius who built his own business empire in just 10 years, ranking among the top 3 in the world. It would be fine if he was in the top 3 in the country, but he is in the top 3 in the world. You can imagine how powerful he is. As for such people, Xu Ansheng always just listened to them and ignored them. Although her job allowed her to see a lot of the world and meet many truly wealthy people, she could never see those at the top of the pyramid. It is also impossible to see. It is said that people are divided into different classes, and the same is true for rich people. In her heart, she clearly understands her position and never looks down on others. She just does her best to be herself. But now, she has been connected with such a person. Is her life over? Etc. Xu Ansheng opened his eyes in an instant and sat up suddenly. How could she think that person was the extremely powerful one as rumored? There are so many people in the Feng family. How come the person that night is the most powerful one? Xu Ansheng's face darkened, and he was completely speechless. Xu Ansheng, are you drifting away? You are relying on your good looks to dream of the person who lives in heaven. I think you really need to wake up. Xu Ansheng patted his face and happened to see the lemonade in front of him. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp. He must have been seduced by the beauty tonight, and after drinking a lot of wine, his brain became confused. Cheng Mingzhu just left because someone came to look for her and she had no choice but to leave first. Before leaving, he asked the waiter to keep an eye on Xu Ansheng and send him to the hospital if anything happened. The waiter, who was standing by, saw Xu Ansheng finish a whole glass of lemonade and came forward. Do you need more? Xu Ansheng also remembered what Cheng Mingzhu had said to her before she left, asking her to have a good rest. If she felt really uncomfortable, she would ask the waiter to take her to the hospital. Want? Okay, please wait. After the waiter left, Xu Ansheng drank a whole glass of lemonade and felt much more sober. She looked ahead and found that the person she was paying attention to was gone. Xu Ansheng suddenly felt disappointed, and what a pity. Putting aside other things, this man is really top-notch and very suitable for her. However, it's the Feng family, so it's fine. Such a noble family has many rules and a lot of troubles. If she wants to get involved with the people from the Feng family, she will destroy her own future. She doesn't want it. Although she loves beauty, she still chooses money over beauty. Nowadays, everyone will betray you and abandon you, except for money. Xu Ansheng calmed herself down, and after the waiter brought her another glass of lemonade, she drank it again and went to the bathroom. If you drink too much water, you need to defecate. I didn't expect MK to invite Mr. Feng to this event. That is amazing. I didn't expect that either. However, Xu Ansheng Group is involved in many industries and has developed advanced technology in recent years. I heard that they have also put a lot of effort into this area. I see. MK's mobile phones are doing so well now, so it makes sense for them to cooperate with Xu Ansheng. However, Xu Ansheng's president is really good looking. I thought he was in his 40s or 50s, but he looks so young. I don't know if he's married. What? Are you having dirty thoughts? Oh, don't tell me you didn't. Haha, yes. I dare say that all the women present in the banquet hall tonight are drooling over him, absolutely. After Xu Ansheng had relieved his stress, he heard voices coming from outside, full of crazy fans. She could imagine what the people outside looked like, but she could understand. Everyone has a love for beauty. We are all ordinary people. Nothing is normal. She pushed the door open and walked out. The talking stopped instantly and several people looked at her. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with surprise, which was unexpected. Xu Ansheng didn't look at many people. She went to the sink to wash her hands and then put on her makeup. She has a place to appear tonight, so there can't be any mistakes. After all, it's all about money. The faces of several women were clearly revealed in the mirror. Xu Ansheng glanced at them indifferently, tidied himself up, and after making sure that he was still incredibly beautiful, he left in a cold manner. As she left, voices began to circulate. Why is she here? Hasn't there been any news about her? You didn't just find out, did you? She's out and still active in the modeling world. No way. That incident was such a big deal that I was afraid to see anyone. And she actually came out, and she's in this industry. Isn't she afraid of what people will say? Look at her expression just now. Doesn't she look like she's afraid to see anyone? She's really amazing. What's so great about him? I think he's just pitiful, but there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Xu Ansheng listened to the rest of the conversation and walked away without changing his expression. Chapter 14. There seems to be a subtle fragrance. The main purpose of this event held by MK is to showcase their new phones. As the spokesperson for MK, Xu Ansheng naturally had to go on stage to demonstrate in person. When everyone had finished chatting, drinking, and eating, the hotel manager and the MK person in charge led everyone to the conference room on the third floor to see the new machine display. Before this, Xu Ansheng went to the backstage of the conference hall and listened to the head of MK's D department explain to her how the presentation would be on stage. Avoid problems midway. However, the details about the new machine were sent to her in advance some time ago. She had already taken note of them and even contacted the head of MK's D department in person to communicate. When it comes to doing his job, Xu Ansheng has always been rigorous and meticulous. This is why she has her current status in the modeling industry. The guests entered the conference hall one by one, and their seats had been arranged in advance. Everyone sat down in turn. However, when the people behind came in, almost everyone in the first row was seated, except for the one in the middle, which is empty. There is a projection of the entire scene outside in the backstage of the conference hall, so you can clearly see what the outside layout looks like. Therefore, you can know more clearly how to display it later. Xu Ansheng saw the guests coming in and sitting down, and also saw the empty seats in the first row. She didn't see the big boss, but she guessed that the empty seat should be for him. But maybe he won't come. After all, if a big shot like this needed anything, the boss of MK would have already arranged to have it delivered to him. When the time comes, please stay here for a while so that people in the front rows can see it more clearly. The person in charge pointed to the middle position in the first row and said to Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng nodded. No problem. The first row is full of important people, and the most important thing is to show it to them. She understands. Okay, time's up, it's about to start, everyone get ready. The general manager next to him looked at the time and said to everyone. Everyone immediately looked serious. Xu Ansheng also calmed down and thought about what the person in charge had just said to her. It was at this time that people sat in the first row. Immediately afterwards, the host came on stage. Thank you all for coming to the MK New Machine Show tonight. This time, our theme is Mountains and Rivers Alternate. You and I are destined to be together. There was a burst of applause. Xu Ansheng stopped watching the screening outside and took the new camera, sliding his slender fingertips across it. She wants to try this new machine. The new phone had already been delivered to her, but this new phone was a new one, not the one given to her before. To be on the safe side, she wanted to check again. The host outside was talking excitedly about the development history of MK, the development concept of MK, and the advantages of this new machine. As he spoke, scenes appeared clearly behind him. Everyone listened and watched attentively. Xu Ansheng frowned. She discovered a problem. When she was typing, the vertical line would occasionally jump to the front, causing her to always make mistakes. At first she didn't notice it and thought she was typing too fast, which led to the mistake. But when this problem occurred to her several times in a row, she realized that it was not her problem, but the problem of the phone. Xu Ansheng quickly verified and came to the conclusion that there was indeed something wrong with the phone. Without hesitation, he immediately told the head of the RD department, "There's a problem with the phone." The person in charge was watching the images being projected outside. As the host spoke, the images became clearer and he became excited. My eyes were red with excitement. But when Xu Ansheng's words fell into his ears, reality instantly shone into his dreams. He was stunned. "What?" Xu Ansheng said, "Look." I picked up the phone and showed it to the person in charge. The person in charge went from being indifferent at first to being serious later, and immediately took the phone and operated it himself. Xu Ansheng doesn't understand these high-tech things. She just wants to be able to use them. Since she had discovered the problem and informed them, she stepped aside and asked other staff members who had rushed over to check what was going on and what to do with the upcoming new machine display. Although he didn't know how to solve the problem, after all, they had been partners for so many years, and Xu Ansheng didn't want MK to have any problems at this time. Standing in the back and listening to everyone's anxious discussions, Xu Ansheng said, "Should we switch to voice?" "I just tried the voice, it's fine." "You can try again, or you can call." Some mobile phones have poor signals and produce noise, but this phone doesn't. "Come up with a plan as soon as possible. Don't hesitate so I can cooperate with you." At this point, it is no longer possible to investigate the problem or change the procedure. They could only find a solution from other places. What Xu Ansheng said was correct, so everyone immediately made a decision to change a part of the on-site display of the new machine. Fortunately, this part is not included in the PPT displayed outside, so there is a chance to make up for it. "Miss Xu, let's check it again." "Good." Time passed very quickly. Half an hour later, the host said loudly, "Now, please allow our MK spokesperson, Ms. Xu Ansheng, to present our new phone and demonstrate its functions to us." "You're welcome." The light in the conference hall dimmed in an instant, and a beam of light fell on Xu Ansheng. She was wearing an ink-painted ankle-length fishtail dress. Her thick black hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands of hair hanging down lazily, gently falling on her collarbone. A wooden hairpin was inserted in her hair, and she wore very simple pearl earrings on her ears. She had light makeup on her face, and her eyebrows were as thin as willow leaves. Together with her bright eyes, she looked like a beautiful girl walking out of the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Boyi looked at the person in the beam of light. She walked onto the stage step by step with her cell phone in hand. The tight-fitting long skirt outlined her waist, which was as slender as a willow. She came slowly, and as she walked, lotus flowers blossomed from the hem of her skirt, blooming and withering. The ink painting on her body floated silently with her steps, and seemed to have a subtle fragrance. Xu Ansheng took his mobile phone and stood in the middle of the display stand, while the host explained the functions of the phone. As the host explained, Xu Ansheng's beautiful fingertips slid across the phone, and the image in the phone was clearly displayed on the large screen behind her. She didn't laugh or speak, but just quietly and methodically performed each step in the light. No panic, no stage fright, and no hesitation at all. This time our new phone has specially enhanced the call quality, including voice. I don't know if you've noticed that a lot of the time, our conversations aren't that clear. There are always little hiccups, and even occasional disconnections. But our phones won T. Even our mobile phones have a hidden function, which is recognition. During a call, if you can't hear the other person's voice clearly because of their dialect, or if some elderly people are hard of hearing and always feel the voice is too low, you can just press a button and it will automatically calibrate, recognize, and accurately transmit the sound to the other person's ears. Now, let's ask Miss Xu to demonstrate it for everyone. Xu Ansheng followed the host's instructions, took out 2 mobile phones, and made calls on each. This was a step agreed upon at the outset. There will be no problem. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Xu Ansheng's actions. Etc. Chapter 15, Talking to him. The lights on the stage flickered, automatically adjusting to the performance, but the lights at the guest seats below remain dark. This way everyone can clearly see how the functions on the phone are being used. At this moment, a loud male voice came from the guest seat, breaking the silence in the conference room. Xu Ansheng looked over. So did the other guests. Because I didn't expect someone to interrupt me during the demonstration. The man stood in the darkness, at the end. As he spoke, he stood up. He was wearing a black baseball cap, a camera around his neck, and glasses. He was not tall and a little fat, and he looked like a reporter. However, when he saw this man, Xu Ansheng immediately knew what his purpose was. Finding fault. It's not even the question and answer session yet, but he interrupted, which was obviously intentional. It should be said that someone deliberately made him do this. As for the purpose, Xu Ansheng knew it without even thinking about it. Compete. There is competition in every industry, and the competition between large companies is even more terrifying. It's not surprising that someone would find fault on an occasion like today. Xu Ansheng didn't say anything, but looked at the man to see what he would say next. There was a slight commotion in the conference room, and everyone could see each other's intentions. Anyone who can sit here is not stupid. They are all smart people. The host was also stunned. He didn't expect that someone would pick a fight so blatantly, but he reacted quickly and immediately said, "Does this person have anything to say?" He is not an ordinary host, but a person from the marketing department of the company. He has great eloquence and hosting skills. He has a very good understanding of the company's situation and is extremely capable. As the host spoke, he signaled the waiter to give the microphone to the man. Xu Ansheng watched, remaining silent. She believed that MK could handle such an emergency. She doesn't need to worry. Soon, the microphone was handed to the man, and the beam of light shone on his face, and his face then fell clearly on the big screen. The guests stopped making a commotion and gradually quieted down as they watched the people on the big screen, with only a few occasionally whispering to the people next to them. Xu Ansheng looked at the people in the conference room and clearly saw the person sitting in the middle of the first row. With his hair slicked back and his suit wrapped around him, he leaned back in a relaxed posture. There were no words, no movements, just a pair of deep eyes staring at the big screen on the stage, exuding the aura of an unapproachable boss. As expected, his surname is Feng. He never shows his emotions on his face, and you can't tell what he's thinking. The reporter didn't expect his face to be projected onto the big screen, but he paused for a moment before saying, "MK's new phone can provide excellent call quality, which is a very good thing, but everyone's phone is different. Can MK guarantee that?" Haha, it seems this person still doesn't believe in the quality of our MK. Please wait a moment. I will ask Miss Xu to demonstrate it to everyone. What brand of phone are you demonstrating? Are you using a phone you've already tested? What's the point of that? Why not use your new phone to call the guests present and let them experience the call quality firsthand? The host was about to ask Xu Ansheng to demonstrate when he was interrupted by the reporter's words again. He frowned, a little displeased. Xu Ansheng looked normal. She has her own professional qualities when it comes to her work, which she has acquired over the past 10 years. The host didn't say anything, and the guests below stopped whispering and looked at the host on the stage. The reporter's words make sense. The host had headphones in his ears and was on the phone the whole time. Whenever there is any emergency, someone will tell him what to do through the headphones. This is why he was able to know about the problem with the mobile phone in the background and make adjustments very quickly. At this moment, a voice was heard again in the headset. His expression changed slightly, and he understood. Haha, this gentleman is right. Then we will ask Miss Xu to call the guests present. Let everyone clearly feel the call quality of our MK. As he spoke, the waiter walked out, came to the first row of seats, stood in front of the person sitting in the middle, bent over and said something to him. When Xu Ansheng saw this, his eyebrows jumped suddenly. It seems that they are calling the guests on the scene, but it is actually a specific call. It should be the order from MK's boss. But this order is not wrong. I'm afraid no one here can compare to that person. After a live demonstration and a phone call with him, I was able to pass his test. Even the reporters didn't dare to say anything. This twist is very clever. But if I didn't know that the person that night was this person, it would be fine. Now that I know, the situation is like this. Xu Ansheng really didn't want to have anything to do with such a big shot. Seeing that he looked like a complete stranger to her, she didn't want to talk about what happened that night. Obviously, we are all adults. What's in the past is in the past. There is no need to dodge. Besides, maybe he didn't know that it was her that night. After all, the way she looked that night, I'm afraid. It's impossible to tell, right? Or maybe it wasn't this person that night, and her intuition was wrong. While the waiter and Feng Boyi were talking in a low voice, countless thoughts flashed through Xu Ansheng's mind. The moment the waiter stood up straight, all those messy thoughts disappeared instantly. Forget about it. She is working now. Just do her job well. No matter who that person is. The waiter turned around and nodded to the host, indicating that Feng Boyi had agreed to let him be the person to answer the call. The host's face lit up with smiles. It's not easy for Mr. Feng to come all the way here today. It's truly an honor for MK to have Mr. Feng agree to be the caller for our new machine demonstration. Now, please ask Ms. Xu to call Mr. Feng. Quickly, the phone number was brought up and spread out in front of Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng picked up the new phone, entered the number, and pressed the hands-free button. At the same time, the host's microphone was handed to the new machine's microphone. Very quickly, beep. A clear beep filled the conference room. The guests looked at the person sitting in the middle of the first row. Feng Boyi sat with his back against the chair, his legs crossed, and his hands folded on his legs. He looked at the people on the stage and did not move. Seeing this, no one is surprised. Since we want to listen to the call quality, we have to listen carefully to the beep sound. If you listen carefully, it seems to be quite different from ordinary mobile phones. Xu Ansheng didn't look at the people below, but looked at the dialing display on his phone. It was as if she was really calling someone, not in a demonstration. At this moment, the conference hall became quiet, extremely quiet. It seemed that at this moment, all the sounds were hidden, just to make room for the person sitting in the middle of the first row. Beep. The second time, still no one answered. Xu Ansheng's expression remained unchanged as he waited patiently. Beep. The third time, still no answer. The silence in the conference room deepened. Xu Ansheng's eyelashes moved, and he looked at his phone and continued to wait. However, the host next to him looked slightly surprised. He thought Feng Boyi would pick up the phone once he got through. But now it seems that it is not. But, it's normal. This is a demonstration, so it should be the same as the real thing. Mr. Feng is usually a very busy man. How could he answer the phone so quickly? After the phone rings 4 times and is about to ring for the 5th time, there is a click and the call is connected. The host next to him had sweat on his forehead, and when he heard the phone was connected, he felt relieved. He thought Mr. Feng would not answer the phone. The call was connected, but there was no sound. Xu Ansheng's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the phone showing that it was calling, she knew that the other party was waiting for her to speak. She didn't hesitate, and opened her red lips slightly. Hello. The voice is soft and the tone is slow, just like someone holding a 16-bone paper umbrella and walking slowly towards you in the mist and rain. Feng Boyi was holding her cell phone, looking at the people on the stage. She lowered her head slightly, and the hair hanging in front of her collarbone fluttered slightly. Her long eyelashes covered her bright eyes, and a halo was cast on them, jumping slightly. He said, "Who is it?" Chapter 16. The atmosphere is tense. Xu Ansheng has a strong ability to adapt and is calm in the face of danger. As long as she is working, nothing that happens will affect her, unless the sky falls and buries her, making her unable to work anymore. Otherwise, she would definitely not be affected. But at this moment, as the voice came from the receiver, her heart began to beat violently. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, like the sound of a cello string, which instantly immersed you in it and made you lose your mind. Damn it! It would be fine if you were good-looking, and I could tolerate it if you were also good-looking and rich, but you are good-looking, rich, and you speak so nicely. How do you let other men live? She feels bad for other men. At this moment, Xu Ansheng really wanted to speak sweet words and vent his feelings. But the situation forced her to endure it and continue to reply in her polite tone. Hello, I am Xu Ansheng, the spokesperson for the new MK phone. What's up? Well, MK has just released a new phone with excellent call quality. I want you to try it out for yourself and see if it can give you a great call experience. The phone I'm talking to you on right now is MK's new phone. You should be able to feel the call quality of our new MK phone just by listening to me. What to say during the call was decided at the beginning. Although the people have changed now, the procedures are the same. Xu Ansheng spoke standard Mandarin, and her voice was clearly transmitted from the receiver to the microphone, and then to the ears of everyone in the conference room. Everyone heard it and took it seriously. During the call, if you feel any discomfort, you can provide your valuable suggestions and we will do our best to improve it. After Xu Ansheng finished speaking, he looked up and looked at the people below. What was just said has been clearly heard by everyone, and you can tell whether the call quality is good or not just by listening. No need to fake it. Some of the guests had already nodded, and the reporter stopped talking. It's clear that everyone is extremely satisfied with what has been demonstrated so far. However, Feng Boyi did not answer. He looked at Xu Ansheng, his eyes as deep as the abyss, dyed in black, and no trace of his thoughts could be seen in them. I don't know whether he is satisfied or not. This was the first time Xu Ansheng looked directly into those eyes. The first glance made her heart shrink and she felt like she was falling at a very fast speed. It was like falling into a bottomless abyss, extremely terrifying. A subconscious avoidance made her want to look away from these eyes. Otherwise, she would feel like she didn't even know how she died. But how could she move away at a time like this? Are you trying to hide the truth? So, Xu Ansheng fixed his gaze on these eyes, waiting for his answer. She is now a person with extremely high work ethic. She cannot be defeated. Xu Ansheng, charge forward. Feng Boyi didn't answer, and the conference room became quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone noticed that Feng Boyi didn't say anything and looked at him, especially the host on the stage. Even the sweat began to break out on his forehead again. Is this dissatisfaction? Please don't. The atmosphere gradually became tense and vaguely intimidating. All the staff of MK became nervous unconsciously, and even Xu Ansheng's heart began to beat uncomfortably. Does he think there is a problem? Could it be? The thought that Feng Boyi might know there was something wrong with the phone suddenly flashed through my mind. At this moment, the deep voice came clearly from the receiver. So far, it's good. Xu Ansheng's eyebrows jumped as he looked at the man who took out his phone and showed no emotion. Currently. No way. In one sentence, let everyone relax. Everything went smoothly afterwards without any mistakes and ended perfectly. Miss Xu, you performed really well tonight. I give you a big thumbs up. Backstage, the general manager immediately gave Xu Ansheng a thumbs up, and the head of the RD department also hurriedly thanked her. Thank you so much tonight, Miss Xu. If it weren't for your discovery, I don't know how big a mess would have been tonight. Thank you so much. Yes, Miss Xu saved all of us tonight. Miss Xu is amazing. Everyone came to thank Xu Ansheng, and they were very polite. Xu Ansheng shook his head. No need, this is what I should do. Haha, I hope our MK and Miss Xu can continue to cooperate. That's my hope, too. It's over. Heluan ran over and saw everyone packing up their things. She was supposed to come along, but because she received a call from Ari Rui at the last minute and needed to deal with some urgent work, she went back to the hotel and only came now. Xu Ansheng looked at Heluan. Are you okay? Because time was tight, she didn't ask, but looking at Heluan's expression, he should be fine. It's okay, it's solved. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's all handled. Don't worry. Then let's go. She didn't ask what it was, as long as it was solved. Coming out of the side door of the hotel, a cold wind suddenly blew towards Xu Ansheng's face. Xu Ansheng shivered and stopped moving. What's wrong? Did something fall? Heluan was also blown away and shrank his neck. Seeing Xu Ansheng stop, he hurriedly asked. Xu Ansheng felt a chill run down her spine from the gust of wind. Hearing Heluan's words, completely oblivious to her duties as an assistant, she looked at him dimly. Are you cold? It's cold. Let's go back quickly. It's really cold at night in D-City. I should have dressed more. As he said this, he wrapped his clothes tightly and walked quickly forward. Xu Ansheng stood there. Her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The car is in the parking lot. It was arranged by MK. Xu Ansheng was so cold that he could only hurry to the parking lot. But as soon as she took a step, a warm feeling fell on her shoulder, and then a strange and pleasant scent came from her shoulder and enveloped her. Chapter 17, The Pursuer. Are you cold? Put on some clothes first. A gentle voice came, and then the jade-like person stood in front of her from behind. Xu Ansheng looked at the tall and graceful figure in front of her, wearing a shirt and casual trousers, with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a gentle smile, and was stunned for a rare moment. Jing Han. That's right. The person standing in front of her was none other than the person she had a blind date with in Yuzhou. Why are you here? Her hair was a little messy due to the wind, and a strand even fell on her face, scratching her. Xu Ansheng subconsciously wanted to tuck the hair behind her ear, but before she could raise her hand, a hand had already tucked the hair behind her ear. His hand was warm and accidentally touched her ear. Xu Ansheng subconsciously tilted her head slightly. She doesn't really like being touched by people she doesn't know well. Jing Han sensed her avoidance, and paused his fingertips before retracting them and putting them in his pocket, his brows still smiling. I heard from a friend that you would come to MK's event, and I happened to be near City D, so I came over too. Just near City D. She had no idea what Jing Han's identity was or what he was doing, and she didn't ask. Even less interested. But Yuzhou and City D are quite far away, and it takes 2 hours to fly there. He was in Yuzhou yesterday, and in D-City today. He also said that he was near D-City. It sounded like he came for her. Xu Ansheng has seen a lot of tricks used to chase people, and Jing Han's is not surprising. But it's not annoying. Haha, I see. So you just arrived. Just arrived a while ago. Okay, then you. Suddenly she remembered that she still owed Jing Han a meal, so she thought she could ask him if he had eaten. If not, she could treat him now. She doesn't like to owe others anything. But just as Xu Ansheng opened her mouth, a particularly tactless voice interrupted her. Who is this? At some point, Heluan came over and stood behind Jing Han, looking at him with a gossipy look on his face. Jing Han paused and turned around. Xu Ansheng turned his back and tried to pretend that he didn't know this person. Who are you? Looking at Luoran, who was only 1.6 meters tall in front of him, Jing Han looked down at her. The moment Luoran saw Jing Han turn around, his eyes widened. When Jing Han's face was completely revealed in front of her, her eyes were burning with gossip flames, which was extremely terrifying. I'm Ansheng's assistant, Luoran. Hello. Hello. Luoran tried hard to control his emotions and reached out to Jing Han tremblingly. When Jing Han heard her identity, he suddenly realized, so you are Ansheng's assistant. Hello, I am Jing Han, Ansheng's. As if thinking about how to introduce himself, he looked at Xu Ansheng. Seeing Xu Ansheng's face that said, I don't know this person, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am Ansheng's pursuer. Ah. So direct. Xu Ansheng didn't want to listen to Luoran anymore and glared at her. Don't you have something else to do? Hurry up and leave. Luoran immediately winked at Xu Ansheng with an expression that said, just wait for me. Then he said to Jing Han, then I won't bother you anymore. I'll be leaving first. Good. Luoran waved to Xu Ansheng and laughed like a devil. Xu Ansheng rolled his eyes and really wanted to kick Luoran into the Pacific Ocean. She really threw her face into the Pacific Ocean. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to go get something to eat? Jing Han spoke gently, taking in Xu Ansheng's vivid expression, his eyes filled with smiles. Didn't Xu Ansheng just want to ask this question? Now that Jing Han had said it, she immediately said, yes, I'll treat you. Haha, don't worry, I won't pay this time. Then you must keep your word. Keep your word. The two of them were talking as they headed towards the parking lot, but after taking just 2 steps, Xu Ansheng hissed and looked down at his feet. What's wrong? Jing Han heard her voice and looked at her immediately. I think there's a stone stuck in my shoe. The hotel entrance is paved with asphalt, and it is located on the shore of Half Moon Bay Lake, so it is normal to have stones. She didn't know how the stone got into her shoe. It hit her when she walked just now and it hurt quite a lot. Jing Han looked serious and squatted down. Let me take a look. No. Xu Ansheng quickly bent down to stop her. But as soon as her hand landed on Jing Han took it away. The model's feet are very important. Don't try to be brave. Let me help you take a look. He looked up at her, his eyes frank and serious. Xu Ansheng just doesn't like people he doesn't know touching him. He's not being pretentious. But now that Jing Han said this, it would be pretentious for her to stop him. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. Jing Han lowered his head, carefully grasped her ankle, and whispered, hold my shoulders so you can stand firmly. Good. Xu Ansheng put his hand on Jing Han's shoulder to steady himself. At this time, in the hotel lobby, the crystal chandelier shone with light, as if to drive away all the night that was pouring in. Ta ta ta. The sound of dense footsteps came out of the elevator, accompanied by a constant stream of polite words. I'm so grateful that Mr. Feng came today. Yes, we finally got Mr. Feng here, but he's too busy. I was thinking of showing you around D-City, but now it seems I'll have to do it next time. Assistant Qin, how about we add each other on WeChat? Next time Mr. Feng comes, just contact me. I'll definitely take him out for some fun. The people behind followed the person walking in front with flattering smiles on their faces. They were talking to Qin Huan, but their eyes were looking at Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi was tall and straight, wearing a dark suit. He walked with steady steps under the light, and his sharp face became more three-dimensional and more amazing. But this face is filled with deep indifference, and not everyone can approach it. Qin Hao walked behind Feng Boyi, listening to what everyone was saying, and politely replied, next time. As the group was about to walk out of the gate, Qin said to the people who were still following closely behind, let's stop here. How can this be possible? We must get Mr. Feng to the car and take him to the hotel. Yes, we must send Mr. Feng to the hotel, otherwise how can we have the face to invite Mr. Feng next time? That is. Assistant Qin, please don't be polite. No matter what, everyone still wanted to follow Feng Boyi. However, when they followed Feng Boyi out of the hotel, they all stopped. Because Feng Boyi stopped. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs, his eyes slightly tilted, looking at the two people not far to the right. The streetlights were dim yellow, casting a circle of warmth on the nearby trees and also making the two people standing beside the trees look like a painting. Xu Ansheng bent her body slightly and placed her hands on the shoulders of the person under her. Her arms were slender and fair, and the delicateness of her skin was visible under the light. The wind blew gently, and her hair flooded with it. Inadvertently, strands of hair hung down and brushed her cheeks. Her eyebrows are drooping, her eyelashes are thick, and in the light and shadow, you can see that her nose is high, her eyebrows are calm, and her lips are rosy. She is truly beautiful as a painting. Beneath her, the man knelt on one knee, holding her foot and staring down. The man was tall, with a well-proportioned figure. His profile was vaguely visible in the shadow cast by Xu Ansheng's bent body. His features were smooth and his eyebrows were deep. He is indeed a gentleman like jade. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Such a painting would not be an exaggeration to be used as the cover of a global fashion magazine. Feng Boyi stared at this scene under the light and shadow. His deep eyes seemed unclear. Qin Hao stopped and followed Feng Boyi's footsteps. He noticed Feng Boyi's gaze and followed his gaze. And when he saw this, he paused, including the group of people following behind. Everyone was stunned. As a supermodel, Xu Ansheng is naturally sensitive to other people's attention, and she quickly noticed the eyes falling on her. He frowned slightly and looked up. In the vast expanse of light and shadow, the tall man stood tall in the night. The world is so vast, and his brows are deep, but his aura is not diminished at all. It even seemed that he looked more terrifying because of the night. Xu Ansheng was stunned, and his heart suddenly started beating violently. It's over. Chapter 18. His palms are burning. She actually felt like she was caught cheating in bed. What's going on? Xu Ansheng stared at the man, thinking that he was crazy to have such an illusion. But soon, this illusion disappeared without a trace in an instant. Because, the moment she looked over, or rather, before she even looked at him, he passed through her sight. Without stopping for even a moment. It was like being in a conference room, completely unfamiliar. And he didn't look at her just now. Or maybe, he looked at her, just casually. Just like looking at the flowers and plants outside, every scene and object appeared just right in his sight and passed by at a glance. It's that simple. Xu Ansheng's face darkened, and he immediately lowered his head with a twitching mouth, trying to hide his terrible thoughts. Xu Ansheng, look at your character. It's just some sex, and the person you had sex with just happened to be someone who meets your aesthetic standards. Is that so unbearable for you? And you're not even sure if this person is from that night. You just have intuition. Intuition can be unreliable sometimes. Xu Ansheng's heart was shouting, roaring, and raging. She was really ashamed of the horrible thoughts she had just had. It's so fucking shameful. It's like she has never seen a man before. Qin Hao watched the people in front of him leave, took a last look at Xu Ansheng and Jing Han, and followed the people in front. The others also reacted and hurried to follow. But in the end, Qin Huan persuaded them to stop, and they had to stand there and watch the car start and drive out of the parking strip. The car windows were closed tightly and there was deep silence inside the car. Qin was still sitting in the passenger seat, watching the car turn the corner smoothly and drive out of the outermost gate. However, before that, you need to go through the side door and main door of the hotel. In other words, it will pass by Xu Ansheng and Jing Han. Qin Hao watched as the car moved forward, and Xu Ansheng and Jing Han appeared clearly. He looked at their postures and movements, like a pair of lovers deeply in love. There's a problem with the new MK machine. Let someone check it out. A cold voice came from the back seat. Qin Hao paused, then immediately collected his thoughts and said, yes. He was not in the conference room when MK's new product was on display tonight, so he didn't know what happened specifically. But after the new product display was over, everyone was very satisfied, so he thought there was no problem. But now that Mr. Feng says there is a problem, then there is a problem. If there are any problems, the cooperation will not be so smooth. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Just at this moment, the person outside the window inadvertently came into view, and Xu Ansheng's white feet could be clearly seen under the light, held in someone's palm, like a treasure. Qin also subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. In the dim light, the person sitting in the back seat of the car had their eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the enchanting scene outside. The car passed in front of Xu Ansheng and Jing Han, bringing up a gust of cold wind. Xu Ansheng felt an extreme chill coming over him and subconsciously wrapped his windbreaker tightly around him. The windbreaker was long and hung down as she bent over. As she moved, a corner of it brushed past Jing Han's hand. Logically, Jing Han should have felt it, but at this moment, he did not react, because he was slightly stunned when he looked at Xu Ansheng's feet. Xu Ansheng has beautiful feet. She is tall, but she can only wear 37-inch shoes. Her feet are Egyptian feet, arranged in order, with neatly trimmed nails, each one round and painted with pink nail polish, like pearls just out of a shell. Natural beauty. Jing Han looked at her feet and his heart warmed up slightly. He realized what he was thinking and quickly turned his gaze away to look at Xu Ansheng's shoe. There was indeed a small piece of gravel in it. He frowned and picked up the gravel to see if it was sharp and whether it could hurt Xu Ansheng's feet. After all, in this situation, he couldn't look at the soles of Xu Ansheng's feet. Fortunately, there was no blood on the stone under the light, so his foot was probably not injured. But he still asked, "Does it still hurt?" The cold wind just now made Xu Ansheng sober up instantly. When he heard Jing Han's voice, all the random thoughts in his mind disappeared. Her feet started moving immediately. At this moment, her feet were in Jing Han's palm. Every time she moved, she tickled his palm. As soon as Jing Han suppressed it, the heat came up again. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. He moved it again and found that it didn't hurt. Xu Ansheng immediately pulled his foot back, bent down, and touched the sole of his foot, but felt no pain. That was just now. Fine. She immediately picked up her shoes and shook them to make sure there were no stones inside. Then she put her feet in and fastened the laces. It's okay, let's go. Get out of this damn place now. Otherwise, I don't know if I will come up with even more terrifying ideas. Jing Han's palms were burning hot, and even if the soft heat left, the heat remained. Seeing the person putting on his shoes so quickly and about to leave, he quickly supported Xu Ansheng and asked, "Are you sure everything is okay?" He was still a little worried. Haha, no problem. Like you said, a model's feet are very important. I also take them very seriously. No kidding. Under the streetlight, Xu Ansheng's eyebrows were slightly curved, and his smile was like the morning glow. Jing Han looked at her smile and a smile appeared in his eyes. Let's go. The two walked into the parking strip and got into the car. Soon, the car drove out of the hotel. Inside the hotel, everyone who had watched Feng Boyi leave went back, leaving only one person standing inside watching Xu Ansheng and Jing Han until they left, as if thinking about something. Meanwhile, in the dark, click, 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 the camera kept pressing the shutter at Xu Ansheng and Jing Han until the car completely disappeared and the hiding person stood up. He looked through the photos he had just taken in his camera and left with satisfaction. Chapter 19. You are a nice person. Xu Ansheng first went back to the hotel, changed her dress, removed her makeup, and walked out of the hotel in a refreshed outfit. Nothing happened. Just like usual, do what you need to do. It was just a momentary thought, and it would be over once it was over. She couldn't keep dwelling on it. That's not her, Xu Ansheng. Jing Han parked the car in the parking lane opposite. He was standing outside the car door, holding his mobile phone and answering the call. I saw a person coming out of the hotel opposite. He was wearing a long shirt and long pants, a simple and casual shirt and jeans. Even his black hair was casually tied into a bun. He looked ordinary and extremely casual. Jing Han's lips curled slightly. That's all for now. After hanging up the phone, he watched her jogging towards him while looking at the cars on both sides. Did you wait a long time? Sorry, I don't like to go out with makeup on, so it took a while. Xu Ansheng is the most realistic worker. Once he gets off work, he restores himself to the most comfortable state. No makeup, no jewelry, it's as simple as you want. It can be said that apart from work, she doesn't care about her image at all in her daily life. Very real. Xu Ansheng came to Jing Han and looked at him with a very relaxed attitude. Jing Han smiled and shook his head. No, you look good like this. Xu Ansheng raised her eyebrows and looked at the person in front of her who was looking at her with a smile in his eyes. She discovered a problem. Many men complimented her on her good looks, but she scoffed at them. But she was very pleased when Jing Han praised her beauty. Could it be that she is the legendary beauty-conscious person? I think I'm pretty, too. Haha, get in the car. The two got in the car. Xu Ansheng had been to City D before. She didn't have any hobbies except watching TV series, traveling, and sleeping. When I have nothing to do or when I'm in a bad mood, I go out and travel. During these 10 years, she has traveled to many places across the country. She has also been to major tourist cities like City D. So, she knows very well where the delicious food is. Originally, she was thinking of taking Jing Han to eat at a roadside stall. It turns out that the really delicious food is definitely from the Seoul roadside stall. But thinking about the big meal Jing Han treated her to, it was inappropriate for her to take him to a roadside stall, so she took him to a Chinese restaurant with local characteristics. This Chinese restaurant serves local delicacies. The owner is a native of City D and a member of an ethnic minority. So the taste is very different. Of course, the most important thing is the restaurant's decoration, service, and the fact that it is suitable for wealthy people. It's very suitable to bring Jing Han here. In order to avoid Jing Han paying, Xu Ansheng paid directly at the front desk after ordering the meal. Jing Han didn't argue with her, but just smiled and watched her talk to the boss skillfully. Just a bottle of your homemade wine, just a drink. Haha, okay, wait a moment, I'll bring it to you when you wake up. Become. Xu Ansheng took Jing Han to find a random seat and sat down. As he sat down, he said, "The wine here is amazing. I've tried it and it tastes really good." After saying that, he remembered something and immediately asked, "Can you drink?" Her eyes were bright and clear, and she just looked at him like a mountain stream, extremely clear. Jing Han took the teapot on the table and poured tea. Yes, but I can't drink much. Then drink less. Their wine is quite strong, but it pairs really well with their snacks. Anyway, you'll know when you try it later. Good. As she spoke, the tea was poured and placed in front of her. Xu Ansheng sighed, picked up the teacup and took a sip, praising him generously. You are a really nice person. If she thinks something is good, she will say it out immediately without hiding it. If I feel something is not good, I will say it out loud and will never put myself in a difficult position. Jing Han smiled. If you can say yes, then I'm relieved. As the two talked, snacks were served one by one. Although they are snacks, they are all decorated with exquisite plates, which are very delicate, beautiful, and high-end. Xu Ansheng told Jing Han how to eat it, and Jing Han followed her instructions and ate it. However, he can't eat spicy food. It just so happens that City D is famous for its spicy food. He blushed after eating for a while, as if he was drunk. Xu Ansheng found it funny, but he quickly asked someone to bring some warm, freshly squeezed juice. Eating it warm will not hurt your stomach, and the pure natural juice can relieve the spiciness. Jing Han drank half a cup of juice and felt a little better. Xu Ansheng saw that his eyes were slightly red, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I wasn't considerate. I thought you could handle spicy food, so I brought you here without asking you. She was really sorry and didn't expect to make Jing Han so upset. Jing Han shook his head. It's okay, although this is spicy, I think it tastes good. I just can't eat so much at once, but that doesn't mean I can't eat it. There was always a gentle smile on his face, which made Xu Ansheng feel even more guilty. I'll go see if there's anything else you can eat. Please sit down for a moment. Without waiting for Jing Han to answer, she got up and went to the front desk. Just at this moment, a group of people came down from upstairs. Chapter 20 falling into his arms. Let's go on. Yes. Let's go to Qianyu City. The girls there are suitable for us. Walk. There was a noisy sound coming from upstairs. It was a few half-drunk men staggering out. When Xu Ansheng heard the noisy noise, he frowned unhappily, ordered new food, paid, and went to Jing Han. But as soon as she turned around, she bumped into someone. She took 2 steps back from the collision. The other party was also knocked back and was supported by the people behind him. After supporting her, he pointed at her and said, How can you walk? Don't you see our brother son? Xu Ansheng steadied himself and was about to brush off the smell of alcohol on his body and leave. But when he heard this, he squinted and looked up. The other party wanted to say more, but his expression changed instantly after seeing Xu Ansheng's face. Oh, she's a beauty. Beautiful lady, come on, let's go have a drink with us brothers. Several men surrounded Xu Ansheng, but the man who bumped into Xu Ansheng rubbed his eyes and looked at Xu Ansheng in disbelief. Because this man was none other than the man who was pointed at and scolded by Xu Ansheng on the road yesterday. Xu Ansheng also recognized the man. After all, she didn't have amnesia, nor was she nearsighted. It's you. Hearing the man's voice, the others were stunned and looked at the man. The man stepped forward and grabbed Xu Ansheng. Perhaps because he was drunk, or perhaps because his car was lost in vain, he became furious in an instant. How dare you appear before me? You're so brave. Xu Ansheng's hand was grabbed by the other party, but he didn't struggle. He just watched the drunken man go crazy. However, as the man spoke, the smell of alcohol from his mouth made her frown in disgust. What's with that expression on your face? Do you still dislike me? I don't even dislike you. How dare you dislike me? Go. Follow me now. The man pulled Xu Ansheng away, leaving the other stunned. At this moment, Xu Ansheng withdrew his hand very neatly. The man's hands were suddenly empty and he stood there in a daze. Xu Ansheng pulled out a tissue from her pocket and wiped her wrist, which had just been pinched by the man, in front of the others. As she wiped, she said, What? Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, let's find a place to challenge each other. This is a place where people do business, so it's better not to interfere with their business. The few people who spoke were left speechless and unable to react. The man reacted very quickly. He instantly pushed toward Xu Ansheng like an enraged lion. The force was so fast, sudden, and strong that Xu Ansheng was caught off guard and was pushed backwards. However, she had practiced before and knew how to keep steady when encountering such a situation. However, before she could move, she fell into a hard and cold chest. At the same time, a big hand grasped her waist firmly. It was as if her lifeline was being held, and she forgot to move. Because she smelled the familiar agarwood. It lingered faintly on the tip of her nose. Like that night. You, who are you? Seeing this person suddenly appear, The stunned people reacted and their voices became unstable. It's not anything else, but the aura of the person who appeared is really too strong. The powerful one just stood behind Xu Ansheng, looking at them, and made them breathless in an instant. Xu Ansheng also reacted at this time. He glanced at the person in Feng Boyi's arms, then looked at the others who were obviously intimidated by Feng Boyi's aura and dared not act rashly, but were unable to lose face. He said, "I suggest you leave quickly." Hearing his voice, several people looked at him, and finally looked at Xu Ansheng, especially the man who pushed Xu Ansheng, and said viciously, "Just wait." Left. Xu Ansheng's heart was pounding, beating very fast, like a small motor, because the scene of that night kept appearing in front of her eyes like crazy. It was dark and she couldn't see anything, but she was clearly aware of the hand that was always holding her waist, just like now, controlling her and making her rise and fall. Quiet. A hand pulled her over and instantly took her away from the terrible atmosphere that was making her fall. "How are you? Are you hurt?" When his hand was held, Jing Han immediately looked her up and down with an extremely serious expression. He was on the phone just now and didn't know what was going on here. It was not until he hung up the phone, heard something strange over here, turned around, and realized what was happening here. But he was still too late and she got hurt. Feng Boyi looked at Jing Han holding Xu Ansheng's hand tightly. Her fair wrist was pinched red and looked extremely fragile, as if it would be broken at the next moment. He moved his fingertip slightly, clasped the suit jacket on his wrist, and walked upstairs. Xu Ansheng stood nearby and could clearly see what Feng Boyi had just seen. He was slightly startled. His eyes swept across Jing Han and Xu Ansheng's faces, and he followed the person in front. Quiet. Jing Han looked Xu Ansheng up and down, and after making sure that she was not injured, he looked at her expression. But he found that Xu Ansheng was in a daze. Quiet. Jing Han raised his hand and waved it in front of Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes and came back to life. "No. It's okay." Listening to the steady footsteps going away, Xu Ansheng's voice could finally be heard. Subconsciously, he immediately grabbed Jing Han's hand and hurried back to their previous position. The footsteps disappeared completely, and the alluring agawad also disappeared. Xu Ansheng finally came back to life. He let out a long breath, took the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing her heroic way of drinking, Jing Han was helpless and pushed the food in front of her. "Eat something." Xu Ansheng now urgently needed to regain his lively self to cover up his amorous feelings, so he picked up the spicy skewers in front of him and started eating. Jing Han noticed that Xu Ansheng was acting strangely, but he didn't ask. He either poured her tea or gave her something, waiting for her to recover. After eating a plate of delicious food, Xu Ansheng burped and felt relieved. She found that she had eaten almost everything on the table, and even the food she ordered later was only 1/3 left. Looking at Jing Han again, the food in front of him was almost clean, as if he had not eaten anything. "Didn't you eat?" Jing Han shook his head and said in a gentle voice, "I'll watch you eat." Xu Ansheng sighed and looked at him with resentment. "Do you want me to treat you again?" "Haha, yes. One meal is not enough. I naturally want to have more meals with you." "Okay, we are friends after all. I'll treat you later." "It's a deal." She agreed readily without any hesitation. Jing Han smiled softly, took Xu Ansheng's teacup and poured her another cup of tea. Her lips were dyed extremely red by the chili peppers, just like a red rose in its most beautiful bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Xu Ansheng didn't hesitate to take the teacup and gulp it down. Jing Han asked, "Who were those people just now? Why did they embarrass you?" Chapter 21. Hug him. Although he arrived late, he could see those people's anger towards Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng drank the tea, took the napkin to wipe his mouth, and did not hide anything. He told Jing Han the whole story directly. Jing Han understood, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it gently. "Do they know your identity?" Xu Ansheng was full and satiated. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said with a look of disdain, "It doesn't matter." She knew what Jing Han meant and was afraid that those people would expose her identity after knowing it. After all, she is a public figure. But Xu Ansheng is never afraid of revelations. As the saying goes, if you are upright, you should be honest and upright. For her, the more revelations she makes, the higher she will rise. She is fearless. Seeing her so confident, Jing Han thought of what the media had said about her and chuckled. "Then I won't worry anymore." The two of them had almost finished eating, and Xu Ansheng didn't want to stay here any longer, for fear that she would run into that man again and lose her mind again. She asked Jing Han if he was full. Jing Han said he was, and they left. At this time, in the box upstairs, what Xu Ansheng and Jing Han ate was different. It was not a snack, but a formal Chinese meal. But they are all light. Every dish is exquisite, However, the wine on the table was the same as the one Xu Ansheng and Jing Han drank. Xu Ansheng looked at the man sitting opposite him, sipping wine with a glass in hand, and asked, "Do you know him?" Feng Boyi took a sip of the wine. It was sweet, with a hint of floral fragrance, woody fragrance, and the coolness of spring water. It is indeed a good wine. The two have been friends for many years but don't see each other often. This time, they happened to be in City D, so they met and had a meal. Xu Ansheng said the wine here was good and brought him here to try it, so he came. The obvious probing voice from the other side fell into his ears, and Feng Boyi put down his wineglass. "I don't know him." Xu Ansheng raised his eyebrows. Looking at this low-key person, and thinking about the look Feng Boyi gave Xu Ansheng just now, two words were clearly written on his face. Possession. A man's possession of a woman. How could I not know him? It's obvious that we know each other well enough. Laughing. Knowing his personality, Xu Ansheng didn't expose him and continued, "Let's introduce each other next time." Feng Boyi did not respond to this. But no response is the best response. Xu Ansheng didn't like to lie down on the bed immediately after eating, as he felt uncomfortable. She needs to digest her food. She told Jing Han directly that she wanted to take a walk to help digest the food, and asked Jing Han if he wanted to do the same. Jing Han smiled and replied, "Yes." Just like this, the two of them walked in the bustling and bright city of City D. The wind blew gently, and both of them enjoyed it very much. At around 10 o'clock, Jing Han sent Xu Ansheng to the hotel. "Auntie didn't give you any trouble, did she?" "No." "That's good. I'll talk to my aunt. If she gives you any trouble, tell me." Standing outside the car, Jing Han looked at Xu Ansheng with a serious look. Xu Ansheng laughed and said, "I was wondering why she didn't bother me. It turns out you were the one who told her." "Okay, I won't be polite on this matter." "Haha, that's good." But Xu Ansheng's expression changed slightly and his eyes became serious. Jing Han's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "What's wrong?" "Jing Han, I really don't remember what you said, but I believe what you said. I don't know if you understand me, but I have to tell you the truth. My family background is not good, and my personality is also flawed, very big, so I am not a marriage advocate. I can accept dating, but I won't get married. But I don't want to be in a relationship right now. I want to be alone and free. Do you understand?" Jing Han's thoughts were revealed very clearly. He didn't hide anything. Although she didn't know him very well, it was only 2 days. But Xu Ansheng could see that Jing Han was serious about her, at least for now. So she had to make some things clear in advance to avoid delaying others. Jing Han looked at the person in front of him. She was straightforward and never beat around the bush. Sometimes she was carefree, sometimes she was cold and indifferent, and sometimes she was focused and serious. She was like a colorful painting, with all kinds of colors in her. But this is the real her, and the one he likes the most. His gaze deepened, but a smile appeared in his eyes. "I understand. Ansheng, thank you for telling me this. I am very happy." Only with sincerity can one say these words. She was serious and really treated him as a friend. This is excellent. Seeing the tolerance and understanding of the people in front of him, Xu Ansheng suddenly felt that he was quite something. Feels like a scumbag. She scratched her hair a little embarrassedly. "You are very good, really, very good." "That's me, Ansheng, don't say anything that belittles yourself just because you rejected me. In my heart, you are very good." When Xu Ansheng was about to talk about her shortcomings, Jing Han interrupted her. Xu Ansheng was stunned. Is he the worm in her stomach? Looking at the surprised pair of eyes, Jing Han's smile deepened. "What I want to tell you is that you don't have to feel burdened. I like you and naturally hope that you can be with me. But the premise is that you are willing. We are just friends now, ordinary friends, don't feel burdened. If one day you feel ready, we can give it a try and see if we can have a relationship." When Xu Ansheng saw the smiling person in front of him, he was immediately moved and wanted to cry. How can there be such a good person? She really wanted to hug him. Xu Ansheng immediately hugged Jing Han, patted his back, and said with emotion, "Jing Han, you are so kind. Please tolerate my emotion for a while." The soft body fell into his arms, and with the fragrance of her hair, she pounced towards Jing Han. Jing Han froze. He didn't expect that she would hug him. But soon, he heard a voice that seemed to be about to cry, and he smiled. He stretched out his arms, hugged her, and patted her back. "Okay." Jing Han left. Xu Ansheng stood at the door of the hotel, watching the car drive away, his face full of regret. "Xu Ansheng, look at you, you scumbag. You don't even want such a good man. What kind of man do you want? A face suddenly appeared in front of me. Xu Ansheng's eyes widened for a moment. Xu Ansheng, are you crazy? You actually think about the people in heaven? Do you really want to live? My heart is pounding like it's reaching the sky. Xu Ansheng quickly slapped his face, turned around and walked quickly into the hotel. She was going to take a cold shower to clear her mind. Otherwise, she really wanted to pick the moon from the sky. He quickly walked into the elevator, pressed the floor button and closed the door button. Xu Ansheng covered his red face with his hands and kept telling himself to calm down. Stay calm. However, when the elevator door was about to close, it suddenly opened to both sides. Xu Ansheng looked up subconsciously. Outside the door, a man with an upright figure, a face as sharp as a knife, and a noble and indifferent demeanor appeared in sight. Chapter 22 Hungry Eyes. The hotel is a 5-star hotel in D-City. It is located in the prosperous area of D-City. The scenery is not as good as outside the city, but the transportation is convenient. The most important thing is that if you have something to do in the city, it won't be far to go anywhere. It can be said that this hotel is equivalent to the center of City D. As long as you don't go too far, it won't take too long. Every time Xu Ansheng stayed in a hotel for work, he almost always chose a place like this. Of course, it was ordered by He Luan. She is responsible for just lying down after finishing her work. But she didn't expect that she would meet Feng Boyi in such a hotel. Looking at the man standing outside the elevator, with a suit jacket on his wrist, wearing a dark shirt and dark trousers, with a tall and long legs, and an extremely superior and upright figure, Xu Ansheng's mind was full of running wildly. Meet once, meet twice, meet 3 times. Who can tell her whether this is God's deliberate arrangement or the person in front of her is deliberately following her? When such thoughts came into his mind, Xu Ansheng wanted to scold himself. A member of the Feng family of Yucheng actually followed her, a little model. If this were to get out, everyone would laugh their heads off. So, Xu Ansheng, you are really treading on the edge of madness tonight. If you can't become a devil, you will become a Buddha. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind in the blink of an eye, but in fact, it only took a second. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes and turned his eyes away, looking aloof as if he had no idea who the person outside was. Joke. She is Xu Ansheng, the famous supermodel Xu Ansheng. Will she be thrown into chaos because of this situation? Dream. Feng Boyi seemed not to see Xu Ansheng. He walked in and pressed the floor button on the elevator with his fingertips. The elevator door closed very quickly. The hotel elevator is luxurious and spacious, but no matter how big it is, it becomes small once the door is closed. When Feng Boyi came in, Xu Ansheng took 2 steps back and kept some distance between them. The distance of a complete stranger. However, when Feng Boyi pressed the floor button, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. She did it subconsciously without even realizing it. The hotel has more than 30 floors, and Xu Ansheng lives on the 32nd floor. Because she likes heights, the so-called standing high, seeing far is very suitable for her. Unexpectedly, this man was taller than her, at 33. Just 1 floor above her. The hotel has a total of 33 floors, and he chose to stay in the highest floor. He really has a good grasp of the superiority. Xu Ansheng felt sarcastic in his heart and rolled his eyes unconsciously. But soon, her whole body stiffened. Is she being sarcastic? Why is she mocking? Apart from that one night, she and he had no further contact. He didn't know her and she didn't know him, so why did she mock him? Xu Ansheng suddenly realized a problem. She was hostile to this person. Why? Xu Ansheng's eyes widened, feeling completely bewildered. To avoid continuing to be confused, Xu Ansheng immediately adjusted his mindset and looked seriously at the floor numbers flashing on the elevator in front of him. Xu Ansheng, a stranger. You are strangers. No need to be hostile to strangers, okay? After adjusting myself, my mood gradually calmed down. However, as her mind calmed down, she clearly felt the difference in the atmosphere in the elevator. She didn't know if it was her illusion or the man's aura, but she felt the atmosphere in the elevator was quite oppressive. It was like a mountain standing in front of her, so high that she had no chance of crossing it, and it was full of pressure. Even the temperature in the elevator seemed to be a few degrees lower. Chilly. What's going on? Xu Ansheng couldn't help but look at the person standing in front of her. The shirt was black and it was obvious that it was made of excellent material. It was not fancy, but just a simple style that couldn't be simpler. But when worn by this person, it looks particularly charming. She glanced over his shoulders, measuring the width of his shoulders with her eyes, then slowly moved down to his waistline. If a man wants to dress stylishly, he must have broad shoulders and a narrow waist, neither fat nor thin, but well proportioned and stylish. Although the man's body was now wrapped in a shirt and nothing could be seen inside, from what she could see now, the man had a great figure. and exercise regularly. Absolutely perfect body. Unable to help herself, she looked down along Feng Boyi's waistline and gradually landed on his legs. His legs are extremely long, and wherever you look, you can see his legs, as if there is no end in sight. The long legs wrapped in trousers perfectly illustrate what a top leg model is. Long, straight, and with distinct texture. At this moment, Xu Ansheng's eyes seemed to have taken off Feng Boyi's pants. She used her eyes to describe his legs inch by inch, as if she would hold these legs and bite them wildly in the next moment of satisfaction. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, the vibration of the cell phone interrupted Xu Ansheng's crazy look and even scared him. She was so scared that she covered her chest and almost lost her soul. Cover your pounding heart and look at the person in front of you. He didn't move at all, as if he was completely unaware of the bold and hungry look she had just given him. She quickly turned her eyes away to hide her lewd appearance and frantically took out her cell phone. I was still feeling confused at first, but after seeing the name jumping on the screen, Xu Ansheng calmed down instantly. You could say, change your face in the blink of an eye. She didn't want to answer Julemai's call, but she had to. Mom. After swiping the answer button, Xu Ansheng spoke coldly with a cold expression. What's that tone of voice? As soon as Julemai heard Xu Ansheng's voice, she knew what she was feeling. She was very dissatisfied. Xu Ansheng clenched his handset tightly and pursed his lips. What's up? What's wrong with me? Can't I call you if I'm fine? Xu Ansheng, let me tell you, I'm your mother. I have the right to know everything about you. Xu Ansheng didn't want to talk anymore. She has said all the good and bad things. What else does she have to say? Not hearing Xu Ansheng's voice, Julemai didn't seem to want to waste time on this topic, so she asked directly, how are you getting along with Jinghan? Xu Ansheng knew that Julemai called to ask this question. She knew Julemai too well. She can do anything for her own selfish desires. Just what Jinghan said to her mother could not stop her mother from controlling her. This is why, when Jinghan said he needed his help, she agreed immediately. If necessary, she really needs Jinghan's help. But at this moment, for some reason, when he heard Julemai's words, the rebellious nature in Xu Ansheng began to roar. Knowing clearly what she should and shouldn't say, she still said words that angered Julemai. I said I don't want to get married. It's no use forcing me. Originally, Julemai just called to ask, not really wanting anything, but when she heard Xu Ansheng's words, she exploded instantly. He stood up with a bang and angrily scolded Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng, don't you know your own weight? You're such a lowly fellow, yet you're so picky. Do you think you're a celestial being? I tell you, you must get married. Jinghan, you have to marry me whether you want to or not. The elevator was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear your breathing. Julemai's voice was very loud, and it came out of the receiver clearly like a roar, and every word fell into Feng Boyi's ears. When he heard those unbearable words, his brows frowned slightly. Chapter 23 Xu Ansheng, you are crazy. Xu Ansheng closed his eyes and tightened his fingers. She thought that her bad temper was inherited from Julemai, and she didn't care about anything. She should be angry and yelling, but at this moment she was calm instead. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his eyes opened. You know Jinghan's identity, right? If you have the guts, go ahead and make a scene. The bigger the better. See if he'll go along with you. You. Xu Ansheng hung up the phone. Her mother is not easy to mess with, and she is not easy to mess with either. Let us see who will win in the end between the mother and daughter. Ding. The elevator door opens. Xu Ansheng put away his phone, pursed his lips, and walked out quickly. She completely forgot about the person in front of her and forgot to look at the floor button. Then, bang! She bumped into the person in front of her very quickly, and the hard back made her cover her nose instantly. She was in so much pain that tears came out. Can you walk? You haven't grown. The word eyes stopped abruptly before it reached his lips, because she clearly saw who she had bumped into, and finally realized where she was at that moment. The elevator reached the 33rd floor and Feng Boyi stepped out. But just as he took a step, there was a collision behind him, forcing him to stop. Almost in an instant, the arrogant and angry voice fell into my ears. Like a wicked person who files a complaint first. He moved his fingertip slightly, turned sideways, and looked at the man who subconsciously grabbed his shirt after bumping into him, covered his nose, and stared at him with wet eyes. His eyes were slightly red, tears flashing in his eyes. The pair of eyes that were originally angry turned into astonishment, stiffness, and embarrassment when he looked at her. Xu Ansheng wanted to die. What happened to me just now? I actually forgot that there was someone else in here, someone who had slept with her. He no longer cared whether he heard what he had just said. In Xu Ansheng's opinion, The key was how to break the current deadlock. My mind was racing, and just then, the elevator door was about to close. She remembered something and looked quickly at the floor number. 33. It's actually 33. So, the elevator didn't stop on the 32nd floor? Or, she had just had an argument with May, and the elevator stopped and started again, but she just didn't notice? Many possibilities flashed through my mind in an instant, but I don't have time to think about them in detail. Because Xu Ansheng found that her claws were grabbing Feng Boyi's shirt, and even pulled a piece of his shirt out of the belt. Oh, Xu Ansheng, you really can go bang your head against the wall now. No sorry. Xu Ansheng quickly let go and stepped back, feeling so embarrassed that he wanted to immediately take out a world map. However, in order to maintain her polite yet stiff smile, she looked at Feng Boyi and waved to him. Damn, who could know how she feels right now? She really wants to jump into the yellow river. Feng Boyi looked at the man in front of him, grinning with his signature smile, as stiff as it could be, twisted his fingertip slightly, and turned to walk out. The elevator slowly closed, and the powerful aura gradually dissipated as the tall figure walked away. The moment the elevator closed completely, the stiff smile on Xu Ansheng's face collapsed instantly, and her face became as dark as it could be. Xu Ansheng, look at what you just did. Is that something a human would do? You're just a brain twister. I had a brain convulsion after drinking a bottle of 1982 Lafite. After returning to the suite, Xu Ansheng threw himself onto the bed and lay dead. He Luoran had just taken a shower and was drying his hair. Watching Xu Ansheng walk into the room like a wandering soul, he lay on the bed with his eyes closed, motionless. Tired. He Luoran hadn't slept the whole time, thinking about waiting for Xu Ansheng to come back and asking her how things were going between her and Jing Han. After all, she saw Jing Han showing his feet to Xu Ansheng with her own eyes in the parking lot today. That's not an ordinary relationship. Xu Ansheng didn't answer. He lay on the bed as if dead, not moving at all. He Luoran frowned, but didn't ask any more questions. This was not the first time she had seen Xu Ansheng like this. Something was wrong. At times like this, it's better not to mess with her. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The door closed quickly, and Xu Ansheng lay on the bed still motionless. It seemed as if she was really asleep. Sudden. She opened her eyes for a moment, then rolled over on the bed with the quilt in her arms. All I could see before my eyes was the image of myself acting so stupidly in the elevator just now. The more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I felt, and the more embarrassed I felt, the more I wanted to die. But the world is so beautiful, she doesn't want to die. So, Xu Ansheng just rolled on the bed, from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed, and then from the foot of the bed to the head of the bed. In the end, I still couldn't control myself from thinking about it. She sat up suddenly with a serious face. She's going to take a cold shower. She needs to calm down. Cold and quiet. There was a sound of water splashing. Xu Ansheng said she was taking a cold shower, but when the cold water sprayed on her body, she immediately turned on the hot water. Your life is important. The hot water sprayed on my body washed away all the fatigue and the drunkenness. When Xu Ansheng came out of the bathroom, she had completely calmed down. Why think so much? It's embarrassing, so what's the big deal? He is good looking. Whether it is his figure, face, or temperament, she likes them all. But so what? He is a child of destiny, and she is a weed struggling in the mud. People from two different worlds cannot be connected because of that night. So, what does it matter if I lose face in front of him? Anyway, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's fine. Xu Ansheng is the best at comforting herself, otherwise she would not be alive today. After thinking it through, everything was clear and bright. Xu Ansheng dried his hair and covered himself with the quilt. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and go to sleep. Today is over. Tomorrow will still be a beautiful day. As the night fell, the entire city of D was covered with a veil of silence. Feng Boyi came out of the bathroom and wiped most of the water droplets from his hair. I put the towel on the sofa, went to the bar and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. He poured a small amount, took the glass and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, picked up the glass and took a sip of the wine. This suite is a presidential suite, with a wine cabinet, bar, billiard table, gym, small swimming pool, and everything you need. It also has things that are not available elsewhere. At this time, the night was getting darker as the early morning approached, and even the traffic on the road was filled with silence. He held the wine glass and looked at the night outside. His deep eyes became even more difficult to see through in the heavy lights. Chapter 24, Illegitimate Child. Sky. What did you do last night? Xu Ansheng had no work in the morning, so she slept until noon. Her stomach was so loud that she could not bear it any longer and had to come out of the bedroom, grabbing her hair. When he came out, he happened to see He Luoran coming back from outside. Xu Ansheng didn't want to talk because he didn't sleep well last night. If she doesn't sleep well, she will be in a bad mood and ignore everyone. Heluan suddenly screamed, which scared her badly. Xu Ansheng glared at Heluan instantly, as if he could eat him alive. Heluan was frightened and immediately closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Xu Ansheng ignored her and went straight to get some hot water to drink. She won't drink cold water, no matter how hot the weather is. So every time she stayed in a hotel, Heluan would ask the hotel staff to prepare a brand new constant temperature water dispenser in advance. When she wanted to drink, she could just take the cup and get it. Xu Ansheng took a glass of warm water, drank most of it, and felt much more sober. She squinted her eyes and looked at the sunlight coming in through the window. The sun was so bright that the whole sky was dazzling, and anyone who saw it would feel better. Xu Ansheng's expression lightened up a bit. He drank the rest of the water and then collapsed directly on the sofa to recover from the last bit of discomfort. Heluan carefully looked at Xu Ansheng's expression, then tiptoed over, put the food on the coffee table, and whispered, "Ansheng, you must be hungry, want to eat something." When Xu Ansheng heard Heluan say he was hungry, his stomach started growling. She was indeed hungry. "Open your eyes and sit up." Heluan immediately took out the food for her. "Look, I bought your favorite hot and sour rice noodles, steamed meat, pickled vegetables, and dumplings. They are all your favorites, and they are all time-honored brands. The taste is very authentic." As he spoke, Heluan forked a piece of steamed bun and fed it to Xu Ansheng's mouth. Seeing how attentive she was, Xu Ansheng knew what Heluan's purpose was without even having to think about it. "I just took the steamed dumpling, stuffed it into my mouth, and then leaned comfortably on the sofa, closed my eyes and chewed it. It is true that having something to eat when you are hungry is the most comfortable time." She was completely relaxed, without any trace of irritability at all. Heluan's eyes lit up, and he immediately came behind her to massage her shoulders and legs, providing her with very thoughtful service. This is how Heluan looks every time he wants to gossip. Xu Ansheng is so familiar with it. After swallowing the bun, he finally wanted to speak. Xu Ansheng said, "Don't waste your energy. It's impossible for Jing Han and I to be together." "Why?" Heluan stood up in an instant, his eyes almost bulging out of his head in shock. Xu Ansheng frowned at her reaction, then picked up some kimchi with his chopsticks and ate it, saying, "He's a serious man and wants to get married. I'm not getting married, so being with him would only delay him." Talking with Jing Han outside the hotel last night, she knew clearly what he was thinking. He made friends with her with the intention of marrying her. Even after she made it clear that she was not in favor of marriage, he still wanted to take things slow with her. From friends to lovers, and then to loved ones. Although she felt that no one would marry someone like her, she had to take Jing Han's seriousness seriously. Not getting married or not getting married is your current idea, not your future idea. You are completely influenced by your uncle and aunt. You need to get married. You need someone to always be there to protect you and shield you from the wind and rain. Heluan sat down next to her in an instant, and was so passionate. Xu Ansheng looked at her as if she were a lunatic. As Heluan spoke, his eyes lit up, and he took out his phone and said to her, "Quick, let me show you Jinghan's information." Arrived early in the morning. "Here's a big shot. You won't suffer any loss if you marry him." The phone was brought to Xu Ansheng's eyes, and the dense words on it caught his eye in an instant. Xu Ansheng was not curious about Jing Han's identity, even if Heluan said so, because it was impossible for her and Jing Han to be together. "Go away and don't block me from eating." Pushing the phone away, Xu Ansheng took the rice noodles and started eating. Heluan looked at Xu Ansheng's completely indifferent expression and felt very disappointed. She didn't care about anything else and just said it directly. Jing Han, male, 28 years old, the illegitimate son of the Jing family. 3 years ago, he suddenly became the president of Chuanyu Group as the head of the Jing family, holding 100% of the shares and becoming the person who has the final say in Chuanyu Group. Illegitimate child. Xu Ansheng frowned, his expression different from before. She didn't expect Jing Han to be an illegitimate child. It's completely invisible. Seeing Xu Ansheng start to listen to him, Heluan became even more excited and continued his introduction more passionately. As soon as he joined Chuanyu Group, he initiated drastic reforms. In just 3 years, he led Chuanyu Group on a new journey and became the undisputed leader of Hai City. In Hai City, the Jing family is second to none. Just like the Feng family in Yucheng. In Yucheng, the Feng family is the one that can cover the sky with one hand, and in Haishi, the Jing family is the one that can cover the sky with one hand. Xu Ansheng listened to Heluan's voice becoming more and more excited and exaggerated, even bringing up the Feng family. He didn't want to listen anymore and continued to eat her food. But she had no choice but to listen, because he Luran soon came up to her and counted on his fingers. You need to be able to find a man to marry, right? Jing Han is capable, right? He has to be responsible, right? He can support a company as big as Xu Group by himself. Although he retired a year ago, Xu Group still has the most say in the Jing family. Look at his character. I don't need to tell you that, right? You've met him and spent time with him. You definitely know his character. He's pretty good, right? Okay, if you have ability, responsibility, character, and humanity, then you're better than 90% of men. Look again. Does that person have a good face? That's a nice figure, right? Long legs, too, right? Not shorter than you, right? Tell me, what else can you choose? Without waiting for Xu Ansheng to speak, He Luan immediately continued. If you want to bring up the illegitimate child, then you're not much better. You're an abandoned child, and he's a bastard. Aren't you a perfect match? Xu Ansheng felt that she was not angry, really not angry at all. That's right, she really wanted to strangle this person who kept crossing her line of sanity. Look, how are you not a good match? You're a perfect match. Ansheng, we've been sisters for so many years, I swear to you, this person is really hard to find even with a lantern, and he even came to your door on his own initiative. Please don't be picky, okay? The hand fell heavily on Xu Ansheng's shoulder, and Xu Ansheng was completely unable to eat. She put down her chopsticks, took the napkin and wiped her mouth, then looked at He Luan with her panda eyes that hadn't slept well. Do you think it's good? Xu Ansheng's calmness was a bit scary. He Luan carefully retracted his claws, looked at her expression carefully, and then nodded. But as soon as he nodded, he hurriedly said, Ansheng, I asked someone to check. Jing Han is really good. Really, if you marry him, there won't even be a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. I heard his mother isn't in good health and has been recuperating. Having a mother-in-law like that is as good as having nothing. Just. While He Luan was talking, Xu Ansheng pushed her onto the sofa, and then reached out to pinch He Luan's neck. Ah. Murder. Chapter 25. We met again. There was a magazine shoot in Yucheng at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and He Luan had also booked a flight back to Yucheng. Xu Ansheng packed up, put on a pair of black sunglasses and a baseball cap, and left the hotel. She usually doesn't like to wear makeup, so her scary dark circles have to be covered up. Otherwise, it would be bad if it scared people. However, when Xu Ansheng put on sunglasses, even if he was wearing the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, he had an aura of 2 meters and 8. Both cool and domineering. He Luan still didn't give up. He chased after Xu Ansheng with his suitcase and said, Ansheng, with Auntie's temper, she will never let you go if you don't agree. We all know her. But this time I can say, I agree. If it were anyone else, I would never agree, but Jing Han, yes. Real. Why don't you try it? Otherwise, if Auntie gets into trouble, you'll have to suffer too. You promised her, so why not? And I believe that if you were to be with Jing Han, he would definitely have a way to prevent Auntie from jumping. Xu Ansheng pressed the down button of the elevator, crossed his arms and pursed his lips. No strangers allowed. She listened to everything He Luan said and was not angry. It was just that she was not worthy of Jing Han. She is a person who has been struggling in the mud, covered in dirt, and is not worthy of such a good person. If you are dirty, then be dirty. Don't make others dirty too. Quiet. Bite. The elevator door opened. He Luan wanted to say more, but had to stop. Xu Ansheng's ears were finally quiet. If He Luan was still not quiet, she would find a way to make her quiet. Too noisy. The elevator door opened, and Xu Ansheng was about to walk in coldly. But there was someone in the elevator, dressed in a suit and tie, with a tall figure and a height of nearly 1.9 meters. A powerful and intimidating aura instantly pressed towards Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng stiffened. Feng Boyi looked at the person standing outside the door, his eyes as deep as ink, like the abyss. Xu Ansheng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the person behind the sunglasses. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep last night because of this person. I finally got rid of this person and cleared my mind, but now she sees him again. What's going on? Does he think she has a long life? If this person wasn't right in front of him, Xu Ansheng really wanted to look up at the sky and ask God what he was going to do. Suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, Xu Ansheng pursed his lips, walked in indifferently, and stood beside Feng Boyi. He was very cold last night, as if he didn't know her. That's right, they were strangers. Nothing to do with each other. She didn't need to hide, nor did she need to do anything deliberately to appear to be trying to cover up her guilt. Let her do whatever she wants. She, Xu Ansheng, has always been fearless. Xu Ansheng stood still, and his mood became much calmer, not at all flustered. But she found that Luoran, the one who was holding her back, was now standing outside the elevator pointing at Feng Boyi and Qin Huan behind Feng Boyi. She was so shocked that she was speechless. In Xu Ansheng's opinion, Luoran's expression was just that of a fucking infatuated boy, an infatuated boy to the extreme. She gritted her teeth and tried to speak calmly. Luo, An. She had tried hard to restrain herself, but she could still hear the sharp edge in her voice. Luoran shuddered and finally came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Oh," and came in carrying the suitcase. When she came in, she stood directly behind Xu Ansheng and stood side by side with Qin Huan. After standing still, she smiled at Qin Huan in a very friendly manner and nodded. Qin nodded politely. Xu Ansheng didn't know what happened next. If she knew, she would definitely give Luoran a murderous look. The elevator closed and descended steadily. Everything became quiet. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fortunately, Xu Ansheng was wearing sunglasses, so no one could see her eyes, allowing her to vent freely. Because I was standing next to this person, keeping a step away from him. But despite this, she could still smell his scent, that faint incense, floating towards her so fiercely. Xu Ansheng, calm down. Be restrained. Isn't he just a man? What's the big deal? There are so many people who like you that you can pick any one of them from around the world. Don't lose the whole forest for this one. Even though there were thousands of thoughts in his mind, Xu Ansheng didn't show it on his face. He looked as cold and indifferent as everyone else could see. It is beautiful and cold, and you can only admire it from afar and not touch it. At this moment, Luoran's voice came from behind. Are you leaving too? Xu Ansheng's eyes twitched and his face darkened instantly. Luoran, you are a big nympho. Can't you see that this guy is not someone to be trifled with? You are still rushing forward? At this moment, Xu Ansheng really wanted to knock open Luoran's head to see what was inside. How could he be so tactless? Yes. Qin responded politely. As if he couldn't sense the aura of death that suddenly emanated from Xu Ansheng, Luoran became even more excited after receiving the response. Then where are you going? Without waiting for Qin Huan to answer, Luoran hurriedly said, Ansheng and I are going back to Yucheng. What about you? This damn person is so familiar with others that Xu Ansheng wants to die. No longer caring about why Qin Huan responded to Luoran, Xu Ansheng gritted his teeth and shouted, Luoran. In the past, Luoran would have immediately shut up when he heard this voice and would not have dared to say anything more. But now, hearing Xu Ansheng's voice, she became even more excited and hurriedly pulled Xu Ansheng. Ansheng, these two were the ones who took you to the hospital that day. Without them, I don't know what I would do. The moment Luoran spoke, Xu Ansheng knew that she didn't take her intimidation seriously, but just as she was about to use her ultimate move, she heard Luoran's next words. What? The person who took her to the hospital? Chapter 26, I want your phone number. When she was discharged from the hospital, Luoran told Xu Ansheng how she was sent to the hospital, but because Luoran's description was extremely exaggerated, like an act, Xu Ansheng didn't take it seriously at all. I just felt that someone suddenly appeared at that time and took the initiative to send her to the hospital because this world is always beautiful and there are many good people. So, she completely forgot about that incident. I have forgotten everything. But now, Luoran said that the person who sent her to the hospital that night was none other than the person next to her. Did she hear it wrong? Or is she too lustful and has developed a self-deceiving illusion? Xu Ansheng stood there, unresponsive for a moment. Even the terrifying aura on his body disappeared. Looking blankly. Seeing Xu Ansheng didn't move, Luoran pulled her again. Ansheng. I don't know what Xu Ansheng is thinking at this moment. Luoran looked at the person next to Xu Ansheng and was so excited. That night, all her thoughts were on Xu Ansheng, so she didn't pay much attention to this person, just a brief glance. But just one glance was enough to shock her. It's really stunning. So when she described it to Xu Ansheng, she used a strong sense of acting, so that Xu Ansheng thought she was just infatuated and didn't care at all. But now, seeing this person again is even more shocking than that glance under the streetlight. She must get close to him. Xu Ansheng's hand was pulled, which clearly reminded her that she had not misheard nor was she hallucinating. It's true. But how is that possible? If it was someone else she would still believe it, but the person next to her was so abstinent and indifferent, with a look of keep away from strangers. It was obvious that he was heartless and would not care even if the sky fell. How could such a person send her to the hospital? Even if she had slept with him that night, he didn't seem like the type of person who would send her to the hospital for something like that. It's not that Xu Ansheng has no confidence in himself, but the aura around Feng Boyi shows that he is not the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. Just like the iron-faced king of hell, no one can stop him. Now hearing He Luoran say this, she really found it hard to accept this fact. His eyes unconsciously fell on the person next to him, and he looked him up and down, and then from bottom to top. Looked carefully, as if wanting to see through his appearance to his inner self and see him clearly. He Luoran saw that Xu Ansheng was still motionless and became anxious. Ansheng, these two paid for the medical expenses that night. I didn't even have time to give them anything or thank them before they left. Now that we meet them, we have to treat them to a meal, right? As he spoke, He Luoran pulled Xu Ansheng hard, as if he wanted to pull Xu Ansheng's arm down. Xu Ansheng's lips moved as he looked at the man whose expression remained unchanged. From the moment He Luoran spoke until now, there was no change on his face, not a trace of superfluous emotion, as if he was not the one being talked about. With a slight curl of his lips, Xu Ansheng said, I didn't expect that it was Mr. Feng who sent me to the hospital that night. I'm really grateful. I don't know how much the medical bill was that night. I'll transfer it to you. Her voice was slow and polite, just like last night in the hotel conference room when she was standing on the stage and talking to him. There is no trace of distraction at all. Feng Boyi's eyes were fixed on the front, and there was no emotion, warmth, or ripples in his deep eyes. Need not. Just at this moment, the elevator stopped on the first floor and he stepped out. Without any pause. The smile on Xu Ansheng's lips deepened. Look, this is the boss, a natural-born superior, cold-blooded and ruthless. It will not be affected by anything, and it will leave everything behind completely. It seemed to be telling her, forget it if you have any ideas about hitting on him. Xu Ansheng's judgment of people is indeed accurate. Xu Ansheng doesn't like to use his brain on weekdays because it's too tiring. But that doesn't mean she knows nothing. From that night until now, the two have met several times, but they have always been like strangers. The answer has long been clear and obvious. People don't want you to get close to them, so stay away from them. This is why she would not get close to this person no matter how much she likes him. No big guy would be interested in a small model like her. Qin Hao followed Feng Boyi out with his suitcase, and nodded to Xu Ansheng when he passed by her. Xu Ansheng smiled and replied with a smile. He Luoran was completely stunned. From the moment Xu Ansheng said the words Mr. Feng, she froze there and forgot everything. She didn't even notice Qin nodding to her before leaving. Xu Ansheng ignored He Luoran. She walked out only after Feng Boyi and Qin Huan walked out of the elevator. Looking at the person in front, he was tall and had long legs, and the way he walked was even more charming, attracting everyone around him to look at him. A natural focus. Beautiful things should always be appreciated. It doesn't have to be this way. Appreciate it without affecting it. And why not take a closer look now? Every glance counts, right? Xu Ansheng looked at the person in front of him intently. His concentration was so intense. However, as he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Xu Ansheng stopped and turned to look at the person who was still standing in the elevator like a fool. Xu Ansheng's face darkened. He, Luo, An. She really wanted to strangle her to death today. She brought shame to Siberia. He Luoran shuddered and ran out quickly. Ansheng, take it. He Luoran stuffed the suitcase into her hands and ran forward like crazy. Xu Ansheng didn't know what she was going to do and frowned at her. When Xu Ansheng saw He Luoran chasing Feng Boyi, his face twisted instantly. He Luoran, come back here. He Luoran ignored her and followed Feng Boyi out of the hotel, completely disappearing from her sight. Xu Ansheng. She swore that she would fire He Luoran when he came back. This hateful woman who was endlessly holding her back. Feng Boyi was stopped by He Luoran before getting on the car. He stopped and looked down at the person who was on his chest. He didn't say anything, but his reserved and profound demeanor made it difficult for people to look directly at him even without him saying anything. He Luoran's heart trembled, but he still mustered up the courage to say with a smile, I didn't expect it was Mr. Feng. I have heard of your name for a long time. Let's live in peace. No one loved her since she was little, and she suffered a lot of grievances. But fortunately, God didn't treat her badly, and always let her meet good people in dangerous moments. I even met a good person like Mr. Feng. It's just that our Ansheng has a high IQ but low EQ. He doesn't know how to deal with people and always offends people. I hope Mr. Feng doesn't mind. That night, you took Ansheng to the hospital and saved her life. As the old saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, but I don't know how to repay the kindness of saving my life. Well, let me arrange a quick meal with you on Ansheng's behalf. I wonder if you have time so that Ansheng can thank you in person. It doesn't matter if you don't have time. If you need any help, I'll take it on Ansheng's behalf. If that doesn't work, give me your contact information and I'll give you Ansheng's as well. Whenever you need help, just contact Ansheng. He Luoran spoke fluently and was not panicked at all. It can be said that every aspect has been thought of. It's so leak-proof. Feng Boyi stared at the person in front of him, the gleam in his eyes gleaming like the clacking sound of an abacus. Open your lips. Chapter 27. Hold the legs of the sponsor. Qin Huan. Qin Hao had been standing behind Feng Boyi without saying a word. When he heard Feng Boyi's voice, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Boss Feng, give this lady your contact information." "Okay." He Luoran's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately made way and kept bowing to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Feng. Thank you. You are such a good person." "What a good man." After some flattery, He Luoran immediately exchanged numbers with Qin Huan. After saving the number, she also asked, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Qin paused. He Luoran hurriedly explained, Don't misunderstand. I just want to make it easier for everyone to communicate better in the future." Qin didn't doubt He Luoran's intentions, but he didn't expect He Luoran to be so direct and so pushy. He nodded, "Okay." Soon, the two added each other on WeChat, and He Luoran was satisfied. Watching the car drive away, He Luoran waved his hands, and his eyes were invisible due to his smile. Xu Ansheng came out with his luggage, looked at the man who was smiling like a dog, and said softly, "He Luoran, I am officially notifying you now. You can get out." He Luoran heard Xu Ansheng's voice and realized that she had come over. He quickly took the suitcase from her and said excitedly, "Ansheng, you are going to be very successful." Xu Ansheng looked at this person who seemed to be about to ascend to heaven in the next moment and chuckled twice. "You are about to fall into the underworld. I'm telling you, you've got to hold onto Mr. Feng's leg. You'll have a good life in the future." "Ha ha." Xu Ansheng looked at the man who was laughing loudly and completely ignored her words, so she stopped a car, got in and left. She didn't want to talk to this crazy woman. She was afraid that she would become a crazy woman in the next moment. All the way from City D to Yucheng, He Luoran was like a madman, sometimes laughing, sometimes serious, sometimes excited, and sometimes pondering. She was like she had taken stimulants and never stopped for a moment. Xu Ansheng really wanted He Luoran to get out, but she couldn't really do it, so she could only endure He Luoran's madness all the way until she arrived in Yucheng. "Hello, passengers. Your flight has arrived safely in Yucheng. Please take good care of your belongings." As soon as the hatch opened, Xu Ansheng quickly disappeared into the passage. He Luoran was taking his luggage and said as he did so, "Ansheng, let me tell you, I've made up my mind. Once today's filming is over, we'll have a good discussion about how to please Mr. Feng, the financial sponsor. Boss Feng is not just an ordinary sponsor, he's the most awesome sponsor among the awesome ones. We must not miss this opportunity. Anyway, you don't have to worry about anything else. Just do what you normally do. But as for Mr. Feng, your financial sponsor, you must listen to me. Let's cling to Mr. Feng, our financial sponsor, and then we won't have to fear anyone anymore. Auntie, don't worry about it, trust me. The bright road is waiting for us ahead. Let's move forward courageously." He Luoran became more and more excited as he spoke, and even held the suitcase more lightly. But when she took down the suitcase and looked at the person next to her, she found that the person who was next to her was gone. He Luoran was stunned and turned around to look around. And Sheng. Quiet. At the airport gate, Xu Ansheng quickly stopped a taxi, got in, told the driver the shooting location, and asked the driver to hurry up. The driver stepped on the accelerator, and with a bang, the car rushed into the traffic. Xu Ansheng turned her head to look behind her, and after making sure that she didn't see He Luoran following her out, she finally relaxed and collapsed in her seat in an instant, not wanting to move at all. She was really almost suffocated to death by He Luoran. I almost couldn't breathe. This hateful woman, how could she tolerate her until now? "Xu Ansheng, what on earth are you confused about?" Xu Ansheng slumped back in his chair, his face twisted in pain. Seeing her like this, the driver laughed and said, "Girl, are you hiding from your boyfriend?" "Boyfriend?" Xu Ansheng frowned and opened his eyes. Seeing her unhappy expression, obviously still angry, the driver smiled and said, don't be angry. It's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to argue. We were the same back then." The driver was a warm-hearted and honest man. As he spoke, he started talking about their era and the feelings they had back then. Xu Ansheng listened and his heart gradually calmed down. By the time the car stopped at the filming site, Xu Ansheng had completely calmed down. "I paid the money and thanked the driver. Thank you." "Haha, it's okay. You young people nowadays are very hot-tempered, but it's okay to be angry. Just vent it out and it will pass." "You're right, it's no big deal." Closing the car door and watching the car drive away, Xu Ansheng felt a slight warmth in his heart. Although her life was a mess, there were always some warm moments. For example, now. Xu Ansheng curled his lips, turned around, raised his chin slightly towards the afterglow of the sunset, and walked into the shooting scene with a confident step. Although God always slaps her in the face and then gives her a sweet treat, life must have ups and downs to be wonderful. Fengzhai. Old lady, you're back. You're back. Mrs. Yu came in excitedly with a quick step, her face full of joy. Yucheng was checking Feng Guoguo's calligraphy homework while wearing reading glasses. Feng Guoguo's full name is Feng Jiari, and her nickname is Feng Guoguo. People usually call her Guoguo. She is the child of Yucheng's youngest daughter. She is 12 years old this year. Because her father cheated on her and divorced her, Feng Guoguo's mother took the child back to her parents' home and the child took after her mother. In this way, Feng Guoguo has been raised by Yucheng until now. The little girl is very close to Yucheng and is very lively. Hearing Mrs. Yu's excited voice, Feng Guoguo knew that there was good news. He immediately raised his head and looked at Mrs. Yu with shining eyes as she came in. As soon as Yucheng heard what Mrs. Yu said, she knew who she was talking about. Her old eyes lit up like Feng Guoguo, but it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. Ahem. Yucheng coughed majestically and his eyes fell on Feng Guoguo's eager little face. The meaning is very clear. Don't let the little girl know. 12 years old is an important age for children to enter another stage. They are smart, curious, and have many strange ideas, which can be very troublesome. And for the sake of his eldest grandson, who had been single for so many years and had finally shown some signs of affection, Yucheng would never allow anyone to ruin the relationship, even if she is his own granddaughter. As soon as Mrs. Yu saw Yucheng's look, she knew what she meant. She quickly looked at Feng Guoguo. The little girl was looking at her with her dark eyes, and she was almost about to say, "Grandma Yu, who's back? Is it my third cousin?" Mrs. Yu lowered her head and coughed as a response to Yucheng. She understood and would never say it. The two looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Feng Guoguo noticed something, and his eyes moved back and forth between their faces. Then he rolled his eyes and spun the pen in his hand. Oh tilde tilde, so this is a little secret that Guoguo can't know. Okay, Guoguo is not curious anymore. Grandma, you talk to Grandma Yu. Guoguo is a little thirsty and wants to drink juice. Grandma, what kind of juice do you want to drink? Guoguo will fry it for you. Feng Guoguo put down his pen, stood up and said very sensibly. Yucheng couldn't wait to know the situation. When he heard Feng Guoguo say this, he casually replied, "Just like you." Okay, then Guoguo will go first. Go. Feng Guoguo left the study and considerately closed the door. Soon, the sound of cheerful footsteps disappeared in the corridor. Mrs. Yu and Yucheng were both listening to the noise outside, and they both knew how clever Feng Guoguo was. After confirming that Feng Guoguo was really gone, Mrs. Yu hurried to Yucheng and whispered, "Madam, just now." Feng Guoguo ran downstairs quickly, but as soon as she got downstairs, she took off her shoes and ran directly to the door of the study. He pressed his whole body against the door, put his ear against it, and listened carefully to the sounds inside. Chapter 28: The Opportunity He Gave. He Luoran always felt that this matter was unreliable, so he asked Xu Ansheng to think it over before agreeing. Xu Ansheng is not the kind of person who would really ignore everything for money. MK is an old friend she has worked with for many years. To a certain extent, she trusts MK, but of course, this is secondary. The most important thing is the contract. Everything is written in the contract and it is clear at a glance. As long as you are sure of this, there is nothing to be afraid of. She asked He Luoran to ask MK for the contract, and she would take a look at it before making a decision. However, he didn't expect that the other party would send the contract over after talking to He Luoran on the phone. It can be said that it was extremely simple. It was just one request. As long as she could convince Changsheng and MK to cooperate, Xu Ansheng would receive 100 million yuan in endorsement fees. Simply put, it was her hard work fee. If she fails to do so, then the 100 million will be lost, but MK will not hold her responsible. It can be said that she has nothing to lose. So, what are you waiting for? Xu Ansheng waved his slender hand and said one word, "Sign." Just like that, the matter was settled. Only He Luoran felt terrified when he saw Xu Ansheng signing the contract. He felt like he was jumping into a wolf's pit. "Ansheng, you'd better hurry up on this matter. Our boss values this cooperation very much. I dare say that as long as you can help us MK achieve this cooperation, our boss will definitely give you more than just the benefits of the contract." Minghui's voice came over the phone. Xu Ansheng got out of the car and walked into the apartment, smiling as he walked back. "We definitely have to hurry up. MK is so generous and trusts me so much, so I have to work hard no matter what. Don't worry, Sister Hui, I can put in some effort on other things, but I will definitely get this done for you. The moment she signed her name, she vowed to make it happen. 100 million. If she doesn't get it done, her name, Xu Ansheng, will be written upside down. Haha, I'm relieved to hear that. Okay, that's it. Feel free to call me if you have any questions. If you need any help, just let me know. You're welcome. Don't worry, I will definitely not be polite. Haha, okay. After hanging up the phone happily, Xu Ansheng's smile was so big that it almost reached the sky. 100 million, 100 million. Although it is not difficult for her to earn this amount given her current status, her income was greatly reduced by what happened 2 years ago. Although it is gradually recovering now, it is still not as good as its previous heyday. Moreover, 100 million for just one thing, it's too easy. She must earn this money. Xu Ansheng opened the electronic contract again and read it over and over again. As soon as she agreed, MK immediately handed over the contract signed and stamped by their boss, and asked Luoren to print it out and have Xu Ansheng sign it. Once the signature was completed, it was passed on immediately. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. Extraordinary speed. Xu Ansheng was so happy that he laughed out loud in his heart. I'm afraid that MK will give the 100 million to someone else. At this moment, Minghui hung up the phone and looked at the CEOs and major shareholders in the conference room. Everyone has heard it. She is very confident. There should still be a chance for this cooperation with Xu Ansheng. The boss pondered. I don't know much about Mr. Feng, but I do know he doesn't have any women around him. I don't know how Miss Xu is related to him, and even if someone were to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out. All I can say is, don't get your hopes up too much for now, and make more preparations. Minghui stopped talking and looked at the person sitting at the very end. Zhu Chenghua. In this way, Zhu Chenghua could not normally enter the meetings of major shareholders or even the CEO. If it weren't for the opportunity he mentioned today, he might not even be able to see the boss. Seeing Minghui looking over, he instantly understood what she meant. He also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be missed. He said, on the day of the new product launch, we'll ask Mr. Feng to be the test subject so we can silence everyone. At the time, we all thought no one knew there was a problem with the new MK machine, but I wonder if anyone noticed Mr. Feng's demeanor when Miss Xu spoke to him on the phone. I later studied it carefully. Mr. Feng seemed to have noticed that there was a problem with the new MK machine, but it seemed that he didn't say anything because of Miss Xu. I've only heard of Mr. Feng. He's a man of swift and decisive action, with a unique vision and a level of decisiveness that many of us can't match. He's also very ruthless and sticks to his word. He's a very difficult person to deal with. But everyone has emotions, and Mr. Feng is also a human being, with emotions as well. He may be invincible in the business world, but his personal emotions are less certain. I specifically looked at their expressions during the call, especially Mr. Feng's pause after Miss Xu said those words. As Zhu Chenghua spoke, he pressed the remote control in his hand, and the screen immediately showed the scene when the new product was first launched. The look in Feng Boyi's eyes when he looked at Xu Ansheng. Please look carefully at Mr. Feng's eyes. I think he was considering whether to speak out. Of course, with so many people around, he might have wanted to save face for MK. But given Mr. Feng's style, I don't think it was because of MK, but because of Miss Xu. And everyone, look again. Miss Xu and Mr. Feng are looking at each other. Did you notice that they seem to know each other? The way Mr. Feng looks at Miss Xu is completely different from the way he looks at us. As Zhu Chenghua spoke, the LCD screen clearly showed the look in Feng Boyi and Xu Ansheng's eyes when they looked at each other. That alone wasn't enough. Later, when Mr. Feng was leaving the hotel, Miss Xu had some intimate contact with a man, and Mr. Feng also glanced at Miss Xu at that time. Everyone, is this the look that Mr. Feng usually gives us? Also, this morning, President Feng and Miss Xu appeared in the same hotel. I also managed to retrieve the surveillance footage from that time. Everyone, look, did President Feng look at Miss Xu? Pay attention to this look. Is it really normal? The images appeared clearly on the screen, with Feng Boyi's face magnified, and everyone in the conference room fell silent. It seems that this is really the case. Zhu Chenghua said, of course, all of this is just speculation on my part, and there's no certainty. But as our contract states, if Miss Xu can do it, that would be great. If she can't, that's fine too. We'll make preparations in many ways. However, there is one thing I can be sure of. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Zhu Chenghua said, last night, Kinzu called and said that the cooperation has been suspended. It's a suspension, not a refusal to cooperate. Does that mean we still have a chance? And this opportunity, who else could it be other than Miss Xu? Chapter 29, going to find her granddaughter-in-law. However, she didn't know whether the people inside were deliberately guarding against her or what, but she couldn't hear any sound at all. Feng Guoguo clung to the door, slid on it, listened with one ear, then with the other, and even used her hand as a receiver, but she could hear nothing. She was so anxious. In the study, Xi Shengyin and Mrs. Yu had no idea what was happening outside. They were talking in low voices, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Soon, Xi Shengyin stood up and said, "I'll go right away." Mrs. Yu nodded heavily. "I'll go with you." "Well, let's go." Outside the door, Feng Guoguo finally heard something. But when she heard the words inside and realized that Xi Shengyin and Mrs. Yu were about to come out, she rushed downstairs at a speed she could not believe. As soon as Feng Guoguo disappeared in the corridor, the study door opened. Xi Shengyin and Mrs. Yu came out talking. "Go first and come back later. Let's skip dinner for now. Let Guoguo play at home by herself first." After walking out of the study, Xi Shengyin began to give orders. When Mrs. Yu heard Feng Guoguo, her brows immediately furrowed, and she felt a little worried. If we go out, Guoguo will be alone at home. I'm afraid she will be worried. Xi Shengyin said, "Tell Lao Yu to keep an eye on Guoguo." Lao Yu is the driver of the old house and has been an old man for many years. Mrs. Yu nodded. "That's fine, but it's almost time to cook at this hour. If we leave, Guoguo will have nothing to eat." On weekdays, it is Mrs. Yu who cooks. When she and Xi Shengyin go out, there is no one to cook. Xi Shengyin hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, you stay at home and I'll go." "Ah." Mrs. Yu stopped for a moment and was stunned. "Are you going alone?" "Yes, Lao Yu just needs to take me there." "How can this be possible? You're all alone, and it's almost night. How can I feel at ease without someone around?" No, I'll go with you. Guoguo, Guoguo, let Lao Yu make something to eat first. And then." Before he finished speaking, Xi Shengyin raised his hand. "No, I've decided, I'll go alone." "But, that's it." As if he had already made a plan in mind, Xi Shengyin made the final decision. He didn't need Mrs. Yu to support him anymore and walked down the stairs at full speed. When Mrs. Yu saw this, she was terrified and hurried to catch up. "Old madam, no. Let me go with you, so I can help you with anything." Xi Shengyin ignored Mrs. Yu and went downstairs quickly. In a short while, he was at the bottom of the stairs and Mrs. Yu couldn't catch up with him. Lao Yu. As soon as he went downstairs, Xi Shengyin called for help. However, Lao Yu didn't come, but Feng Guoguo came. "Grandma, are you going out?" Feng Guoguo looked at Xi Shengyin with a pair of puzzled eyes, as if she knew nothing. Seeing Feng Guoguo, Xi Shengyin said directly, "Guoguo, Grandma has to go out for something. You stay at home and do your homework obediently." Feng Guoguo immediately looked at the sky outside. The sun was still there, but setting in the west. It's almost evening. She was surprised. It's almost evening. Grandma is going out too. "Yes, Grandma has something to do, so I won't tell you for now. Your Grandma Yu is at home. Listen to your Grandma Yu, be good." After saying that, Xi Shengyin went out because Lao Yu came over. Mrs. Yu stood there, extremely anxious. But Feng Guoguo was here, so some things were difficult to say and he could only watch. Feng Guoguo looked at Xi Shengyin, then at Mrs. Yu, and her eyes rolled. She immediately ran towards Xi Shengyin. "Grandma, Guoguo wants to eat Sheng Andy's roast duck. If you want to go out, take Guoguo to the city with you." Feng Guoguo took Xi Shengyin's arm and started counting on the abacus. Xi Shengyin narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to eat roast duck now? Or Sheng Andy's?" "Mum, I want to eat it now." Who is Xi Shengyin? She was a famous and fierce daughter of a wealthy family back then. I heard that Mr. Feng was the most handsome man in the city back then, and many girls flocked to him. Xi Shengyin was also fascinated by Mr. Feng. In order to become Mrs. Feng, Xi Shengyin tried her best, overcame many difficulties and used countless means, and finally won the heart of Mr. Feng and happily became Mrs. Feng. But even if she married the old man, those beautiful women outside were still restless and vowed to bring her down. Xi Shengyin wasn't going to stand for that, so he took his men to the doors of those beautiful women, pointing at them and scolding their entire families. He was so aggressive that he was invincible in the whole city. Everyone said that Xi Shengyin didn't look like a lady at all, and Mr. Feng must divorce her. But who would have thought that Mr. Feng did not divorce Xi Shengyin at all? Instead, Mr. Feng did not care no matter what Xi Shengyin did. In this way, over time, no one dared to surround Grandpa Feng anymore. Xi Shengyin's reputation for being a tough guy spread throughout Yucheng. Even now, When people from that time think back on it, they dare not act rashly in front of Xi Shengying. At this time, Feng Boyi was making his own plans. Could it be that Xi Shengying couldn't see it? She showed a loving smile on her face, took Feng Boyi's hand away, and said very kindly, "Then Grandma will bring it back to you. Wait." Feng Boyi. Xi Shengying got in the car and left. Feng Boyi stood there, puffing up her face, then turned around and hugged Mrs. Yu's arm and shook it. "Grandma Yu, I want to eat roast duck." Mrs. Yu was worried about Xi Shengying and wanted to go with him, but when she thought of the look Xi Shengying gave her before he left, she knew she couldn't agree to Feng Boyi's request, so she could only say, "Boyi, don't worry, we'll wait for Grandma to come back." "No, I want to eat roast duck, hot roast duck." As the sun sets, the sunset glow is like a red silk spread out covering the clouds, one by one, like clusters of flowers, so beautiful. Xu Ansheng filmed for 2 hours, one exterior scene and one interior scene. She is already very familiar with filming and she does it very well. The photographer was full of compliments and the whole shoot went very smoothly. Not bad, not bad. This episode is definitely going to be a blast. After the shooting was over, the photographer looked at the photos he had just taken and was very satisfied. Xu Ansheng took the scented tea handed to him by He Luoran and gulped down a lot of it. After quenching his thirst, he smiled and said, "You've worked hard today." "Of course I should." Everyone packed up and left, and Xu Ansheng also wanted to go back. "Because I don't have work tonight. She can go home and have a good sleep." I took off my makeup, changed my clothes, and tied my hair into a bun casually. It was as simple as it could be. He Luoran just received a call and went out to answer it. When she came back after answering the phone, Xu Ansheng had already dressed up, wearing a loose and casual long t-shirt and a pair of extremely wide tensile-wide leg pants. She is thin and slender, and wearing such loose clothes and pants makes her look even thinner. However, Xu Ansheng has everything he should have, so even if he wears loose clothes, he does not look skinny. Instead, he looks relaxed and very comfortable. He Luoran looked Xu Ansheng up and down and frowned. "Why are you wearing this? This is what I gave you as pajamas." Xu Ansheng didn't care about He Luoran. She just did whatever she felt comfortable with. He carried his big cloth bag, put on sunglasses and left. She didn't want to go with He Luoran and didn't want to listen to her nagging anymore. She believed that He Luoran had not forgotten her financial sponsor. Hey. Xu Ansheng was pulled back after taking just a few steps. Frowning, he pulled his bag out of He Luoran's hand and looked at her unhappily. "Speak." When He Luoran saw Xu Ansheng's expression, she knew that Xu Ansheng didn't want to listen to her, especially her financial sponsor. It's not the sponsor, it's Sister Ari. Chapter 30 comes straight to your door. Xu Ansheng originally planned to have a good rest after returning to the apartment, but because of the 100 million, she was full of energy and immediately searched for all the information about Xu Ansheng on the internet. Logically, she should ask MK directly. They must have detailed information about Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi, but if she asks them, then why are they looking for her? So, you still have to be self-reliant. Of course, the reason why she agreed to sign the contract so quickly was not because she really thought it was easy to make 100 million yuan, but because the other party was Feng Boyi, the man she had slept with. With this relationship, she is always better than others, right? Naturally, such an opportunity must not be passed up. Xu Ansheng quickly checked and wrote down various information, and asked Minghui to tell her the specific cooperation matters between MK and Xu Ansheng. Just like this, Xu Ansheng stayed up all night from dusk to dawn, slumped on the sofa with a pair of panda eyes. My mind is full of information about Feng Boyi. She thought she probably understood why MK was willing to spend 100 million to let her facilitate this cooperation. Because, once we cooperate, the profit won't just be 100 million, but many hundred million. Xu Ansheng felt the pressure. In fact, after staying up all night, she clearly felt how difficult it was to deal with Feng Boyi. The man's disdainful attitude towards her in the elevator that day came to her mind. Xu Ansheng scratched her hair in frustration and kicked on the sofa while holding the pillow. Xu Ansheng, you can't be defeated. 100 million. Think about how much money this is. No matter how difficult it is to deal with him, you have to take him down. Xu Ansheng grabbed the pillow tightly, bit it, gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were filled with the burning fire of struggle. Feng Boyi, you could have the guts to eat me when I was in that state that night. I don't believe I can't take you down. Xu Ansheng sat up suddenly, grabbed the phone and called He Luoran. Right now, immediately, get me Feng Boyi's company, address, and everything about his itinerary. I'm going to take him down. If this partnership is successful, I'll give you 10 million. Bang! After hanging up the phone, Xu Ansheng turned off his phone and lay down on the sofa to sleep. Only when you get enough sleep can you work energetically. He Luan wanted to cry when he heard the busy tone on his phone. After watching Xu Ansheng sign the contract last night, she felt uneasy, so after thinking about it, she called Ari Rui and told him about it. Eric gave her 3 words directly: impossible. Because the other person was none other than Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi, who is stubborn and won't listen to anything. Don't even think about women. He Luan cried at that time, and now, looking at the black screen, she wanted to cry again. Her Jing Han, Master Jing. Why is it Feng Boyi instead of Jing Han? Ansheng, why can't you figure it out? Fengzhai. It was a beautiful morning, with the sun bathing the mountains and rivers. Being in this excellent location, enjoying the ancient forest surrounding, the mansion nestled against the mountains and beside the water was like the royal villa of the ancient emperors, quiet and elegant, making people yearn for it. Good morning, old lady. Good morning, old lady. Early in the morning, the parrot began to flap its wings and chirp in the cage. Xu Ansheng fed it and played with it for a while before going out to tend to her flowers and plants. As the sunlight grew stronger, it shone through the gaps between the leaves, dispelling the coolness of the old house. A car slowly drove in and stopped outside the gate. Mrs. Yu was outside sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard. When she saw the person getting out of the car, she immediately went over. The visitor handed her a brown paper document envelope, then bowed and left. Mrs. Yu immediately took the documents to the backyard and said, "Madam, the information has been delivered." When she came to Xu Ansheng's side, Mrs. Yu hurriedly handed over the information, looking slightly excited. Xu Ansheng looked calm. He put down the spray bottle slowly, took the document and opened it. Quickly, she narrowed her eyes. Mrs. Yu was right beside her and clearly saw the change in her expression. Her heart immediately tensed up. What's wrong, old lady? This Jing Han is no ordinary person. Mrs. Yu's expression immediately turned worried. What should we do then? They received a report yesterday. Although the report was quickly removed, it still reached them. They clearly saw Jing Han holding an intimate photo of Xu Ansheng's feet outside the Half Moon Bay Hotel. Such photos can make anyone imagine a lot. She was anxious at that time. After all, Miss Xu was their 3rd young master's girlfriend. How could she do this with another man? Xu Ansheng, on the other hand, was extremely calm. Not messy at all. After looking at those photos and reports, he called someone to check Jing Han's information, and then there was no movement until today. But Mrs. Yu couldn't hold it in any longer. Xu Ansheng did not answer Mrs. Yu. After she finished reading the information, she looked at the flowers and plants in the garden. Her old eyes squinted in the sunlight, making people feel indescribably nervous. Mrs. Yu didn't dare to speak, so she stood beside Xu Ansheng, waiting for Xu Ansheng's instructions. After a long time, a smile appeared on Xu Ansheng's face. Then the laughter gradually became more frequent, which was scary to watch. Mrs. Yu asked carefully, "Madam, what are you doing? What are you laughing at?" His smile was as if he saw through something, which made people feel uneasy. Xu Ansheng's smile deepened, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. Our Xiaobo, he really has everything planned out. Have you figured it out? What does this mean? Mrs. Yu looked puzzled, but before she could think about it, Xu Ansheng said, "Go, do something for me." Mrs. Yu left very quickly. Xu Ansheng stood there, looking at the information in his hand. His smile did not fade at all, and even became more intense. Changyu Villa is the territory of her Feng family, and the people inside are all from her Feng family. He could have kept what happened that night from her. Have someone clean it up early so there won't be any traces left. But her little boy kept it and let her know about it. Xiaobo, Xiaobo, Grandma only just found out about your thoughts now. Xu Ansheng slept until the afternoon and felt full of energy. She quickly packed herself up and went out. However, this time it took more time to dress her up than usual, and she was no longer barefaced, but had makeup on. Scheming light makeup. Moreover, she specially picked out a beautiful dress, dressed herself up, and drove straight to Changsheng Group. That's right. Instead of waiting for He Luoran to deliver the information, she might as well come directly. Chapter 31:0, So Damn Handsome. Squeak. The pink Porsche did a neat drift and stopped in the parking strip outside Changsheng Group. The headquarters of Changsheng Group is located in Yucheng, in its most central location and the most eye-catching presence. Xu Ansheng drove all the way and arrived in less than half an hour. After opening the car door and getting out, Xu Ansheng took the car keys, her black and gold bag, and wore sunglasses and stood between the 2 lions of Changsheng Group. She looked up at the building towering into the clouds. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Changsheng Group is an industrial company with its own production equipment and materials, and has hundreds of thousands of employees nationwide. Very strong. Before she looked up information about Changsheng was already a very powerful existence in her eyes. She didn't know exactly how powerful it was. But when she really understood it, she realized how powerful Xu Ansheng was. They do not need to buy products from foreign companies, and do not need to rely on foreign companies to survive. They can produce what they need, what everyone needs, and then let foreign companies buy their products. No matter what situation they encounter, it will not have a big impact on them. They always take defensive measures, risk measures, recruit talents, and make continuous progress. Today, they have become extremely indestructible. And all this is inseparable from one person, Feng Boyi. This terrifying man started doing business at the age of 16. Over the past decade or so, he has taken deep roots in the business world, so that no one can shake him now. As the information he had found flashed through his mind, Xu Ansheng pursed his lips and tightened his grip on the bag. She felt a little intimidated by the awesome existence. Especially standing under this towering building, she felt a powerful pressure rushing towards her, as if it was going to crush her and bury her. Xu Ansheng took a deep breath, gripped the bag chain tightly, raised his chin slightly, and his expression was tough. Feng Boyi is awesome, but no matter how awesome he is still a human being. As long as it's a human, Xu Ansheng is not afraid. With his head held high and chest puffed out, Xu Ansheng walked into this daunting place with confident steps. Without hesitation. The front desk is open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's 3 o'clock now and there are not many people around. But even so, they still stood in a standard posture and maintained a polite smile. However, when they saw the person walking in from the door, their smile froze. She was tall with waist-length hair. She wore a dark black U-neck little black dress and walked in with confident and beautiful steps on a pair of several centimeter high stilettos. She was very tall, with a very delicate face. The little black dress was well fitted at the waist, fitting perfectly around her waist. At first glance, it looked as if one hand could hold it. The skirt reached her calves, revealing her slender ankles and fair skin. Even the few centimeter high heels looked precious like exhibits on her feet. As soon as she appeared, the low-key and elegant hall instantly became different. Who is this? Xu Ansheng looked at the receptionist standing in front of him blankly, and his steps became more and more elegant. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and stood at the front desk. Hello, I want to ask if Mr. Feng is in the company. Her voice is very soft and not loud. It sounds like a cloud floating into your heart, making your heart soften instantly. The receptionist subconsciously said, Boss Feng hasn't come back yet. Oh, you haven't come back yet. Then do you know when Mr. Feng will be back? Boss Feng. The receptionist was about to answer subconsciously, but the people next to her reacted and quickly pulled her back to her senses. The receptionist then realized that she had unknowingly revealed Feng Boyi's whereabouts and quickly shook her head. I don't know. The person next to her also said, How can we, the junior staff, know Mr. Feng's schedule? What's your name, young lady? Did you make an appointment? Xu Ansheng turned his gaze and fell on this person's face. He was also a receptionist, but this receptionist's eyes were flashing with excitement and gossip. Xu Ansheng's smile deepened. He took off his sunglasses and his charming eyes fell on the man's face. My name is Xu Ansheng. I don't have an appointment. But you and Mr. Feng. Before he could finish his words, several cars stopped steadily outside the gate, making soft braking sounds. Xu Ansheng turned around. Then, raise your eyebrows. The car in the front is a black Maybach, with bright black all over and sharp lines, and the momentum of the king's arrival is spread out. The driver got out and opened the back door. Xu Ansheng's gaze fell on the person sitting behind the car door. He is tall, and even when he is sitting, you can see his superior long legs, which are wrapped in trousers and look extremely smooth. His upper body in a suit is like a work of art that should be put in an exhibition hall for people to appreciate. Xu Ansheng's heart began beating faster and faster again. It's perfect. This proportion, this aura, this face, how can it be perfect? Forgive her, she really can't help but appreciate it. Feng Boyi got out of the car, and the people behind him got out and followed him. A dozen people, like his servants, all surrounded him. Xu Ansheng's heart let out a sigh of satisfaction. Oh, so damn handsome. Feng Boyi stopped and his eyes fell on the person standing at the front desk looking at him. The little black dress is neither short nor revealing, but it perfectly shows off her advantages. With beautiful and delicate collarbones, a slender and elegant swan neck, and black hair that falls like a waterfall, she stood there, with a slender body and fair skin, like a black rose blooming on the banks of the Rhine, fluttering in the wind. Xu Ansheng's eyes jumped, and the moment Feng Boyi's gaze fell on her, she instantly returned to her journey. At the same time, she felt an indescribable excitement in her heart. Look, isn't she beautiful? She dressed up specially for him today. She looked so beautiful. Xu Ansheng raised the corners of her mouth and was about to reveal a particularly beautiful smile on her face, But at this moment, the person who was looking at her turned his gaze away and walked towards the elevator with a pair of straight long legs. Same. The glance he just took just now was just a coincidence for him to see her. That was all. Xu Ansheng cursed in his heart. The moment before she thought he was interested in her, but the next moment she felt that he despised her so much. I am such a... Countless fragrances swept through Xu Ansheng's mind crazily, making her face turn blue and red and extremely stiff. Qin glanced at her, then followed the person in front, and the dozen or so people behind him did the same. The group went to the elevator. Xu Ansheng looked at the cold and dignified back, and clenched his fingers, clenched them, and clenched them again. Xu Ansheng is calm, restrained and rational. For the sake of that 100 million, you have to endure it. Money is hard-earned. It's normal. If this 100 million is really so easy to pocket, then everyone in this world is in heaven, and they are no longer ordinary people, right? So, don't be angry, don't be angry. Forcing herself to calm down, Xu Ansheng put on an elegant smile. She turned sideways, facing the person who was about to enter the elevator, and said, Boss Feng. Chapter 32. Their king has descended. Her voice was soft, full of courtesy and politeness, just like that night on the stage when she spoke to him. The clattering footsteps stopped and the entire lobby fell silent. The dozen or so people all looked at Xu Ansheng, including the two receptionists. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng stood there, ignoring the several gazes falling on her, and only looked at the man with his back to her who stopped because of her calling him Mr. Feng. She smiled warmly, and her beautiful face became even more bright and charming. Boss Feng, that night. Hiss. I don't know who made this sound suddenly, and then the whole hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Xu Ansheng with dull eyes. It's hard not to think too much about this sentence. Xu Ansheng paused deliberately, his smile becoming even more captivating. I wonder if Mr. Feng has time now. I'd like to talk to you alone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were no longer on Xu Ansheng, but on the tall, powerful man who was full of oppressive aura. That night. No way. When did their god like Feng's own come down to earth? When Qin Hao heard Xu Ansheng's words, his expression changed slightly, and then he looked at the person in front of him. Feng Boyi stood in front of the elevator, one hand in his pocket, holding his cell phone, his eyes fixed on the front. When Xu Ansheng said the words that night, his eyes moved slightly. The meeting will be postponed for 10 minutes. The low, magnetic voice fell into Qin Huan's ears, as well as the ears of the dozen or so people behind him. At this moment, the dozen or so people were stunned. President Feng actually postponed the meeting for a woman. It's simply unbelievable. Compared to the unbelievable expressions of the dozen or so people behind him, Qin Huan remained calm and not surprised at all. Yes. He looked at the people behind him. The meeting will start in 10 minutes. After hearing this, the dozen or so people finally reacted and hurriedly lowered their heads and left. The same is true for Qin. Feng Boyi walked forward and pressed the elevator button. Xu Ansheng curled his lips, walked over quickly and followed him. Some things require some tricks. Otherwise, she might not even have the chance to talk to him. Feng Boyi walked into the elevator, and Xu Ansheng followed him in and stood beside him. At this moment, the two employees standing at the front desk stared at Xu Ansheng with their mouths wide open, too shocked to react. Instead, Xu Ansheng saw them like this, winked at them, and then gave them a charming smile. Suddenly, the two employees closed their mouths and lowered their heads. Click. The elevator closes. The world became extremely small and all sounds disappeared. The cramped atmosphere surrounded silently, accompanied by the faint scent of agarwood, and a powerful aura spread silently. Xu Ansheng stood beside Feng Boyi. She clearly felt the familiar aura coming from him, just like that day in the hotel elevator. Exactly the same. However, her mentality at that time was completely different from her mentality now. Xu Ansheng glanced at the person next to him out of the corner of his eye, and the smile on his lips became more and more beautiful. Originally, she was just guessing and intuitively thinking that she was 90% certain. But now, she was 100% sure that he was the one that night. He. Mr. Feng, Feng Boyi, just wait and see how I take you down. Xu Ansheng's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and he was absolutely confident. Feng Boyi stood there, a faint fragrance wafting from the side, lingering on his nose and intertwined with his breath. He tapped the fingertips holding the phone slightly. A pair of eyes, deep and boundless, without a trace of emotion. The two receptionists carefully went to watch the elevator, and when they saw it close, they immediately grabbed each other's hands and stomped their feet excitedly. They wanted to say something, but they were so excited that their mouths moved but no words came out. But they quickly understood what the other was going to do, picked up their phones quickly, and tapped on the phone in the group. A woman appears beside Mr. Feng. Our king is actually attracted to women. What happened? Speak clearly, quickly. Xu Ansheng had no idea that the two front desk staff had already posted exactly what happened between her and Feng Boyi in the lobby to the Qiansheng gossip group. Very quickly, the rumor that she had a close relationship with Feng Boyi spread like a tornado in Qiansheng group. When the elevator opened and Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi walked out, all eyes fell on them. Shocked, skeptical, incredible, unbelievable. All of this appeared in these eyes. Xu Ansheng was very calm about other people's attention, but now she also needed this attention and some rumors. She raised her chin slightly, stepped on her high heels, and carried her black and gold bag. She walked beside Feng Boyi, keeping the same pace with him. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, her eyebrows were relaxed, and her excellent figure matched her supermodel temperament, making the employees unable to help but pick up their phones to take pictures of her and Feng Boyi. It's really so pleasing to the eyes. The man has a tall figure, a strong temperament, a face that looks like a perfect masterpiece of God, and a pair of straight long legs that walk with steady steps, which is fascinating to watch. The woman has a delicate face, long hair that reaches her waist, and a height that is beyond the reach of an ordinary woman. She has a slightly raised mouth, is confident and beautiful, and exudes an aura that cannot be ignored. The two of them walked forward without saying a word, just like the supermodels on the catwalk, making people not want to blink. OMG. They couldn't help but want to add background music. So beautiful. Seeing Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi walk into the president's office, the employees covered their chests and breathed deeply. I used to think no one was worthy of our king, but just now, I discovered that there is someone who is. It's amazing. That woman looks really good. How can she be so compatible with our Feng zone? She looks just like me. Cool, so cool. I didn't even record that scene. I want to repeat it endlessly. Wow, wow, wow. Could this be the legendary handsome man and beautiful woman? The secretary was stunned when he saw Xu Ansheng following Feng Boyi into the president's office. This is. Make 2 cups of coffee and send them in. When Qin Huan's voice reached his ears, the secretary came back to his senses, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable amazement. She quickly stood up and couldn't help asking, Qin Zhu, who was that just now? Feng Boyi has strict requirements, so his subordinates are all very capable. No one gossips, and no one has the time to gossip. But people are all the same. It just depends on whether you can hold it in. And now, the secretary obviously couldn't help it. Qin Hao saw the curiosity in the secretary's eyes. According to the past, he would definitely not answer. But now, he thought for a moment and said, I cannot neglect someone like that. Chapter 33. Why is he taking off his clothes? The president's office is very large and bright. As soon as Xu Ansheng entered, his eyes fell on the large floor-to-ceiling windows. She didn't know what floor it was. In the elevator, she didn't even look at the floor. She was only focused on the person next to her. But now, she was standing in this extremely spacious, deep, and controlling CEO office, looking at the tall and short buildings outside, as if the entire Yucheng was in her hands. Her heartbeat became unstable again. Shock, fear, and subconscious retreat. Because the other party is too powerful. It's so powerful that it makes you retreat instinctively without anyone chasing you. Feng Boyi walked into the president's office and stood in front of the desk. He put his cell phone on the desk, then unbuttoned his suit, took off his jacket and hung it on the floor standing hanger. His entire movement was the same as that day at Changyu Villa, neither fast nor slow, and every step was steady. Xu Ansheng heard the voice and subconsciously looked over. He saw that the straight figure opened up with his movements, and the muscles inside moved with it, revealing the sexy lines of the shoulders and back, which seemed to be faintly expanding and undulating. Xu Ansheng swallowed with a spineless throat. The sight of this handsome man taking off his clothes was a little overwhelming for her. She blinked her eyelashes and forced herself to turn her head away from the distracting scene. Xu Ansheng, control, control. Don't be seduced by beauty and forget why you came here. 100 million suddenly popped up in her mind, and in that instant, she woke up. Her complexion returned to normal and she immediately turned around and looked at Feng Boyi. But when she saw this, she froze. Feng Boyi hung up his suit jacket, turned around and looked at Xu Ansheng. At this moment, he was unbuttoning his shirt, his movements still as slow and steady as before. The only difference was that his eyes were looking at Xu Ansheng, and he was facing Xu Ansheng, instead of having his back to Xu Ansheng like just now. Xu Ansheng's heart was pounding. Because, why was he looking at her so suddenly? Still unbuttoning his shirt, what does he mean? No, he took off his coat first and now he is unbuttoning it. What does he want to do? Feng Boyi looked at the shock in Xu Ansheng's eyes, as well as some unspeakable thoughts, and said, Miss Xu, You only have 5 minutes. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his lean forearms and fair skin. Xu Ansheng's face turned dark instantly. Xu Ansheng, you idiot. People dislike you so much, yet you still think they will do something bad to you. You are really stupid to the extreme. With a twitch of her lips, Xu Ansheng instantly returned to her professional and polite smile. Feng Boyi looked at the smile on her face, which was as fake as it could be. Roll up your sleeves and sit on the sofa. He raised his wrist to look at his watch, and then his deep gaze fell on Xu Ansheng's face. Meaning, say. Xu Ansheng laughed in her heart, maintaining her professional fake smile as she sat on the sofa next to her and said, Boss Feng, that night. Before he could finish his words, the door to the president's office opened and the secretary came in with coffee. Qin Huan's words just now shocked and trembled the secretary's heart, and he even brewed the coffee slower than usual. Now, seeing the two people sitting on the sofa, she hurriedly lowered her head and walked in front of them more carefully, putting the coffee in front of Xu Ansheng first, and then in front of Feng Boyi. Qin Zhu said that we cannot be negligent. She understands. The woman who can stand beside their Mr. Feng and have that night with their Mr. Feng must not be neglected. The secretary carefully put the coffee away and left. Before leaving, he closed the door and carefully glanced at the two people inside. This picture, no matter how you look at it, is so pleasing to the eyes. Xu Ansheng's words were interrupted and he naturally paused. Feng Boyi didn't rush her. When the coffee was brought to him, he took it and took a sip. Xu Ansheng watched him drink his coffee and continued the previous topic. You approved of MK's phone that night, why don't you approve of it now? Feng Boyi paused in drinking his coffee. Xu Ansheng didn't notice that all her attention was on Feng Boyi's face. She wanted to read something from this face, whether he really didn't want to cooperate with MK, or did he want to cooperate with MK. This way she would have a plan and know where to start. Is it because of a small mistake made by their staff? If that's the case, I can explain it to you. That employee. Before Xu Ansheng finished speaking, he saw Feng Boyi put down the coffee. She subconsciously stopped talking and looked at the person who put down the coffee and looked up at her. His eyes were deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking about the cooperation with MK. However, she seemed to sense a hint of displeasure in those eyes. Still have, not satisfied? This is. Xu Ansheng was a little unsure, but her intuition told her that the person in front of her seemed difficult to talk to at the moment. No just good talk. How could that be? She didn't do anything, so why did he change so quickly? Could it be that I was wrong? Many thoughts suddenly popped up in her mind, but before Xu Ansheng could think about it, Feng Boyi's low voice fell into her ears. Ms. Xu, what is your identity in discussing cooperation with me regarding MK? Xu Ansheng frowned. What identity? Of course it's as a spokesperson. What other identity could that be? What a strange question he asked. Xu Ansheng complained in her heart, but facing this expressionless person, she didn't dare to show it at all. She smiled and said, Of course it's as a spokesperson. As you know, I'm the spokesperson for MK's new phone. In that case, Miss Xu can leave now. Xu Ansheng simply didn't want to talk anymore. She chased people away after just saying a few words. What's her temper like? Don't you have any patience at all? And he said 5 minutes, but that was not 5 minutes at all. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her. Xu Ansheng was about to explode, but before she could say anything, Feng Boyi stood up. Obviously, he's going to be busy. She can leave now. Xu An was extremely angry, but he tried hard to suppress his temper and followed Feng Boyi. Boss Feng, didn't you say 5 minutes? It's not even 5 minutes yet. Can you wait for me to finish? Regardless of whether the person in front agreed or not, Xu Ansheng immediately said, You must have understood MK's situation, otherwise you wouldn't have traveled so far to attend MK's new product launch. You must also be willing to cooperate with MK. Of course, MK did have a problem this time. That's a fact, and we don't deny it. But you can't put all the blame on MK just because of an accident involving an employee like this, right? I know you'll say that employees represent the company, and if they make a mistake, it's the company's fault, but people make mistakes sometimes, and it's impossible to be error-free all your life. Will you show some mercy and give MK a chance? I believe that if you give MK a chance, they will definitely do better, just like a blessing in disguise. Xu Ansheng followed Feng Boyi to the desk. She spoke quickly and anxiously, fearing that he would stop her from speaking. So she didn't even look at the road and just followed him. As soon as she finished speaking, her toes suddenly kicked the corner of the table. She hissed in pain and her body became unstable in an instant. Feng Boyi was walking in front. When he heard the sound behind him and the dull thud, he frowned and turned around. As soon as he turned around, Xu Ansheng grabbed him and pounced on him. Chapter 34. She is a flamboyant rose. Bang! Xu Ansheng bumped into Feng Boyi's back. Not surprising. She was following too closely, so close that she had no time to react and bumped into him. Because of inertia, she subconsciously fell backwards and quickly reached out to grab the man's shirt, just like she did in the elevator that night. Only then she bumped into his arm, and now it was his broad, hard back. Feng Boyi stopped there. He was not affected by Xu Ansheng's collision, but his chest was vibrated by the collision. The faint soft fragrance seemed to surge towards him like a tide at this moment. He went no further. Xu Ansheng was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and couldn't react. At this moment, the door to the CEO's office opened with a click, and Qin Huan came in. CEO Feng, meeting. Qin Huan stopped talking. He looked at the two people behind the desk. From his angle, Feng Boyi was standing in front, and Xu Ansheng was standing behind him, hugging him tightly. Even though Qin Huan was usually calm in the face of difficulties, he was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. When Xu Ansheng heard Qin Huan's voice, her senses returned and she immediately looked over. In an instant, her body froze. You don't even knock when entering the president's office? Suddenly, the voice she heard when she spoke just now flashed through her mind. It seemed she heard a knock on the door. Could it be that it was because of this knock on the door that he suddenly stopped? And then, I just bumped into him? Oh, Xu Ansheng, you are so fucking dedicated. You are so dedicated that except for this person, everything around you is not worthy of your attention. Feng Boyi looked at Qin Huan, his eyes dark and endless. When Qin Huan met his gaze, his heart tightened. He immediately lowered his head and turned to walk out. The door closed quickly and the president's office was silent. Xu Ansheng stood there, his eyes and mouth twitching. Although, at this time she could shamelessly let people misunderstand her relationship with Feng Boyi, so as to make it easier for her future actions. But this kind of attitude really makes her look shameless. How long will you hold me, Miss Xu? A deep voice came from Feng Boyi's mouth, and Xu Ansheng's eyes widened instantly. Hug. She hugged him. How could she hug him? It's like a dream. Xu Ansheng looked down at her hands, and in an instant, her face became expressionless. At this moment, she put her hands around this person's waist, hugging him tightly. Well, yes. She actually hugged him. He. Xu Ansheng, you have guts. He quickly withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back, fearing that he would be thrown off by this man if he retreated too late. Xu Ansheng laughed and said, Boss Feng, I'm sorry. I used you as a lifeline in a hurry just now. I hope you don't mind. When telling lies, his face doesn't blush, his heart doesn't beat fast, and he doesn't breathe heavily. Xu Ansheng admired his own calmness at this moment. Feng Boyi turned around and looked at the smiling person, who looked like she was wearing a perfect mask, covering up all her aggressive behavior. She looked so polite, elegant, and courteous. 5 minutes are up. Xu Ansheng. Feng Boyi took the phone and left from the other side. It seemed that if he got close to her, the air around him would be polluted. Xu Ansheng's face darkened, and he clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. Calm down, Xu Ansheng, calm down. Looking at the noble man, before he left the CEO's office, Xu Ansheng suppressed the rage burning in his heart and smiled. Boss Feng, see you next time, Tilda. Crack. The response to Xu Ansheng was the ruthless sound of a door closing. Xu Ansheng watched the door close. Her expression changed instantly, her beautiful eyes blazing with fire, not anger, but a burning fighting spirit. For this 100 million, she is shameless. Feng Boyi went to the conference room, and Xu Ansheng did not stay in the president's office for long. She left with a smile as bright as spring breeze under the gaze of the employees. Before leaving, he waved to everyone gracefully. It seems to be saying, see you next time. All the employees watched in amazement as the tall man disappeared with confident and graceful steps. Everyone says that supermodel Xu has a bad temper and gets easily provoked, but it doesn't look like that. Yeah, he's not arrogant at all, and he seems to be very good-tempered. Could she be supermodel Xu's twin sister? I don't know if they are twins, but I know she looks even better in person than on the catwalk. So our king likes this type of girl. I'd like her too, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Just a few minutes after Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi entered the president's office, Xu Ansheng's identity was exposed and spread like a tornado in the Changsheng gossip group. By now, all employees of Changsheng Group know that their president has a woman. And this woman is none other than the international supermodel Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng had a party show to attend in the evening. It was getting late, so she left Changsheng Group and drove directly to Yuhan Palace. Yuhan Palace is a famous manor in Yucheng. Many people who shoot movies, magazines, select locations, and organize activities will choose Yuhan Palace. This time, SU's party show was also held at Yuhan Palace. Xu Ansheng is very important as the protagonist of SU's opening and closing shows. He Luoran called not long after Xu Ansheng got in the car, reminding Xu Ansheng not to forget the show. Xu Ansheng was driving, looking at the travel time, and said, "We are on our way. We'll be there in half an hour." So soon. He Luoran didn't expect this. She thought Xu Ansheng was still thinking about Qian Sheng and her 100 million. What do you think? As Xu Ansheng was speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car instantly roared through the traffic. On the phone, He Luoran's heart trembled when he heard the sound of the accelerator, and he hurriedly said, "Ansheng, don't be in a hurry, drive slowly. It's still early, just after 3 o'clock, there's still time. I never fight a battle unprepared. How's your investigation going?" I was about to tell you this, but you're driving, so I better explain." Knowing Xu Ansheng's temper, He Luoran didn't dare to delay and said quickly, "I can't find the information of Qianqing's president, nor can I find his address, let alone his whereabouts. I asked many people, but I couldn't get any information. Not even Sister Ari. Ansheng, how about Wei?" Before she could utter the word "forget it," Xu Ansheng interrupted her, "I understand." Bang! The phone was hung up. Xu Ansheng looked at the traffic ahead, which was brightly illuminated by the sun, and narrowed his eyes. There is a way even if we can't find her. He Luoran heard the busy tone on his phone, picked up the phone, looked at the black screen, frowned, and looked worried. In fact, she did find out some things, but she believed Ansheng also knew those things. That is, Qian Sheng is very awesome. The person in power at Qian Sheng is even more powerful. How could they afford to offend? But Ansheng didn't care at all, and was determined to bang his head against the wall as if he was possessed by a ghost. She was really worried. I always feel like this is a trap. 4 o'clock sharp. The car stopped outside the gate of Yuhan Palace with a bang. Xu Ansheng threw the car keys to the parking attendant and walked in with her high heels clicking. Her steps were as fast as the wind, her face was cold, and she was as domineering as a queen. Even though she was not walking on the catwalk at that moment, she exuded the aura of a catwalk, attracting the attention of people around her. Xiaoi was already waiting inside. When he saw her come in, he hurried over. "Sister N." Xu Ansheng hummed in a cold voice and walked towards the elevator without stopping. This was not her first time coming to Yuhan Palace, and she was not unfamiliar with the place at all. He Luoran had already sent the address to her mobile phone. At this time, many people had already come here. Staff, models, reporters, and people from all walks of life who came to the party. It's very lively here. Xu Ansheng walked straight into the elevator, and Xiaoi followed closely, quickly pressing the floor button. Seeing the elevator door close, she leaned close to Xu Ansheng's ear and whispered, "Sister N, I just saw Joiner." Chapter 35. Enemy. Xu Ansheng had a party show to attend in the evening. She looked at the time, left Qiansheng Group and drove directly to her destination. Yuhan Palace. Yuhan Palace is a famous manor in Yucheng. Many people who shoot movies, magazines, select locations, and organize activities will choose Yuhan Palace. This time, SU's party show was also held in Yuhan Palace. Xu Ansheng is very important as the protagonist of SU's opening and closing shows. He Luoran called not long after Xu Ansheng got in the car, reminding Xu Ansheng not to forget the show. Xu Ansheng was driving, looking at the travel time, and said, "We are on our way. We'll be there in half an hour." So soon. He Luoran didn't expect this. She thought Xu Ansheng was still thinking about Qian Sheng and her 100 million. What do you think? As Xu Ansheng was speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car instantly roared through the traffic. On the phone, He Luoran's heart trembled when he heard the sound of the accelerator, and he hurriedly said, "Ansheng, don't be in a hurry, drive slowly. It's still early, just after 3 o'clock, there's still time. I never fight a battle unprepared. How's your investigation going?" I was about to tell you this, but you're driving, so I better explain." Knowing Xu Ansheng's temper, He Luoran didn't dare to delay and said quickly, "I can't find the information of Qianqing's president, nor can I find his address, let alone his whereabouts. I asked many people, but I couldn't get any information. Not even Sister Ari. Ansheng, how about Wei?" Before she could utter the word "forget it," Xu Ansheng interrupted her, "I understand." Bang! The phone was hung up. Xu Ansheng looked at the traffic ahead, which was brightly illuminated by the sun, and narrowed his eyes. There is a way even if we can't find her. He Luoran heard the busy tone on his phone, picked up the phone, looked at the black screen, frowned, and looked worried. In fact, she did find out some things, but she believed Ansheng also knew those things. That is, Xu Ansheng is very awesome. The person in power at Xu Ansheng is even more powerful. How could they afford to offend? But Ansheng didn't care at all, and was determined to bang his head against the wall as if he was possessed by a ghost. She was really worried. I always feel like this is a trap. Squeak. At exactly 4 o'clock, the pink Porsche stopped steadily outside the gate of Yuhan Palace. Xu Ansheng threw the car keys to the parking attendant and walked in with her high heels clicking. Her steps were as fast as the wind, her face was cold, and she was as domineering as a queen. Even though she was not walking on the catwalk at that moment, she exuded the aura of a catwalk, attracting the attention of people around her. Xiaoyi was already waiting inside. When he saw her come in, he hurried over. Sister N. Xu Ansheng hummed in a cold voice and walked towards the elevator without stopping. This was not her first time to come to Yuhan Palace, and she was not unfamiliar with the place at all. He Luoran had already sent the address to her mobile phone. At this time, many people had already come here. Staff, models, reporters, and people from all walks of life who came to the party. Very lively. Xu Ansheng walked straight into the elevator, and Xiaoyi followed closely, quickly pressing the floor button. Seeing the elevator door close, she leaned close to Xu Ansheng's ear and whispered, Sister N, I just saw Joiner. Xu Ansheng was thinking about how to deal with Feng Boyi, and she was thinking very seriously. She didn't hear Xiaoyi's words, but the 3 words Joiner fell clearly into her ears. Xu Ansheng narrowed his eyes instantly. Who are you talking about? His sharp gaze fell on Xiaoyi's face. Xiaoyi shrank back and said carefully, Joiner. Joiner. Xu Ansheng's eyes darkened. Xiaoyi looked at her expression and whispered, She came with a man. I asked someone about that man and found out he's the second in command of Dongan Entertainment. And she's also at the catwalk tonight. Xiaoyi has also followed Xu Ansheng for several years and is someone Xu Ansheng trusts. She knew clearly that Joiner was Xu Ansheng's mortal enemy. It is no exaggeration to say that they are enemies. Joiner also had a hand in what happened 2 years ago, but because of this, Joiner disappeared from the public eye, even more completely than Xu Ansheng. There's nothing we can do. This guy is so shameless and so dirty. No one thinks highly of her. There is no place for her in the modeling industry anymore. But now, she came out. Above board. Xu Ansheng's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Really? A smile appeared on her face, and even her beautiful phoenix eyes were smiling. But this smile is scary no matter how you look at it. Xiaoyi was frightened, not knowing what Xu Ansheng would do. But thinking of Xu Ansheng's usual style of doing things, she still said boldly, Sister Anne, I checked the second owner of Dongan Entertainment, and is not a simple person. If you were to go up against her tonight, I'm afraid you'd be at a disadvantage. As for people, there is a huge difference between having a background and not having one. I sent it because of this man that Joiner can come out again and walk the SU show. Xu Ansheng also has a backstage, which is no smaller than that of the second boss of Dongan Entertainment. However, Xu Ansheng's style of doing things has always been direct and rough, and she was afraid of causing trouble. So, just be patient. Oh. Xu Ansheng's smile was indifferent, but it became deeper and colder. Xiaoyi didn't dare to say anything more. The party show starts at 7 o'clock sharp, and it's 4 o'clock now, so there are still 3 hours left. But this time is not long for anyone. Everyone is busy, very busy. Xu Ansheng was not idle either. He went directly to the dressing room to prepare. However, as soon as the door of the dressing room opened, the person inside came into view. With big golden waves and wearing a long gold-threaded halter dress, she sat in her special makeup chair with her long legs crossed, holding a lipstick in her hand, pinching it off bit by bit. Xiaoyi was stunned. My cosmetics. She rushed over and looked at the mess on the dressing table and the completely destroyed cosmetics, and tears came out immediately. Xu Ansheng stood there, not moving. She glanced at the expensive cosmetics. Powder was scattered everywhere. Eyebrow pencils, powder palettes, blush, and eyeshadow were all mixed together. Some were broken, some were broken. It could be said that none of them were usable. Xu Ansheng's gaze fell on the face in the makeup mirror that had obviously undergone plastic surgery. The expression was indifferent and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. However, the person sitting in the chair seemed to remember something when he saw Xiaoyi and turned around. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Ansheng, long time no see. Joiner stood up from the chair, and the lipstick in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. She raised her foot and stepped on the broken lipstick to crush it. Xu Ansheng's mouth curled up. Joiner, I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you are still so mean. You. Anyone would be angry if you directly confronted them like this. Joyner's face, which was no longer as natural as before, suddenly became angry, and due to the operation of high technology, her face was distorted. Xu Ansheng raised his foot, walked slowly over, and stood in front of her. Look at your face. You've messed it up like a silicone ghost. I feel so scared for you. Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng brushed her long hair, turned to the dressing table, crossed her arms, pointed at the damaged cosmetics, and smiled. Pay for it. This time, Joyner smiled. A smug smile. She raised her chin and said proudly, "How did you know that I broke your eyes?" "Oh, I ruined this lipstick, I admit it. I'll compensate you for the lipstick. As for the rest, please don't make false accusations. I can sue you for defamation." After she finished speaking, she looked up at the ceiling of the dressing room and laughed even more wantonly. Supermodel Xu's independent dressing room is so good, there is no surveillance. Privacy is well protected. She looked at Xu Ansheng with a victorious smile, then left. But as soon as she took a step, she felt a sudden pain in her scalp. Chapter 36. Damn calmness. Ah. Xu Ansheng grabbed Joyner's blonde hair easily. Joyner instantly grabbed her hair and roared, "Xu Ansheng, what are you doing?" There was no smile on Xu Ansheng's face anymore, not even a trace of expression. She looked at the man who was being forced to look up and glare at her by her hair and said calmly, "To compensate or not to compensate, it's your choice." Joyner's face twisted, anger and hatred intertwined in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know who I'm following now? I'm telling you, Xu Ansheng, if you dare to touch me, I will never let you go." "Oh, really?" Xu Ansheng turned his head and pressed down the hand that was grabbing Joyner's hair. Joyner screamed instantly, "Ah!" Xiaoyi was stunned, but she also reacted to Joyner's scream. She hurried over and grabbed Xu Ansheng's hand. "Sister Anne, forget it, forget it. Never mind. You want to just walk away like this after touching my Xu Ansheng's things? Dream." Xu Ansheng grabbed Joyner's hair and pulled her back. Joyner screamed in pain, cursed, and tried to grab Xu Ansheng's hand. Who is Xu Ansheng? She is not a little white flower. She is a rose with thorns. He grabbed Joyner's hand and twisted it, forcing her to turn around, pressing her against the dressing table, pressing her head down so that she was in close contact with the damaged cosmetics. "Joyner, either you give me these things intact, or you eat them." "Xu Ansheng, you bitch, let me go. Do you think you're still the supermodel that all the fashion houses were vying for 2 years ago? I'm telling you, you're not anymore. You, Xu Ansheng, have long since fallen from the altar. You are no longer the queen who is high above everyone else. You are a stink bug in the stinking ditch, stinking enough to disgust everyone." Nausea. Xiaoyi was stunned when she saw the person who was pressed on the dressing table and cursing. "You still dare to curse at a time like this? You are simply asking for death. Hee hee. Bed bugs." Xu Ansheng smiled. Xiaoyi trembled. "Anne. Sister Anne." Xu Ansheng looked at the apple cheeks that were almost squeezed out by her body being pressed against the dressing table, leaned over to Joyner's ear, and whispered softly, "I am a bedbug, so you, Joyner, are the king of bedbugs. No one can defeat you." "You are." Xu Ansheng grabbed Joyner's hair, forced her to open her mouth, then picked up the cosmetics on the dressing table and stuffed them into Joyner's mouth. Xiaoyi shuddered and immediately grabbed Xu Ansheng's hand. "Sister Anne, calm down." "Calm? Fuck calmness. This bitch, she has wanted to kill her for a long time." Xu Ansheng pushed Xiaoyi away and picked up the setting powder to apply it on Joyner's face. "Stop." A voice was heard, and then Xu Ansheng's wrist was pinched. She subconsciously loosened her hand, and Joyner fell to the ground instantly, then rolled and crawled to the side, far away from Xu Ansheng. At this time, many people had gathered outside the dressing room, and they were all stunned by the scene inside. The reporter, on the other hand, reacted quickly and kept taking pictures with his camera. Joyner came back to her senses from the pain and heard the clicking sound. She immediately ran to the camera and pointed at Xu Ansheng. "Xu Ansheng has gone crazy again. You all saw what she did to me. Photograph her hideous face and report it, so everyone can see how terrifying she is." Without Joyner saying anything, the reporter took out his camera and quickly pressed the shutter button to take pictures of Xu Ansheng and Joyner. Yucheng held Xu Ansheng's hand, stood in front of her, and frowned at the reporter who kept taking pictures. Xiaoyi had just been thrown into a chair by Xu Ansheng, and now seeing Yucheng was like seeing a savior. He reacted very quickly, pointing at Joyner and shouting, "It's her. She ruined our cosmetics and she refused to admit it. Sister Anne asked her to compensate her, but she refused. It's her fault. She provoked someone first." When Qiao Yina heard this, She immediately covered her mouth and cried, "I had no idea. It was like this when I came in here. Xu Ansheng must say it was me, but it wasn't me. Why should I admit it? I call the police." A faint voice came from behind Yu Jinshen, and Xu Ansheng walked out. Yu Jinshen frowned and squeezed her wrist tightly. "I'll take care of it." Xu Ansheng struggled. "No need. She handles her own affairs." Yu Jinshen's eyes darkened. "Ansheng, be obedient." He squeezed her hand harder, not allowing any arguments. Xu Ansheng looked at Yu Jinshen, saw the toughness in his eyes, and moved his lips, but he finally retreated. If there is anyone in this world who can make Xu Ansheng obedient under such circumstances, then it is the person in front of him, Yu Jinshen. There is no one else. When Yu Jinshen saw that she obediently retreated behind him, his expression softened slightly. But very quickly, his face turned serious. Looking at the mess on the dressing table, Yu Jinshen looked at Joyner and said, "Everyone present here can tell the value of these cosmetics at a glance. With so many cosmetics damaged, calling the police is the best option. I believe that when the police come, we can take these cosmetics back and check the fingerprints. There will be results soon." Joyner's face changed. She destroyed these things only by relying on her connections. Why would she wear gloves when destroying them? So these things must have her fingerprints on them. Once such a thing is reported to the police and confirmed, she will. What happened? A strange man's voice was heard, and everyone looked over immediately, and saw a man wearing a flowered shirt and about average height walking towards them. Young Master Dong. Someone spoke. Xu Ansheng stood behind Yu Jinshen and watched the wall of people formed outside the door move aside. A man who had obviously indulged in excessive sexual activities walked in. Xu Ansheng's lips curled slightly. It's true that the pot matches the lid. A piece of shit. When Joyner saw the person coming in, she immediately rushed over and hugged the person. "Young Master Dong, she bullied me." Chen Chen didn't recognize the person with messy hair and makeup at first, and subconsciously pushed Joyner away. But after hearing Joyner's voice, he frowned. "Why are you like this?" Obviously, unhappy. Joyner immediately raised a tear-stained face, her makeup smudged from being grabbed by Xu Ansheng, and pointed angrily at the person behind Yu Jinshen. "Mr. Dong, she hit me." Chen Chen's face instantly turned gloomy. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. Can anyone touch Chen Chen's people? Chen Chen looked at the person Joyner was pointing at, and when he saw Yu Jinshen, his face turned extremely ugly. "Mr. Yu." "It's me." Xu Ansheng came out from behind Yu Jinshen, crossed his arms, and raised his chin slightly. "It's none of Mr. Yu's business. I was the one who beat Joyner. I can't help it. The one who teases first is a bitch. I'm going to beat that bitch." Chapter 37. Kill her. The dressing room was quiet. Even the reporter forgot to press the shutter. The truth is, no one can beat someone up and admit it in front of everyone like Xu Ansheng did. She is really too honest. Yu Jinshen lowered his head and held his forehead, feeling a headache. Xiaoyi stood by and looked at Xu Ansheng's arrogant face, which showed that he was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. His face turned red. Their sister and is always the one who is right, but in the end she always becomes the one who is wrong. Just like now, she has foreseen the outcome. Really? It's so frustrating. Look. She admitted it all. Joyner seemed to have found a breakthrough, grabbed Chen Chen's arm and pointed at Xu Ansheng. Chen Chen did not react. He looked at the original face that was flamboyant and exquisite to the extreme under the light. The arrogant and disdainful eyebrows and eyes were like an untamable lion, which made him want to tame it. Men don't like those who are always pushing for you. What they like is the kind of woman who is out of control and can never be caught. That's what makes it fun. Chen Chen's mind moved, and an evil idea came to his mind. "So it was you who hurt my people, just wait for me." He pointed at Xu Ansheng, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he left with Joyner. Joyner was stunned. The reporter was also stunned. Everyone, including the people who were watching the excitement outside the office, were stunned. Everyone thought they would see a grand scene of a century-long war, but they didn't expect it to disappear like that. It was like thunder with little rain, and they were unable to react. Yu Jinshen saw the look in Chen Chen's eyes before he left, and his brows furrowed. "Stop filming, stop filming. The party show will start in just over 2 hours. Everyone hurry up and get to work." At this time, the person in charge of SU also came over and drove people away. When they saw the person in charge, everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After a while, the place returned to its original quietness. It seemed as if nothing had happened just now. Xu Ansheng's face looked extremely ugly because Joiner had destroyed so many of her things and hadn't compensated her yet. She was about to leave when Yucheng immediately stopped her and said, "Be safe." Xu Ansheng glared at him. "That bitch broke so many of my things. It won't be easy for her to leave." Yucheng's head hurt again. "I'll take care of this matter. You hurry up and prepare. The 7 o'clock show can't go wrong." The person in charge came in. She rushed over because she heard about the situation here. She glanced at the mess on the dressing table and said to Xu Ansheng, "Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare a new set of makeup right away. It won't delay the fashion show." Xu Ansheng's brows were furrowed, and his face was full of changing expressions, full of anger. What she wants is not a set of cosmetics, but an apology and compensation. Yucheng understood her and knew what she was thinking. He slowed down his voice and said gently, "Listen to me, do you want to delay tonight's show because of this?" Xu Ansheng's fists clenched until they crackled, the anger on her face growing layer by layer. Finally, she unclenched her fists. "Okay, after the show is over, I'll settle the score with her." Yucheng. Shay. Because of this little episode, the atmosphere backstage became subtle, but the two parties acted as if nothing had happened. They put on makeup and changed their clothes as usual, as if nothing had happened. This made everyone think that they were overthinking it. Time passed quickly and it gradually got dark. Nearing 7 o'clock, the lights in the entire Yucheng lit up, like the Milky Way in the sky, and began to shine brightly. Everything has been arranged in Yuhan Palace. Everyone who should come has arrived, and all necessary preparations have been made. The party show is about to begin. Yucheng was worried that something might go wrong with Xu Ansheng, so he stayed by her side until Heluan arrived. When the time was almost up, he gave Heluan some careful instructions before going to the spectator seats. He is Xu Ansheng's immediate superior, and also Xu Ansheng's backer. Xu Ansheng signed with an agency, which was Yucheng's company Yanshen. However, Yucheng is rarely in the company on weekdays. His ambition is not here, but in other fields. Therefore, iResearch is usually in charge of the company. It can be said that iResearch is the second in command of Yanshen. No one can ride on Eric's head. Xu Ansheng didn't even know that Yucheng would appear here today, but it was precisely his appearance that stabilized everything. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Seeing Yucheng leave, Heluan said to Xu Ansheng, "You know what kind of person Joiner is. Why are you confronting her openly? Let's play dirty with her." Even though she has a strong backer now, I don't think they care about her at all. They're just playing around with her. There's no need for you to rush and let her wield a gun, right? Xu Ansheng was already dressed and standing in front of the mirror, looking at her perfect makeup in the mirror, feeling very satisfied. As for what Heluan said, she didn't hear a word. No one can stop Xu Ansheng from doing what she wants to do. Seeing that Xu Ansheng didn't listen to him at all, Heluan became anxious. "Ansheng, you really need to change your temper. Otherwise, it would be a real loss." Like 2 years ago. Heluan stopped talking before he could finish his words. Looking at herself in the mirror and admiring her own beauty, Xu Ansheng's gaze instantly fell on Heluan's face, her eyes frighteningly cold. Heluan knew he was shocked, lowered his head and whispered, Do you think she doesn't know that I'm playing dirty tricks on her? Do you think Joiner is really brainless? I'm telling you, Heluan, if I, Xu Ansheng, want to have fun, I'll do it in the open. I don't do things that require a lot of brainpower and effort. I, Xu Ansheng, will be direct, rough, and simple. Kill her." After hearing the first 2 sentences, Heluan felt very guilty, thinking that he was too impulsive and had misunderstood Xu Ansheng. In fact, Xu Ansheng is smart. It's just too hasty. But after hearing the following words, Heluan just said Xu Ansheng has brains, but she just doesn't like to use them. She prefers to use the simplest methods to solve problems. In short, it's low emotional intelligence. She was speechless. "Sister Anne, the show is about to start. You should go out." The staff came to the dressing room to urge them. Xu Ansheng withdrew his gaze and the coldness on his face disappeared. She looked at herself in the mirror, adjusted her facial expression, raised her chin slightly, then turned and left the dressing room. Xiaoi hurriedly grabbed Xu Ansheng's skirt and followed her out. Heluan didn't have time to think about it now, so he hurried to follow. At this time, outside the white carved iron gate of Yuhan Palace, a black Cullinan drove in smoothly. Chapter 38 Unbelievable. "Boss Feng, we finally have you." The car stopped outside the manor's exquisite jade carved double gates. The people waiting there hurried forward and bowed to greet him. The driver got out of the car, opened the door, and a tall and dignified man got out. He was wearing a shirt and trousers, with his suit jacket draped over his arm. The sleeves of his shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing his strong forearms in the light. He seemed to be taking this trip lightly, and there was no frightening aura about him. Even the no entry sign that usually makes people afraid to approach seems to have disappeared. Here we go. Feng Boyi looked at the all-European architectural style, the exquisite carvings, and the master's murals. His deep eyes were stained by the halo inside, but it became increasingly difficult to see clearly. Not yet, but soon. The person who greeted me answered while checking the time. It starts in 5 minutes. Feng Boyi walked in. Qin Hao followed behind him and walked into this extremely luxuriously decorated manor with him. Backstage, Xu Ansheng, as the protagonist of the opening show, was the first to stand behind the curtain, waiting for the music to begin. The other models were ready and standing behind her, but they were still worried and kept looking up and down at their makeup. Xu Ansheng had already been optimistic about it and was very confident, so she didn't need to look. She just stood there, wearing the long dress tailored for her by Su, with her chin slightly raised, and her face, which was made up to be extremely delicate, was breathtakingly beautiful under the light. But she had no expression at all. She was very indifferent, like a queen who was high above everyone else, sitting on her throne and facing her people ruthlessly. The models behind looked at it with envy and jealousy, and resentment appeared in Joyner's eyes. She originally thought that she could do whatever she wanted as long as she had a financial sponsor, but it turned out that it was not the case at all. After leaving those words, she was taken away. Xu Ansheng didn't suffer any harm, but she lost a lot of hair and her face was covered with marks that couldn't be covered up no matter how much makeup she put on. Xu Ansheng, I will not let you go, absolutely not. Joyner dug her beautiful nails into her palms, her face full of viciousness. At exactly 7 o'clock, the lights at the front desk dimmed in an instant, white mist rose, and very quickly, the entire venue was filled with a hazy atmosphere. The venue was decorated with flowers, vines, and green trees, and under the cover of white mist, it looked like a fairyland. In the corner of the audience seats, in an extremely tricky position, where no one could notice, a tall figure sat down in a chair as the light dimmed. His suit jacket was still draped over his forearm, his long legs were crossed, and his deep eyes were fixed steadily forward. Hua hua tilde, hua hua tilde. The sound of clear flowing water can be heard, followed by the chirping of birds and the sound of blooming flowers. It feels like entering a forest, and everything in nature is reviving. At this moment, the curtains slowly opened. A beam of light fell vertically. The person in the beam of light was clearly seen by everyone in the venue. At this moment, everyone was stunned. She was wearing a glacier white long skirt. The skirt was extremely long and thin, wrapping her completely from her chin to her instep. The fabric of the skirt was extremely thin, clearly showing the lines of her body, which was extremely soft and beautiful. The hem of her skirt was very long and trailed on the ground. It swayed slightly as she walked forward, like silk falling on flowing water, moving with the current. She was half covered with a crystal dress as thin as a cicada's wing. The crystal dress was made of completely transparent crystal, each one of which was time-consuming and labor-intensive to make. When the light shone on it, countless dazzling lights bloomed out. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. No one was not impressed by the person in the beam of light. They even forgot to blink while watching. Xu Ansheng looked ahead, without a trace of expression on her face. She was like an extraordinary being without any emotions, looking at everything here indifferently. She walked forward, and the beam of light followed her. She walked slowly step by step, and all the light was focused on her. Everything around me was dim. Yu Jianshan looked at the people on the stage with a smile on his face. As soon as she steps onto the catwalk, she becomes the most dazzling presence. No one can take away the light from her. She was born for the catwalk. Crack, crack. Countless shutter clicks rang out, drowning out the music in the venue. Others also reacted and took out their phones to take pictures. Chen Chen sat below, looking at the immortal-like person on the stage, his eyes becoming more and more interested. Xu Ansheng knew that many people were looking at her, and she also knew that her performance satisfied everyone present. She was not proud, complacent, or relaxed. She will remain like this until she steps down. However, when she had walked most of the way and turned the corner, she seemed to see someone. In the darkness, a pair of deep eyes stared at her. Just like that night in Half Moon Bay, she was standing on the stage and that man was sitting below. He stared at her with his phone in hand. Xu Ansheng's heartbeat suddenly quickened. No way. That person is coming? Will he watch the show too? No matter how I think about it, this is an incredible thing. But at this time, Xu Ansheng didn't dare to think too much. Now she is working, and she wants to do her job well without any mistakes. Suppressing the churning emotions in his heart, Xu Ansheng finished the opening show in front of everyone with a calm expression. Perfect display. Sister N, You are so beautiful tonight. As soon as they arrived backstage, Xiaoyi looked at Xu Ansheng with admiration. Luoran also nodded and gave Xu Ansheng a thumbs up in appreciation. The two never doubted Xu Ansheng's professionalism at work. They are very reassured about this. Xu Ansheng was not as happy as the other two. Her mind was filled with the face and the pair of deep eyes that flashed by in the dim light. She immediately said to Luoran, Go find someone and ask if anyone from Changsheng has arrived. Are they going to cooperate with SU? She was just unsure because she really couldn't imagine someone like that coming to the show. But there were so many things she couldn't imagine, so she had to find out. It doesn't matter even if she was wrong. Now she can't miss any news about Changsheng. Changsheng. Luoran was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Go now. Xu Ansheng immediately chased them away, then lifted her skirt and hurried to the dressing room. Xiaoyi, follow me. Oh, okay. The two men left quickly, leaving Luoran standing there with an incredible look on his face. Is Changsheng involved in the fashion industry? Chapter 39, Walking with Disdain. Xu Ansheng returned to the dressing room and quickly changed into her closing show clothes. Xiaoyi did not dare to delay and quickly put on makeup for her and tidied up her look. By the time Xu Ansheng had tidied herself up and walked out of the dressing room with a different look, the show was almost over. She's almost there. Everyone in the venue was still there, waiting for Xu Ansheng's closing show, and no one left. Xu Ansheng wanted to take advantage of the closing show to take another look at that person to confirm whether he was really there, so her heart was beating a little fast, but when she thought that her indecision would affect her work, she suppressed the thought. The lights in the venue changed very quickly. There was no more white mist, but instead the wind and clouds suddenly changed, thunder roared, and Xu Ansheng walked onto the stage. She wore all white in the opening show, and now she wore all black, like the ruler of the Dark Knight, walking on this rapidly changing T-stage with her powerful aura. Before, she walked slowly, but now, she walked with sharp, fast and steady steps. Even if wind, rain, thunder and lightning came, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the world was destroyed, she still walked with contempt for everything. Models need to have their own characteristics and something they want to express, rather than being like machines that follow a rigid pattern. The reason why Xu Ansheng has her current status is that she has her own personal characteristics and has walked a path that is unique to her. No one can walk this road except her Xu Ansheng. Supermodel Xu Ansheng is confident, strong, dares to love and hate, is not afraid of hardships, and is not afraid of anything. Feng Boyi sat in the darkness, looking at the person walking on a catwalk, her skirt flying and her long legs extremely powerful. She looked ahead, her beautiful eyes without a trace of warmth, her delicately made-up face without a trace of affection. She left in a strong, cold, and arrogant manner. It seems that this is her Xu Ansheng, the real Xu Ansheng. Everyone has eyes, and can tell whether something is good or not at a glance. Undoubtedly, Xu Ansheng became the most eye-catching person in the audience as soon as he appeared. As long as she comes out, everyone's attention will be attracted by her and they will be impressed by her. The shutter sounds were as dense as rain again. Amidst these sounds, Xu Ansheng finished her closing show steadily. Ah, Sisterin, you are my idol. You walked away so handsomely. As soon as Xu Ansheng stepped down from the stage, Xiaoyi rushed over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xu Ansheng frowned, as if she had not seen that person just now. Was it too dark, or had she seen it wrong before? Or, is he gone? Xu Ansheng immediately said, Where is Luoran? Ah, Sister he. Sister he hasn't come back yet. Where's your phone? Give me your phone. Oh, okay. Xiaoyi hurriedly gave the phone to Xu Ansheng, and Xu Ansheng directly dialed Luoran's number. After hearing what Xu Ansheng said, Luoran went to ask someone, and the person he asked was naturally the person in charge of SU. But the person in charge of SU said no, their SU has not cooperated with Changsheng, nor has they heard of any cooperation with Changsheng. So, what's going on? Luoran looked up news about Changsheng, but he could only find literal information and could not find a single photo of the president of Changsheng. She wasn't even sure whether the president of Changsheng was old or young, male or female. So she could only inquire around, asking everyone she knew, one by one. But all I got was confusion, puzzlement, and wonder, because no one knew that people from Changsheng were coming, and no one had ever seen what people from Changsheng looked like. Luoran was puzzled now. How did Xu Ansheng know about it if he had never seen it before? Considering that Xu Ansheng said this after he had left the catwalk, it was obvious that he had seen it during the show. So in the end, she ran to the exit of the venue, planning to call Xu Ansheng as soon as he finished his catwalk to see what this Changsheng person looked like. After all, she was also very curious about what kind of people Changsheng was like. Is he different from ordinary people like them? Unexpectedly, just as she was about to call Xu Ansheng called her. He Luoran quickly answered, Ansheng, I'm at the exit of the venue now. What does the person you mentioned look like? Do you have a photo? Send it to me now. Xu Ansheng called He Luoran to ask how the investigation was going. When she heard this, her eyes lit up for a moment. Are you at the exit? Right. Okay, Xu Ansheng wanted to say that she sent photos to He Luoran, but she became speechless as soon as she opened her mouth. When did she get a photo of that person? She didn't have one at all. But soon, Xu Ansheng calmed down and said, I don't have a photo of that person, but is very handsome, especially handsome, the kind of manly type. You can tell at first glance that he's a mature man, scheming and difficult to talk to. He Luoran. What kind of descriptions are these? Originally, He Luoran was looking at the person coming out of the exit, but after hearing Xu Ansheng's description, she lowered her head and didn't want to talk anymore. Xu Ansheng didn't know what He Luoran was thinking, and continued, he's the type that stands out from the crowd. When he walks out, you can spot him at a glance. That person is him. He Luoran, Ansheng, can we talk a little? Before she finished speaking, He Luoran saw Yucheng coming out of the exit. Her heart moved, and she immediately said, I saw Mr. Yu, and I have an idea. She quickly hung up the phone and ran towards Yucheng. When Xu Ansheng heard the voice coming from the phone, he was excited, because she knew what method He Luoran was talking about. Ask Yucheng. Yucheng is not an ordinary person. He is a member of the Yu family, and the Yu family is also a powerful family. But it is not in Yucheng, but in Huicheng. Huicheng is some distance away from Yucheng, just like the distance between Yuzhou and Yucheng. In Huicheng, the Yu family is a particularly powerful family. However, they are extremely low-key, like Yucheng, who rarely shows up in public. These rich people are the ones who can be found everywhere even if you don't see them here in a circle. The Yu family and the Feng family belong to the same class, and she didn't believe that Yucheng had never met Feng Boyi. Oops. Really? She actually forgot about this. It seemed that she was really obsessed with the 100 million and forgot to ask Yucheng. After taking the phone off, Xu Ansheng quickly said to Xiaoi, let's go, change clothes and remove makeup. She will fight bravely for her 100 million. On this side, Yucheng saw He Luoran and frowned. He told He Luoran to stay by Xu Ansheng's side and not to leave her, especially after the show was over. He was afraid that Xu Ansheng would go to find Joiner again, which would cause trouble. However, before he could say anything, He Luoran rushed over and said, Boss Yu, do you know anyone from Changsheng? Chapter 40 Guilty. Just as He Luoran finished asking the question, a tall figure walked out of the conference room. However, Yucheng was tall and he stood in front of He Luoran, blocking He Luoran's sight steadily. He Luoran did not see Feng Boyi. Someone from Changsheng. Yucheng frowned and looked at He Luoran. Did Ansheng ask you to ask? He Luoran nodded. Yeah. Yucheng is young and promising, has a good family background, a good temper, is patient, and treats his employees well. It can be said that he is a very perfect person and there is no flaw to be found. He was very indulgent and protective of Xu Ansheng. At first, He Luoran thought that Yucheng liked Xu Ansheng, but she found that it was not. Yucheng treated Xu Ansheng like a brother treats his sister, and was very caring. As long as Yucheng is here with He Luoran, Xu Ansheng can always be the queen. Yucheng looked at He Luoran's expression and said, I'll go find her. Xu Ansheng didn't know that Feng Boyi had just left right under He Luoran's nose. She changed into a neat casual outfit, quickly removed her makeup, and asked Xiaoi to put on some natural light makeup for her. Normally she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. But tonight is different. If she sees that person, she has to be in her best condition, right? She knew very well that no man liked ugly women. Good looks are a plus. Feng Boyi is no exception. However, this takes a lot of time. Xu Ansheng kept looking at the time and his patience was constantly decreasing. Xiaoi thought Xu Ansheng's impatience meant she was going to settle the score with Joiner, so she carefully said while putting makeup on Xu Ansheng, Sister Anne, let's forget about Joiner. Xu Ansheng's mind was full of Feng Boyi. With 100 million, Joiner would have been thrown into the Pacific Ocean by her long ago. Hearing this disgusting name, Xu Ansheng's face turned black. I don't have time to look for her today. How could that bitch be important to 100 million? Get out. Seeing Xu Ansheng's face full of disdain and contempt, Xiaoi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. That's good. A world war can be avoided. Light makeup is very convenient and quick to apply. When Xiaoi applied lipstick on Xu Ansheng and the person in the mirror showed a face of peerless beauty, Xu Ansheng's patience, which had dropped to the lowest point, finally recovered. She nodded. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. He stood up, grabbed his phone and bag and was about to leave. But at this moment, a person walked in from outside the door. He was wearing a flowered shirt and had a wicked smile on his seemingly okay face. The dark circles under his eyes were obvious signs of long-term overindulgence. Isn't this the man who pointed at Xu Ansheng and told him to wait for Joiner? Who is he? Where are you going, Miss Xu? Chen walked in and closed the dressing room door. Xiaoyi subconsciously stepped back and looked at Xu Ansheng. It was obvious that this person had bad intentions. Xu Ansheng was in a good mood because of her beautiful face, but after seeing such a disgusting face that showed signs of excessive indulgence, her mood instantly plummeted to the bottom. She turned her gaze away directly. Xiaoyi, let's go. He walked past Chen with complete disdain. This further aroused Chen's desire to win, and his desire for Xu Ansheng to surrender reached its peak. Miss Xu, why are you leaving? The matter just now hasn't been resolved yet. Chen grabbed Xu Ansheng's hand, but Xu Ansheng shook it off immediately as if he had touched rat shit. Chen's face instantly darkened when he saw the look of disgust. Miss Xu, do you believe that if you walk out like this, all the major media will report that you assaulted someone tomorrow? Xu Ansheng took out a wet wipe from her bag and wiped the hand that Chen had grabbed. It's so fucking disgusting to be touched by such a person. When Chen saw her action, his face didn't become gloomy, but sinister. Xiaoyi grabbed Xu Ansheng's hand and trembled with fear. After wiping her hands clean and throwing the wet wipes directly on the ground, Xu Ansheng looked at the man who was about the same height as her. She didn't even want to give him a sneer, and said directly with a deadpan expression, "If you have the guts, don't report tomorrow." After saying this, he left without hesitation with Xiaoyi. Chen stood there, watching the proud and beautiful figure walk out and disappear from his sight. He licked her lips with the tip of his tongue, a sinister smile in his eyes. It really makes people want to hold her down and treat her harshly. Yu Jinshen received a phone call on the way to find Xu Ansheng, so when he saw Xu Ansheng had already come out. Xu Ansheng didn't expect to see Yu Jinshen so soon. His eyes lit up for a moment, and his cold face became bright. She immediately walked towards Yu Jinshen quickly, and without waiting for Yu Jinshen to speak, she looked at He Luoran. Obviously, the meaning is clear. Did you ask? Is there an answer? He Luoran didn't say anything, but looked at Yu Jinshen, and his meaning was clear. She didn't get an answer. As for the reason, you have to ask Yu Jinshen. Xu Ansheng frowned and looked at Yu Jinshen, but Yu Jinshen said, "Why are you asking Changsheng?" Xu Ansheng gave He Luoran a dagger-like look. How could he be so stupid that he couldn't even handle such a small thing? He Luoran lowered her head with a helpless expression, indicating that she had no choice. Of course I only ask if I have something to ask. Otherwise, why would I ask? Xu Ansheng answered Yu Jinshen directly without hiding anything. Yu Jinshen's expression gradually became serious. What's the matter? Oh, MK wants to cooperate with Changsheng and wants me to be the middleman. If I can make this happen, I will earn 100 million. Tell me, why should I not agree? At this moment, Yu Jinshen was not serious, but solemn. The cooperation between MK and Changsheng is not something that you, as a spokesperson, can influence. Ansheng, this matter is not simple. Yu Jinshen is a few years older than Xu Ansheng. His circle, environment, and experience made him know that there was something wrong with this matter as soon as he heard it. Xu Ansheng is a model, even though she is a supermodel, but there is no need for her to be a middleman. Xu Ansheng's eyes flickered, and he crossed his arms over his chest, saying nonchalantly, "The contract says I'll get 100 million if I can accomplish this. If I can't, it doesn't matter. What am I afraid of?" Yu Jinshen stopped talking. He looked at the person in front of him, carefully, trying to see through her thoughts. He knew Xu Ansheng and knew that things could never be as simple as Xu Ansheng said. Xu Ansheng didn't dare to look into Yu Jinshen's eyes. She could deceive others but not the person in front of her. She pretended to be impatient and said, "Hey, are you going to tell me or not? Regarding Chengsheng's situation, I want to know Feng Boyi's personality, preferences, character, and home address. If you don't tell me, I'll leave." Yu Jinshen saw Xu Ansheng's guilty conscience, turned his gaze, and said to He Luoran and Xiaoyi, "You two go wait outside first. This means that I want to have a private talk with Xu Ansheng." The two nodded quickly. "Okay, Mr. Yu." Left immediately. Xu Ansheng also wanted to leave, but she knew that Yu Jinshen was the person most likely to know Feng Boyi. If she couldn't get some useful information from him, it would be difficult to get it from other places. Xu Ansheng suppressed his guilty conscience and looked into Yu Jinshen's eyes, his gaze firm, clear, and pure. "Right. She just wanted 100 million. It's that simple. Yu Jianshen looked at her and asked, "Are you related to Feng Boyi?" Chapter 41. Be mentally prepared. Xiaoyi and He Luoren went to wait outside the gate. As soon as they came out and were blown by the cold wind, Xiaoyi instantly remembered what Chen Chen said in the dressing room. She immediately grabbed He Luoren's hand and said, "Sister Anne, just now." He Luoren was told everything that happened in the dressing room without leaving out a single detail. After listening to it, He Luoren's expression became serious. Although Dongchen Entertainment does not belong to the modeling circle, it accounts for half of the entertainment industry. It is easy for them to ruin someone's reputation. This matter is serious. Xu Ansheng's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed subconsciously. Is it so direct? Although he thought so in his heart, Xu Ansheng reacted very quickly and laughed out loud. What relationship do I have with him? He's the big boss of Changsheng. How could a small model like me be related to him? If I really had something to do with him, would I be asking you here? Am I not stupid? He spoke several sentences in one breath without any pause. Xu Ansheng admired his own calmness in the face of danger. But Yu Jianshen still saw Xu Ansheng's 1-second reaction when he asked that question. That really does matter. And this relationship is not simple. He was worried. Ansheng, Feng Boyi is not someone you can mess with. You'd better not get close to him. Haha. Do you think I want to? If it weren't for this 100 million, would I have the urge to ask you these questions? Brother, please stop overthinking. I really do this for money. 100 million, 100 million, who wouldn't be tempted by that? Xu Ansheng raised her index finger, hoping very eagerly that Yu Jianshen would believe her and reveal some information to her. Even a little bit is fine. Yu Jianshen looked at Xu Ansheng's eyes flashing with desire, and they told him sincerely that she was really after the money. For no other reason. She pursed her lips slightly, then opened them again. I don't know where he lives, but I know he's a member of the Feng family and is old Lady Feng's favorite grandson. Grandson? Xu Ansheng frowned. The surname is Feng. Shouldn't it be grandson? Yu Jianshen knew what she was thinking and said, his mother divorced his father when she was pregnant with him. After the divorce, his mother returned to the Feng family. He was given the surname Feng when he was born, and he was raised by old Madame Feng. This was raised by a grandmother, not a mother? Subconsciously, Xu Ansheng asked, where's his mother? No matter how he listened to it, it sounded like an insult. Yu Jianshen was helpless. His mother died in a car accident when he was 3 years old. Xu Ansheng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Although she is also quite miserable, she has parents after all. Even though having parents is the same as having no parents, he is still worse off than her. So, he has a good relationship with his grandmother. I don't know about that. Feng Boyi has always been unkind and rarely shows any special emotions towards his family. He's very unpredictable. As he said this, Yu Jianshen's expression darkened. He is not an easy person to get along with. Xu Ansheng nodded subconsciously. I know, that's just the way he is. He is high and mighty, like a god, so heartless and ruthless. After hearing her words, Yu Jianshen stopped talking. Xu Ansheng didn't realize that her words had made Yu Jianshen even more certain of her connection to Feng Boyi. Her mind raced, and she asked, do you have a photo of his grandmother? She decided to attack from the other side. She didn't believe that he had no feelings for the person who raised him. Yu Jianshen said, no. Ah. Xu Ansheng frowned. No way. You know him so well, how could you not have a photo of his grandmother? The Feng family won't let their photos leak out. Although I've met his grandmother, I don't have a photo of her. Xu Ansheng believed this reason. After all, wealthy families were not the kind of nouveau riche or ordinary rich people. They were very low-key. There wasn't even a single photo of Feng Boyi on the internet. If Yu Banwen hadn't seen him with her own eyes that day, she wouldn't have known that he was the boss of Changsheng and the most outstanding descendant of the Feng family. Then do you know where his grandmother lives? Yu Jianshen stopped talking. He knew, but he wasn't going to say it. Xu Ansheng looked at Yu Jianshen's expression, guessed what he was thinking, and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't ask anymore. Okay, why are you back so suddenly? Aren't you doing your research anymore? Changing the subject, Xu Ansheng looked at Yu Jianshen with a smile, in a good mood. The news just now made her very satisfied. Yu Jianshen knew what she was thinking and sighed. I had something to deal with, so I came back. Ansheng, don't be so impulsive anymore. It's not good for you. It was about tonight again. Xu Ansheng didn't want to talk about it anymore. She picked up her phone to check the time. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. It's getting late. You must still have something to do. I also want to go back and rest early. Bye. Xu Ansheng waved to Yu Zhenshen and left quickly. Yu Zhenshen stood there, looking at the man who was acting so arrogantly under the light, with worry and helplessness in his eyes. She is always like this, regardless of anything, fearless and fearless. But it is precisely this kind of her that makes her the most dazzling. As soon as Xu Ansheng walked out of the door, he saw He Luoan and Xiaoyi. They were standing outside, lowering their heads and whispering something with serious expressions. Seeing them like this, Xu Ansheng walked over and asked, "What are you talking about?" Hearing her voice, the two of them immediately looked over. He Luoan ran straight towards Xu Ansheng and said, "Xiaoyi told me about the threat from joiner sponsor. I just called Sister Ari and told her about it. She said you'd better be mentally prepared in advance." Xu Ansheng said indifferently, "I understand. Leave." The parking attendant quickly drove the car over and Xu Ansheng got in. There was a loud bang and the car disappeared in Yuhan Palace at a high speed. He Luoan stood there with a frown on his face. What should I do? Yu Zhenshen did not leave because he had to deal with Xu Ansheng's matter tonight. He took out his cell phone and made a call. "What's going on?" "Everything has been arranged. Don't worry, Mr. Yu." "Okay." Xu Ansheng never takes the initiative to cause trouble, but once someone provokes her, she will fight back without hesitation. Her temper is both good and bad. But it didn't matter. As long as she was under his wing, he would take care of everything for her. A smile appeared on Yu Zhenshen's face, and his eyes were full of indulgence and doting. He took down his phone and hung up, and at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the front. He looked up. Chapter 42, His Purpose for Watching the Show. Under the bright light, on the smooth and beautiful marble floor, the tall man walked towards from the front. He had deep brows and a distant, cold expression, and at first glance, he seemed so unkind. Yu Zhenshen's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect Feng Boyi to appear in such a place. And Ansheng had seen him. At this moment, many thoughts appeared in Yu Zhenshen's mind. Qin Hao had been following Feng Boyi. At this moment, he watched the tall and beautiful person disappear. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu Zhenshen. He has a handsome face, gentle eyes, and brows, and the person in his sight is as beautiful as jade. Feng Boyi's gaze fell on Yu Zhenshen's face. His deep eyes were calm, without a trace of emotion. Yu Zhenshen's heart tightened because the gaze met his. Although he had seen this person before, seeing him again still made him subconsciously feel uneasy. This person is born to be a superior. Walking over, a smile appeared on his face. "Boss Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here." Feng Boyi stopped and looked at Yu Zhenshen. "Mr. Yu." Feng Boyi was followed by the person who greeted him at the beginning, the domestic director of SU. Hearing the conversation between the two, he was stunned. Boss Feng and Boss Yu know each other. When Yu Zhenshen heard his voice, he noticed that he was still behind him. Yu Zhenshen naturally knew SU's domestic director. He looked at the person behind him and nodded politely. "Director Wu." "Haha, hello, Mr. Yu." "I didn't expect that Mr. Yu and Mr. Feng actually know each other. Ms. Xu, the model walking the opening and closing shows tonight, is one of Mr. Yu's models." Wu Xianghai walked out and said to the two of them with a smile. Yu Zhenshen's heart moved slightly. He looked at Feng Boyi and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Mr. Feng would come to see the show." Feng Boyi, the ruler of Changsheng. As far as he knows, he has no involvement in the fashion industry and is not interested in fashion shows like this. But he appeared here. Feng Boyi looked at the thoughts in Yu Zhenshen's eyes and said, "SU's show was good." A look of surprise flashed across Yu Zhenshen's eyes. He didn't expect that Feng Boyi really came to see the show. "I have something else to do. I'll go first." Before Yu Zhenshen could think about it, Feng Boyi spoke and left. Wu Xianghai was stunned for a moment, then followed happily. He didn't expect to hear good things about SU from the person in charge of Changsheng. He was truly flattered. "Boss Yu, I'll take Boss Feng off first. We'll talk later." He said something to Yu Zhenshen very quickly and followed Feng Boyi out of the door. Yu Zhenshen stood there, watching the man with an extremely oppressive aura walk away and disappear from his sight, his brows furrowed. Feng Boyi came to see the fashion show and said it was good? Even though he said it himself, he just couldn't believe it. The Bentley stopped outside the gate and the driver got out and opened the door. Feng Boyi sat in, and Wu Xianghai said quickly, "Don't worry, Mr. Feng, all the clothes you like tonight will be delivered to you in a week." Feng Boyi didn't say anything, and the sound of the door closing responded to him. Qin also said, "I'll trouble Director Wu for the next 2 days." Don't bother. This is what I should do." Qin Huan nodded and sat in the passenger seat. Soon, The car drove out of the carved gate. Wu Shanghai stood there, watching the taillights of the car disappear, and the joy in his heart could no longer be contained and overflowed. It's such a pleasant surprise to be recognized by this great man. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Feng come to a show. I never thought I'd see him. A familiar voice came, and Wu Shanghai paused, immediately suppressing the joy in his heart. He turned around and looked at the person who had stood beside him at some point. Haha, Mr. Yu. Yu Jianchen watched the car disappear before walking to Wu Shanghai. Now, he turned around, his face always showing a polite smile. Director Wu, could you tell me the purpose of Mr. Feng coming to the show tonight? Xu Ansheng is SU's exclusive model and they have been working together for a long time. Although what happened 2 years ago had a great impact on Xu Ansheng, SU is a foreign luxury brand and Xu Ansheng's incident had little impact on them. So they have been working with Xu Ansheng. Naturally, he and Yu Jianchen are also old acquaintances. Now that Yu Jianchen asked him this question, he didn't hide it and said directly, Mr. Yu may not know that at this time of year at the SU fashion show, Mr. Feng always buys a lot of new products. Yu Jianchen wanted to know the relationship between Feng Boyi and Xu Ansheng. He was afraid that Xu Ansheng would offend Feng Boyi, and then he would not be able to protect her. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to get any results from Xu Ansheng. Feng Boyina, that is even more impossible. So, there is only Wu Shanghai here. But he never expected this to be the answer. The simplest answer. Feng Boyi came to the show just to buy women's clothes? Feng Boyi, is there a woman? Seeing the confusion on Yu Jianchen's face, Wu Shanghai probably knew what he was thinking and said with a smile, Boss Feng's sister is a die-hard fan of our SU. His sister's birthday is next month. Every year before his sister's birthday, Boss Feng buys her the latest SU clothes as a birthday present. In an instant, Yu Jianchen understood. Feng Boyi did come to see the show and to buy clothes. Somehow, he felt a little relieved and said to Wu Shanghai, so that's how it is. It seems that Mr. Feng is also a person who looks cold but is actually warm-hearted. Haha, we are family after all. The two chatted for a while, and Wu Shanghai left first because he had something else to do. Yu Jianchen's cell phone also rang. It's Ari's call. He answered, Error. Mr. Yu, He Luan said you went to the SU show. So you know everything that happened tonight? I know. I've already arranged for someone to handle this matter. Someone will tell you what to do. Then I feel relieved. However, since Mr. Yu is back, we should have a good talk with Ansheng. Fortunately, you are here tonight, otherwise, who knows how big a mess it would have been. We can't control her temper, only you can. I know. After hanging up the phone, Yu Jianchen felt helpless. Even if he said something, she might not listen to it. Bite. A message came. It was sent by Air. Yu Jianchen's eyes moved slightly and he clicked on the message. Mr. Yu, I just remembered something. He Luan just called me and said that the second-in-command of Dongchen Entertainment has taken a fancy to Ansheng and is threatening her. This might be a bit troublesome. How do you think we should handle this? In an instant, Yu Jianchen's eyes flashed with the look Chen Chen gave Xu Ansheng in the dressing room. His expression grew serious. Chapter 43 Xu Ansheng, you are so beautiful. Xu Ansheng is in a good mood tonight. In the past, if something like what happened in the dressing room had happened, it would never have ended with so much fanfare and little action. But tonight, the news she got from Yu Jianchen made her very satisfied, and the cosmetics were nothing to her. She went home in a good mood, threw her bag, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then lay down on the bed to have her beauty sleep. She already knew what to do. As the night deepened, the lights of Yucheng became brighter and brighter. However, as time goes by, the silence gradually covers it. Platinum Hotel, Presidential Suite. The passion between the man and the woman faded away little by little, but the sticky factor in the air did not disappear. Joyner lay on Chen Chen, drawing circles on his body with her hands. The afterglow of the passion gave her face an unusual look, which was what men liked. Chen Chen lit a cigarette and hugged Qiayina. His body continued to be ignited by her, but what appeared in front of him was Xu Ansheng's disdainful look. She is beautiful, but there are many beautiful women in this world. As the saying goes, beautiful women are all alike, but interesting souls are only 1 in a million. Xu Ansheng is just that beautiful and interesting person. How can anyone forget her? Joyner noticed the changes in Chen Chen's body and covered him again. Chen Chen did not stop her. He let Joyner do whatever she wanted to him. However, Joyner's face gradually turned into Xu Ansheng's face. He has become different. He rolled over and pressed Joyner under him, and Joyner screamed. And very quickly, her voice was replaced by panting. Do you have any old grudges with Xu Ansheng? After a lot of lovemaking, Chen Chen looked at Joyner and asked. Joyner was still dazed by the intensity of the moment, and when she heard these words, her body instantly turned cold. She looked at Chen Chen. The sinister gaze fell on her face, like a cold hook that could pull out her flesh and blood at any time. Joyner's heart trembled, and resentment appeared in her eyes. She did see the look in Chen Chen's eyes when he looked at Xu Ansheng, but she didn't expect that the person she had finally gotten close to would fall in love with him at first sight, and that person fell in love with Xu Ansheng. How could she not hate him? Chen Chen clearly saw the hatred in Joyner's eyes, curled his lips, and put his hand on Joyner. Joyner instantly said in a sweet voice, "Young Master Jing." She called out in a tender voice, wanting to make Chen Chen lose himself in her gentle embrace again. She is very resourceful in this regard. Otherwise, how could she be with Chen Chen? Tell me everything you know about Xu Ansheng. Otherwise. Chen Chen leaned close to her ear, and darkness instantly filled his eyes. You don't even know how you died. Yucheng Airport. A plane landed smoothly. A man in a light grey suit walked out of the VIP passage. He held his phone and watched the video. The video shows the party show held by Yuhan Palace SU tonight. He looked at the people on the catwalk, still so confident, absolute, and beautiful, and a smile appeared on his face. He was supposed to come to the show tonight, but he couldn't because of urgent matters. We can only ask someone to record the video of the scene and send it to him. And he watched it as soon as he got off the plane. The person behind him was following him with a suitcase, but this person didn't seem to be an ordinary assistant, but a bodyguard. Moreover, he is not an ordinary bodyguard, because this man was very tall and strong, and had a scar on his face that ran from his eyebrow to his nose and then to his face. The scar was very deep and long, and it was scary at first glance. It's like, this person has killed someone. Makes you afraid from the bottom of your heart. He walked behind Jing Han, and the people around him automatically made way, and no one blocked Jing Han. The car had already stopped outside the airport. The driver got out, opened the door, and Jing Han got in. The person who followed him put the luggage in the trunk, got in the passenger seat, and drove away very quickly. Jing Han continued to watch, not watching other people's shows, but only watching Xu Ansheng's. Repeat continuously, over and over again. However, before he could see enough, the picture on his phone stopped. A phone call came in. He looked at the incoming call and answered it. Hello. Mr. Jing, have you arrived in Yucheng? Jing Han looked ahead. It was already late at night and the traffic was not as congested as before. It was much smoother. The streetlights are bright and dazzling, and the tall buildings in the night are also covered with a faint halo. There's something I'm not sure whether I should tell you. The voice on the phone came, hesitantly. What's up? It seems like Miss Xu had a conflict with someone before tonight's show. Jing Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a dark look flashing through his eyes. Tell me in detail. Okay. The car was quiet and the windows were closed tightly, so no sound from outside could get in. Only the sound from the phone fell clearly into Jing Han's ears. When the person on the phone finished speaking, Jing Han said, Find out about this matter. Yes. After hanging up the phone, he looked ahead with a cold look in his eyes. And this coolness, like an icy and sharp blade, makes people shiver. Joiner. Xu Ansheng had a very sound sleep, and he felt very energetic and looked even better. Sufficient collagen, a naturally white and rosy face. She got up in a good mood, tidied herself up, and dressed herself beautifully. She has nothing to do today. To be precise, she originally had 2 filming schedules today, but iResearch sent her a message last night saying that they were worried that she would be in trouble if what happened last night was exposed, so they postponed her work today. In other words, she has today off. This suited her perfectly. She had made up her mind last night to go to Changyu Villa today. Changyu Villa belongs to the Feng family. She wanted to go and find out in person where Feng Boyi's grandmother's home was. She had a feeling that Feng Boyi's grandmother's home was in that area. After all, that area belongs to the Feng family, and the environment there is very good. Very suitable for the elderly. She just wasn't sure where. Of course, she couldn't really find out anything by going to Changyu Villa. She could find out some other information, as long as it was about the Feng family, even a little bit would be good. Wearing a black halter-neck jumpsuit, she revealed her beautiful collarbone and shoulders, with beautiful lines. Her long hair was tied up into a neat ponytail, revealing her entire forehead, making her already majestic facial features even more sophisticated. A wide golden belt was tied around the waist, making the slender waist look even softer, making people want to hold it. Xu Ansheng stood in front of the mirror, looking at the tall and perfect person inside, and felt very satisfied. I couldn't help but praise myself. Xu Ansheng, you are so beautiful. After taking a golden handbag and admiring her own beauty once again, Xu Ansheng went out. However, just as she walked out of the bedroom, the doorbell rang. Chapter 44: The Old Lady Who Suddenly Appeared. Xu Ansheng frowned, but went to open the door. She thought it was He Luan. Only He Luan would come to her at a time like this. And now that He Luan came to see her, she knew what was going on without having to think. What happened last night? Probably because it was exposed, she was pushed to the forefront again. Xu Ansheng thought about it and his heart was not confused at all, but he was unhappy because his plan was interrupted. So, the moment the door opened, Xu Ansheng's face was very sour. He has a cold face and you can tell at first glance that he is not someone you want to mess with. However, when the door opened and Xu Ansheng saw the person standing outside, he was stunned. The person outside the door was not He Luan, but an old lady whom he had never seen before. The old lady had grey hair and was wearing a gun grey embroidered Chinese-style button tank suit loose top, loose trousers of the same colour, and a pair of embroidered cloth shoes. Because she is tall and thin, this loose outfit makes her look particularly energetic. Her clothes, pants, and cloth shoes are all embroidered, and they are all Suzhou embroidery, custom-made and hand-sewn by a special person. People who know the business can tell at a glance that the person in front of them is of ordinary status. Xu Ansheng is not an ordinary person. She is a supermodel who has been in the modeling and fashion circles for 10 years. When it comes to clothing, she is the best at distinguishing good from bad. She could tell at a glance that the person in front of her was not an ordinary old lady, especially her face. Although it clearly bears the marks of time, it can be clearly seen from her facial features that the old lady was a beauty when she was young. Even as she aged, she was still extremely elegant. It is so elegant that even the neatly combed hair exudes nobility. Only, Xu Ansheng looked up and down at this person he had never seen before and frowned. She didn't remember knowing such an old lady. Who is this person? Who are you? Xu Ansheng spoke, and his eyes looked at Xi Shengying from head to toe before they fell on Xi Shengying's face. And while she was looking at Xi Shengying was also looking at her. Xi Shengying stood outside the door, looking at the people inside. His facial features are majestic, his eyebrows and eyes are beautiful, especially his eyes, which, although full of coldness and arrogance, are extremely clear. All thoughts are revealed clearly and distinctly in these eyes. This is a simple girl who doesn't hide anything and has no evil intentions. A smile appeared on Xi Shengying's face, and his aura instantly became extremely kind and easygoing. Girl, I live across from you and just moved here. I went for a walk this morning and forgot my phone. Now that I'm back, I can't remember the password, and I also forgot my keys. I was wondering if I could borrow your phone so I can call my grandson. When Xu Ansheng wants to do something, he has to do it immediately and without hesitation, and no one can stop him. Otherwise, she would be in a bad mood. But now such an old lady asked her for help with such a good attitude, she had no reason to refuse. However, there are many scammers nowadays and their scams are very sophisticated, so she still needs to be more careful. Just moved in. Does the property management know about this? Xu Ansheng's attitude improved a little, entirely because of Xi Shengying's polite words. Xu Ansheng is like this. If you respect me, I will respect you. If you provoke me, I will not be polite either. This standard applies to both men and women, young and old. Xi Shengying knew what Xu Ansheng meant when she heard her words. She smiled and said, I know. You can call the property management and ask them if a new owner named Xi Shengying has just moved into room 101, floor 27, building 9. Most people would definitely feel embarrassed and awkward when hearing what Xi Shengying said. After all, it's not a good idea to have your thoughts seen through. But that was someone else, not Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng nodded calmly. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask. Good. The apartment where Xu Ansheng lives is Jing apartment. Jing apartment is a famous apartment for wealthy people in Yucheng. The privacy here is very good and the property management is very dedicated. There will be no risk of the owner's information being leaked, and there will be no other miscellaneous troubles. So many people buy houses here. Of course, only rich people can come here to buy houses. Xu Ansheng bought the house here, not for anything else, but just to have a comfortable place to have a good rest when he returns home. So, she, who loved money like her life, spent a lot of money on this house. Fortunately, no one has disturbed her since she moved in, so she doesn't feel sad every time she thinks about this house. Now a new neighbor suddenly moved in with her. Although she was very confident in the security of Jing apartment, she still had to be a little cautious. Who says she is rich? Right. The call was connected quickly. Xu Ansheng did not avoid Xi Shengying when she made the call. She called directly in front of Xi Shengying and even looked at Xi Shengying's expression while talking on the phone. I don't feel anything at all. Xi Shengying looked at the undisguised wariness in her eyes, the directness of her gaze, and the smile on his face deepened. This kid is really straightforward. Okay, I understand. Soon, Xu Ansheng confirmed from the property management that the old lady in front of her was her new neighbor, who had moved in just yesterday. Xu Ansheng hung up the phone and directly pressed the dial button. Tell me your grandson's phone number and I will call you. Haha, okay. Xi Shengying called out Feng Boyi's phone number. Xu Ansheng entered it and quickly clicked dial. After doing all this, she handed the phone to Xi Shengying. Xi Shengying took it. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. After Xu Ansheng handed the phone to Xi Shengying, he went to the entrance to change his shoes. Xi Shengying held the phone, listening to the beeping sound, but his eyes were on Xu Ansheng, watching her take out a pair of black high heels and put them on with her beautiful feet. Hello. A deep and magnetic voice came from the phone, clearly falling into Xi Shengying's ears. Chapter 45. Very satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law, Xi Shengying's eyes moved slightly, and he looked away from Xu Ansheng. Xiaobo, I forgot the password to Grandma's new home. Do you remember it? At this time, the Bentley was driving steadily in the traffic flow. Feng Boyi was sitting in the car, reading the financial morning newspaper. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, his eyes froze. Then he took out the phone and looked at the unfamiliar phone number on the screen. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at Grandma's memory. She even forgot such a simple password. It seems that people are really useless when they are old. Xi Shengying was talking to himself on the phone. Feng Boyi raised his eyes and put the phone back to his ear. Xiaobo, are you free to go home for dinner tonight? Grandma cooks your favorite dishes, right here in our new home. Feng Boyi looked at the traffic ahead. It was past 8 o'clock and the sun was already shining brightly on the cars. The summer heat was already rising. He listened to the voice on the phone, and a low, monosyllable uttered from his throat. Yeah. Haha, then you're busy, so Grandma won't tell you. Oh, by the way, this is my neighbor's phone number. My grandmother went out for a walk this morning and forgot to bring her phone and keys. Thanks to this neighbor for lending her phone. Xi Shengying said while holding her cell phone, and as she spoke she seemed to think of something and looked at Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng had already changed her shoes and put her keys in her bag. Girl, what's your name? Xu Ansheng closed the door and heard Xi Shengying's words. He said directly, my last name is Xu. You can just call me Xiao Xu. Haha, okay. After Xi Shengying got the answer, he said to the person on the phone, this is Xiao Xu's number. Please write it down. If you can't contact your grandmother later, please contact Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu is a warm-hearted and kind girl. Contact her. Enthusiastic? How is she enthusiastic? And kind? How come she didn't realize that she had such advantages? Although she knew that Xi Shengying's words were purely to express her gratitude, Xu Ansheng still got goosebumps all over her body. That's it then. Grandma sees that Xiao Xu is about to go out, so I won't tell you anymore. Remember to go home for dinner tonight. Without waiting for Feng Boyi to reply, Xi Shengying hung up the phone and returned the phone to Xu Ansheng. Xiao Xu, thank you so much. Xi Shengying kept thanking him and was very polite, which made Xu Ansheng no longer wary. You're welcome. Did you remember the password? I remembered it. My grandson told me. Okay, I'll be leaving first. If you have any questions later and can't find anyone, just contact the property management. The property management at Jing apartment is pretty good. Haha, okay. Without saying anything more, Xu Ansheng left. Xi Shengying stood there, watching Xu Ansheng's figure disappear from his sight, the smile on his face becoming more and more satisfied. At this moment, with a click, the door opened. Mrs. Yu came out carefully. She looked at the elevator and after confirming that Xu Ansheng had entered, she hurried to Xi Shengying's side. Madam, Miss Xu is really beautiful. She is even more beautiful in person than on TV or in photos. Just now when Xi Shengying was talking to Xu Ansheng, Mrs. Yu was watching from inside the door. She saw the scene outside clearly. Xi Shengying turned around and went home. Mrs. Yu hurried to catch up and brought the brewed tea to her. Xi Shengying picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He felt refreshed. This girl is pretty much what I thought. Seeing Xi Shengying's smiling face, Mrs. Yu almost wrote in large letters, I am very satisfied with this grandson's wife. Haha, then we can rest assured. You have such a sharp eye, you said it's okay, it can't escape. Xi Shengying smiled but said nothing. Whether she thinks it is good or not is secondary. The most important thing is whether her little boy thinks it is good or not. And obviously, her little boy thought it was great. Thinking of that the smile on Xi Shengying's face became even bigger. Feng Boyi heard the busy tone on his phone, picked up the phone and continued reading the financial morning paper. However, his words fell into Qin Huan's ears. Leave some time free in the evening. Qin Hao looked at the person in the rearview mirror. His drooping eyelashes covered the depth in his eyes, and the expression in his eyes could not be seen. He said, "Okay." Xu Ansheng drove directly to the villa, and while on the way, He Luoran called him. "What's up?" Xu Ansheng held the steering wheel, looked ahead, and stepped hard on the accelerator. He Luoran was about to ask Xu Ansheng if anyone was bothering her when she heard the accelerator from Xu Ansheng's side and immediately said, "Are you going out?" "Where are you going?" "Did the second owner of Dongchen Entertainment say something to you?" "Ansheng, you must not go. The second boss of Dongchen is not a good person." After hearing these words, he was afraid that Xu Ansheng would be fooled. Xu Ansheng rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? That ugly guy, he asked me to go and I went, but he didn't even look at his face. Is he worthy of me?" In the past, He Luoran would have laughed out loud at such narcissistic words, but now he could only breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good, that's good. This morning, Mr. Yu asked me to follow you for the entire time, fearing that something might go wrong. Where are you going now?" "I'm coming to find you." The sound of He Luoran packing up and leaving came from the phone. Xu Ansheng frowned. "Follow me? What for? I'm not a 3-year-old child. What could go wrong?" As Xu Ansheng spoke, he turned on the turn signal and the steering wheel and turned into another lane. In half an hour, she would arrive at Changyu Villa. "What else can we do? We all thought that the second in command of Dongchen Entertainment would reveal what happened last night today, but we didn't expect that he still hasn't revealed it yet. We don't know whether it's scheduled for the morning, afternoon, or evening. We dare not let our guard down, for fear that he will surprise us." Xu Ansheng listened to He Luoran's nervous words and didn't even want to roll his eyes. "Why do you care about him? If he wants to explode, then explode. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" He Luoran went downstairs and quickly left the community. She wanted to hail a taxi to go to Xu Ansheng's apartment. After hearing this, she immediately didn't want to leave. They were frightened all night because of what happened last night, but the person responsible didn't take it seriously at all. "Aren't you angry? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm driving, that's all." Xu Ansheng hung up the phone directly and stepped on the accelerator hard. That guy whose head is full of sperm is not worth her time and effort. 100 million is worth it. He Luoran frowned as he heard the busy tone on his phone. Finally, she called Yu Jianchen. "Mr. Yu, what should I do?" Ansheng went out and she didn't tell me where she went. Yu Jianchen just came out of the airport and got into the car. He returned to Huicheng early in the morning. Hearing He Luoran's words on the phone, Yu Jianchen frowned. What did she say? He Luoran then told Yu Jianchen what she and Xu Ansheng had just said. After listening, Yu Jianchen's brows gradually relaxed. "I understand, don't worry. When she comes back, follow her and keep an eye on her for the next few days." "Okay." With Yu Jianchen's words, He Luoran felt relieved. Yu Jianchen hung up the phone. He looked at the time. It was a little after 9 o'clock. He roughly knew where she had gone and what she had done. I sighed in my heart, but I was a little less worried. Feng Boyi is not easy to approach, but he is not as despicable as Chen Chen. He would feel more at ease if Ansheng went to find him. 9:49. Squeak. The pink Porsche was parked at Changyu Villa. Chapter 46 delivered to your door. Xu Ansheng got out of the car and looked at this quaint building built in the mountains and forests, standing alone on the hillside, with a sigh in his heart. She had an unpleasant night here that night and thought she would never come to Changyu Villa again. But unexpectedly, in less than half a month, she came here again. Or take the initiative yourself. It's really God's will. Xu Ansheng stood there, looking at this place full of the smell of money, and felt that the 100 million was waving at her. She narrowed her eyes, curled the corners of her mouth slightly, took her handbag, and walked into the villa confidently. There is no surveillance in Changyu Villa, which completely protects the privacy of guests. This is a point that everyone who comes here feels extremely relieved. As for Xu Ansheng now, it allows her to go directly to the door where she and Feng Boyi made love that night. She didn't leave in a hurry that day, but she was in a bad mood, so she didn't pay much attention to what was around her. But she had a good memory and looked at the surrounding environment and layout before leaving, so she remembered the specific location clearly. At this moment, she stood outside the door, looking at the inconspicuous door at the corner, with one hand on her chest, touching her chin, and a thoughtful look on her face. This is the 5th floor, which is also the most expensive floor in Changyu Villa. She thought that this floor was full of private rooms where guests could eat and chat, but she never expected that it was not the case at all. There is another room here where people live. Thinking of the tables, chairs, and coffee tables I saw in the room that morning, there was even a separate bathroom and dressing room. Just like home. So, this is where that person lives? Normally, Xu Ansheng hates to use her brain the most, but now 100 million yuan is waiting for her, and she has to use her brain. While she was thinking, she didn't notice someone coming out of the elevator and walking towards her. Quiet. Jing Han walked out of the elevator and turned the corner to see the tall man standing in front of him. She was wearing a black halter-neck jumpsuit that was extremely long, reaching her toes and barely covering her high heels. The jumpsuit was half backless at the back and crossed at the front, so from his angle he could clearly see her shoulders and back. White as snow, bones like butterflies. She tied her long hair up in a neat ponytail, without a single strand of hair left out, very neat and perfect. Her face was no longer bare as before, but was lightly made up. Because of this makeup, her already beautiful face became even more beautiful. He had seen her in various looks, but they were all on the catwalk, where she was as dazzling as a pearl. But she really looked like this now, with light makeup and exquisite elegance. The first time he saw it. Xu Ansheng paused, then frowned. Did she hear it wrong? How did she hear Jing Han's voice? Xu Ansheng subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw the person standing in front of him. He was wearing a light-colored suit and his hair was combed meticulously. He no longer had the pure and gentle aura as before, but was now more rigorous when facing work. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes and exclaimed in surprise, Jing Han. She turned around and looked at the person in her sight, which was quite unexpected. That day he said he would come to Yucheng in 2 days, but I didn't expect to see him so soon. Is this 2 days later? Seeing the confusion on her face, her eyes then revealed a clear light, and a smile appeared on Jing Han's face, and the serious air that was caused by his suit disappeared. Gentle and gentle, come back. He said to the people behind him, You go first, I will follow. Okay, there's no rush, Mr. Jing. With him were several men, all older than him, but all with respectful expressions. Just like the attitude of MK people towards Feng Boyi. Xu Ansheng looked at this scene, blinked again, and walked towards Jing Han. I thought you said it would take 2 days. When Xu Ansheng came in front of Jing Han, a smile appeared on his face, completely different from the cold and indifferent look he had on the catwalk. Jing Han looked at the smile on her face and said, I was thinking of asking you out tonight, but I never thought I'd meet you now. Xu Ansheng said directly, That means we are destined to be together. Jing Han laughed softly at these frank and direct words, and his aura became more gentle. You came here. Oh, it's just a little thing. You have something to do too, right? Go ahead and do it. We'll talk when you're done. What she meant was that she would not leave for the time being. Jing Han understood and nodded. Okay, then I'll go to the box first, and we'll contact each other later. Okay. Xu Ansheng made an okay gesture, very straightforward. Jing Han's eyes were full of smiles. Then let's have lunch together at Changyu Villa. Sure. Anyway, she was planning to have dinner at Changyu Villa, so she asked the waiter about the situation. Haha, then I'll go in first. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Good. Jing Han entered the box. Xu Ansheng watched him go in, but she didn't expect that the box was the one that Mr. Wu invited her to that night. Well, it really is fate. Xu Ansheng stood there for a while. She looked at the closed door at the corner, and an idea came to her mind. Xu Ansheng curled his lips, went downstairs, and went straight to the front desk reception. Although there is no surveillance in Changyu Villa, not everyone can enter. Not everyone knows this. So even though there is no surveillance, there is no need to worry about anyone with ulterior motives coming here to cause trouble. After all, this is Changyu Villa, the territory of the Feng family. No one dares to act wildly here. The front desk is called the front desk, but it is just a decoration. They will not take the initiative to greet guests, but will only appear when the guests need them. They are not in the hall, but behind the hall, giving the guests enough freedom. Xu Ansheng came to the front desk and said directly, I want the room on the corner of the 5th floor. The person standing at the front desk was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She was wearing Chinese-style clothes and had her hair tied up behind her head. She looked like a very polite person. When she heard Xu Ansheng's words, her expression paused, and her gaze was obviously different. However, this difference disappeared very quickly, as if it had never appeared. But Xu Ansheng saw it. She felt happy. She just knew it. Which corner room are you talking about, miss? It's the one without the house number. It's very special and you wouldn't notice it unless you look closely. The receptionist's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled politely. I'm sorry, miss, that room is not open to the public. Xu Ansheng was surprised. Really? I slept in there that night. The receptionist looked stunned. But very quickly, she thought of something, and the way she looked at Xu Ansheng was obviously different. The young lady said she slept in that room. What date was it? What time? Xu Ansheng clearly saw the change in the receptionist's expression. She curled her lips and smiled. July 11th, in the evening. I don't remember the exact time. I drank a little too much that night. But when I left in the morning, I remember the sun was out and very bright. It must have been around 9 or 10. The receptionist's eyes deepened. What's your name, miss? Xu Ansheng smiled suddenly, his eyebrows curved. My last name is Xu Ansheng. Chapter 47 Test Book. Xi Shengying's eyes moved slightly, and he looked away from Xu Ansheng. Xiaobo, I forgot the password to Grandma's new home. Do you remember it? At this time, the Bentley was driving steadily in the traffic flow. Feng Boyi was sitting in the car, reading the financial morning newspaper. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, his eyes froze. Then he took out the phone and looked at the unfamiliar phone number on the screen. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at Grandma's memory. She even forgot such a simple password. It seems that people are really useless when they get old. Xi Shengying was talking to himself on the phone. Feng Boyi raised his eyes and put the phone back to his ear. Xiaobo, are you free to go home for dinner tonight? Grandma cooks your favorite dishes, right here in our new home. Feng Boyi looked at the traffic ahead. It was past 8 o'clock and the sun was already shining brightly on the cars. The summer heat was already rising. He listened to the voice on the phone, and a low, monosyllable uttered from his throat. Yeah. Haha, then you're busy, so Grandma won't tell you. Oh, by the way, this is my neighbor's phone number. My grandmother went out for a walk this morning and forgot to bring her phone and keys. Thanks to this neighbor for lending her phone. Xi Shengying said while holding her cell phone, and as she spoke she seemed to think of something and looked at Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng had already changed her shoes and put her keys in her bag. Girl, what's your name? Xu Ansheng closed the door and heard Xi Shengying's words. He said directly, my last name is Xu. You can just call me Xiao Xu. Haha, okay. After Xi Shengying got the answer, he said to the person on the phone, this is Xiao Xu's number. Please write it down. If you can't contact your grandmother later, please contact Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu is a warm-hearted and kind girl. Contact her. Enthusiastic? How is she enthusiastic? And kind? How come she didn't realize that she had such advantages? Although she knew that Xi Shengying's words were purely to express her gratitude, Xu Ansheng still got goosebumps all over her body. That's it then. Grandma sees that Xiao Xu is about to go out, so I won't tell you anymore. Remember to go home for dinner tonight. Without waiting for Feng Boyi to reply, Xi Shengying hung up the phone and returned the phone to Xu Ansheng. Xiao Xu, thank you so much. Xi Shengying kept thanking him and was very polite, which made Xu Ansheng no longer wary. You're welcome. Did you remember the password? I remembered it. My grandson told me. Okay, I'll be leaving first. If you have any questions later and can't find anyone, just contact the property management. The property management at Jing apartment is pretty good. Haha, okay. Without saying anything more, Xu Ansheng left. Xi Shengying stood there, watching Xu Ansheng's figure disappear from his sight, the smile on his face becoming more and more satisfied. At this moment, with a click, the door opened. Mrs. Yu came out carefully. She looked at the elevator and after confirming that Xu Ansheng had entered, she hurried to Xi Shengying's side. Madam, Miss Xu is really beautiful. She is even more beautiful in person than on TV or in photos. Just now when Xi Shengying was talking to Xu Ansheng, Mrs. Yu was watching from inside the door. She saw the scene outside clearly. Xi Shengying turned around and went home. Mrs. Yu hurried to catch up and brought the brewed tea to her. Xi Shengying picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He felt refreshed. This girl is pretty much what I thought. Seeing Xi Shengying's smiling face, Mrs. Yu almost wrote in large letters, I am very satisfied with this grandson's wife. Haha, then we can rest assured. You have such a sharp eye, you said it's okay, it can't escape. Xi Shengying smiled but said nothing. Whether she thinks it is good or not is secondary. The most important thing is whether her little boy thinks it is good or not. And obviously, her little boy thought it was great. Thinking of that the smile on Xi Shengying's face became even bigger. Feng Boyi heard the busy tone on his phone, picked up the phone and continued reading the financial morning paper. However, his words fell into Qin Huan's ears. Leave some time free in the evening. Qin Hao looked at the person in the rearview mirror. His drooping eyelashes covered the depth in his eyes, and the expression in his eyes could not be seen. He said, "Okay." Xu Ansheng drove directly to the villa, and while on the way, Luoran called him. "What's up?" Xu Ansheng held the steering wheel, looked ahead, and stepped hard on the accelerator. Luoran was about to ask Xu Ansheng if anyone was bothering her when she heard the accelerator from Xu Ansheng's side and immediately said, "Are you going out?" "Where are you going?" "Did the second owner of Dongchen Entertainment say something to you?" "Ansheng, you must not go. The second boss of Dongchen is not a good person." After hearing these words, he was afraid that Xu Ansheng would be fooled. Xu Ansheng rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? That ugly guy, he asked me to go and I went, but he didn't even look at his face. Is he worthy of me?" In the past, Luoran would have laughed out loud at such narcissistic words, but now he could only breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good, that's good. This morning, Mr. Yu asked me to follow you for the entire time, fearing that something might go wrong. Where are you going now?" "I'm coming to find you." The sound of Luoran packing up and leaving came from the phone. Xu Ansheng frowned. "Follow me? What for?" "I'm not a 3-year-old child. What could go wrong?" As Xu Ansheng spoke, he turned on the turn signal and the steering wheel and turned into another lane. In half an hour, she would arrive at Changyu Villa. "What else can we do? We all thought that the second in command of Dongchen Entertainment would reveal what happened last night today, but we didn't expect that he still hasn't revealed it yet. We don't know whether it's scheduled for the morning, afternoon, or evening. We dare not let our guard down, for fear that he will surprise us." Xu Ansheng listened to Luoran's nervous words and didn't even want to roll his eyes. "Why do you care about him? If he wants to explode, then explode. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Luoran went downstairs and quickly left the community. She wanted to hail a taxi to go to Xu Ansheng's apartment. After hearing this, she immediately didn't want to leave. They were frightened all night because of what happened last night, but the person responsible didn't take it seriously at all. "Aren't you angry? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm driving, that's all." Xu Ansheng hung up the phone directly and stepped on the accelerator hard. That guy whose head is full of sperm is not worth her time and effort. 100 million is worth it. Luoran frowned as he heard the busy tone on his phone. Finally, she called Yu Jianchen. "Mr. Yu, what should I do? Ansheng went out and she didn't tell me where she went." Yu Jianchen just came out of the airport and got into the car. He returned to Yucheng early in the morning. Hearing Luoran's words on the phone, Yu Jianchen frowned. What did she say? Luoran then told Yu Jianchen what she and Xu Ansheng had just said. After listening, Yu Jianchen's brows gradually relaxed. "I understand, don't worry. When she comes back, follow her and keep an eye on her for the next few days." "Okay." With Yu Jianchen's words, Luoran felt relieved. Yu Jianchen hung up the phone. He looked at the time. It was a little after 9 o'clock. He roughly knew where she had gone and what she had done. I sighed in my heart, but I was a little less worried. Feng Boyi is not easy to approach, but he is not as despicable as Chen Chen. He would feel more at ease if Ansheng went to find him. 9:49. Squeak. The pink Porsche was parked at Changyu Villa. Reasons for rejection. Chapter 48. Who is she and where is she? Gah. Xu Ansheng's inner laughter suddenly stopped. She stared at the person next to her in disbelief, as if she had heard a fairy tale or seen a mirage. What did he just say? Wife. He needs a wife? Is he crazy? He actually said such incredible words to her. No, that's not right. He's not crazy, she's crazy. She was so obsessed with the 100 million yuan that she had such a horrible hallucination. Xu Ansheng, calm down, calm down. Make your horrible thoughts go away and go away. But her heart started beating wildly, and her eyes seemed to be glued to the man's face, unable to move away. Why? She felt that what he just said was true. As if knowing what she was thinking, Feng Boyi spoke again. Give me 1 day to think it over and come to Changsheng. Xu Ansheng closed his open mouth. She looked at the person in front of her, at his sculpted features and eyes like the deep sea. Her heart was pounding and her mind went blank. Yes. She's down. Forgive her. Outside the gate of Yuhan Palace. The person who was standing outside the car before was hunched over with a dazed expression. What did he just say? A figure. Got into Mr. Feng's car. Is that a human? It was a scorching July day, but he was covered in cold sweat. Everything in sight became gloomy. Not daring to linger here any longer, he hurried inside. As soon as he left, Ari Rui and Luoran ran out. The two were stunned by Xu Ansheng's words and stopped chasing after him. By the time the two of them reacted, Xu Ansheng had disappeared. Ari Rui began to believe that Xu Ansheng's mind was really full of Xu Ansheng and the 100 million, and no longer joiner. But this 100 million yuan matter is extremely not simple. She planned to talk to Xu Ansheng, but no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find Xu Ansheng. Ari Rui frowned. Does she know what kind of existence Xu Ansheng is? He Luoran stood by and said weakly. I reminded her, but she didn't listen. As he said this, He Luoran's eyes showed heartache again. Her Master Jing. Let's clean up first. It's impossible for people from Xu Ansheng to come here, and that person is even more impossible. I'll call her once I'm done packing. He Luoran nodded quickly. Okay, now it's just you, Sister Ari. He Luoran looked at Ari Rui as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. Ari Rui's face was gloomy. She must have been fooled. As the night falls, the city lights bloom brilliantly in the darkness. A cool breeze blew, and the deceived person stood outside the door of Jing'an apartment. The wind blew past her face again and again, lifting her hair and playfully scratching her face. But Xu Ansheng seemed to be frozen in place, standing there motionless. I need a wife. Miss Xu can consider it. Take one day to think it over and come to Xu Ansheng. These two sentences are like the repeat button is pressed, repeating over and over again. It seems like the fight will never stop until one dies. Woo! The phone kept vibrating, bringing Xu Ansheng back to consciousness again and again. Xu Ansheng's eyes moved, and everything in his sight began to become clear. The familiar commercial street, the shops with lights on, the pedestrians coming and going. Everything was fresh in her mind. She looked around, then at where she was standing, blankly. When did she get here? How did she get here? Why doesn't she remember? Xu Ansheng turned around and looked at the apartment buildings behind him. At this time, every household had turned on the lights, lighting up the night here. Xu Ansheng's eyes widened. She was back. And she didn't even know it. She seemed to have lost a piece of memory, and only clearly remembered the two sentences spoken in the low voice. I need a wife. Miss Xu can consider it. Take one day to think it over and come to Xu Ansheng. I need a wife. Miss Xu can consider it. Take one day to think it over and come to Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng stood there for a long time, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself down and clear his mind. The phone continued to vibrate. After a long time, Xu Ansheng suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes were clear and calm at this time. She knew it completely. Pick up the phone and answer it. Hello. My great aunt, you finally answered the phone. Ari Rui's voice came from the phone. Xu Ansheng turned around and walked into the apartment steadily. What's the matter? Her voice was so calm and rational that Ari Rui even doubted whether it was Xu Ansheng herself. She couldn't help but take her phone off to check the number. After confirming that it was Xu Ansheng, she asked, What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like something's wrong with you? Yeah. No, I'm normal. Yes, she is very normal. Also very calm. Eric. It's like this. Tonight I asked He Luoran in detail about your cooperation with MK. Listen to me, this matter. Sister Ari Rui, don't worry, I know what to do. Before Ari Rui could finish, Xu Ansheng interrupted her. And this voice is still so rational. Eric, don't worry, I know what to do and what not to do. I'm very clear-headed. You don't need to explain this anymore, I understand. Okay, I'm going home to rest, that's all. Xu Ansheng said a few words and then hung up the phone. Ari Rui stood there, listening to the busy tone on her phone. She took down the phone and looked at the screen, which was going dark very quickly. Was the person she just spoke to Xu Ansheng, whom she had known for 10 years? Why does she feel that this Xu Ansheng is fake? He actually spoke so rationally. Xu Ansheng held his phone tightly and walked into the elevator. Her eyes were firm and resolute, like a blazing flame. He needs a wife, and she needs 100 million. It's perfect. Chapter 49. She is an out-and-out evil woman. The summer is hot and the sun is shining brightly. Early in the morning, the entire Yucheng was illuminated by the bright sun, and a new day began. Squeak! The pink Porsche was parked steadily at the same spot where it had been parked yesterday. Xu Ansheng got out of the car, holding a small silver bag and wearing high heels, and stood in the middle of the line again. She looked up at the building that seemed to have reached the sky, enveloped by sunlight. However, it was still so high and out of reach that it made people shudder. However, at this moment, she no longer had the fear and nervousness she had yesterday. Some are full of confidence. With a smile on her lips, Xu Ansheng held her head high and walked into the hall steadily with her elegant steps. The front desk was already at work because it was already 8:30. The receptionist at work today was the same as the one yesterday. When they saw Xu Ansheng, they were both stunned. Yesterday, they searched Xu Ansheng thoroughly. All the reports about Xu Ansheng on the internet, including the catwalk shows she walked, the fashion blockbuster she shot, and her personal resume, were checked. Then they were all shocked. Because the supermodel Xu on the internet is an out-and-out villain. She has a bad temper and will curse and hit people if she disagrees with them. She is also angry with everyone and reporters. She will change her face in a second if something doesn't go her way. She is really arrogant. But he is arrogant but also has the confidence to do so. Her shows are addictive. That steady stage presence, as soon as she comes on stage, she says she is the most beautiful. Everyone has to leave her alone. That strong aura, sharp and steady steps, makes people's blood boil. Yesterday, they watched Xu Ansheng's catwalk show countless times. The more I watch, the more fascinated I become. He should be angry at this evil woman, but he was so impressed by her terrifying typhoon that he couldn't see any of her flaws at all. Even the reputation of being a villain has become an advantage. There's no way around it. Xu Ansheng is the only one in the world who can act as if it's all her own. Xu Ansheng walked into the lobby. Her eyes met the receptionist's. She gave her a charming smile and walked straight towards the elevator. Today, she doesn't need to go to the front desk to make an appointment. However, as she walked towards the elevator, the receptionist came to her very quickly and said, "Miss Xu, please wait a moment." Xu Ansheng raised his eyebrows. Was he going to stop her? The receptionist clearly saw the change in Xu Ansheng's expression, and her heart trembled. Then she immediately raised the pen and fashion magazine in her hand. "Miss Xu, could you please sign an autograph for me?" The receptionist said weakly that she didn't even dare to look at Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng was surprised. He didn't come to stop her, but to ask for her autograph? When did she have fans like this? Shouldn't he be a black fan? Xu Ansheng looked at the magazine. She was on the cover of the magazine. Her eyes were filled with contempt, looking down on everything. Not bad, it looks really good. Really beautiful. Xu Ansheng's mood brightened instantly, and he readily took the pen and magazine. No trouble. Swish, swish, extremely quickly, Xu Ansheng's name appeared on her face on the cover. Her handwriting was wild and smooth, which made her face look bold and arrogant to the extreme. Xu Ansheng was very satisfied and handed the pen and magazine to the receptionist. "Okay." She was in a good mood and her voice was soft, which made the receptionist's eyes sparkle. "Thank you, Miss Xu." "You're welcome." Xu Ansheng gave the receptionist a beautiful smile, and her slender and tall figure walked into the elevator and disappeared from the receptionist's sight. The receptionist, holding a magazine and a pen, watched the elevator door close and screamed, "The internet is full of smears. Supermodel Xu is obviously very good, okay." Another receptionist saw the magazine in her hand and saw the signature on it. She said with regret and envy, "I should have gone with you just now." "Huh, who told you to be a coward?" "It's okay. Wait until supermodel Xu comes down, then ask her for her autograph. She will definitely sign it, trust me." Hurry, hurry, post it in the group chat. No one knows supermodel Xu is here again. That's right, hurry up. Xu Ansheng didn't know that his appearance once again ignited the excitement of Qiansheng employees that had not subsided yesterday. She was in a very good mood and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth while standing in the elevator. It was a look of joy. He walked out of the elevator familiarly and headed to the president's office. Qiansheng Group starts work at 9 o'clock, a standard 9 to 5 work schedule. But there are still many people who have come to the company. When Xu Ansheng came out of the elevator, these employees already knew that Xu Ansheng had arrived, and their eyes were all on Xu Ansheng's face. It was so lively. With a smile on his face, Xu Ansheng walked to the president's office confidently and elegantly. The secretary saw her from a distance and quickly stood up to greet her. "Miss Xu." Xu Ansheng smiled at the secretary. "Good morning." Good morning." The secretary was flattered by her polite greeting, but she quickly said, "I'll open the door for you." Xu Ansheng's eyes flashed quickly, and then he nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The secretary opened the door for her and Xu Ansheng went in. She put her bag on the sofa and sat down in the same position she had sat yesterday. The secretary bowed and asked, "What would you like to drink, Miss Xu?" "Just coffee." "Do you need sugar?" "Need, it's hard and painful, right?" Haha, you're right." "Then please wait a moment, I'll make it for you." "Trouble." "It's not a problem. It's what I should do." The secretary closed the door and immediately called Qin Huan. Qin Yohao called her last night and told her one thing. If Xu Ansheng came today, she must receive him well and not neglect him. Therefore, The secretary came to the company early and hurried to greet Xu Ansheng as soon as he saw him. She didn't tell anyone in the company about this news. Just kidding. Not everyone can do her job. She knows very well what to say and what not to say. At this time, Qingshan Villa. Master bedroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. The silence in the bedroom was dissipating. After a while, the sound of water stopped, the bathroom door opened, and a person in a bathrobe walked out. The heat came into contact with the coolness outside and instantly scattered like birds and beasts, revealing his body shrouded in mist. The firm chest muscles, the sexy barriers faintly visible, the long legs are straight and powerful, the pores of the skin are open after the bath, and his body is still wet. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Feng Boyi wiped his hair and went to open the door. Qin Hao was standing outside, looking at the steaming man, and said, "Boss Feng, Miss Xu is in your office." The towel wiped away a lot of water droplets from the wet hair, but it also made it look messy. The messiness made his usual meticulousness disappear, and his powerful aura was restrained. Even his facial features, which were carved with a knife, no longer seemed so intimidating. The person in front of me finally seemed to have some human touch, no longer being so godlike, heartless, and emotionless. The contract is ready. He wiped his hair and turned to go inside. Qin Hao followed up. It was prepared last night, don't worry. Feng Boyi stopped talking and went into the cloakroom. Chapter 50. 100 Articles of Marriage Agreement. Xu Ansheng sat in the president's office, drank coffee, and ate snacks and fruits. Her empty stomach was filled, and she was in a better mood. She fell asleep very late last night, and even when she did fall asleep, she dreamed all night long. It's not 100 million, but the 2 sentences that the man said in the car. So when she woke up, she didn't eat anything. Just for the 100 million, she packed herself up and came to Qiansheng with full energy. There is no way. I am afraid that the person will regret it if it is too late. He looked around at everything in the president's office, from the man's curved desk to the leather executive chair behind it, and then to the bookshelf behind it, glancing at the books one by one. Then, it fell on the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, and the chess table placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Xu Ansheng was stunned, and then he realized that there was a chess table inside. Does that person like playing chess? Or go? She doesn't understand. This kind of IQ killing stuff is not suitable for her. She is more suitable for walking on her catwalk. That's what she likes. It was rare that Xu Ansheng was extremely patient today. He didn't even look at the time and just sat there waiting. I don't know how long it was like this, but the door suddenly opened with a click. Xu Ansheng's heart tightened and he looked over quickly. Suddenly, her gaze stopped moving. A man in a straight suit walked in. His face was dignified and indifferent, and he had a strong aura. The atmosphere in the president's office suddenly changed. It's like the king has arrived and everyone has to submit. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes, and then a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Her eyes fell on the man. His suit was still dark in color, and the style was similar to what she had seen him wear before. Men's suits are of similar styles, but slight changes in details will result in different effects when worn. Especially the top-notch suits, paired with the top-notch figure and the top-notch face, that is, extremely pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Xu Ansheng looked at the person with a golden ratio figure, a slicked back hair, and a pair of straight long legs walking in steadily, and the smile on her face became even bigger. This man is so handsome no matter how you look at him. She is so charming. Qin also closed the door of the president's office. The breath is quiet. Feng Boyi walked in and his eyes fell on the person sitting on the sofa. Today Xu Ansheng wore all white, a white off-shoulder wrap dress. The skirt exposed one of her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone, including her slender shoulders and arms as thin as lotus roots. The skirt was close-fitting and wrapped her body very well, so even when she was sitting there, her perfect S-shaped figure could be clearly seen. She wore light makeup and had long hair parted in the middle, hanging straight behind her. The loose hair on both sides of her ears was tucked behind her ears, revealing the round pearl earrings on her earlobes. Today she is extremely simple and elegant, matching her smile at this moment. The kind that is extremely elegant. Good morning, Mr. Feng. Xu Ansheng looked at the person walking towards her with a beautiful smile. With just one glance, Feng Boyi turned his gaze away from Xu Ansheng and sat down on the sofa. His eyes fell on Qin Huan's face. Give the contract to Miss Xu. Xu Ansheng paused. Contract? What contract? The smile disappeared and confusion filled her face. Without waiting for her to think, Qin Huan handed over the contract with both hands. Miss Xu. The contract is no different from any other contract. It is written in black and white, but the 4 big words marriage agreement clearly caught Xu Ansheng's eyes. Fuck. How did he know she would agree? Xu Ansheng glared at Feng Boyi, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and his hands folded on his legs. He leaned against the back of the sofa, exuding the relaxed aura of a big boss. Not aggressive, but compelling. Seeing her looking at him, he opened his mouth. "Miss Xu, are you unwilling?" Xu Ansheng immediately said, "Yes, of course I am willing." It was unbelievable that the person in charge of Changsheng proposed marriage to her. But Xu Ansheng didn't think that this man was attracted to her, but because he wanted to silence her that night. Of course, this may be just a small reason. There are other reasons why he must marry her. Otherwise, as a business king, why would he marry a notorious little model instead of someone else? Therefore, Xu Ansheng knew clearly that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and she had to agree. No reason. However, as soon as he said this, Xu Ansheng felt annoyed. Why the hell is she showing it so eagerly? It's like she can't wait. It's so degrading. Xu Ansheng chuckled twice, and his expression quickly recovered. "Let me see what conditions Mr. Feng has." She smiled and took the agreement from Qin Huan slowly. "Sit down gracefully and open it slowly." But soon, Xu Ansheng's face turned dark. 100 articles of marriage agreement. Does he need so much? He secretly complained in his heart and wanted to glare at that person, but realizing that if he spent 100 million like this, he would lose it, he forced himself to stay calm and watch on. However, the first item made Xu Ansheng's face turn black again. Living together but in different rooms after marriage. He was on guard against her, as if she was planning something bad to him. If you have the guts, don't marry her. He was extremely unhappy, but the 100 million was enough to suppress his frustration. Xu Ansheng forced himself to continue reading. The purpose of a marriage agreement is naturally to protect one's own interests, and it is almost entirely about protecting Feng Boyi's interests. Xu Ansheng watched and gradually accepted it. All he wanted was a wife. What is the role of a wife? It is to play the role of a good wife. For example, accompany him home for dinner, show affection in front of family members, do not have any ambiguous relationship with other men, and fulfill your duties as a wife. She can accept and understand this. Only. Article 97 of the marriage agreement. Play chess with him? What is this condition? Xu Ansheng couldn't help himself this time and immediately looked at Feng Boyi. Play chess with you. At this time, Feng Boyi was drinking coffee from a coffee cup. The secretary just brought in coffee and then left. Xu Ansheng didn't notice anything. Feng Boyi drank the coffee, took the cup, and uttered a noble monosyllable from his throat. Hum. Xu Ansheng. It was also the first time she heard that a marriage agreement included a requirement to play chess with the first party's father. Xu Ansheng froze for a few seconds before forcing a smile. "Boss Feng, I can actually accept this one, but I have to tell you in advance that I don't know how to play chess. Besides, I don't like to use my brain. It's too tiring, especially playing chess. I'll teach you." Feng Boyi held the coffee cup, tapped the cup with his fingertips, and stared at her with his eyes, not daring to say anything. In short, this one cannot be missing. Xu Ansheng's mouth twitched, and then he chuckled twice. "Okay. Since our busy boss Feng can spare some time to teach a stupid bird like me, what else can I say? But I have to say in advance, I'm not very good at thinking. I can't even guess the simplest brain teasers." She wasn't making excuses, she was telling the truth. She likes everything to be made clear up front. Won't. Haha, fine then. Xu Ansheng continued to read. Qin was still standing there, looking at Xu Ansheng, and then at the man sitting on the sofa with a coffee cup and a pair of unfathomable eyes. For the first time, he felt that some people could be so easily deceived. Chapter 51, I Want to Beat Him. After reading the marriage agreement, Xu Ansheng had a clear idea in his mind. The requirements are all reasonable and not difficult, but it is troublesome to examine it in detail, because it is very complicated. There are so many things going on that even the smallest thing can be written down. But who says he is the boss and the client's father? So, I can only bear it myself. Fortunately, it was clearly stated that as long as she agreed to marry him, he would cooperate with Changsheng. Isn't this what she wants? However, she still had requests. Xu Ansheng closed the agreement and looked at the man with a reserved aura. "Boss Feng, I have a request." Feng Boyi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at her. "Speak. Should we sign a prenuptial agreement? Even if I don't want your property, you don't want mine. Although we are married, our property belongs to each of us. You know that in our industry, it's a job that requires youth, and making money isn't easy. Even though the Changsheng family is wealthy and you have a high status, there's no guarantee you'll go bankrupt one day. If I have to eat coarse food with you when the time comes, that won't do. I've never had a good life since I was a child. Now that I have a good life, I don't want it to be ruined overnight. The air suddenly became quiet. Qin Hao looked at Xu Ansheng, his eyes slightly widened, which was rare. Bankruptcy? Is this something I can say? Is this something you can say in front of Mr. Feng? Subconsciously, Qin looked at Feng Boyi. At this moment, Feng Boyi stared at Xu Ansheng, his eyes as silent as the president's office at this moment. It's so quiet. Xu Ansheng was unaware of this and met Feng Boyi's heart-shaking gaze with a smile. It is true, as the old saying goes, things change over time. Who can predict what will happen next? She must make it clear, this point must be added. Otherwise, Ms. Xu doesn't have to sign. Xu Ansheng's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at this cold man in disbelief. Why did he suddenly become so cold and heartless? She had clearly thought he was easy to talk to just now. Feng Boyi put the coffee on the coffee table and stood up. 1 minute. After that, he went to his desk and opened the file. Xu Ansheng sat there, opening and closing his mouth again and again, but couldn't utter a single word. She asked them to sign a prenuptial agreement for his own good. Did he want her to share his property when they divorced? Xu Ansheng was furious, but the man didn't even look at her, which was very heartless. It's like, she can sign it or not. Oh my God, I'm so angry. I really want to beat him up. Xu Ansheng's face looked painful, sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes white, which was extremely exciting. Qin was still standing there, looking at the man buried in the work, with an expression of surprise on his face. Ms. Xu's request is very reasonable, but her words are a bit too direct. Qin Huan, take the contract. A ruthless voice came out, and Xu Ansheng's face changed. He quickly said, I sign. Since Mr. Feng is not afraid of me sharing your property, what should I be afraid of? I'll sign it right away. After I sign it, we'll go get the certificate. It happens to be Friday today, so the staff haven't left work yet. After saying this, Xu Ansheng looked at Qin Huan and said, pen. Qin was still looking at Feng Boyi, who was signing a document with a pen, not even looking at him. It seemed that after he had said what he needed to say, Xu Ansheng could leave. When Xu Ansheng saw Qin Huan looking at Feng Boyi, she also looked at that person. Seeing that the man completely ignored her, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stood up. With the sound of high heels tapping on the smooth marble floor, Xu Ansheng quickly came to the table, snatched the pen from Feng Boyi's hand, and with 2 swishes, Xu Ansheng's name was written on the agreement so neatly. Bang! The agreement and the pen were placed in front of Feng Boyi. Xu Ansheng leaned forward and said, Boss Feng, please sign it. Her long hair fell onto the agreement, swaying slightly with her breath. At the same time, a faint fragrance came and lingered on his nose. Feng Boyi looked at the hair and the sloppy but beautiful handwriting behind Party B. After a few breaths, he took the pen and signed his name behind Party A. Feng Boyi. Chapter 52. Go get the certificate. The employees outside were gossiping again, and they all looked towards the president's office with great curiosity. The truth is that there has never been a woman around their king, and they thought that there would never be a woman around in his life. But just yesterday, a woman appeared. And now, this woman comes again. They really can't control their gossipy hearts. The secretary also looked inside. She was also very curious. When she brought in the coffee, she saw Xu Ansheng holding a document in his hand, but she didn't know what it was. But she vaguely felt that the document was very unusual, because she noticed that the look in their General Feng's eyes seemed different from usual. But is it really different? Could it be my own illusion? For the first time, the secretary began to doubt himself. Click. The door to the president's office opened. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads and pretended to do their own work, with no intention of slacking off. How could Xu Ansheng not notice the looks from the employees when the door opened? She raised her head, adjusted her expression, and gave a standard elegant smile. Now that she is Feng Boyi's nominal wife, she is completely fearless. Of course, she felt a little aggrieved when signing the agreement just now, but when she thought of her 100 million, she didn't care about anything anymore. Ha, her 100 million. It's about to be obtained. Now she doesn't think about anything else, only full of happiness, joy, and happiness. The two walked out of the president's office together, just like yesterday, keeping a consistent pace and leaving the employee's sight. Qin hadn't followed yet. He has done everything he should do, so he will not be needed anymore. Seeing that the employees were all looking at Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi as they walked away, Qin coughed and said, Cough. Immediately, everyone looked away and hurried back to work. However, out of curiosity, he couldn't help but look in the direction where Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi left. It's really pleasing to the eye when these two walk together. Qin Hao saw that everything was gradually returning to normal and came to the secretary. The secretary quickly stood up and said, Assistant Qin, is there anything you want to tell me? Qin Hao saw the gossip in the secretary's eyes and said, don't schedule your work so tightly for the next 2 days. The secretary immediately smiled with 8 teeth. I understand. Mr. Feng is always in love, right? I clearly didn't have to come back this morning, but I went to Dongcheng last night, took care of some things, and came back early this morning. Obviously, it was for Miss Xu. Qin saw a meaningful look in the secretary's eyes and left without explaining. Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi got in the car together and left Xu Ansheng. As the car drove away, the 2 receptionists in the company lobby exploded. Quickly break the news in the group. Just now, our Wang and Miss Xu got in the car and left together. Really? Not only did they get in the car together, but Miss Xu also got in Mr. Feng's car. Ah, are we going to have a boss lady? If the boss lady is supermodel Xu, I'll accept it. I accept it too. Accept, accept, accept. Repeat n times. Wow, I suddenly remembered something. I forgot to ask Miss Xu for her autograph. Forget it. Mr. Feng and Miss Xu are together. You should wait until next time. Autograph? If anyone asks supermodel Xu for an autograph, I want one too. I want one too. I just want to say, I have Ms. Xu's signature. Roll. Xu Ansheng had no idea that Xu Ansheng's gossip group was exploding again. She and Feng Boyi got in the car, watching the scenery flying by outside the window, and she couldn't control her excitement. Thinking that she would soon get her 100 million, she couldn't help but be happy. Her joy was so intense that it spread from her to the car, making the usually cold atmosphere in the car become different. The driver couldn't help but look at Xu Ansheng in the rearview mirror. Xu Ansheng's mouth was grinning, her eyes curved with laughter, and her beautiful face became even more charming. The driver didn't know what was so worth being so happy about, and couldn't help but look at the person next to Xu Ansheng. After getting in the car, Feng Boyi closed his eyes. He seemed unable to feel Xu Ansheng's happiness. His dignified face still showed no emotion, and his emotions were not revealed. Xu Ansheng is in one world, and he is in another. The 2 of them were in different worlds, yet they were strangely sitting together. This scene was so magical no matter how you looked at it. Xu Ansheng was laughing when she suddenly remembered something. Her expression changed and she looked at the person next to her seriously. Did you bring your household registration booklet? Household registration book? When the driver heard this, he slipped on the accelerator and the car shook noticeably. He quickly stabilized the steering wheel, looked straight ahead, and didn't dare to look around anymore, but he still subconsciously looked at the person in the rearview mirror. At this moment, the closed eyes opened, and those deep eyes were looking at him. The driver's heart trembled, and he immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. Drive well. Yes. The driver immediately gripped the steering wheel tightly, fixed his eyes on the front, and dared not to be distracted anymore. Feng Boyi pressed the button next to him with his fingertips, and the baffle rose. When Xu Ansheng saw the baffle, he felt puzzled. Why did he raise the baffle? What's there to hide? Forget it. Why bother with so many things? The household registration book is the most important thing now. Don't you have your household registration book with you? Do you think I need to go back to your house to get it? She had to make herself marry him, so she checked her money again and again before going out, and made sure she had her household registration book and ID card with her before leaving. But she may not bring him with her. He didn't have to marry her. Thinking of this, Xu Ansheng's face became solemn. But don't let him not bring his household registration booklet and ID card when it comes to getting the marriage certificate. Then her happiness will be in vain. Without waiting for Feng Boyi to speak, Xu Ansheng quickly asked, Where's your ID card? Did you bring it? She looked so serious that she had completely forgotten that the 2 of them were Party A and Party B. She was like a wife, being as self-righteous as she could be. Feng Boyi glanced at her sideways, seeing the nervousness and uneasiness in her eyes, as well as the sense of self-righteousness and fearlessness in them. Open your lips. Chapter 53. She is Mrs. Feng. Mrs. Feng thinks I'm idle. Well, he is not idle. He is very busy and has a lot of things to do every day. The journey was smooth without any traffic jams. The car stopped outside the Civil Affairs Bureau very quickly, and the receptionist was already waiting there. When he saw Feng Boyi get off the car, he immediately stepped forward and led them in personally. Soon, in less than 20 minutes, 2 freshly issued marriage certificates appeared in Xu Ansheng's eyes. Mr. Feng, Mrs. Feng, congratulations on your marriage. I wish you a long and happy marriage and a son soon. The staff member said with a smile, handing the bright red marriage certificate to Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi. Xu Ansheng blinked her eyes, and at this moment, she finally had a different feeling. Is she married? Really, married? She clearly didn't want to get married, so why did she suddenly get married? A bony hand reached out and took the marriage certificate. Xu Ansheng paused, then looked at Feng Boyi and said quickly, "Why do you have my marriage certificate too?" Yes, he also took away her marriage certificate. Didn't he believe her? No way. She has already signed the agreement. Is he still afraid that she won't be able to do it? Before Xu Ansheng could say anything, Feng Boyi walked out, and his deep voice fell into her ears. "I have to go on a business trip this afternoon. Contact Qin Huan about the move. He will take care of it. There's a nanny at home who will take care of your 3 meals a day. Apart from that, call me if you need anything." As Feng Boyi finished speaking, he came out of the car. The driver got out, opened the door, and he got in. Xu Ansheng stood there, watching the person get into the car without paying any attention to her. Her pretty face flushed red and blue. Is this person just thrown away after use? Does he really treat her as a tool? The driver closed the car door and saw that Xu Ansheng was still standing there without moving. He opened the door on the other side, obviously waiting for Xu Ansheng to get in the car. Xu Ansheng wanted to say arrogantly that she couldn't get in the car, but before she could say that, she suddenly thought of something, ran over, and quickly got into the car. Soon, the car drove away. "We've got the certificate. We are a legal couple. When will you and MK start working together? Or should I contact them?" Feng Boyi was holding his phone at the moment, reading a work email. When he heard her words, his expression remained unchanged. "No need. Qin will contact me again." "Oh, I see." Then she felt relieved. This is the answer she wants. When the car returned to Changsheng, Feng Boyi took out his cell phone and was about to open the door and get out of the car. Xu Ansheng suddenly thought of something and immediately grabbed him. Feng Boyi paused and looked at the extra hand on his sleeve. Her fingers were slender and her skin was fair and delicate. Her hands grasped his suit, and the collision of white and dark colors created a strong visual impact. Feng Boyi raised his eyes slightly and looked at her face. Xu Ansheng said quickly, "Where's your number? Where's Qin Huan's number? You just said you wanted to contact me, but I don't even have your numbers. How can I contact you?" Xu Ansheng also suddenly thought of this problem, so he grabbed him temporarily. Feng Boyi turned back, picked up his phone, and opened the address book. "Call." Xu Ansheng immediately reported, 19. Feng Boyi input. Soon, Xu Ansheng's cell phone dinged. "There is news coming in." Xu Ansheng immediately took out his cell phone, and there was a message with a mobile phone number in it. Obviously, this was Qin Huan's call. Xu Ansheng's face darkened. He really couldn't accept typing even one more word. She waved her hands as if to chase someone away, and said with disgust, Okay, go ahead, go ahead." Without her saying anything, Feng Boyi opened the car door and got out. Xu Ansheng sat in the car and saved Feng Boyi's number and Qin Huan's number together. After doing all this, she put down her phone, stretched out her arms, and slumped back in the chair. Finally finished. The driver waited for Xu Ansheng's instructions for a long time, but there was no movement. He looked at the person in the rearview mirror and spoke carefully. "Miss Xu, where are you going next?" Xu Ansheng was a little dazed. What I felt was that I was actually married. Still so fast. It's incredible. She had to slow down. When Xu Ansheng heard the driver's words, he paused, and the first of the 100 items in the prenuptial agreement instantly popped up in his mind. Living together but in different rooms. In other words, she had to move there immediately. She had never lived with a man before, but she was not worried at all that this man would do anything bad to her. It was obvious that this person disliked her. She guessed that he would not marry her if he had not had to. However, she had to control herself. They lived under the same roof, so she shouldn't be bewitched by him and do anything stupid. With his mind full of random thoughts, the driver didn't wait for her response and asked again, "Miss Xu, you?" "No, I'm driving. You go ahead and do your work." Before the driver could finish speaking, Xu Ansheng interrupted him, got out of the car quickly and went to his own car. Soon, the pink Porsche drove away. The driver sat in the car, stunned by the sight of the pink sports car disappearing so quickly with a bang. This Miss Xu is really different. Qin was still waiting for Feng Boyi to come back. When he saw Feng Boyi, he immediately followed him into the CEO's office. "CEO Feng, do you want to cancel your trip to New York this afternoon? After all, Mr. Feng is getting married today. Need not." Qin also looked at Feng Boyi's expression. He looked the same now as before. There was no sign of joy at marriage, nor was there any sign of unhappiness. This face is still so unpredictable. "Yes." Feng Boyi walked into the CEO's office and sat down in the big chair. He took the latest document on the desk and said, "Contact MK and send the latest data of the new machine." Okay. Xu Ansheng started packing as soon as she got home. She is a person who keeps her word and has a strong sense of contract. So she didn't hesitate at all and finished packing in just an hour. She only brought 2 suitcases, one for the doll and the other for her clothes and daily necessities. It's very simple. After all, she and Feng Boyi are now in a partnership, not a real couple. Who knows when they might get divorced, right? After putting the fully packed suitcase in the entrance hall, Xu Ansheng threw himself onto the sofa, hugged the pillow, picked up his phone and opened the address book. She was wondering whether she should call Minghui and tell her that Xu Ansheng agreed to cooperate with MK. After thinking for a while, Xu Ansheng put down his phone, turned sideways, hugged the pillow and closed his eyes. Still not telling. Since Feng Boyi said that Qin would still contact her, she didn't need to worry about it. If the 2 companies successfully cooperate, MK will naturally take the initiative to contact her. She is not in a hurry. She still believed in Feng Boyi's spirit of contract. After all, there was a clause in the agreement that the marriage could not be disclosed. If he didn't do it well, she would disclose it and see who would be embarrassed. After figuring it out, Xu Ansheng could sleep peacefully. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep last night and only slept for a few hours. Now she wants to make up for it. Soon, Xu Ansheng felt sleepy. But at this moment, something suddenly flashed through her mind, and the next moment, she sat up suddenly. That's right. There doesn't seem to be an expiration date on the agreement. Chapter 54. Damn, so cute I want to cry. There was only one copy of the agreement, which was in Feng Boyi's hand. Xu Ansheng carefully recalled the agreement she had read and confirmed that there was really no expiration date. She immediately called Feng Boyi. How can there be no expiration date? That's just a rip-off. It would be a huge loss to sacrifice your entire life for 100 million. Xu Ansheng immediately took the phone and was about to call Feng Boyi, but when her fingertips were about to press the dial button, her head buzzed and her whole body froze. That's not right. How could he possibly want to be with her forever? That's absolutely impossible. Who was that? He was the most outstanding descendant of the Feng family, the strongest man in Changsheng, a well-known tycoon in the business world, extremely rich and powerful. How could such a person want to be tied to a little model like her for life? Haha, what a joke. Xu Ansheng threw his phone away, lay down on the sofa, and fell asleep peacefully. This is purely my own overthinking. Xu Ansheng had a shoot in the evening and had nothing to do during the day, so she had a good sleep. Feeling full of energy, she stuffed 2 suitcases into her sports car and called Qin Huan. She still doesn't know where that person lives. Sitting in the car and starting the car, Xu Ansheng listened to the beeping of the mobile phone, and her beautiful fingertips tapped on the steering wheel from time to time. She was obviously in a good mood and had great patience. Mrs. The phone was connected and Qin Huan's voice came over. Xu Ansheng raised an eyebrow, took out his phone and looked at the number. After confirming it was Qin Huan's number, he asked, "How did you know it was me?" She didn't remember telling Qin to return her phone number. Could it be that person who said that? Why did she think it was impossible? The voice on the phone paused, and then came, "I have a call from my wife." Oh. This doesn't seem surprising. After all, Feng Boyi wanted to marry her, so it's impossible for him not to investigate her. She must have been thoroughly investigated long ago. "Madam, if you have anything to ask, please feel free to ask." Have. Where does your eldest brother live? I'm moving there now, but I don't know where. Please tell me the address. Have you packed your things? Yeah. Doesn't it say in the agreement that we'll move in after getting the marriage certificate? Your boss and I got the marriage certificate a few hours ago. It was my oversight. Please wait a moment. I'll send someone to pick you up. No, just tell me the address and I'll go there myself. She is not without hands or feet, so she doesn't need anyone to take over. On the phone, Qin paused for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll send it to you now." Okay. Xu Ansheng hung up the phone quickly, and the message came in very quickly. She clicked it open and raised an eyebrow. Qingshan Villa. Qingshan Villa is the most famous villa for the rich in Yucheng. There is no other, it is the only one. Because the area covers tens of thousands of acres, but there are only dozens of villas, which is very few. But it has great greenery. Each villa is surrounded by different green areas, some with views of the mountains, some with views of the water, and some with views of the city, which can be said to meet the requirements of various wealthy people. The price of a villa there starts from 9 figures, and there is no lower number than this. When she first heard about this villa, she sighed about it and said that if she could live in such a villa one day, she would die without regrets in her life. I never thought that this day would come. Xu Ansheng smiled, threw his phone aside, stepped on the accelerator, and the pink sports car drove out of the underground parking lot. Xu Ansheng's life has reached its peak since then. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the meeting room was quiet. All the executives were looking at the PPT on the screen, and the person in charge was also explaining the project in detail. Click, there was a slight sound of the door opening, and Qin Huan walked in. No one heard the sound and was still concentrating on the project. Feng Boyi sat in the first seat, leaning back in his chair, watching the images on the screen change as the person in charge explained. Qin Hao glanced at the progress on the screen, walked to Feng Boyi's side, bent down, and whispered in his ear, "Madam is coming over now." A low monosyllable emanated from his throat, without a trace of emotion, just like his deep eyes, without a trace of fluctuation. Qin looked at Feng Boyi, then sat down at the bottom and got down to work. Not everyone can enter Qingshan Villa. Only the residents inside and visitors who have been notified and registered by the residents in advance are eligible to enter. Xu Ansheng drove her pink sports car without any hindrance and parked it directly outside the black carved gate of Feng Boyi Villa. The car was still running and making quite a bit of noise. Xu Ansheng sat in the car, holding the steering wheel, leaning forward, his eyes wide open, looking at the modern villa through the windshield without blinking. The villa is a two-story building, decorated in high-grade grey tones, giving people a sense of low-key elegance at first glance. Because it is a completely modern design, it abandons the previous architectural style and conforms to the simplicity and grandeur of this era. The villas mostly use large floor-to-ceiling glass to enhance the sense of lines, smoothness, and ultimate lighting. Although the villa has only 2 floors, it is not small. From Xu Ansheng's perspective, he cannot see the entire villa. However, what she saw was enough to amaze her. She likes this kind of modern and simple style of house, and has a special liking for the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Of course, it would be better if the villa was beige. Xu Ansheng looked at the meticulously designed greenery here, every blade of grass and every tree, and found them all so lovely no matter how he looked at them. She's so cute she wants to cry. It turns out that the charm of money is infinite and can bring people ultimate pleasure and satisfaction. This agreement was signed without any injustice. When Xu Ansheng was extremely moved, the carved iron door was opened and a middle-aged woman came into Xu Ansheng's sight. Xu Ansheng blinked her eyelashes, trying to wipe away the tears of emotion in her eyes. Looking at the friendly man with a kind smile who opened the door, Feng Boyi's words came to her mind. There is a nanny at home who is responsible for her 3 meals a day. So, this is the nanny in the house? Xu Ansheng immediately straightened her expression and showed a beautiful smile. The nanny bent down to her, then turned to the side and reached out to her. Apparently, he invited her in. Xu Ansheng immediately smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove in quickly, then stopped outside the main door of the house with a hiss. The nanny came over and leaned forward. "Hello, Xu Ansheng opened the car door and looked at the ordinary but neatly dressed man with a smile. "How should I call you from now on?" "Madam, just call me Mrs. Wei." Xu Ansheng nodded. "Okay, Mrs. Wei, I'll trouble you to take care of me from now on." "No trouble, it's my duty." Mrs. Wei carried Xu Ansheng's luggage and led her in. She first took Xu Ansheng to her room, introduced her to it, and then took Xu Ansheng to her home. Xu Ansheng held her sunglasses, put her hands behind her back, and followed Mrs. Wei around the villa with a smile on her face. As the villa gradually became clearer in his mind, the smile on Xu Ansheng's face became more and more beautiful. Damn it, the design and layout here are all in line with her aesthetic taste. This is going to force her to hang around for the rest of her life, holding on to the client's father's leg hair. Chapter 55. Ask her to pack his luggage. My husband is going on a business trip today. Normally, I'm the one who packs his luggage, but my wife is here, so she'll do it from now on. After touring the entire villa, Mrs. Wei bowed and said to Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng has a warm smile, and is as beautiful as she can be. But when she heard what Mrs. Wei said, the smile on her face froze instantly. Pack his luggage. Mrs. Wei replied with a respectful smile. Yes, Xu Ansheng. It turns out that money is not that easy to make. Such a beautiful house is not so easy to live in. Haha, okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Mrs. Wei lowered her head and left, but before leaving, she checked the time and said to Xu Ansheng, my husband should be back soon. Before that, we need to pack our luggage. Xu Ansheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Haha, I get it. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's only 100 million. It's no problem to pack your luggage. Mrs. Wei went downstairs and Xu Ansheng came to Feng Boyi's bedroom. Mrs. Wei just took her to see his bedroom, which was decorated entirely in dark colors. The sheets, quilt covers and pillowcases are dark grey, the curtains and carpets are grey, and even the sofas are grey, but these greys are slightly lighter or darker. Anyway, The overall feeling it gives people is one of extreme depth and oppression. Xu Ansheng immediately thought of Feng Boyi's eyes. I can push you to the ground and crush you mercilessly with just one glance. However, she is not afraid of him now. The distance between people has not been shortened. Once you get closer, you'll find that's just the way it is. They all have a nose, a pair of eyes, a mouth, and a pair of eyebrows. There is no difference. Xu Ansheng went straight into Feng Boyi's cloakroom. Not surprisingly, everything was in dark colors, full of dark suits and dark shirts, including the watches in the jewelry cabinet in the middle. They were all low-key and unpretentious, but a watch was as luxurious as the price of a house. Xu Ansheng put his hands behind his back and picked it up in the cloakroom. She had only packed her own luggage, never for a man, and didn't know how a man needed to prepare. But we are all human beings, and we are all similar. Just looking at this all-dark color scheme, filled with a strong desire for control, made her feel a little uncomfortable. I really want to add some bright colors into it. For example, white, off-white, light white, pale white. How beautiful, right? While thinking in his mind, Xu Ansheng kept working. In just 10 minutes, she had packed her luggage. Looking at the heavy suitcase in her hand, she was very satisfied. She carried the suitcase downstairs and put it directly in the entrance hall. After completing this task, she clapped her hands and felt relieved. She took out her cell phone to check the time. It was already past 4 o'clock. Her evening shoot was at 10 o'clock, on the mountain, just for the night view. It's still early. However, she did not eat anything all day. She only drank coffee and had some fruit snacks in the man's office in the morning, and then did not eat anything else. Now she was very hungry after a day's work. Xu Ansheng looked around and saw Mrs. Wei in the kitchen. He rubbed his stomach and went over to her. Mrs. Wei, is there anything to eat? Mrs. Wei was preparing dinner when she heard Xu Ansheng's voice and turned around and said, Madam, wait a moment. I'm making dinner. Xu Ansheng wanted to eat right now, and she had never tasted anything tasty, so she wanted to eat something with a strong flavor. So, I walked into the kitchen and asked, do you have snail noodles? The smell is strong enough that she wants to eat it. Ah. Mrs. Wei was stunned for a rare moment. Xu Ansheng was already searching the refrigerator. I want to eat snail noodles, the sour and spicy kind. Do you have any at home? As he was talking, he saw milk in the refrigerator. Xu Ansheng took it out directly from the sterilizer, took out a cup, poured a cup and put it in the microwave to heat it up. Mrs. Wei stood there, watching her skillful movements. She didn't look like someone who had just entered this house. Moreover, they know how to take care of themselves and not drink cold drinks. It was so unexpected that she couldn't react for a moment. Xu Ansheng ignored her and continued searching the kitchen, asking, it's okay if there's no snail noodles. Do you have hot and sour noodles? And sweet potato noodles? If there's no sweet potato noodles, there must be noodles, right? Xu Ansheng also roughly guessed that the man would not be able to eat these things and that there would not be such things at home, so in the end he could only settle for the second best. She believed that there was definitely some. Sure enough, as soon as she asked, Mrs. Wei said, we have noodles, Where is it? Xu Ansheng was rummaging through the cabinet, while Mrs. Wei opened the cupboard above and took out a noodle box. Here, Whatever flavor you want, I'll make it for you. Xu Ansheng looked at the round golden noodles in the noodle box and frowned, a little disgusted. Is this the only kind of noodles? I don't like this kind of noodles. I like the kind that costs more than 10 yuan a bunch. They taste especially delicious. Mrs. Wei, no. How could there be noodles worth more than 10 yuan at home? No. Xu Ansheng scratched his hair and said, forget it, just make do with it. Xu Ansheng took the noodles directly from Mrs. Wei's hand and started to boil water. His movements were very clean and neat. Mrs. Wei was standing nearby. Seeing Xu Ansheng's actions, she finally reacted and quickly said, Madam, let me do it. No, I like to eat what I cook myself. You can't make the taste I want. As he spoke, Xu Ansheng started looking for the dishes he needed and prepared the chili oil himself. Fortunately, the kitchen had all the ingredients and dishes. In just 10 minutes, Xu Ansheng had a big bowl of fragrant noodles in his hands. Xu Ansheng smelled the aroma of noodles and happily left the kitchen. Mrs. Wei stood in the kitchen, looking at the person carrying noodles out like this. She was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Their wives are really very different from ordinary girls. Xu Ansheng brought the noodles to the coffee table, threw off his slippers, stepped directly onto the carpet, sat down cross-legged, then took the remote control and turned on the TV. She likes to watch TV while eating, which is very relaxing. Very quickly, the voices of the people on TV could be heard throughout the house. Mrs. Wei was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, listening to the sounds outside and smelling the strong aroma of vinegar and spicy food in the kitchen. She finally felt the atmosphere of home. It really is different when there is a hostess in the house. Squeak. The Bentley stopped smoothly outside the gate. The driver opened the car door and Feng Boyi got out. He held his cell phone, listened to the work report, walked up the stairs and walked into the house. However, the moment he stepped into the entrance, he stopped. Chapter 56. Eat well and get on the road. There was a faint smell of acetic acid and spicy food floating in the air, and if you smelled carefully, you could even smell the aroma of fine noodles. These flavors are not what you would normally find in a home, or perhaps you have never had them before. But now, the house is not only filled with these smells, but also with the sound of television, women's laughter, and the sounds of cutting vegetables and cooking in the kitchen. These voices came together to change this place. It is no longer the cold, silent, and ruthless place it used to be, but now it is ordinary, warm, simple, and bright. Just like any ordinary family. Fuck. Are you so stupid? Can't you see there's another person on top? Get out of here, get out of here. Oh my, don't you understand? The people next to you are calling you. Please get down quickly, it makes me so anxious. Xu Ansheng sat on the carpet, ate all the noodles in the bowl, and even drank up all the soup, leaving nothing behind. At this time, she was leaning on the sofa at the back, with her elbows on the edge of the sofa, holding chopsticks in her hand, pointing at the people on TV, and cursing impatiently. She was still wearing the white dress she wore to get her marriage certificate today, and her long hair was no longer loose, but was casually tied up with a chopstick. It was just a rather careless way of tying her hair, with quite a few strands falling down. It was also loose because of her strong emotions, and it looked like it would fall apart at any moment. However, because of the scattered hair, it fell on the exposed slender shoulders and swept across the white back. From Feng Boyi's perspective, it is a very beautiful picture. The premise is to ignore Xu Ansheng's rude hand pointing at the TV with chopsticks and cursing, as well as the foul language from her mouth. The person on the phone heard the voice from this side and immediately stopped talking, not daring to report anymore. Feng Boyi looked at the thick, almost untidy hair, dancing in the light, like an elf dancing in the light, free and unrestrained. He walked in and said, "This is it for now." Hang up the phone. Xu Ansheng didn't hear Feng Boyi's voice because she was watching the show too intently and was completely immersed in it. She was watching a variety show about playing games, and it made her extremely anxious. Now, seeing that the game was coming to an end, she became very excited. She even stood up, put her hands on her hips, pointed at the TV with a pair of sinister eyes and said, "If you dare to lose, I will kill you." Whoa! The whistle was blown, and the intense scene inside finally came to an end. Xu Ansheng looked at the game results, her face immediately darkened, and she picked up the remote to change the channel. What the hell? You're so stupid and still playing this. It's really an insult to my intelligence. After turning the channel, the variety show disappeared instantly. Xu Ansheng threw the remote control on the sofa and picked up the bowl to go to the kitchen. Is the gentleman back? Mrs. Wei's voice came. Xu Ansheng paused and looked at Mrs. Wei. He didn't know when Mrs. Wei came out. She was standing in the living room, looking at the entrance. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes and followed Mrs. Wei's gaze. At this moment, the chopsticks that she was holding up her hair finally gave up and fell with a snap as she turned her head. Her fine black hair hung down like silk. Feng Boyi changed into slippers and walked in. He had his suit jacket draped over his wrist and was looking at his black hair cascading down like a waterfall. At this moment, under the light, his eyes seemed to deepen. Xu Ansheng frowned and looked at the chopsticks on the ground, too lazy to pick them up. She smiled at Feng Boyi and greeted him naturally. "Are you back?" Without waiting for Feng Boyi to answer, she raised her chin and gestured to Feng Boyi. "I have packed your luggage, it's right next to you." Feng Boyi looked at Xu Ansheng, whose long hair was spread out behind her head. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her hair had already reached below her waist and hips. But her hair was extremely smooth, extremely black, and extremely fine. I don't know if it was because she took good care of it or if it was natural, but it was not frizzy at all and was extremely smooth, like the finest brocade silk. Because her hair was hanging down, blocking half of her face, making her extremely uncomfortable, she raised her hand and let her 5 fingers naturally pass through her hair. She then pushed the long hair behind her head, revealing her fair and clean face, and her lips that were red from eating chili peppers. She smiled at him, bright and shining. Feng Boyi's fingertips clasped lightly, pressing against his suit jacket. His eyes moved slightly, his gaze turned away, and a noble monosyllable escaped from his throat. Hum. He walked in and went upstairs. Xu Ansheng looked at the man who glanced at her and then turned away, and sneered in her heart. He really is very frugal with words, not willing to say a single word. He is indeed a rich sponsor. Very cold and noble. Thinking that I haven't received MK's call yet, I have to pretend. The contents of the 100 clauses of the marriage agreement came to mind, and she hurriedly asked Mrs. Wei, "Mrs. Wei, what time is it now?" Mrs. Wei looked at the time in the living room and replied, "It's almost 5 o'clock." "It's almost 5 o'clock, so soon." "Oh, aren't you going on a business trip? Then you haven't eaten yet." As Xu Ansheng spoke, she looked at Feng Boyi, and before Feng Boyi could answer, she looked at Mrs. Wei. "Mrs. Wei, how are the dinner preparations going? We can't let Mr. Feng. Let him go on a business trip hungry." As she spoke, she continued walking, taking the bowl and hurried to the kitchen. "Let's quickly prepare dinner so that Mr. can have a good meal before he goes on his journey." Feng Boyi walked up the stairs, and when he heard these words full of concern, he paused. Mrs. Wei stood there with her mouth open, watching Xu Ansheng walk into the kitchen. Eat well and hit the road? This seems inappropriate. Feng Boyi stopped there, his fingertips pressing on his suit moved, loosened, and walked upstairs. Mrs. Wei watched the tall man go upstairs, and then watched the person who entered the kitchen and was busy inside. The tension in her heart gradually subsided. She came out because she had something in mind. My husband doesn't like bad smells in the house, and the bowl of noodles that Xu Ansheng prepared had a strong smell that could be smelled throughout the living room. So we'll definitely say that. Just then, she heard the car coming back, remembered this matter, and hurried out. It was too late to say it at this time, but she still came out subconsciously, afraid that her husband would ask so that she could explain the situation immediately. It has nothing to do with Xu Ansheng. I just forgot to tell Xu Ansheng. But now, she found that her husband did not seem to be unhappy about the smell in the living room. Is the smell gone? Or, this smell isn't that bad? Chapter 57 Husband. Mrs. Wei had actually almost finished cooking, but Xu Ansheng still helped her, and soon, a sumptuous dinner was served on the table. In fact, in Xu Ansheng's opinion, Feng Boyi should be the kind of person who is very particular and noble, and at first glance he is obviously a young man from a wealthy and aristocratic family. The food should also be Western food. Only Western food can match a man of his status. But Mrs. Wei makes the most authentic Chinese food. While cooking, Xu Ansheng chatted with Mrs. Wei and found out that Feng Boyi only ate Chinese food at home and not Western food. This surprised Xu Ansheng greatly. From what she had seen and heard, the rich and prestigious men she met all liked to eat Western food, especially those who have lived abroad and rarely eat Chinese food. But Mrs. Wei told her that it was not true. Feng Boyi did not eat Western food much, and the Feng family rarely ate Western food either. This caught Xu Ansheng completely off guard. She thought that rich people liked foreign things, but she found that it didn't seem to be the case. Mrs. Wei told her that the old lady said that only things that come from one's own home are good things. Some things that seem good and gorgeous are not really good. These words made Xu Ansheng's heart tremble. For the first time, she felt so clearly what a big family was. What is a true aristocratic family? However, after chatting with Mrs. Wei for a while, Xu Ansheng learned that Mrs. Wei was an old lady from the Feng family who had been taking care of Feng Boyi's daily life. It can be said that it is very unusual. Therefore, after this chat, Xu Ansheng had more admiration and respect for Mrs. Wei. Don't underestimate such a nanny. They are often key figures. Can't be neglected. I've worked so hard tonight, and I still have you helping me. It's okay. I'm free here, right? Besides, he's about to go on a business trip. It would be bad if he's delayed. The two of them talked while setting the table. Feng Boyi hadn't come down yet, and Xu Ansheng looked upstairs, but there was no movement. She remembered that he said he was going on a business trip in the afternoon, and now it was 5 o'clock evening. So, is he on a business trip tonight, or is there a sudden change and he can't go on the business trip? The meal is ready. Madam, please go and call the gentleman down for dinner. Mrs. Wei's voice fell into his ears, interrupting Xu Ansheng's thoughts. Xu Ansheng quickly replied, "Okay, I'll go right away." She immediately ran upstairs, trotting, her slippers clicking. The atmosphere in the villa became lighter. Mrs. Wei stood downstairs, watching the person walking up the stairs quickly. A smile appeared on her face. Their wives are lovely people. Xu Ansheng went straight to the bedroom. The door was closed and he couldn't see what was going on inside. Xu Ansheng rolled her eyes. He was really on guard against her, even keeping the door closed in broad daylight. Although he thought so, he didn't say anything sweet. Xu Ansheng knocked on the door lightly. Feng Boyi took a shower and dried his hair. He then stood in the cloakroom and changed into a clean shirt and trousers. And now, he was buttoning his shirt with his fingertips. "Xiaobo, now that we have the certificate, when will you bring my granddaughter-in-law back to show grandma?" The cell phone was placed on the jewelry cabinet, and it showed that it was in call. Xu Ansheng's smiling voice came from the phone and fell clearly into the cloakroom. Feng Boyi buttoned his shirt to the first button, then took the watch and put it on. He heard the voice coming from the phone and said, "In a few days." In a few days? Why? Could it be? Before Xu Ansheng could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. She stopped talking. Feng Boyi paused in clicking his watch and looked out. Xu Ansheng stood outside the door, knocked and waited for the person inside to respond. But there was no movement inside, not a sound at all. She knocked twice more and said, "Feng Boyi." Her clear voice came through, clearly transmitted into the phone. On the other end of the phone, Xu Ansheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, then covered his mouth and laughed secretly. This is the voice of her granddaughter-in-law. Feng Boyi heard the laughter coming from the phone. He turned off the speakerphone, picked up the phone and walked out. At this time, Xu Ansheng's voice came again. "Husband." Feng Boyi stopped. He didn't hang up the phone, so the word husband was clearly heard by Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng was stunned and couldn't believe it. Outside the door, Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes and put his ear to the door to listen to the movement inside. She thought that there was no response from the first knock because he didn't know who it was and didn't come to open the door, so she knocked the second time and called his name. But he still didn't come to open the door, so she called the wrong person? "Do I have to call you husband?" Xu Ansheng was very sure about this, as the agreement clearly stated everything. Apart from living in different rooms, everything else was exactly the same as other couples. So, it's okay to call him husband. So, Xu Ansheng called out again, "Husband." Feng Boyi listened to the sound coming from outside the door. It was clear and bright, without a trace of hesitation, and extremely natural. He said, "I'll bring her back to see you in a few days." After that, he hung up the phone and opened the door. Xu Ansheng was about to shout when the door suddenly opened. She pressed her whole body against the door, still listening to the noise. But she could not hear any movement inside, so naturally she didn't know that Feng Boyi came to open the door. Then, as soon as the door opened, she fell directly into Feng Boyi's arms. Chapter 58. Mrs. Feng, "I'm getting married for the first time too." Xu Ansheng was in a panic and subconsciously grabbed Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi looked at the person who fell in like this, stretched out his arms, and placed them on Xu Ansheng's waist. Just like this, Xu Ansheng held Feng Boyi firmly, and Feng Boyi also held her in his arms. At this moment, the atmosphere is quiet. Quiet. Xu Ansheng's heart was pounding and his mind was blank. What's going on? Why did she bump into him all of a sudden? Xu Ansheng was confused and couldn't react at all. The most important thing is that the touch is so good, and there is a faint fragrance on the body, which is so damn bewitching that it makes her already slow brain even slower. Feng Boyi was hit in the chest, and the soft body fell into his arms, and the hair also wrapped around his arms, smooth as silk, twisting gently. Boom, boom, boom. Xu Ansheng seemed to hear the sound of drums, extremely powerful, and each sound fell into his ears. At first she thought it was her own heartbeat, but then she realized it wasn't. It was the sound of this man's heartbeat, steady and strong, and her heartbeat quickened as she heard it. Xu Ansheng, is your concentration so poor now? Someone's heartbeat can make you distracted. It's really embarrassing. She quickly got out of Feng Boyi's arms. Before he could say anything cruel, she took 2 steps back and looked at the man with deep eyes with a smile. "Haha, sorry, I slipped. Dinner is ready, let's go have dinner." After saying this, he thought of something and blinked, his clear eyes brightening even more. "What time is your flight?" To be sure, if he really was going on a business trip, she would still be very happy. Because you don't have to serve the client's father. Feng Boyi looked at the man who was obviously up to something, retracted his arm, and put it in his pocket. 8:20. Xu Ansheng's eyes flashed with light, and the next moment, her eyes curved into a smile, leaving only a slit. "It's getting late. You should hurry up and pack up, go downstairs to have dinner, and then go to the airport. Don't delay." After saying these words, Xu Ansheng felt that she had become a good wife and mother. Emma, the power of money is indeed infinite. Feng Boyi looked at the smiling face, which was as bright as a flower, and said, "I'm going to see Grandma in a couple of days. You should prepare for it in the next 2 days." The smile on Xu Ansheng's face disappeared instantly. Meet his grandmother? In 2 days? Do you mean wait until he comes back from his business trip? So fast? Xu Ansheng subconsciously wanted to ask, but before she could open her mouth, Feng Boyi turned around and went back to the cloakroom. Xu Ansheng opened and closed his mouth, looking at the person who walked in like this, and wanted to curse. Why did he leave before he even finished speaking? His lips moved again and again, his fists clenched, but he finally pressed them down. Xu Ansheng hurried over. What do I need to prepare? This is my first marriage, and I don't know what the situation is. This is a flash marriage, so it's not real. I have no idea what I need to prepare. Just tell me what I need to prepare and I'll start preparing in the next 2 days. Feng Boyi stood in front of the dressing mirror, adjusting his sleeves. Xu Ansheng stood beside him, looking at him with a face full of suppressed anger. He didn't answer, but waited until his sleeves were straightened and his watch was adjusted. Then he turned his gaze and looked at the person whose patience had reached its lowest point. Mrs. Feng, this is my first marriage too. Xu Ansheng's face darkened. So this meant that she had to figure it out herself? Xu Ansheng's face was obviously not looking good. There was nothing she could do. Who told her to wait for such an answer for so long? After Feng Boyi finished speaking, he took the suit jacket, put it on his wrist, and went out. Xu Ansheng clenched his fists and told himself to endure. For the sake of money, you have to endure. There is a sword with the word ninja on your head. Don't let it fall. With a twitch of his lips, Xu Ansheng immediately went out and followed Feng Boyi's footsteps, smiling. Then you have to tell me what grandma likes, right? Is it impossible that you don't know what grandma likes? Giving gifts is necessary when meeting parents and when visiting the hostess house, so there is nothing wrong with giving gifts. And she didn't believe that he would not give her a satisfactory answer to this question. Feng Boyi listened to the proud and provocative words of the people beside him and walked forward with steady steps. Grandma doesn't have anything she particularly likes. Xu Ansheng. Feng Boyi had dinner and left. Xu Ansheng stood on the steps, holding a black card in his hand, watching the card disappear. Although she didn't get any answers, the man gave her a black card with unlimited use, which meant that she had full authority. He doesn't care. Xu Ansheng is like this. As long as the money is paid, nothing is a problem. So, she is extremely satisfied now. In a good mood. Madam, what kind of fruit would you like to eat after dinner? I'll get it for you. Mrs. Wei's voice came from behind. Xu Ansheng's eyes moved and he immediately went in. Mrs. Wei, do you know what grandma likes? Feng Boyi would make things difficult for her, but Mrs. Wei would not. Haha, how come she is so smart? Fengzhai. After Xi Shengying finished the phone call with Feng Boyi, he couldn't stop laughing. Mrs. Yu couldn't help but ask him several times, but Xi Shengying didn't answer, which made her a little anxious. Old lady, please stop laughing and tell me what good news you have. My heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat because of your smile. It hurts so much. After learning from Feng Boyi that he had a girlfriend, Xi Shengying was extremely happy, even excited. Excited to meet Xu Ansheng. Especially when he heard that Xu Ansheng had returned from City D, he immediately packed up to meet someone. But they got a piece of news. The news was exactly the scene between Jing Han and Xu Ansheng outside the side door of Yubanwen Hotel. This news, along with the real photo, calmed the old lady down and made her realize a problem. What kind of girlfriend is that? She's just too eager. The girl's heart is not with her own little boy. However, the old lady was not in a hurry, because she believed that after this matter came out, her little boy would have to give her an answer. She waited calmly. Look, in just a few days, he asked her for her household registration book. And today, I received the certificate. And just now, she heard with her own ears that girl call their Xiaobo husband. Do you think she was happy? After laughing for a long time, Xi Shengying finally suppressed the joy in his heart. Xiaobo will be coming with his wife in a few days, so we have to make good preparations at home. This kid is really fast. She hasn't had time to prepare properly. When someone came to pick up the household registration book this morning, she knew that the matter was almost settled, and immediately asked someone to arrange the house. But how can we do that in time? Fortunately, the child gave her a few days, so she didn't have to be so anxious. In 2 days? That would be great. The house should be ready in the next 2 days, but do we need to notify the others in advance? Mrs. Yu thought about this problem. They didn't expect this sudden marriage, and until now, no one else knows about it except them. The smile on Xi Shengying's face disappeared. She looked thoughtful and thought carefully before saying, let's wait for Xiaobo to come with his wife. The most important thing is to see what Xiaobo plans to do. Mrs. Yu nodded, but then another question occurred to her. Now that we have the certificate, we have to have the wedding, right? Xi Shengying frowned. I would like to do it, but they may not do it. Why is that? Xi Shengying laughed immediately, his face full of meaning. Why do you think he got the marriage certificate so quickly? It's because the girl doesn't like him yet. If you do this rashly, the girl will definitely run away. Chapter 59 Concealment. As the sky gradually darkened, the car slowly drove out of the villa. Feng Boyi sat in the car, looking at the person in the rearview mirror who was holding a black card and smiling brightly. He took out his phone and made a call. MK's cooperation will be handled step by step. No rush. Okay, Mr. Feng. After the phone call was hung up, the person in the rearview mirror gradually became smaller until he disappeared. He withdrew his gaze, looked ahead, and closed his deep eyes. Xu Ansheng calculated the time and drove to the shooting location, Yanshan. Yanshan is a famous scenic spot in Yucheng because there is a temple on the mountain and a river at the foot of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, you can almost see the whole picture of Yucheng. Therefore, many people go to Yanshan on weekdays, some for folk songs, some for sightseeing, some for photos, and there is quite a lot of traffic. Especially when the weather is good in summer, the night sky there is extremely beautiful. When Xu Ansheng arrived at the location, He Luan ran towards her. Why don't you answer my call or reply to my message? He Luan asked immediately as he came in front of her. Xu Ansheng was surprised. Did you call me? As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and looked at it. The screen showed more than a dozen missed calls and more than a dozen messages from He Luan. Xu Ansheng looked at the ringtone settings of her cell phone and remembered that in order to avoid other things affecting her, she had set her cell phone to silent and vibrate early this morning. After Feng Boyi left, her mind was full of preparing gifts for his grandmother, so she didn't even look at her phone. Forget about it. Oh, I accidentally pressed vibrate. Xu Ansheng turned off the mute mode, restored the ringtone, and then curled his lips and went up the mountain. She quickly took the photo and then went to prepare the gift. Before leaving, she asked Mrs. Wei about the old lady's preferences, so she already knew what to give her. He Luan saw Xu Ansheng's excited expression, as if he had found a treasure. She keenly sensed something. She moved closer to Xu Ansheng, carefully examined his expression, and then said, "Is the cooperation done?" Xu Ansheng is a person who cannot hide things, and his good mood or bad mood is always revealed directly. Even if she sometimes deliberately hides it, people can still see it at a glance. The truth is that Xu Ansheng is not someone who would hide things, especially from someone who has been with her for many years. You can see it at a glance. When Xu Ansheng heard what He Luan said, he immediately pursed his lips and said seriously, "No. Are you kidding? If she tells He Luan about her marriage to Feng Boyi, there will be big trouble. She won't say it. Even if I have to say it, it's not now." He Luan was stunned by the expression that Xu Ansheng changed at that moment. She looked at Xu Ansheng's expression, which was as serious as it could be, as if he had encountered unprecedented difficulties. He Luan couldn't help but wonder, was he wrong? She thought, it should be. After all, that was not an ordinary company. It was Ansheng, the extremely powerful Ansheng, and it was really not something Xu Ansheng could promote just because he wanted to. Seeing Xu Ansheng pursed his lips and looked quite serious, He Luan put his hand on Xu Ansheng's shoulder and patted him gently. "Forget it, this is too difficult. It's harder than climbing to the sky." When Xu Ansheng heard what He Luan said, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was about to fail in the next second. But when the corners of her mouth were about to rise, she quickly stopped herself and pursed her lips tighter. A difficult word came out of his throat, and his expression became even more difficult. It seemed that He Luan really believed it. In the past, if she looked at Xu Ansheng carefully, she would definitely be able to see Xu Ansheng's micro-expressions. But Chenxing's matter made her feel that it was impossible, so she didn't notice Xu Ansheng's efforts to suppress the pain on his face. The two quickly went up the mountain, put on makeup, and started filming at the location. Xuan was afraid that she would get too proud of herself, so she kept reminding herself, so her face was always tense, causing everyone to think that she was in a bad mood and was afraid of her. The entire shooting scene was filled with tension and caution until the end of the shooting. Sister He, is Sister An in a bad mood? When Xu Ansheng was changing clothes, a staff member couldn't help but come close to He Luan and asked in a low voice. Everyone was afraid that Xu Ansheng would get angry, because Xu Ansheng had a really bad temper. In fact, He Luan was also afraid. Xu Ansheng's appearance tonight made her heart tremble. Hearing what the staff said, she chuckled and said, "It is a little bit, but it's okay, it will be fine tomorrow." Xu Ansheng's temper always comes and goes quickly, so if he can get through tonight, he will be fine tomorrow. However, if Ansheng and MK cannot reach a cooperation, Xuan is afraid that it will not be so fast. I see. The staff didn't dare to ask any more questions and continued to do their own thing. Xu Ansheng changed his clothes and went down the mountain with He Luan. It was almost 1 in the morning, so she naturally had to go home. The most important thing is that she has to leave He Luan as soon as possible and release her true feelings. Have a good laugh and roll around in bed. Xu Ansheng's heart was surging with passion, but she didn't show it on her face. She even became more and more tense, so that He Luan didn't dare to say a word to her. She didn't even dare to say a word when she left. So, when he saw the car flying out, he Luan opened and closed his mouth, frowned, and then took out his cell phone to call Ari Rui. Sister Ari Rui, and Sheng is not in a good mood. At this point, Ari Rui is still busy and has not rested. After hearing He Luan's words, he asked, "What's wrong?" She looked unhappy tonight. It seems that the cooperation between Changsheng and MK has failed. This is simply impossible. Who is Changsheng? How could they cooperate with MK just because of her as a spokesperson? Okay, she'll be fine in a couple of days. Isn't she going to Milan to walk in Coco's show tomorrow? It's a good time to let her relax. He Luan nodded. Okay. Just as he was about to hang up, Ari's voice came over. That's right. I might be very busy these days and won't have time to look after her. Please keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't do anything wrong again. Hearing this, He Luan felt nervous. Is there something wrong? It's not a big deal. I'm going to scout out a new model. The place I'm going is quite far away and probably a bit out of the way, so I don't have the energy to take care of her. Anyway, keep an eye on her. If you find anything wrong, just call me. If you can't contact me, find the boss. Okay. He Luan thought something had happened, but she was relieved to know that this was the case. After ending the call with Ari Rui, He Luan thought of Xu Ansheng's expression, which seemed to be about to collapse at any moment before he left, so he tactfully sent a message to Xu Ansheng. The gist of it is, it's okay. If you can't make that 100 million, you'll have the chance to make it from other places later. It'll just be a little slower. Xu Ansheng's ability to make money is still good, especially now that he is gradually recovering. It is not difficult for him to make 100 million. It's just not that fast. However, what He Luan didn't know was that the moment the car started, Xu Ansheng's expression had already cracked. And the moment the car flew out, Xu Ansheng's expression instantly relaxed. It was a look of joy and happiness, like a galloping horse, with no possibility of stopping at all. Chapter 60, Going to Milan. Xu Ansheng rolled around on his new bed as soon as he returned to Qingshan Villa, planning in his mind how to meet Feng Boyi's grandmother, what he needed to do, and what details he would need to consider. She was thinking about what they would encounter in their future life together. As she was thinking about this, she fell asleep. Falling asleep in excitement is such a happy and satisfying feeling. However, she forgot one thing. I'm going to Milan tomorrow. Whoa. The cell phone vibrated, and the ringtone rang in Xu Ansheng's ears over and over again, so noisy that she picked up the quilt to cover her face and continued to sleep. But the phone kept vibrating, as if it would keep ringing unless she answered it. Xu Ansheng irritably pulled back the quilt, took out his cell phone from under his pillow and answered the call. However, before she could open her mouth to vent her anger, He Luan's anxious voice fell into her ears. Ansheng, why are you not at home? Home? Xu Ansheng's eyes opened for a moment, and the next moment, she sat up and looked at the sky outside. The curtains in the bedroom were almost closed, leaving only a small gap through which a little light came through. And from that light you can clearly know what the current situation is. It's daytime. And it's not early. We are going to Milan this afternoon. Where are you? Quiet. Are you listening? He Luan's words fell into his ears, clearly telling Xu Ansheng the current situation. Xu Ansheng looked at the beam of light, cursed, grabbed his hair and said quickly, I'll call you later. He quickly hung up the phone and immediately got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. She forgot that she was going to Milan today and that Coco's show was tomorrow. He Luan had already booked the plane ticket, just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This time was specially set aside for her to have a good rest. Because of the filming last night, she couldn't go to bed early. It was obviously noon when He Luan called her, but she was so excited yesterday that she didn't even know when she fell asleep. Xu Ansheng was very quick. In just 10 minutes, he had packed himself up and was carrying his suitcase downstairs. Mrs. Wei did not come to call Xu Ansheng. She knew that young people had different schedules than older people, especially since Xu Ansheng came back very late last night. There's no way she could have gotten up so early this morning. However, in order to prevent Xu Ansheng from being hungry, she made breakfast. Keep it warm. But Xu Ansheng didn't wake up. She slept until noon and started making lunch. She guessed Xu Ansheng would get up to have lunch. Now, lunch was almost ready when the sound of footsteps was heard. Mrs. Wei smiled, picked up her apron, wiped her hands, and came out. She wanted to tell Xu Ansheng that lunch was ready and they could have lunch. But unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Xu Ansheng hurriedly carrying a suitcase downstairs. Mrs. Wei was stunned. Madam, what are you doing? The husband just left and the wife left too. This. Xu Ansheng heard Mrs. Wei's voice and kept walking. Mrs. Wei, I'm going on a business trip for a few days, so you don't have to cook for me these days. When Mrs. Wei heard Xu Ansheng's words, she felt relieved. So he's on a business trip. Is the madam anxious? If you're not in a hurry, have lunch before leaving. I just made lunch. Mrs. Wei is worried about Xu Ansheng's health. Done. Originally, Xu Ansheng wanted to go directly to the airport because it was already past midnight. It takes an hour to get to the airport from here, which is not much time. Yes, just finished it. It would be fine if Mrs. Wei didn't tea cook it well, but if she did, it would be bad if she didn't tea eat too much. Xu Ansheng said, Okay, I'll eat now. Okay. After sending a message to He Luoran, telling her to meet at the airport, Xu Ansheng put the luggage in the entrance hall, and together with Mrs. Wei, they served the food and sat down to have lunch. Xu Ansheng usually doesn't eat fast, but if she has enough time, she will eat as slowly as possible. But not now. She picked up the chopsticks and bowl and ate quickly. Mrs. Wei knew she was anxious, so she didn't say anything and just served the soup in front of her. Xu Ansheng finished his meal in a few bites, drank the soup, picked up his suitcase and got into the car. Mrs. Wei, I'll be leaving first. Call me if you need anything. Yes, The car roared out of the villa and disappeared from sight in a flash. Mrs. Wei watched the impetuous man leave with a smile on her face. The husband is going on a business trip for a few days, and the wife is also going on a business trip for a few days. Maybe they will come back together when the time comes. Xu Ansheng drove very fast, and fortunately there was no traffic jam here. She even found that the road to the airport was very wide. Not only was there no traffic jam, it also seemed that the road was not that long. At around 1 o'clock, Xu Ansheng arrived at the airport. He Luoran was already waiting at the airport gate with a suitcase. Seeing Xu Ansheng, she was surprised. You. He Luoran pointed at the suitcase in Xu Ansheng's hand, wanting to ask what was going on, but couldn't answer the question right away. She really didn't expect Xu Ansheng to appear with a suitcase. When Xu Ansheng saw He Luoran's gaze, he realized that he was carrying a suitcase, and He Luoran was also carrying a suitcase. He Luoran mentioned two. One was her own and the other was hers. In other words, He Luoran went to her house and helped her pack her luggage and brought it over. The two are now heavier. Xu Ansheng's mind raced, and then he said coldly, Go in. No explanation is the best explanation. He Luoran immediately looked at Xu Ansheng's expression, which was still cold. Apparently, last night's events hadn't passed. Although he had expected this, He Luoran's heart still trembled when he saw Xu Ansheng's expression. Follow carefully. I didn't dare ask her what happened and why she packed her own luggage. Xu Ansheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the footsteps behind him. He Luoran almost noticed something. The two did not dare to delay and quickly passed through security and boarded the plane. At around 2 o'clock, the plane took off on time and flew to Milan. At this time, Milan Airport. The time is 9 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dark, and the lights at the airport were bright. A plane landed smoothly at the airport. In the VIP passage, a man in a light grey suit and clean clothes walked out. He was holding his cell phone and looking forward. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament, which made people around him subconsciously look at him. He walked forward, and there was a man carrying a suitcase following him. However, this man did not seem to be an ordinary assistant, but a bodyguard. Moreover, he is not an ordinary bodyguard, because this man is very tall and strong, with a scar on his face that runs from his eyebrow to his nose and then to his face. The scar is very deep and long, and he has a pair of cold eyes that will make you scared from the bottom of your heart at first sight. He walked behind Jing Han, and the people around him automatically made way and didn't dare to get close. The car had already stopped outside the airport. The driver got out, opened the door, and Jing Han got in. The person who followed took the luggage to the trunk, put it away, sat in the passenger seat, and drove away very quickly. Jing Han sat in the car, looked at his watch, and then a smile appeared on his face. She should be on her way to Milan. Chapter 61. She and he can't be together. The plane arrived at Milan Airport more than 10 hours later. Xu Ansheng and He Luoran got off the plane and went to the hotel immediately. Xu Ansheng slept for almost 10 hours on the plane, so she was in good spirits after getting off the plane. However, it was already past 10 o'clock in Milan, at night. The city lights are bright and the streets are bustling with people. In a foreign country, what hits you is a mixture of strange yet familiar smells. Milan Xu Ansheng has been here many times, so she is not a stranger here. Hurry up and wash up, then we'll go eat. As soon as he entered the room, Xu Ansheng said. The airplane food wasn't tasty, so she wanted to eat. Steaming hot meal. Okay, I'll do as you say. Xu Ansheng had a good sleep and looked better, and He Luoran was no longer so nervous and scared. The two washed and packed up, and soon left the hotel and went to the Chinese restaurant for dinner. There is a Chinese restaurant here, and He Luoran specially booked a hotel close to the Chinese restaurant. There was no way. Xu Ansheng was not used to Western food. She wanted to eat Chinese food. Soon, the two arrived at a Chinese restaurant, ordered food, and Xu Ansheng's stomach was finally satisfied. When she was 70% full, the expression on her face became more relaxed and satisfied. Sleeping well and eating well are the blessings of life. I took the juice and took a sip, and felt even better. Xu Ansheng leaned back, completely relaxed, picked up the magazine next to him and began to flip through it. He Luoran kept carefully watching Xu Ansheng's expression from time to time, and saw Xu Ansheng's expression change from gloomy to cloudy, and then to sunny. However, I still dare not be careless. She whispered, "Ansheng, Sister Ari said she will be very busy these 2 days." Xu Ansheng was flipping through a magazine. When he heard He Luoran's words, his expression didn't change. "She's not always busy." Well, she said she was going to scout for new models. She also said she was going to a remote place, so we might not be able to contact her during this period. He said this purely to test Xu Ansheng's mood and patience, to see if it was appropriate to talk about Master Jing next. She still hoped that Xu Ansheng could focus on Jing Han. Master Jing is so nice. Xu Ansheng frowned. A remote place. He looked up at He Luoran, obviously expressing his doubts. Why would she go to remote places to scout models? It's not like she's doing charity. Seeing Xu Ansheng frown, He Luoran immediately gave up the idea of mentioning Master Jing and nodded quickly. "Yeah, that's what she said." Xu Ansheng touched his chin and began to think. Models need to be tall, have long legs, good proportions, and have potential, which is not easy to find. Ari Rui went to a remote place on purpose, so he must have seen it from somewhere. The home is not in great condition, but has potential. Speaking of which, there are many models, but it is not easy to reach the top. It took her many years to reach her current position. After thinking for a long time, Xu Ansheng suddenly discovered a problem. "Why are you telling me this?" Xu Ansheng looked at He Luoran with a puzzled expression. Ari Rui is the second in command of Yanshen. She is in charge of everything in Yanshen. Discovering models is also her job, which is normal. But this matter has nothing to do with her. She is not the person in charge of Yanshen. She is just a contracted model. There's no need to tell her about this. He Luoran didn't expect Xu Ansheng to think of this so quickly. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands and laughed dryly. "Haha, this is nothing to say, it's too quiet." Xu Ansheng looked at He Luoran's expression and felt guilty no matter how he looked at it. She threw the magazine aside, crossed her legs, folded her arms across her chest, and squinted at He Luoran. "He Luoran, while I'm in a good mood now, come to me if you have anything to say. Otherwise." He Luoran opened his eyes wide for a moment. "I'm fine, I just..." Before he could finish his words, Xu Ansheng's phone dinged, and there was a message coming in. Xu Ansheng glanced at He Luoran and pointed at her. His meaning was very clear. "I'll tell you later. If you don't say it, you will feel bad. He Luoran." Xu Ansheng took the phone and looked to see who had sent her the message. "Sleepy cat. Ansheng, are you busy?" Xu Ansheng raised his eyebrows. It was Jing Han. She suddenly remembered that he said he would come to Yucheng 2 days ago. He wouldn't come to Yucheng, right? Thinking of this, Xu Ansheng did not reply to Jing Han, but called him immediately. Jing Han was sitting in the car, about to go to the hotel. He calculated the time and thought she should have arrived, so he sent her a message. Unexpectedly, the call came back directly. Looking at the familiar name jumping on the screen, a smile fell into his eyes and he answered the phone. "Ansheng." A gentle voice came from the phone, which made people feel happy as soon as they heard it. Xu Ansheng's mouth corners lifted involuntarily. "You are not coming to Yucheng, are you?" "No." Jing Han looked at the passing scenery outside the window. His eyes softened. "I'm in Milan now." Xu Ansheng was surprised and sat up. "You are in Milan?" "Well, I have some official business to take care of. I plan to go to Yucheng after I finish it." "Haha, what a coincidence. I'm in Milan too." There was surprise and lightness in her voice. She was glad he was in Milan. Jing Han let out a low laugh, retracted his gaze, and said with a smile, "Did you just arrive?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "I just got off the plane and am having dinner outside. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to join me? It's a midnight snack." Her direct invitation was still so straightforward and bright. Jing Han's smile deepened. "Sure, where are you now?" "Wait a minute, I'll send it to you right away." "Good." Xu Ansheng sent the address to Jing Han. Jing Han looked at it and gave instructions to the driver. Soon, the car turned around. It may take some time for me to get to you. You have to wait. It's okay. I just finished eating and have nothing to do. Take your time. There's no rush. Good. After hanging up the phone, He Luoran's voice fell into his ears. Is there anyone coming? Xu Ansheng was checking the time to see what time it was. When he heard He Luoran's words, he said without even looking up, Jing Han. He Luoran's eyes lit up instantly. Master Jing. The voice was surprising, loud, and full of excitement. Xu Ansheng looked at He Luoran with an expressionless face. He Luoran suddenly froze and dared not speak. Xu Ansheng put his phone aside, crossed his arms over his chest as before, leaned back in his chair, and raised his chin. Continue. It means continuing the previous topic. He Luoran looked at Xu Ansheng's expression, lowered his head guiltily, then raised his head again. Actually, what I want to talk about is Master Jing. Look at you. You've been so exhausted these past 2 days working on the collaboration between Xu Ansheng and MK, and you still haven't achieved anything. I think it would be better for you to focus on something more rewarding and beneficial. Rarely, Xu Ansheng did not interrupt He Luoran, nor did he show any impatience. Even his expression did not change as he listened to He Luoran finish speaking. But Xu Ansheng's expressionless manner as he listened to her made He Luoran's voice weaken. I also think that Master Jing is really good and very suitable for you. He Luoran spoke hesitantly and looked at Xu Ansheng carefully. Xu Ansheng's expression remained the same as before, expressionless. He Luoran couldn't continue. His whole head was buried. It's quiet. Xu Ansheng didn't get angry when she saw He Luoran like this. She knew that He Luoran was doing it for her own good. She understands. But this is simply impossible. Although Jing Han is an illegitimate child, he still has a big family behind him and it is impossible for them to accept her. Just like Feng Boyi and her, their marriage was completely arranged. If Jing Han also needs to fake marry her for some reason, she will agree since they both get what they want. But true love and true marriage are impossible. Luoan, I'm telling you one last time, Jing Han and I can be friends, but we can't be lovers, and we can't be husband and wife. Chapter 62. My heart is beating so fast, it's terrible. She is now a married woman, although it is fake and she cannot tell others, but she is a person who values the spirit of contract. So, she had to make some things clear. He Luoran was stunned. She was a little surprised when she saw Xu Ansheng's serious expression. Because Xu Ansheng was rarely so serious, he looked very sober, rational, and calm. Don't say that anymore. Do you know? He Luoran nodded subconsciously, but still couldn't help asking, then you really won't get married for the rest of your life? Xu Ansheng frowned. She turned her head to look out the window. In the night, the lights were still on, but there were fewer cars and fewer people. It was late now and everything was quiet. In this world, what is supposed to exist will always exist and will never change. I don't know either, but at the moment, I don't want to get married. He Luoran immediately felt relieved. That's okay, we'll talk about it later. As long as it's not absolute, she will feel relieved. Then I'll be leaving first. Without Xu Ansheng saying anything, He Luoran left quickly. If I don't want to now, what about later? Young Master Jing seems to be very sincere. Maybe he can melt Ansheng's heart? Xu Ansheng sat there and looked at the night for a while after hearing He Luoran's words. Suddenly, she sat up straight and remembered something. That person said 2 days. How many days later? She will be walking in Coco's show tomorrow night, and she will go back the day after tomorrow. It has been a few days like this. What about him? How many days is he? But she doesn't want him to come back and she's not there. That would be troublesome. The alarm bell of 100 million sounded, and Xu Ansheng immediately took out his cell phone to call Feng Boyi. Now, New York. The evening glow was diffused, like a red silk thread, covering the entire city with a rosy cloud. In a very tall building, a group of people walked out of the elevator, surrounded the person walking in front, and walked towards the outer door. The clattering of footsteps, densely tapping on the smooth marble floor, made everything around it subconsciously shrink back, not daring to act rashly. Whoa! The phone vibrates. Feng Boyi didn't stop and took out his cell phone. The car had stopped outside the gate. The driver got out, opened the door, and he got in. The people behind followed and got into the car behind. The car drove out very quickly. Feng Boyi looked at the name jumping on the phone. His eyes moved slightly and fell on the time in the upper right corner. 6:37. He swiped his fingertips across the answer button, picked up the phone, and looked up. Hello. Xu Ansheng was waiting for a call, but he felt a little bored, so he picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. It was at this moment that the deep voice fell into my ears, so unexpectedly. Xu Ansheng paused while picking up the food. Then, with a snap, the piece of fish held in the chopsticks fell off. The subwoofer is deep, magnetic, and low, even better than listening to a live cello. Xu Ansheng moved his mouth, mechanically chewed the food in his mouth, and swallowed it. I remembered something. When will you be back? Without waiting for the person on the phone to reply, she continued, You said a few days, but you didn't say the specific time. I'm also very busy. I'm on a business trip today and I'm not in the country. If we want to go back, the earliest will be the day after tomorrow. Don't go back before me, or I won't be home by the time you get home. Feng Boyi listened to the sound coming from the mobile phone. There was melodious music, classical music, mixed with the sound of something falling. Then there was the sound of swallowing in the throat. After these voices came Xu Ansheng's voice, still so natural, direct, and unambiguous. 3 days later. Xu Ansheng immediately let out a breath and patted his chest. Fortunately, it's later than her. However, she thought of something else. Have you agreed on a time with Grandma? If it was decided, she would have a more accurate idea in her mind. No. Oh. Okay then, tell me when you've confirmed the time so I can have a rough idea. After all, we are in the same boat now. You still have to let me know some things in advance, right? Okay, I'm fine too. That's it, you get busy. Xu Ansheng chatted non-stop and then hung up the phone. That's so straightforward. A busy tone came from the phone, drowning out the casual and clear voice. Feng Boyi listened to the busy tone and looked at the sky outside the windshield in front of him. At the intersection of black and white, the rays of light spread out wantonly, blooming brilliantly in this final moment. He took out the phone and tapped it lightly with his fingertips. It happened sometimes and sometimes not. After Xu Ansheng hung up the phone, he threw it on the table and stared at it. Fuck. Answering a phone call makes her heart beat faster. She's dying. It seems that I can't call him next time. If I want to contact him, I will just send him a message directly. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would be bewitched. It's so annoying. I drank most of the juice in the cup to calm myself down. As soon as she put down the cup, a smiling voice came over. Ansheng. Xu Ansheng turned around and saw Jing Han walking towards her. He was wearing a pure white shirt with the first button fastened and the cufflinks on his sleeves fastened securely. He had a light-colored suit jacket draped over his wrist, and his lower body was the same color as the suit jacket, pewter gray, and he wore a pair of black business leather shoes on his feet. His hair was combed back, revealing his entire face, making him look even more handsome and refined. Xu Ansheng was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, You look really good like this. For some reason, Xu Ansheng particularly likes people with good figures who wear suits. It feels very charming and cultured, and it's very comfortable to look at. She thought Jing Han's current outfit was very good. Especially when he walked under the lights with a gentle smile on his face, he really looked like a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and particularly charming. Jing Han was stunned for a rare moment, then a strange light flashed in his eyes. He walked in front of Xu Ansheng and opened his arms slightly. Is this outfit good looking? Xu Ansheng looked him up and down, particularly carefully. Then she discovered that Jing Han's figure was not bad either, similar to Feng Boyi's. Just a little shorter. But he is a little shorter, not really short anymore. Also about 1.8 meters tall. That's enough. Such height, coupled with a body with golden ratio, is really hard to find in the world. Xu Ansheng suddenly remembered what he Lauren said, and felt that, it seemed, Jing Han was indeed not bad. Seeing the look on Xu Ansheng's face, which showed satisfaction, amazement, and appreciation, Jing Han smiled and said, Then I'll wear this when I see you from now on. Xu Ansheng quickly waved his hand. No, no. Follow your own preferences. I'm just speaking casually. Hee. When Jing Han arrived, Xu Ansheng immediately called a waiter. After clearing the table, Jing Han was asked to order the dishes. Jing Han asked Xu Ansheng what he had eaten, and then he ordered a few side dishes and 2 glasses of juice. Soon, the waiter left. Xu Ansheng asked, How do you know I just arrived in Milan? Chapter 63 Reject him. When they talked on the phone, it was obvious from his words that he knew she was coming to Milan, as if he had known it for a long time. That's why he sent her a message. Xu Ansheng's eyes lit up and he looked at Jing Han with full curiosity. Jing Han had a smile on his face, especially when he saw her curiosity. His smile became even wider. Coco's clothes are quite suitable for my mother. In an instant, Xu Ansheng understood. Luxury brand products are actually supplied to the rich. Every time a new product comes out, many wealthy people will pay attention to it. If they like it or think it is suitable, they will order it immediately. Coco's clothes are mainly elegant and grand, without any frills and are simple, but the temperament they exude is noble that other brands do not have. It is indeed very popular among wealthy ladies in upper society. Therefore, it is not surprising that Jing Han is in Milan. Knowing that she would come to Milan was no surprise. Then you'll have to watch carefully tomorrow night. I heard Coco's clothes are really good this time. What Xu Ansheng said was true, because she got the news early on. This show was very unique. Coco had prepared for it for a long time, and many people were looking forward to it. Haha, yes. The dishes were served quickly, and Xu Ansheng and Jing Han ate and chatted. Time passes quickly. It was very late at night. When they had almost finished eating, they left the restaurant. There were few people on the street at this time. Jing Han said, "Which hotel are you staying in? I'll take you back." Xu Ansheng waved his hand directly. "It's okay, I'm not far from the hotel, and it's this late, you should go back and rest early, don't worry about me." It's already past 12 o'clock, and she has slept for more than 10 hours, but she is not sleepy yet. But Jing Han is different. He has been here for a few days and the time difference has long been reversed. Jing Han looked at her nonchalant expression, with a smile on his face, but also helpless. "How could I let a girl like you be out here at this age?" "Let's go. I'll take you there. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Xu Ansheng raised his eyebrows. "Although I am a girl, I am not an ordinary girl. No one dares to touch me." This is not an exaggeration, it is the truth. No one will get any good results if they confront her head-on. Jing Han smiled happily, "But I still want to send you off. I can't find any reason not to. Or, how about we walk a little longer, to help digest the food?" He looked at her with an inviting smile, reading her thoughts at a glance. Xu Ansheng really wanted to walk around to help digest her food, and she was not afraid of it so late at night. Now Jing Han directly exposed her. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay, anyway, don't look for me if you feel sleepy tomorrow." Xu Ansheng has never been a shy person. Since Jing Han said so, she will not refuse anymore. Haha, no. The two of them walked on the road. The silence of the night filled the city, and the sound of their footsteps became clear. And behind them, there was always a car slowly following them. That's Jing Han's car. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow morning?" Jing Han walked and looked at her sideways. Under the streetlight, he turned his face to the side, and the halo fell on his face. His eyelashes were extremely long, dense, and deep. Xu Ansheng had her hands behind her back. She was thinking about something. Hearing Jing Han's words, she paused and said, "What's wrong?" "Haha, I want to ask if you have time tomorrow morning. If you do, I would like to invite you to go to the movies." Xu Ansheng stopped. Luren's words tonight made her realize that she is now a married woman, and she needs to make it clear to Jing Han that there is no possibility for her and him. But she didn't find the right opportunity to say it. And now is the right opportunity. That's right, now that the opportunity has come, she feels that what she is about to say next seems a bit unfair to Jing Han. After all, he had expressed his feelings to her a long time ago, and she had told him sincerely that she would not get married. But now, just a few days later, I got married. Even though it was fake, I still felt guilty towards him. Xu Ansheng frowned and looked guilty. Jing Han watched the change in her expression, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Is something wrong?" His voice was very soft, and when it fell into Xu Ansheng's ears, Xu Ansheng frowned even tighter. She scratched her hair, then calmed herself down, looked up at Jing Han very seriously. "Jing Han, I have to make things clear to you, otherwise, it will be bad for you." Jing Han's eyes moved slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You say?" "Well, it's like this. I think you should stop wasting your time on me. There's no way we can be together. Real. We can be friends, but not lovers." She didn't know when Feng Boyi would divorce, maybe 1 or 2 months, or maybe half a year. But no matter how long it takes, she cannot give Jing Han hope and let Jing Han continue to waste time on her like this. This is deception. No way. Xu Ansheng never deceives anyone. This is her principle in life. Jing Han looked at the person in front of him. Her attitude was very firm, serious, and sincere. And in these expressions, he clearly saw her concealment. She has something to do. Did your aunt give you a hard time? If that's the case, I'll call my aunt and won't embarrass you. Xu Ansheng quickly shook his head. No, no. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. After I told you that time, my mother never called me or bothered me. Real. What is the reason? Why would you suddenly change your mind? In the night, he looked at her, his eyes and brows as serious as hers. Xu Ansheng's heart trembled with guilt. Looking at Jing Han like this, she felt as if she had done something extremely heinous. It's so wrong. Xu Ansheng, look at yourself, what a sin you have committed. We clearly agreed not to get married, so how come we got married all of a sudden? Money is really dazzling. I do have a reason, but I can't tell you the reason. I can't just find a reason to lie to you, but I really can't tell you. Jing Han, you are really, really nice, but wait. Ansheng, can I ask you a question? He suddenly asked in a low voice. Xu Ansheng stopped talking, looked into the pair of quiet eyes, and nodded. Ask. Do you have someone you like? Chapter 64 Steady Control. Under the streetlights, the halo spread out, and the deep night merged with the halo, so that everything seemed real and fake. Not very clear. Jing Han looked at Xu Ansheng. His eyebrows and eyes were silent, just like the night sky at this moment, unclear. Like? Why should I have someone I like? Xu Ansheng looked at Jing Han in surprise, as if he had asked a very strange question. Jing Han looked at the clarity and brightness in Xu Ansheng's eyes, just like before, without a trace of avoidance or concealment, and he felt relieved. His brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I thought you had someone you liked. Xu Ansheng suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. How could I possibly like someone? I just don't like those love affairs. They are troublesome and stressful. I prefer making money. She is a real money slave. In this world, anyone can hurt yourself, betray yourself, and leave you, but money won't. It is so real, so practical, so simple, and so pure. She doesn't want money. That's really stupid. Hee. Jing Han laughed softly. In that case, then I feel relieved. Seeing his relaxed smile, Xu Ansheng finally understood what Jing Han meant. He thought that since she had someone she liked, he had no chance. He feels very uncomfortable. Okay. In my heart, you are a very good friend of mine, Xu Ansheng. No one can change that. Xu Ansheng slapped Jing Han on the shoulder and said solemnly and righteously. Jing Han smiled and said, okay. The two walked outside for a while, but it was too late, so Jing Han sent Xu Ansheng back to the hotel. See you tomorrow then. Xu Ansheng got out of the car and waved to Jing Han. Jing Han raised the corner of his mouth. See you tomorrow. Xu Ansheng didn't stay any longer and turned around and went into the hotel. Jing Han stood there, watching her figure disappear from his sight, and the smile in his eyes faded away little by little. Take out your cell phone and make a call. Gentlemen. Go check and see if anyone has troubled Ansheng recently. Yes. After the call ended, he took down his phone and looked at the lights in the hotel. She rejected him, in just a few days. If she wasn't in a difficult situation, how could she reject him so completely? His eyes grew darker, and he turned and got into the car. Go back to the hotel. Yes. The car drove forward. Jing Han looked at the scenery passing quickly outside the car window, and his fingertips slightly clenched. Fortunately, she didn't reject him because she likes someone else. As long as it's not this reason, he still has a chance. Xu Ansheng had a good sleep and woke up at noon. As soon as he got up, he went straight to have lunch with He Luan. After lunch, he went to the Coco fashion show and started to prepare. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, 7 o'clock sharp. The show begins. Xu Ansheng walked the halftime show and the closing show, putting on makeup, changing clothes, and going on stage in order. Coco's clothes are not ostentatious, but they give off a sense of nobility when worn, especially by upper-class ladies. Once you put it on, you will have an unparalleled temperament. Xu Ansheng was wearing a suit, a straight-cut one with a 4:6 ratio. The upper body was a shirt, and the lower body was a skirt that reached the calf. The overall color of the suit is light orange with black outlines. It is not ostentatious and a bit playful, but it is also elegant in its playfulness. It's beautiful. She wore a large white French retro hat with a large brim. It was tilted halfway, covering half of her face. She wore white lace gloves, carried a small white furry bag, and wore a pair of black high heels. She looked ahead, walking naturally and casually, relaxed and simple. It was as if she was in a good mood today, so she dressed up a little and came to have afternoon tea on the banks of the Rhine. Everyone's eyes fell on her, and then they picked up their cameras and phones to take pictures. Jing Han sat below and looked at the smile on her face. It truly reveals her good mood when she puts on this dress, and makes you feel that she really wants to see the water along the Rhine and drink the afternoon coffee immersed in the mountains and rivers. He laughed along with her. The closing dress was a black skirt. The sleeves are wrapped around the shoulders, the hem is puffy, and the length reaches just below the calf. This outfit is very formal, as if he is going to attend a multinational conference. She had her long hair tied up and pulled back, and wore a small black mesh hat on her head and black forearm-length gloves on her arms. She was wearing black backless high heels, carrying a small black and gold square bag in one hand, with the other hand in her pocket. She walked with elegance and nobility, and her aura was compelling. In both shows, Xu Ansheng performed steadily. It did not disappoint. Everyone was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad, it was a beautiful walk. After returning to the backstage, He Luan started to flatter him. Xu Ansheng sat in a chair and asked someone to remove her makeup. Listening to He Luan's words, she said, "Have you booked the flight?" When she returned last night, He Luan was already asleep, so she didn't ask about the subsequent arrangements. Today, I started working after a good sleep and meal, so I forgot to ask. What's wrong? Do you have any plans? Without waiting for Xu Ansheng to answer, He Luan continued, "If you have nothing to do, just play here and relax. I can book you a flight for the day after tomorrow. Ziji's filming is next week anyway, so there's no rush. No, just book for tomorrow morning. She still has to go back to prepare gifts, so time is very tight. Tomorrow morning? So soon?" He Luan obviously noticed that something was wrong with Xu Ansheng. She looked at Xu Ansheng curiously, trying to see something from his face. Xu Ansheng closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, and let the makeup artist work on her face. After hearing what He Luan said, she said directly, "Tomorrow morning." If the Tonight Show hadn't ended too late, she would have asked He Luan to book a flight for tonight. "Okay, I'll order it now." He Luan was sure Xu Ansheng was busy, but since Xu Ansheng didn't say anything, she didn't dare ask. She took out her phone to book a flight. "Is 9 o'clock okay?" 8 o'clock. All right. He Luan had booked the plane ticket and Xu Ansheng had almost finished removing her makeup, so the two of them left the dressing room. However, as soon as they walked out of the venue hall, they saw a man with a suit jacket on his wrist, answering a call on his mobile phone with his back to them. Jing Han. During the fashion show, Xu Ansheng saw Jing Han, and He Luan also saw him backstage. So now, seeing Jing Han standing outside, neither of them were surprised. "Yeah, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Jing Han's eyes darkened. He opened the address book and was about to make another call. At this moment, Xu Ansheng's voice came, "Jing Han." Jing Han paused slightly, then took out his phone and turned around. "Are you done?" Looking at the casually dressed man walking towards him, he had a warm smile on his face, just like before. Xu Ansheng was wearing a U-neck white tight vest, straight black wide leg knitted pants, and a pair of white canvas shoes. Very ordinary and very simple. It gives people a sense of comfort at first glance. Her long hair was still tied into a bun, very casually, with a lot of loose hair falling down. But she didn't care, she just wanted to be comfortable. Walking towards Jing Han, Xu Ansheng smiled and said, "Wait for me here." "Yes." "Then I'll treat you to a meal." It was rare that she took the initiative to treat him to a meal, and Jing Han was slightly surprised. However, he quickly smiled and said, "May I know the reason?" "Sure. My mom never gave me any trouble. If it's not your credit, whose credit is it?" "Haha, I accept this reason." "Walk." Soon, the two got into the car and drove away from He Luan. He Luan stood at the bottom of the steps, watching the car drive away with a smile on her face. First friends, then lovers, and finally husband and wife. Master Jing really has a firm grasp of things. Chapter 65, No Mercy. Xu Ansheng wanted to eat hot pot and asked Jing Han if he wanted to. Jing Han naturally agreed. So, the two of them went to a hot pot restaurant run by a Chinese. Xu Ansheng ordered a Shuangyuan hot pot so that Jing Han, who couldn't eat spicy food, could also eat it. Order food, serve food, and prepare seasoning. Not long after, Xu Ansheng was eating the steaming hot pot, and he felt so satisfied. Seeing that she looked so happy just because she was eating hot pot, Jing Han cooked the meat and put it into her bowl. "Do you like hot pot?" "Certainly." Xu Ansheng picked up the piece of meat and rolled it in the seasoning until it turned red, then stuffed it into his mouth. "I like all spicy food, the spicier the better." He, won't your stomach hurt?" "No, I always eat spicy food. My body is different from yours." "That's true. I know there's a good hot pot restaurant in China. I'll take you there after we get back to Yucheng." Xu Ansheng ate and chatted with Jing Han. He chewed and swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, "Are you talking about the pot in the sea?" Jing Han looked at her and smiled more broadly. "It seems that you are better at making delicious food than me." Obviously, that's what he was going to say. Xu Ansheng waved his hand. "Although some places outside do have good things, I still prefer to make them myself. The flavor I want can only be created by myself." Jing Han paused. "Can you cook?" "Yeah, don't I look like that?" Xu Ansheng looked at Jing Han with a pair of clear eyes, looking at Jing Han with a look that said, "Am I a waste?" Jing Han immediately laughed. "No, I just think you are busy and you probably won't do it." Aye. Time can be squeezed out. No matter how busy you are, you will always have time for whatever you want to do. Just like you big guys, no matter how busy you are, you still have time to eat. She said it naturally without any concealment. Jing Han looked at her eyes, which were still so pure. He smiled. Yes, as long as you are willing, there is always time. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Xu Ansheng slumped back in his chair, rubbing his full stomach and saying contentedly, "I'm so happy." Jing Han wiped his lips with a napkin, listened to her words, and looked at her. Xu Ansheng is a person who is particularly easy to satisfy and happy. I feel happy when I eat delicious food, and I also feel happy when I watch good TV. Seeing beautiful scenery will make you feel that life is beautiful. She has always lived a comfortable and simple life. Jing Han put down his napkin and looked at her gently. "And Sheng, I would like to ask you to be the spokesperson for a project under my company." Xu Ansheng was in a good mood after eating, feeling relaxed and comfortable. When she heard Jing Han's words, she was stunned and looked at the person sitting opposite her who was looking at her with a smile. "Me?" "Yes." Xu Ansheng frowned. "I heard from He Luoran that you are the boss of Chuanyu Group, but she didn't tell me what Chuanyu Group does, and I haven't found out. What does your company do? Do you need me, a model, to be your spokesperson?" Without waiting for Jing Han to answer, Xu Ansheng continued, "Do you know my reputation? Few domestic companies use my products. Almost all of them are foreign companies. 99% of the endorsements, advertisements, and magazines I have now are from abroad. If you ask me to be your spokesperson, you'll probably lose money." Xu Ansheng told the truth without hiding anything. She treats Jing Han as a friend, a very sincere one. She certainly wouldn't cheat him. Jing Han chuckled softly. "Don't worry about this, I won't lose anything." He spoke so confidently that Xu Ansheng became curious. "What project is it?" "Tourism project in the Maldives." "Ah, is that so? Fine, I agree. As for tourism projects, and they are located abroad, that's not a big problem." Xu Ansheng readily agreed and said directly, "You can choose the price. We don't care about that. Once the time is set, as for the necessary procedures, you can have someone communicate directly with me. It won't affect anything." Haha, okay. After the two of them agreed, they left the restaurant and went out for a walk. Digestion. Jing Han asked, "After the work is over, will you continue to stay here or return to Yucheng?" "Go back to Yucheng. I'm quite busy these days and may not have time to take on other work for the time being." "Are you worried over there?" Xu Ansheng suddenly remembered this question and looked at him. Jing Han smiled and said, "No hurry, just go do your thing first." "That's fine. Anyway, if you have anything to say, just tell me in advance. I will definitely do it if I promise you." "Haha, I know." The two walked outside for almost an hour, and Jing Han still sent Xu Ansheng back to the hotel. Xu Ansheng waved to him and said, "See you in Yucheng then." "Good." Watching her enter the hotel, Jing Han got into the car. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Send someone to watch Kiaoyina. If she tries to do anything to hurt Ansheng, there will be no mercy. Yes. The next morning, at daybreak, Xu Ansheng got up and went to the airport with He Luoran. Returned to China. Before getting on the plane and turning off his phone, Xu Ansheng sent a message to Feng Boyi. She told him that she was going back to her country and estimated when she would arrive, and he would tell her when he set the time. What a guy. If she doesn't message him or ask him questions, he will just ignore her completely as if it has nothing to do with her. It's really frustrating. If she hadn't thought about the fact that MK hadn't given her any news yet, she would have really wanted to kick him out. Xu Ansheng threw his cell phone onto the partition, then folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes and went to sleep. He Luoran saw Xu Ansheng's unhappy expression and wondered who had offended her again. New York. 3 o'clock in the morning. The sound of water stopped and Feng Boyi came out of the bathroom. Bite. The cell phone on the bedside table vibrated, and the crisp sound of an incoming letter fell into the bedroom. He wiped his hair, went to the bedside table and picked up his cell phone. Xu Ansheng, I'm on a plane now, heading back to China. Are you sure? Don't drag your feet. Give me an exact time as soon as possible so I can have a clear idea. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I won't be responsible. From these words, we can see that Xu Ansheng is in a very unhappy mood, but we can also see that she is doing her job diligently. Do what you say, without any ambiguity. Feng Boyi opened the input box with his fingertips and typed in a few words. Soon, the message was sent. He put his phone on the bedside table, went to the bar, poured a glass of wine, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the city lights, and took a sip of wine. Chapter 66. Bringing Gifts. Xu Ansheng slept all the way to China and got off the plane. It was 6 o'clock in the morning in China at this time. The sky was bright, the sky was blue and the clouds were white, and it was a brand new day. Xu Ansheng was in a good mood and turned on the camera. Unexpectedly, I received a message as soon as I turned on the phone. Xu Ansheng looked at the name of the sender, raised his eyebrows, a hint of pride flashed across his eyes, and clicked on the message. Feng Boyi, Sunday. These two short words fully demonstrate the idiom treasure words as if they were gold. But Xu Ansheng was not unhappy, but extremely satisfied, because she got the correct answer. This was the answer she wanted. I swiped through the message and looked at the calendar. Today is Friday, and there are only 2 days left until Sunday. There's still time. After putting away his phone, Xu Ansheng happily went to the parking lot, threw his suitcase into the car, and said to Lauren, "Don't bother me these 2 days if you have nothing to do." After he finished speaking, he got in the car and started it. Very quickly, with a bang, the car drove out of the parking lot. Lauren stood there with her mouth open, watching the car disappear in the blink of an eye. She moved her mouth again and again, and it took a long time before she uttered a word. "Ansheng, what's wrong with you?" Why did she feel like something was about to happen? She was panicking. Xu Ansheng drove directly back to Qingshan Villa, quickly carried his luggage to the bedroom, and said to Mrs. Wei, "Mrs. Wei, I'm going out for a while. I won't be back today. I won't be back until tomorrow." Mrs. Wei didn't expect Xu Ansheng to come back suddenly, but she was cleaning the house at this time. When she saw Xu Ansheng come home, she immediately went to the kitchen to make breakfast. But just as she entered the kitchen and tied her apron, she heard Xu Ansheng's words. "Madam, are you back and going on a business trip again?" Mrs. Wei came out and asked Xu Ansheng, who was quickly going downstairs. "No, I'm going shopping. But the place where I buy things is a bit far, so I can't come back today." "I see. All right, Next time you come back, tell me in advance and I'll prepare food for you." "Okay." Xu Ansheng finished speaking hurriedly, went downstairs and got into the car. The car drove out of the villa very quickly. Mrs. Wei stood at the door, looking at the car that disappeared in the blink of an eye, a smile on her face. Their wives are really impetuous. Xu Ansheng drove back to Jing apartment, changed a car, and drove directly to the airport. She was going back to Yuzhou. What she wants can only be bought in Yuzhou. To be precise, it is a small county town belonging to Yuzhou, then a small town belonging to the small county town, and then a small village belonging to the small town. That's where her roots are, the place where she grew up as a child. After getting on the plane and arriving in Yuzhou, Xu Ansheng changed trains. By the time he finally arrived in the village, it was almost 5 o'clock. Because he had called the person in advance, Xu Ansheng went directly to the person's house, the home of one of her aunts. "Ansheng, are you back?" Her aunt was coming back with firewood on her back. She was very happy to see her. Xu Ansheng ran over with a smile. "Sixth aunt." "Haha, come on, sit down." He Guifang put down the backpack and Xu Ansheng came to help. He Guifang smiled and said, No. It's okay, I'll help you." "Haha, kid, you really haven't changed at all." Putting the backpack down, he Guifang looked her up and down, then frowned. "Why are you still so thin? Have you not eaten?" "Oh, I just have a body that doesn't gain weight no matter how much I eat. It's too normal." "Sixth aunt, are the things ready?" "I'm ready. All ready." After you called Aunt Liu, she went to prepare it. "Come, Aunt Liu will take you to see it." He Guifang pulled her to the main room and opened the cardboard box against the wall. "Look." Xu Ansheng immediately squatted down to look. The cardboard box contained chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. They were big but clean. You can tell at first glance that it has been washed and wiped. Xu Ansheng's smile brightened for a moment. "Thank you, Aunt Liu." "Haha, no need. It's just that you want it urgently. Otherwise there wouldn't be only this much." That's enough. That night, Xu Ansheng asked Mrs. Wei about what the old lady liked, and then called He Guifang to ask her to prepare these things. After He Guifang hung up the phone, she immediately went to prepare the chicken, duck, and goose eggs. These eggs were laid by the chickens, ducks and geese she raised herself, and they were fed grain, not feed. The food we ate has never been sprayed with pesticides and is truly natural. It's hard to buy outside. Mrs. Wei said that the old lady didn't have anything she particularly liked, and Feng Boyi didn't lie to her. But Xu Ansheng thought about it carefully, The old lady of such a big family has everything she wants. What else could she lack? What else can you like that you can't get? So, after thinking about it, Xu Ansheng finally thought about eating. As the saying goes, illness comes from the mouth, so what you eat is very important. Naturally, this kind of pure natural thing is better. She had originally wanted to bring live chickens, ducks, and geese with her, but these living creatures couldn't be taken on planes. If she killed them and mailed them to Yucheng, they wouldn't be fresh and it would be too late. That's all. Tomorrow morning I'll go to the fields and cut some seasonal vegetables for you to take away. He Guifang said with a smile. Xu Ansheng shook his head. I came back in a hurry this time and couldn't bring anything. Forget about the food, you guys can eat it. He Guifang frowned. Since you rarely come back, just take it with you. There isn't much. I'll make you a little less so it's easier to carry. Xu Ansheng also wanted to take her with her, but it was really difficult for her to fly. It would be nice if I could drive myself. However, it is more than 2,000 kilometers from Yuzhou to Yucheng, and it takes more than 20 hours to drive there without traffic jams. She can't handle it alone. Xu Ansheng thought about it, and suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. She immediately said to He Guifang, Sixth Aunt, go ahead and do your work. I'll make a phone call and see if I can find a way to bring it over. Okay. It would be great if you could bring it. Call me, Aunt Six will go cook right away, and your Uncle Six should be back soon. Okay. He Guifang hurried to the kitchen to cook dinner, and at the same time called Xu Ansheng's sixth uncle to tell him that Xu Ansheng was back and ask him to come back early. Xu Ansheng took his cell phone and went to the path outside the house to call Feng Boyi. Chapter 67. Do you have a private jet? The mountains are quiet, and the sky is still bright at 5 o'clock. Xu Ansheng stood on the muddy path, with naturally grown grass on both sides. What caught his eyes were the familiar hills, plants, and trees, and the chirping of birds was right beside his ears. Everything is familiar, but this familiarity has become strange without me noticing as time goes by. It's like she's growing, and the grass and trees are changing too. At this moment, Xu Ansheng stood on the soft ground, smelling the strong scent of grass and trees around him, and his mood changed slightly. New York. 5 o'clock in the morning. It was already dawn and the sun was about to rise. The city is recovering little by little. At this time, in the presidential suite of the ESL Hotel, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the bedroom was pitch black, with not a shred of light from outside able to enter. They were blocked out by thick curtains. On the bed, Feng Boyi lay flat on his back, breathing steadily. The bedroom was silent. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated, breaking the silence. He frowned slightly and opened his eyes. There was no light in the bedroom, but when the phone rang, light spread out and the bedroom was no longer pitch black. Feng Boyi sat up, stretched out his arm, and took the phone from the bedside table. He saw the caller. Xu Ansheng. These 3 words danced on the screen, just like that face, bearing its fangs and claws in front of him. Feng Boyi looked at these 3 words, ran his fingertips over them, and picked up the phone. Hello. He looked at the curtains and then took the remote. With a dripping sound, the curtains opened automatically to both sides, and the dim light from outside came in. The lights of the city also fell into his eyes. Many memories came to Xu Ansheng's mind, and these memories made her forget that she was calling Feng Boyi. So, when Feng Boyi's deep and hoarse voice came from the phone, Xu Ansheng was stunned. My heart also skipped a beat. This voice was actually slightly hoarse. It's so fucking misleading. However, Xu Ansheng reacted very quickly and said quickly, Do you have a private jet? The first thing he said was this unexpected thing. Feng Boyi's eyes paused, and then he looked away from the scenery outside the window. What's the matter? Instead of answering yes or no, he asked what it was. Obviously, as long as she asked, he could do anything. Xu Ansheng immediately smiled. Aren't you going to prepare a gift for Grandma? I've already prepared it, but the distance is too far. I can't send it to Yucheng. I need a private plane. So, you understand? Feng Boyi's eyes moved slightly. Where? Yuzhou. The air was quiet and all sounds seemed to have ceased. But at this moment, the sounds around Xu Ansheng fell clearly into Feng Boyi's ears from the mobile phone. The tranquility of the mountains and forests, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. There is no hustle and bustle of the city, nor the noise of traffic. The place where she was extremely peaceful. Send me the detailed address. Okay. Xu Ansheng hung up the phone quickly and immediately sent him the address. After sending it, she also sent a laughing smiley face with 3 words. Thank you for your hard work, Tilda. Feng Boyi looked at the detailed address in the message and the smiling face. Brilliant and unrestrained, brighter than the sun. He stared at the smiling face, then his fingertips moved across it. Soon, a call was made. Arrange a private plane to Yuzhou. Okay. He took out his phone and moved his fingertips on the screen. Soon, a message was sent. Putting his phone on the bedside table, he looked at the sky outside, got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Xu Ansheng was very satisfied when he saw the words, "The message was sent successfully." It is impossible for such an awesome boss to not have a private jet. So, everything is not a problem. Ha ha ha. It turns out that truly rich people are different. Xu Ansheng stood there with a smile on his face, his hands behind his back, his eyes closed, his head tilted back, and he took a deep breath. The air in my hometown is so good. Xu Ansheng went to the kitchen to help Gui Fang, and not long after, Uncle Six came back and everyone cooked dinner together. Smoke from cooking stoves curled up, the sky gradually darkened, the frogs in the fields began to croak, and the night of his hometown gradually fell into Xu Ansheng's heart. Gui Fang specially prepared Xu Ansheng's favorite dishes, filling the table, and Xu Ansheng ate a lot. I ate 2 bowls of rice. Finally, after eating until his stomach was full, he took Gui Fang's hand and walked across the street. During this time, someone called her. It was Feng Boyi who ordered someone to contact her. Xu Ansheng directly explained the situation to the other party, and just like that, they decided to come over early the next morning. Xu Ansheng was completely relieved now. Although the man had a bad temper, he was still reliable. That's good. After all, fingers are of different lengths, and no one is perfect. Not bad, not bad. Seeing Xu Ansheng hang up the phone, Gui Fang thought of what she had just said to someone on the phone and said, "Tell me what you need. Your 6th uncle and I will go get it tomorrow morning." She has a private jet, which can carry a lot of things. What is she afraid of? So Xu Ansheng immediately said, "Seasonal vegetables, chickens, ducks, and geese, all alive, no need to kill them, just bring them all together." Okay, let's go back now. Aunt Six will tell your Uncle Six that we can get it done as soon as possible. You're very busy too. Xu Ansheng immediately took Gui Fang's hand and rubbed it against her. "6th aunt, you and 6th uncle are so good." She was like a child, acting coquettishly in front of Gui Fang. Gui Fang smiled and patted her head, her eyes filled with heartache. "You, don't be so thin next time you come back, eat more. Being too thin is not good for your health." "Yeah, I get it, don't worry." She said this, but she couldn't really let herself get fat. The profession is there and must be maintained. Unless she doesn't want to live anymore. Soon the two returned, and Gui Fang started to clean up with her husband. Xu Ansheng wanted to help, but Gui Fang pushed her away and asked her to wash up and go to bed early. Xu Ansheng was helpless. He wanted to help but couldn't persuade the two of them, so he had to go wash up. When she finished coming out, Gui Fang had already made the bed for her. Xu Ansheng said, "6th aunt, don't bother with this anymore. Go to bed early." I know. Go to sleep. Your 6th uncle and I are also going to take a shower and go to bed." Okay. Gui Fang went out, and Xu Ansheng looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. People in the countryside go to bed early, so it was indeed time to go to bed. Xu Ansheng lay on the bed, smelling the old yet clean scent of the quilt. She took a deep breath, then smacked her chin and closed her eyes comfortably. This taste is the same as when she was a child. She likes it. As the night fell, pure silence filled the air, and Xu Ansheng gradually fell asleep. New York. The sky gradually brightened. Feng Boyi washed up, put on his suit, and walked out of the hotel in a neat suit. The car has stopped in front of the hotel. The driver got out of the car, opened the door, and he got in. Boss Feng, the person in charge of PJ. Book a flight back home at 4 p.m. Qin was interrupted just as he was about to speak. He subconsciously looked at the person in the rearview mirror and saw Feng Boyi had already picked up the financial morning news and was reading it. The expression in his eyes remains unchanged. Yes. Chapter 68 Dowry. Early in the morning, the person Feng Boyi ordered came over. Xu Ansheng also got up early. She first went to the back mountain, and then came back to pack up with Gui Fang. Gui Fang and her husband got up earlier than Xu Ansheng. They went to the fields to cut vegetables at daybreak, wash them, and put them in boxes. They were piled up in rows in the corner along with the eggs. The live chickens, ducks and geese were also prepared last night. They were put into bags one by one, and a hole was cut in the bags to let their necks stick out for air. Early this morning, I put it in the box and took it out together. When the people from Feng Boyi arrived, the yard was already filled with things. All done. The things were quickly loaded into the car one box at a time. Xu Ansheng said goodbye to Gui Fang and Xu Chengshu. "Uncle Six, Aunt Six, take care of yourselves at home. I will come back to see you when I have some rest." "It's okay." Just focus on your own business. You young people should focus on your own careers and don't worry about us. Yes, you can work outside without worry. We are at home, and we will take care of your grandma too, so don't worry. Knowing what she was worried about, Guifang held Xu Ansheng's hand and said. Xu Ansheng smiled. Okay. With Uncle Six and Aunt Six at home, I don't have to worry about anything. Haha, go ahead. Without saying anything more, Xu Ansheng waved to the two of them and got into the car. Very quickly, the car started and drove away. Guifang's eyes were a little wet, but she still controlled herself from letting the tears fall. When she saw the car disappear into the mountains and forests and could no longer be seen, tears finally fell from her eyes. Xu Chengshu patted her gently. This child is very good, don't cry. Guifang nodded, wiped away her tears, and said with a smile, Yes, I won't cry. This child will be fine, and things will get better in the future. Yes, as the saying goes, there will be sweetness after bitterness. We believe her. Of course. The days ahead will be good days. The two of them went back home after talking, but when they got home they found a bulging envelope on the dining room table. As soon as they saw the envelope, they knew what was inside. Guifang hurriedly opened it and took a look. Really? A wad of money. It was given by Xu Ansheng. Every time Xu Ansheng came back to see them, he would give it to them. Knowing they wouldn't accept it, she just left it at home, and they didn't find it until she left. Looking at the envelope full of money, Guifang frowned. Why is this kid always like this? Does he really think his money came from the wind? Xu Chengshu thought for a moment and said, Save it. The child hasn't gotten married yet. When she gets married, we'll prepare a dowry for her. Guifang immediately said, That's fine. I'll save it for her. When she gets married, I'll give her a generous dowry. The car was driving on a winding mountain road. Outside the window were green mountains and trees, dense bamboo farmhouses. The scenery that came into view was both familiar and unfamiliar. Xu Ansheng lowered the car window, looking at everything outside the window. The cool breeze in the early morning blows on my face, bringing a strong scent of grass and trees, very pure and clear. She smelled the scent, felt everything here, closed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth gradually rose. Her hometown, the eternal Pure Land in her heart. The car drove directly from the countryside to the county town and then to the city, which took a full 3 hours. Xu Ansheng didn't want to delay, so he asked someone to deliver the things directly to the airport, load them onto the plane, and then he got on the plane directly. Just like that, the plane took off on time at 12:45. Xu Ansheng sat in the spacious leather chair, looking at the blue sky and white clouds floating outside the window, eating the rich and nutritious lunch brought by the flight crew, and drinking fine wine. It was such a pleasure. Indeed, private jets are different. Rich. So generous. Although he has been running back and forth these days, Xu Ansheng doesn't feel tired at all. Not only does he not feel tired, he feels extremely energetic. And all this comes from this private jet. All the crew members only served her, and the things they served were first class and their service attitude was excellent. Being called madam all the time and always asking for your orders, Xu Ansheng was like the Empress Dowager, being served to the point of being flattered. So when she got off the plane and returned to Qingshan Villa, her face was full of smiles, and her eyes were so narrow that only a slit remained. I am so satisfied. Madam, what are you doing? After getting off the plane, someone came to pick up Xu Ansheng, and all the things were also sent to Qingshan Villa. At this time, employees were moving things from the car into the living room of the villa. Box after box, densely packed and neatly arranged in the living room. Mrs. Wei looked at these things, boxes of large, fresh eggs, boxes of vegetables dripping with moisture, chickens clucking with their necks exposed, ducks quacking and stretching their necks to look at the unfamiliar environment, and geese raising their heads and flapping their wings in the bags, as if trying to break free. Even though Mrs. Wei had been in the Feng family for many years and had seen a lot, she was still stunned when she saw these things. Xu Ansheng looked at these living creatures that were still energetic despite the long journey, the green vegetables, and the cute eggs, and felt very satisfied. Everything has been taken down. The person in charge came to Xu Ansheng, folded his hands in front of him, and said with a slight bow. Xu Ansheng was smiling and looked very happy. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now. Yes, The person in charge led the staff away. Xu Ansheng squatted down, touched the chickens, patted the ducks, and caught the geese. Then he leaned over to the lush green vegetables that were soaked in the clear water from the mountain spring and took a deep breath. Wow! The taste of home. That is great. She sighed with satisfaction, feeling extremely content. Mrs. Wei, upon hearing her words, reacted. Is this something from Madam's hometown? She was surprised, totally unexpected. Xu Ansheng smelled these gifts from nature, feeling extremely satisfied. He clapped his hands and stood up. Yes. This is a gift for Grandma. Mrs. Wei, what do you say? Xu Ansheng pointed at these things, feeling very proud. She believed that the old lady would definitely like these. Ha ha. Mrs. Wei stood there, looking at these things that couldn't be fresher, smelling the air in the living room that was suddenly filled with the strong smell of life, and opened her mouth again and again, but couldn't utter a word. Their wives are really unexpected. Chapter 69. His back. Xu Ansheng looked at the time. There were only a dozen hours left until Sunday, and he didn't know whether the man had returned. Thinking of this, Xu Ansheng immediately asked Mrs. Wei, Mrs. Wei, is Mr. back? Mrs. Wei looked at these things and didn't know what to do with them. After hearing Xu Ansheng's words, he quickly replied, not yet. Not back yet. Xu Ansheng frowned. He's not going to come back on time, is he? Forget it, forget it. I won't count on him anymore. He's the big guy who pays, so he just needs to show up in the end. Who cares about these things? Xu Ansheng looked at these things, thought for a moment, and then said to Mrs. Wei, Mrs. Wei, do you have a cellar or something for preserving food at home? It's about being able to store these things, especially these vegetables, and keep them fresh. It's impossible to send it there early tomorrow morning in a dead state, right? That's not good. Yes, in the basement. Okay, let's put these things in and send them to Grandma tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Xu Ansheng picked up a box of vegetables and asked Mrs. Wei to lead the way. At this moment, a Bentley slowly drove in from the gate. The tires rolled over the ground, making a deep and clear sound. Mrs. Wei had heard the sound countless times, and she knew it was Feng Boyi who had returned. She hurriedly said, the master is back. Then he walked out quickly. The current situation really makes her not know what to do, and she urgently needs help. Xu Ansheng stood there, raising his eyebrows. Is it true that when you mention Cao, he appears? The car stopped steadily outside the lobby. The driver got out and opened the door, and Feng Boyi got out of the car while talking on the phone. Mrs. Wei had already come to the front of the carriage and bowed slightly when she saw Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi spoke something to the person on the phone in fluent French and then hung up. Mrs. Wei said, Sir, the mistress is back. Feng Boyi had already seen Xu Ansheng, because Xu Ansheng put down her box of vegetables, came out, and leaned against the doorframe of the entrance, with her arms folded across her chest, leaning sideways, looking at him with a smile. Xu Ansheng hasn't changed her clothes since she returned to China yesterday. She wore a simple short t-shirt and loose straight jeans. Her long hair was casually tied into a bun, looking loose and lazy. It can be as simple as you want. Meeting Feng Boyi's eyes, she raised her hand with a smile. Hi Tilda. It can be as friendly as possible and as familiar as possible. Feng Boyi's eyes moved slightly and he stepped onto the stairs. Xu Ansheng was in a good mood and looked very satisfied with this man. Feng Boyi was wearing a dark shirt, and his trousers were a shade darker than the shirt, the same color as the suit jacket draped over his wrist. He has fair skin, and dark colors make him look even whiter. However, he does not give people the feeling of a pretty boy, but rather gives people a feeling of being as unattainable as a god. Xu Ansheng's eyes swept directly and boldly over him, looking at his golden proportioned figure, his long legs that she loved most, and his face that looked like it was carved out. The smile on her face becomes brighter and more beautiful. So cool. So manly. She really likes it. Feng Boyi looked at the smiling face that seemed to be admiring an exhibit. Her eyes curved into crescents, her red lips raised. She had no makeup on her face, simple and clean. He didn't even care about the thick strands of hair that fell down. However, her boldness and unrestrainedness are more dazzling than those exquisite makeups. He twisted his fingertips slightly and turned his eyes away. A pair of eyes, becoming more and more unfathomable. Feng Boyi came over. Xu Ansheng reluctantly withdrew his gaze from him and stood up straight. You're back just in time. I brought back all the gifts and was just about to put them in the cellar. As she spoke, she thought of something and uttered a ha sound, then looked at Feng Boyi. Why don't we go see Grandma now? Chapter 70. This person did it on purpose. As soon as these words came out, Xu Ansheng became more energetic. Without waiting for Feng Boyi to reply, he continued, I brought so many things. I can send them today or tomorrow. Why don't we send them now? And these things are best delivered fresh. They won't be as good if they sit overnight. Right now. As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone to check the time, and then her eyes lit up. It's exactly 5 o'clock now. We can send the things directly to Grandma's house and have dinner there. After Xu Ansheng finished speaking, he became very excited, as if the matter was settled. But she didn't notice that Feng Boyi stopped beside her, staring at the creatures in the living room that were stretching their necks to look at her. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was extremely quiet. It was quiet. Only Xu Ansheng made a sound. What do you think? Xu Ansheng finished speaking in one breath and looked at Feng Boyi with great interest, waiting for his answer. As long as he gives the order, they will set off immediately. There were things I had never seen before in my sight, there were smells I had never smelled before in my nose, and there were light, excited and slightly noisy sounds in my ears. Everything was entangled with Feng Boyi, pulling the aura of the altar around him down to the mortal world. Feng Boyi's eyes turned slightly, and his deep gaze fell on Xu Ansheng's face. Sister Wei. Xu Ansheng had a smile on her face and in her eyes. When Feng Boyi looked at her, she smiled even more. What I mean is, agree to it quickly, agree to it quickly. Get things done sooner and finish them sooner. But she never expected that as soon as she smiled at him, he called her Mrs. Wei. Xu Ansheng's face turned dark instantly. Is there anyone who calls another person by name? Do you know how to respect others? Mrs. Wei clearly saw the change in Feng Boyi's expression, and she knew that her master was unhappy. Because these things, these smells, are really unpleasant. Mrs. Wei hurried over and bowed. Sir. Arrange for someone to deliver these things to the old lady. Okay. Mrs. Wei immediately went to make a phone call to make arrangements, and Xu Ansheng fluttered her eyelashes. It's okay, it's okay. If you don't respect people, then don't respect them. Just deliver the things. Xu Ansheng smiled and said, Shall we go now? The things have been delivered, and the people should follow quickly. After all, it is getting late. It takes another hour to get to the old lady from here. In an hour, it would be 6 o'clock. She'll be hungry by then. Feng Boyi looked at Xu Ansheng's smile, which was like the stars in the night sky, twinkling, and he was so happy. Tomorrow morning. After Feng Boyi gave these two noble words, he went upstairs. When he passed through the living room, those living creatures subconsciously retracted their necks and stayed obediently in the bag. Don't dare to act rashly at all. Xu Ansheng stood there with a sullen face, watching the person going up the stairs, his heart racing. What is the point if the gift is sent but the person doesn't go? She looked at him on purpose, deliberately making things difficult for her. Mrs. Wei gave orders, and soon these things were moved away in boxes. However, before moving away, Xu Ansheng left a small portion of these things at home. There were already a lot of these things given to her, and her sixth uncle and aunt knew that she was giving them away, so they specially brought a lot for her. She hadn't thought about keeping it for herself before, but now she wants to keep it. Judging from that person's attitude and appearance, it is obvious that he despises these things. Oh, even though he disliked it, she still insisted on making him eat it. Making it tonight. When loading the things into the car, Xu Ansheng quickly sorted them out and took them all to the kitchen. Mrs. Wei was instructing people to be careful with the eggs and vegetables so that they wouldn't get spoiled. Seeing Xu Ansheng's actions, he was very surprised. I saw Xu Ansheng going to the kitchen with something in his arms, as if he was going to cook it. Looking at the time, it was getting late, and his wife must be hungry. So Mrs. Wei said to the person in charge, Be careful and send it to the old lady as soon as you are done. Don't delay. Okay. After giving the instructions, Mrs. Wei hurried to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xu Ansheng had already taken the vegetables to the kitchen counter and took out the knife. At this time, she stood in front of a chicken, a duck, and a goose that were brought in, holding a knife. She had to think about whether to eat chicken, duck, or goose tonight. As soon as Mrs. Wei came in, she saw Xu Ansheng holding a knife and smiling with malicious intent. She was a little scared by his look. What does Madam want to do? I'll do it. Mrs. Wei went over and quickly took the knife from Xu Ansheng. For some reason, she felt a creepy feeling when she saw Xu Ansheng holding a knife. Xu Ansheng wasn't good at killing chickens either. When Mrs. Wei took the knife from her, she didn't refuse and simply said, Mrs. Wei, what do you think we should do with these? Mrs. Wei saw the creatures trembling in the bag because of Xu Ansheng's fear. Even because of Xu Ansheng's words, the creatures started to flutter in the bag, as if trying to escape. Mrs. Wei thought for a moment and said, What would you like to eat, madam? What does she want to eat? It doesn't matter what she wants to eat. What matters is what that person wants to eat. Xu Ansheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam, and his smile instantly became warm. Whatever the master wants to eat, we will make it. Feng Boyi returned to the bedroom, put his suit jacket on the sofa, and went to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water was heard. The sky outside gradually darkened and the lights in the villa were lit one by one. After Feng Boyi finished washing up, he changed into casual home clothes. Instead of going downstairs, he went to the study. The villa was as usual, becoming even quieter in the night. But, if you listen carefully, this silence is very different from usual. The night was quiet, but the villa was bustling. The clear and loud voice rang out in the villa from time to time, sometimes laughing, sometimes talking, accompanied by the bang 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 of butchering in the kitchen, and the thick smell of fireworks filled the villa. So that the cold light of the past also has warmth. The meeting is over. In the study, in the conference room in the notebook, the people sitting inside stood up and cleaned the desks as these words came to mind. Feng Boyi turned off the video and closed the computer. He leaned back, rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair, supported his eyebrows with his fingertips, and closed his eyes. The study was silent. Sister Wei, don't throw away these duck feathers. When I have time, I'll take care of them. I'll use them to make shuttlecocks, fans, and pens. It's so fun. Madam, can you do these? That's right. When I was a kid, my grandma often made me fun toys that you couldn't buy anywhere else. I loved them the most. Haha, that's fine. Madam, teach me what to do and I'll do it. Okay, when we have time, let's do it together and have fun together. The window of the study was not closed, and the clear and bright sounds from downstairs came in and fell clearly into Feng Boyi's ears. His eyes opened. Chapter 71, looking at him without blinking. Mrs. Wei, let me tell you, duck feathers are very useful, as are chicken and goose feathers. They should not be underestimated. We can't eat that much these 2 days, so let's keep them first and kill them when we want to eat them later. But you can't throw away their fur. Keep it all. I have great use for it. Haha, okay, I'll keep them all for you, my wife. But, Madam's grandmother seems to be a very powerful person. That's for sure. I'm so powerful, how can my grandma be weak? I was raised by my grandmother. I know everything she knows, including all the 18 martial arts. Haha, then I need to learn more from my wife's grandmother. No, she passed away a long time ago. Just learn from me. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. I don't care about that. Everyone will die one day. My grandma has already ascended to heaven. I'm happy for her. The sound was like the chirping of birds, and words kept coming. There is no sadness or sorrow in the air, only simplicity, ordinariness, and calmness. Feng Boyi listened to the voice and the words, his eyes as deep and calm as the surface of a lake. Whoa! The sound of a cell phone vibrating came from the desk. His eyes moved slightly. He sat up and took the phone. A familiar name, Grandma, was jumping on the screen. He moved his fingertip slightly and swiped the answer button. Grandma. Xiaobo, why did you suddenly send so much food over? It looks like they were just bought from the countryside. Have you been to the countryside? Although Xu Ansheng is not from a farming family, she is from that era and can recognize things at a glance. These are all good things that are sent here, and you can't buy them anywhere else. What she usually eats are all grown by these farmers and are all natural. Feng Boyi knew it. Therefore, although Xu Ansheng was surprised by the things sent to him, he was not shocked. No. This. She gave it to you. Xu Ansheng was stunned for a moment, then thought of something and immediately asked, are these things from Yuzhou? She personally returned to Yuzhou to bring it to you. This child is so thoughtful. Xu Ansheng was moved to tears as she looked at the boxes of vegetables, eggs, fruits, and poultry that were brought in. It is more than 2,000 kilometers from Yuzhou to Yucheng. It is not easy to bring these things from such a far place and keep them fresh. And Xu Ansheng even made the trip in person for this purpose. Apart from anything else, just his heart was enough. She was very touched. This granddaughter-in-law is very good. Feng Boyi listened to the unsteady breathing on the phone, which was obviously due to being moved, and said, it's a bit late today, I can't come to see you. I will bring her tomorrow morning. Don't worry. You guys are busy. Grandma won't miss a day or two. Don't get too tired. That kid must be tired to deliver these things so quickly, right? You guys have a good rest. Come back tomorrow when you've had enough sleep. There's no rush. Grandma, don't be in a hurry. After the call ended, Feng Boyi took out his phone and looked at the sky outside. Before I knew it, it was dark, the streetlights came on, and the night was covered with a hazy light. Feng Boyi stood up, took his cell phone, put his hand in his pocket, and walked out of the study. The villa lights up as night falls. The light in the corridor is extremely bright, illuminating every corner of the house. Feng Boyi walked down the stairs steadily and slowly. It's finally almost done. It's been over an hour. I'm almost starving. I'm sorry I made dinner late tonight. Mrs. Wei, why are you apologizing? This is none of your business. Besides, I wanted to cook these dishes this way. It's a waste of time. You are not allowed to apologize, or I will be angry. In the kitchen, two figures stood inside, one tall and one short. The light fell on them, especially on the slender and tall one, and a warm feeling spread unconsciously. Feng Boyi went downstairs and looked at the person standing in front of the kitchen counter. She was wearing an apron and her long hair was casually tied up with chopsticks. Her arms, as thin as lotus roots, held a spatula and she skillfully put the food in the pot into a bowl. As she spoke and made these movements, she did not forget to glare at the person next to her. Very fierce. However, from his perspective, he could see her pair of black and bright eyes, thick and curled eyelashes, high nose, and rosy lips. The scattered hair fell on her cheeks, and the light followed and danced on the fine hairs on her face. Although fierce, it is a paper tiger. Seeing Xu Ansheng's fierce expression, Mrs. Wei didn't dare to say anything more and nodded. Okay, I won't say any more. Madam, go wash your hands and ask Mr. to come down for dinner. I'll take care of the rest. Most of the dishes have been served, including soup, bowls and chopsticks, and rice. That person must be hungry too. Xu Ansheng nodded. Okay, I'll go call him. She put the cooked dishes on the kitchen counter, quickly took off her apron, and came out with the bowl of cooked dishes. As soon as he came out, he saw the man walking towards him from the front. Xu Ansheng's eyes lit up instantly, and what lit up was the man's clothes. He was actually wearing a casual light grey shirt, and even his trousers were light-coloured. I really didn't expect it. This light-coloured, casual outfit strips away the rigidity and rigour of the suit, and even strips away the strong sense of reserve and abstinence. He looks like a noble prince, making people salivate. But I still don't dare to act recklessly. But for Xu Ansheng, this is enough. Just looking at it is good enough. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Xu Ansheng, who had been in a bad mood because this person had deliberately made things difficult for him, no longer felt unhappy at all because of the beautiful scenery. After quickly placing the dishes on a table, Xu Ansheng said with a smile, "You came down just in time. The meal is just ready. Go wash your hands and eat." As she spoke, she quickly went into the kitchen to serve the rice. She starved to death. I made so many delicious foods tonight. She will definitely eat a lot. Watching the handsome guy eat is even more enjoyable. Mrs. Wei heard the noise outside and knew that Feng Boyi had come down. She also guessed that Feng Boyi must be hungry. The movements of his hands and feet were also faster than usual. After a while, the food was placed on a table and everyone sat down at the table. Xu Ansheng personally served a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Feng Boyi. "Come, try it, I made it." The soup is light white with a little oil floating on the surface. There is duck meat and fresh mushrooms in the bowl. It smells very fragrant, but at the same time, it also has a sour taste. Mrs. Wei looked at the bowl of soup and subconsciously looked at Feng Boyi, not daring to speak. "Sir, I don't really eat pickled cabbage. And this old duck soup is absolutely indispensable to pickled cabbage." She didn't want to make this at first, but her wife asked her to do it, and she was making it for her husband, so she couldn't say anything. Now, she didn't know whether her husband would eat it. Xu Ansheng sat opposite Feng Boyi, staring at him without blinking. His gaze was fixed, as if he was almost feeding the soup into his mouth with his eyes. Feng Boyi looked at the soup in front of him. The soup had just been served from the pot and was emitting thick steam. The heat brings with it the freshness of the vegetables and the fragrance of the domestic duck, along with the aroma of the sauerkraut that has been soaked for a long time, lingering on my nose. Not strong, light, slightly alluring. He raised his hand and picked up the spoon. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Mrs. Wei watched without even blinking. Xu Ansheng wanted to stick his eyes on Feng Boyi's face. Just like that, the two of them watched helplessly as Feng Boyi scooped up a spoonful of soup and drank it. When he saw the sexy rolling of the Adam's apple, Xu Ansheng immediately slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, which scared Mrs. Wei. It also made Feng Boyi pause. Xu Ansheng was completely unaware of her excessive excitement. She half lay over the table and leaned forward. "How's it? Is it delicious?" Chapter 72, The Delicate Xu Ansheng. Xu Ansheng had already asked Wei's wife Feng Boyi about her taste, what she didn't eat and what she liked to eat. Feng Boyi does not eat strong-smelling food and prefers light and fresh food. He usually doesn't eat offal, kimchi, or fermented bean curd. And tonight, Xu Ansheng specially made old duck soup, on purpose. He made her unhappy, and she wanted to make him unhappy too. But at this point, she had forgotten her original intention of making this dish and just wanted him to try it and see how it tasted. Although she had the intention of revenge, She cooked the food well. And she herself likes to drink old duck soup. Especially this soup, she would drink several bowls every time I make it. She is still very confident in her craft. However, looking at the man's appearance, she really wanted to know the answer. Want to be recognized. Just like if you like something, you also hope that others will like it. Xu Ansheng had almost half of his body lying on the table, and he brought his clean and pretty face close to Feng Boyi, staring at him intently with his distinct black and white eyes. Feng Boyi took a sip of the soup, and it had a light sour taste when it entered his lips and teeth, but this sour taste was mixed with the freshness of the mushrooms and the fragrance of the duck meat. This mixture had a refreshing taste. It's not bad. It can even be called delicious. But the table was suddenly slammed with a loud bang, and the entire surface shook. Feng Boyi's hand stopped, and a lot of the unfinished soup in the spoon spilled out because of Xu Ansheng's slam. Then, that familiar aura pressed towards him. The air is quiet. There was no sound around. Mrs. Wei looked at Feng Boyi's indifferent face as he held the spoon, and subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. If the wife does this, the husband will be angry. Xu Ansheng didn't feel the change in the surrounding atmosphere at all. She looked at the drooping eyelids and thick black eyelashes, her eyes shining. When she looked at him so closely, she realized that his eyelashes were surprisingly long, thick, and black. It looks like he has 2 brushes, so nice. The warm breath sprayed on Feng Boyi's face and blew into his skin. It carries the faint fragrance of food and the subtle scent of her hair. A strong smell of fireworks. Feng Boyi moved his fingertip slightly, put down the spoon and looked up. An enlarged, delicate face appeared in front of him. At the same time, her clear and bright eyes fell into his eyes, full of expectation, desire, excitement, and excitement. Various expressions mixed together, clearly reflected in his eyes. When she saw him raise his eyes, her eyes widened instantly, and she even seemed to move closer to him, as if she wanted to hold his face, waiting for his answer. Feng Boyi looked at the person who was eagerly waiting for his answer, his eyes full of confidence, and his lips parted. Not bad. Xu Ansheng stiffened instantly. Then, gradually, her face turned gloomy. What's acceptable? It tastes really good, okay? With a snort, Xu Ansheng glanced at Feng Boyi, sat back in his chair, poured himself a bowl of old duck soup, and drank it while blowing on it, without any hesitation. No vision. After drinking a bowl of soup, Xu Ansheng still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He said this, glared at the man, and picked up his chopsticks to eat quickly. He completely ignored Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi was dining elegantly when he heard those obviously unhappy words. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Xu Ansheng's face. His face was unhappy, but his cheeks were rosy from drinking a bowl of hot soup. Even if he is angry, he has no deterrent power at all. Instead, she looks cute and innocent. Feng Boyi moved his fingertip slightly, withdrew his gaze, and continued eating. Mrs. Wei sat there, looking at Xu Ansheng's obviously unhappy expression, and then looking at Feng Boyi's unchanging face. She must have been nervous and worried. But for some reason, seeing the two of them like this, she felt a little relieved. I even felt that this scene was extremely harmonious. Although Xu Ansheng was in a bad mood, he was fine after eating and drinking enough. I cleaned up with Mrs. Wei and then went to take care of the duck feathers. Sort them out, clean them, and put them in the yard to dry. She didn't care what Feng Boyi did. She just did her own thing and went out for a walk to digest her food after she finished. She can't sit or lie down after eating. Unexpectedly, when she came out, she saw the man sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Seeing her sitting with her legs crossed, as relaxed as if she were in the president's office, Xu Ansheng's eyes widened slightly, with surprise on her face. This guy still watches TV. Shouldn't he be busy? In Xu Ansheng's memory, this person was always busy, with endless things to do. It made her feel that no one in the world was busier than him. But now, this person was actually sitting there watching TV, just like a god watching a computer. It seemed weird no matter how you looked at it. However, seeing this man's appearance, Xu Ansheng suddenly thought of something. I'm going to see Grandma tomorrow. She has sent me gifts, but what else? Is there anything I should pay attention to? But don't let him come to trouble her if something goes wrong, otherwise it will be the end of her. When Xu Ansheng thought of this, his alarm bells rang. He immediately ran over and sat down next to Feng Boyi. The place beside him suddenly sank, and then a breath of cool night air and a faint floral fragrance rushed towards him. Feng Boyi stared at the TV, motionless. Xu Ansheng sat down next to Feng Boyi and subconsciously wanted to speak, but then she thought of something and looked at Mrs. Wei, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen. Then she took Feng Boyi's arm and said delicately, "Hubby, let's go for a walk, Tilda." Chapter 73. Doesn't he like men? Since they are husband and wife, they should act like husband and wife. Xu Ansheng had no idea why Feng Boyi needed a wife, but from the 100 clauses in the marriage agreement she clearly felt that this wife must appear to be genuine. It's not fake. Although Mrs. Wei is a nanny, she comes from the Feng family, and she might tell the old lady the details of her relationship with Feng Boyi. So, we still have to make it look good. Feng Boyi's arm was held, and her soft body pressed against him, carrying her fragrance. At the same time, that sweet voice fell into his ears. His brow twitched slightly. He glanced sideways at the person leaning on him. Seeing that Feng Boyi finally paid attention to her, Xu Ansheng hurriedly winked at Feng Boyi, meaning, hurry up and get down to business. He didn't say anything, but his expression was spot on, and even the hand was hugging his arm tightly. Feng Boyi looked at the person who was looking up at him. There was an urgency and clarity in his eyes, without any distractions. He pulled his arm free, stood up and walked out. Xu Ansheng looked at the man who was standing away from her with his hands in his pockets, and she snorted inwardly and rolled her eyes. Did he really think she was eager to take advantage of him? If it wasn't clearly written in the agreement, if it wasn't for the 100 million, she wouldn't be so eager. Although she was unhappy, Xu Ansheng was not at all vague and hurried to follow. Hubby, wait for me, Tilda. After leaving the villa with Feng Boyi, Xu Ansheng walked on the road full of small flowers, smelling the fragrance of flowers and feeling the scent of the surrounding grass and trees. He couldn't help but look up and take a deep breath. It's really a great place. There is no smell of exhaust fumes, steel bars, or cement, and no hustle and bustle of the city. It is very clean here, just like the clear spring in the mountains, clear and transparent. Feng Boyi put his hands in his pockets and walked forward slowly. He didn't urge Xu Ansheng, nor did he care what she did. He just walked beside her, looking at the night ahead. The halo of the street lamp fell into his eyes, reflecting the quiet scene in the night, like an unfolded ink painting. Xu Ansheng felt the air outside, exhaled all the pent-up energy in his heart, and felt relaxed all over. I'm in a very good mood. She put her hands behind her back, looked at the people beside her, and smiled. I'm going to see Grandma tomorrow. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Look at this perfect profile under the streetlight. Xu Ansheng looks good no matter how you look at it. It's like it was painted with a brush. Can't find a single flaw. So beautiful. For example, Feng Boyi spoke without stopping or looking at her. It's like this is a very small matter and not worth discussing. If this question had been asked in the past, Xu Ansheng would have definitely rolled his eyes at Feng Boyi. For example, pay attention to all aspects of nature that need attention. But now, Xu Ansheng was in a very good mood and didn't mind at all. She turned her eyes away, her steps becoming more brisk. For example, if we suddenly get married, will Grandma ask some questions, such as how we met, when we were together, and why we got married so suddenly? If Grandma asks me that, how should I answer? For example, answer truthfully. Xu Ansheng was about to continue speaking when a deep voice interrupted her. She was stunned, then turned around and walked back to look at Feng Boyi. Feng Boyi's eyes fell on her face. It seemed that she was walking in front of him, blocking his view, and he had to look at her. Xu Ansheng blinked his eyelashes, very surprised. Answer truthfully. We haven't met much, and we are getting married so soon. Won't Grandma be suspicious? Don't tell me that Grandma has no IQ. Having said that, I really don't know whether to praise her or say good things about her. However, her eyes were extremely clear, without any sign of neglect. Feng Boyi opened his lips and said, "Love at first sight." Ah. Xu Ansheng's mouth opened instantly, and his eyes sparkled. Yes. Why didn't she think of it? Love at first sight, what a great explanation. But, doesn't your family care about family background? A wealthy family like yours really values family background. Although I have a good status and decent wealth now, I still cannot catch your eyes. You are marrying me so rashly. Even if it's fake, your grandmother will probably object. Xu Ansheng suddenly thought of this question and his expression became serious. But don't go to see the old man tomorrow. If he gives her a cold look, she will probably lose her temper. She is a person who cannot stand being wronged. Feng Boyi looked at her face, which suddenly became serious. Even her eyes became serious and looked much more obedient. No. Won't. Really? Xu Ansheng's eyes widened in an instant. He couldn't believe it. This aristocratic family actually doesn't care about family background. I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell others about it, right? Xu Ansheng looked at Feng Boyi with eyes filled with suspicion. She felt that this person must have done something, otherwise he would not care. Suddenly, countless ideas popped up in Xu Ansheng's mind. Could it be that he has some confidant, white moonlight, or something, and that confidant, white moonlight is even worse than her, and his family is against it in every way, so he had no choice but to settle for the second best and marry her? Or maybe he has some special hobbies that make his family helpless towards him, and now he is finally willing to get married. His family doesn't care about anything as long as he can get married? Thinking of this, Xu Ansheng frowned instantly. She looked Feng Boyi up and down, and her gaze was full of deep meaning no matter how she looked at him. She felt that maybe this person really had some special hobby. For so many years, there has been no woman around him. If this is not a special fetish, what is it? At this moment, Xu Ansheng's expression became serious and painful. If he wasn't a normal man, it would be such a pity. Seeing her expression, Feng Boyi could clearly tell what she was thinking, so he stopped. And Xu Ansheng couldn't help but say, "You won't." Her gaze slowly fell from between Feng Boyi's legs to his expressionless face, and she said hesitantly, "You don't like men, do you?" Chapter 74. Shut up. There was a sudden silence all around, without a sound at all. After Xu Ansheng asked this question, his expression became extremely painful and conflicted. Don't be true. If it were true, she would want to bang her head against the wall. She hates sissy men the most. Ah. Feng Boyi looked at Xu Ansheng's extremely painful expression. His eyes narrowed, the darkness of the night darkened, and he opened his lips. Mrs. Feng doesn't like women, does he? A deep voice, words similar to hers, but the way they came out were completely different. It brings oppression, deterrence, and makes people tremble. Xu Ansheng's pain came to an abrupt end in an instant. The next moment, her eyes widened and she shouted, "How is this possible? How could I possibly sleep with you if I liked women?" As soon as the words came out, Xu Ansheng was stunned. Yes. If he liked men, why would he sleep with her? That night, he tortured her without any hesitation. Xu Ansheng looked at Feng Boyi and immediately burst into a dry laugh. Feng Boyi turned his eyes away and walked forward, obviously not wanting to pay any attention to her. This person is angry. Xu Ansheng broke out in a cold sweat. She actually made this guy angry. She's in big trouble. Her 100 million has not yet come to fruition, and she has made him angry. What if he wants to go back on his word? Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xu Ansheng hurriedly followed with a shy smile, saying, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Calm down. Being angry is bad for your health, especially at your age with such a heavy workload. If you get angry again, you'll age faster." Xu Ansheng walked in front of Feng Boyi, raised his hand and backed away, constantly comforting him. When Feng Boyi heard her words, he stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the smiling face that was carefully accompanying him in the night. Old. Xu Ansheng's heart skipped a beat and he shouted, "Oh no." She thought women couldn't say they were old, but she didn't expect that men couldn't say that either. "Xu Ansheng, you are really going to die. Old. Did I say that? I didn't say that. You heard me wrong. What I meant was that if you get angry again, it will damage your beautiful face. You are so good looking, you must take good care of your face. I love this face of yours the most, please don't ruin it." Feng Boyi stopped talking. He looked at the man who apologized sincerely. His face, which was so stunning, looked so indifferent in the night. Indifferent like a god, heartless and emotionless. Xu Ansheng realized that he seemed to have said something wrong again, and quickly said, "I not only like your face, but also your figure. You have a great figure, really. 100 million people couldn't pick one out. It's simply too perfect. You have to keep it up." "Oh my, Xu Ansheng, what are you talking about? Just shut up." He wanted to shut up, but couldn't control himself. Xu Ansheng said quickly, "You. Shut up." For a moment, Xu Ansheng closed his lips tightly, looking at the extremely cold face under the moonlight, and wanted to cry. She was clearly saying nice things, so why was he unhappy? If I don't praise him, will I have to criticize him? Damn, she has it so hard. Feng Boyi looked at the pair of tearful eyes in front of him, as if he had suffered a great injustice and would burst into tears the next moment. His eyes moved slowly, the dark color in them gradually returned, and he stepped forward. Xu Ansheng stood there, watching the person continue to move forward. His expression changed instantly, and he felt extremely unhappy. What kind of person is this? Not only does he have an unpredictable temper, but he also can't be coaxed no matter what you do. It's so damn difficult to please. Xu Ansheng really wanted to just walk away, but when she thought of her 100 million, she followed him happily, smiled carefully, and didn't dare to say anything else. They took a walk for an hour, and this hour made Xu Ansheng nervous. As soon as he returned to the villa, he quickly returned to his room and slammed the door. She vowed never to take a walk with Feng Boyi again. This walk almost shortened her life by 10 years. If she wants to live longer, she can't abuse herself like this. Thinking to himself, no matter what the situation would be like when he went to the old lady's place tomorrow, Xu Ansheng took his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. She wants to take a shower and go to bed. Let us talk about tomorrow. Anyway, if the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers, and if the water comes, we will block it with earth. There is no point in worrying about so many things. Before Feng Boyi entered the bedroom, he heard a bang in front of him. The side door was slammed shut, and the whole villa was shaking slightly because of the bang. He looked at the closed door, walked to the master bedroom, opened the door and went in. It was already late, nearly 10 o'clock. The night outside was getting darker and darker, and the silence was falling thicker. Feng Boyi went to the bathroom to wash up. However, when the man stood under the shower and the water fell over his head, those anxious and true words came to his mind. I not only like your face, but also your figure. You have a great figure, really. Figure. His eyes fell on his body. His chest was well defined and well proportioned, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His legs were long, straight, strong and agile. The water slides down the body, drawing a beautiful line. His eyes moved slightly, he looked up, and closed his eyes. Let the water wash over his face. Chapter 75. Damn, she wants to eat him. The weather was great over the weekend. The sun came out early and shone brightly on the earth. Everything unfolds brightly in the new day. Xu Ansheng slept comfortably until dawn. He did not stay up late, did not think about random things, and did not have constant dreams. She slept very well. She originally wanted to go for a run, but she was afraid of wasting time, so she just washed and got ready. I went to meet the old lady today, and she deliberately wore clothes that were not particularly formal, but not particularly casual either. She wore a square-necked, three-quarter-sleeved knitted short top, a pair of straight-leg casual trousers, and her long hair was braided into a centipede bun, revealing her smooth forehead and beautiful face. Very clean and comfortable. However, Xu Ansheng did not show her bare face. She put on light makeup, which made her look more energetic and healthy. Looking at himself in the mirror, who looked casual and clean all over, Xu Ansheng was very satisfied. She put away the lipstick and stuffed it into her bag, then went out carrying the small white square bag with a chain. However, when she went out, she saw a man wearing casual sportswear and sweating coming up the stairs. He was wearing a dark, loose sportswear, long sleeves and long pants. His hair was hanging down, and his face was slightly flushed from running. The sweat from the exercise opened up the pores on his face, and dense beads of sweat appeared. Even his hair was dripping with sweat. To Xu Ansheng, the person in his sight was like a Maine Coon cat emerging from the water, full of wildness and a king's gaze. So cool. So fucking handsome. Xu Ansheng's eyes widened in an instant. He stood there, looking at Feng Boyi without blinking. Feng Boyi was drinking a bottle of mineral water in her hand. She saw the person standing in front of her. The clothes she wore today were particularly tight-fitting, showing off her beautiful figure. Clothes account for 4 and pants account for 6. Almost all I could see were her legs, long and slender. The throat rolled and the cool water flowed into the stomach, but it seemed unable to extinguish the heat in the body. Xu Ansheng looked at the sexy Adam's apple rolling and swallowed it spinelessly. How can you be so manly? So handsome. So sexy. So abstinent. Damn, she really wanted to pounce on him and chew him madly. Feng Boyi looked at Xu Ansheng's naked gaze, drank all the water, took the empty bottle and screwed the cap on, then turned his gaze away and went into the master bedroom. Xu Ansheng watched Feng Boyi's movements, steps, and figure without blinking until the master bedroom door closed in front of her. Oh my God. It's fatal. You seduced her so early in the morning. Are you going to let her live in the future? Xu Ansheng could no longer control himself and slumped against the railing, covering his pounding heart. It really is going to kill her. She tried hard to calm herself down, but the scene just now was so devastating that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Xu Ansheng stood there and slapped her face repeatedly, trying to calm herself down for a long time, until her strong excitement subsided a little. Then she went downstairs with an uneasy heart. Damn, she can't stand it on the first day. What will happen next? Feng Boyi took a shower, went to the cloakroom, and put on a shirt and trousers. He stood in front of the dressing mirror, looking at the tall figure inside, and Xu Ansheng's dazed face appeared in front of him. Especially those hungry eyes. He buttoned his cufflinks, took his watch and put it on, put on his suit jacket, and went downstairs. Xu Ansheng helped Mrs. Wei put breakfast on the table and did something to distract himself. Only, when Feng Boyi came down from upstairs in a suit, Xu Ansheng's heart couldn't help but beat fast again. Her eyes fell on him, scanning from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. It was as if she wanted to strip Feng Boyi of his clothes and take a good look at what was inside. Such a straightforward look made Mrs. Wei stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but smile. Feng Boyi faced Xu Ansheng's gaze and walked towards him with steady steps. He no longer had that wild aura, but instead had a strong aura of abstinence, and was still extremely charming. Xu Ansheng turned his eyes away with difficulty and cursed in his heart. Now I can't even look at him. I could tell his heart wasn't beating as it should. Breakfast is ready. Please sit down and have breakfast, sir and madam. Mrs. Wei laughed and Xu Ansheng sat down immediately, picked up the spoon and started drinking the porridge. The food he ate was very heroic. Feng Boyi sat opposite her. Unlike Xu Ansheng, who was so rough, he always ate slowly and elegantly. It seemed that nothing Xu Ansheng did could influence him. Only, as Xu Ansheng was eating, her eyes fell on the person opposite her. She looked at the dignified and indifferent face, and the aura of keep away from strangers. He drank porridge with a spoon. It was not a very beautiful movement, but it was a very ordinary thing. But when he did it, every gesture and movement exuded nobility and cultivation, which was fascinating no matter how you looked at it. Xu Ansheng picked up the egg and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Damn it, she wanted to eat him. Chapter 76. She doesn't understand the world of the rich. The driver was already waiting outside the door. Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi got in the car after breakfast. Soon, the car drove out of the villa. Mrs. Wei had already told Xu Ansheng where the old lady lived, which was not far from Changyu Villa, at the foot of Yushan Mountain. Xu Ansheng was not surprised. That area belongs to Fengjia, and it has a good geographical environment, beautiful scenery, and is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, making it a great place for retirement. It's normal for an old lady to live there. However, Qingshan Villa is not far from the old lady's place, and it takes about an hour to drive there. Xu Ansheng was so distracted by what happened in the morning that he still couldn't calm down. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself in this narrow space and would pounce on Feng Boyi, so as soon as she got in the car, she closed her eyes and silently recited, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." It's like chanting a sutra, it keeps on chanting. As soon as Feng Boyi got on the car, he took the financial morning paper and read it. Then he answered the phone and talked about work. Compared to Xu Ansheng's strong aura of "don't come near me," he was as usual, with a strong aura that made people afraid. Squeak! The car stopped steadily. Xu Ansheng paused, and the thought of color is emptiness. Emptiness is color in his mind came to an abrupt end. She opened her eyes. Arrive. What catches the eye is the wooden gate, two very old large eaves columns. The courtyard inside is filled with rockery and strange rocks, rare flowers, and trees that seem to be planted randomly but are actually carefully planted, and a faintly visible wooden corridor. Looking around again, the car has entered the yard. The yard is a very spacious and flat area, but the wall is very high. Various flowers and plants are planted at the foot of the wall, all of which are rare varieties. There were several cars parked in the yard, all luxury cars, with a starting price of 7 figures. Xu Ansheng's eyes widened. It's here so soon? The driver got out of the car, opened the door, and Feng Boyi got out. Xu Ansheng quickly took out his cell phone to check the time, and it was already 9:37. It's really here. Xu Ansheng got out of the car immediately, but when she was about to take a step forward, she thought of something and immediately took it back. She quickly took out a small mirror from her bag and looked at her face to see if there was anything wrong. Then she found that except for the lipstick being slightly lighter, nothing else had changed. Xu Ansheng took out her lipstick, applied it lightly, pursed her lips, and her lip color came out. Good, that's it. She put the lipstick mirror into her bag and got out of the car to look at everything here. However, just as she blinked, before she had time to take a closer look, she heard a clear voice coming from inside. The third young master is back. The third young master is back. The sound was not human, but that of a parrot. Xu Ansheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Feng Boyi. Is this the little parrot that Grandma raised? When she asked Mrs. Wei what the old lady liked that day, Mrs. Wei told her that the old lady had a parrot named Xiaoba. The old lady likes this pet very much because it is very smart. She treats it like her own child. Now hearing the sound, Xu Ansheng guessed it was the parrot. Feng Boyi didn't look at Xu Ansheng, he just walked up the stairs and went in. However, a hum still came out of his throat as a response to her. Xu Ansheng was not angry and hurried to catch up with Feng Boyi. Suddenly, something flashed through her mind very quickly, and then she came to Feng Boyi in an instant, put her arm around his, and smiled. A faint fragrance instantly came over and enveloped him. Feng Boyi stopped and looked at the person who was holding him. Xu Ansheng winked at him. Didn't we fall in love at first sight? So, act like you like it. Isn't it? Feng Boyi looked at those sparkling eyes, and the little thoughts hidden in them were explicit and direct. He turned his eyes away, without pulling his hand away, and walked in. Xu Ansheng's eyes suddenly turned into crescents when he smiled. She definitely didn't want to take advantage of him. She just wanted to fulfill her responsibilities as a wife and show her love for him. This is a manifestation of her professionalism, and she definitely doesn't have any ulterior motives. Right. That's it. The parrot was jumping in the cage, as if it couldn't wait to go out to greet Feng Boyi. Xu was upstairs, checking the bedroom that had been redecorated for Feng Boyi. See if there is anything that is not prepared or missed. Hearing the parrot's cry coming from downstairs, Xu paused, then a light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said, "Xiaobo is back." Mrs. Yu checked everything in the bedroom with her, even though she had checked it many times before. Hearing Xu words, he smiled and said, "Xiaobo said he's back, so he must be back." Xu hurriedly said, let's go see my granddaughter-in-law." The two hurried downstairs. Xu Ansheng followed Feng Boyi through the corridor, through the main hall, and then went inside. She admired the scenery all the way and found that the place where the old lady lived was really like the royal villa where the Empress Dowager lived in ancient times. It is a pure garden-style building that combines mountains and waters and cherishes flowers and trees. Every scene and object is the work of a master. Even an inconspicuous stone is not placed there casually. TSK. It is indeed a wealthy family. A truly wealthy family. Xu Ansheng admired the scenery and walked with Feng Boyi into the main house with a round arched door. The all-wooden furniture inside caught Xu Ansheng's eyes. A mahogany carved table, a Nanmu hollow chair, an ink painting screen, a golden Nanmu shelf, and various antiques placed on the shelf. Xu Ansheng had no expression. There is no expression at all anymore. This is more than just a wealthy family. It is extremely wealthy. Look at the things in here. Which one is not good? It can be said that any item you take out is money. Thick money. Xu Ansheng looked at the rich wooden furnishings inside and the ancient paintings hanging on the wall, her heart pounding. Money. All I see is money. The corners of Xu Ansheng's mouth curled up, and his smile was as stiff as it could be. She doesn't understand the world of rich people, and she understands even less the world of wealthy families. She is just a blade of grass that is extremely unsophisticated. The third young master is back. The third young master is back. There is a floor lamp outside near the round arch door. It looks like a floor lamp at first glance, but if you look closely you will find that it is not. It was a birdcage hanging thing, and there was a birdcage hanging on it, and a beautiful scarlet macaw was jumping around inside, flapping its wings, looking very excited. Xu Ansheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately let go of Feng Boyi's arm and walked over quickly. Haishi. Xu Ansheng came to the birdcage, looked at the parrot with bright feathers, and started calling out immediately. This parrot is not an ordinary parrot. It is a scarlet macaw, which is not something that ordinary people can afford or keep. They have bright fur, very long tails, and particularly bright eyes, and you can tell at a glance that they are very intelligent. When the parrot in the cage saw her, it tilted its head, obviously not recognizing her. Xu Ansheng actually likes small animals very much, but she doesn't keep any. One is trouble, the other is fear of death. She doesn't want to have a pet that can't accompany her for the rest of her life, so she doesn't keep one. Her job also prevents her from having pets. So, she just took a look. Now, seeing such a beautiful parrot, she liked it very much and reached out to touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was that deep voice, and the other was a strange voice. Xu Ansheng paused and turned to look. Chapter 77, Meeting the Parents. Xu should have come down early and waited for Feng Boyi and Xu Ansheng. But Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi did not come down when they arrived. Obviously, it wasn't that she was slow, nor that something happened along the way, but that she was hiding. Hiding in the corner upstairs, watching Xu Ansheng. She wanted to see the picture of her granddaughter-in-law and her Xiaobo together, to see if her granddaughter-in-law was really not interested in her Xiaobo. At the same time, she also wanted to see what her Xiaobo looked like when he was with this girl. It wasn't an idea I had from the beginning. It just came suddenly. She was so absorbed in watching them that it was like they were shipping a couple. The more she watched, the more excited and satisfied she became. No matter how she looked at them, they seemed to be a perfect match. She even forgot to get down for a moment. He just stood there watching without moving. It was not until she saw Xu Ansheng's hand reaching out towards the parrot that she reacted and spoke out. Scarlet macaws are not very friendly to strangers. Maybe they will attack. This is her granddaughter-in-law's first visit, so she must not let her get hurt. Xu spoke and hurried downstairs. When Xu Ansheng heard the voice, which was full of energy and majesty, he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. Very quickly, a strange old lady appeared in her sight. The old lady had grey hair and was wearing a gun grey embroidered Chinese-style button tank suit loose top, loose trousers of the same colour, and a pair of embroidered cloth shoes. She is not tall, about 1.6 meters. She is not thin, but looks a little fat, but she is fat in a wealthy way. At first glance, she looks like a blessed old lady. The old lady has a full moon face and a pair of bright eyes. The traces of time are clearly engraved on her face, but from her facial features, it can be clearly seen that the old lady was a beauty when she was young. Even as she aged, she was still extremely elegant. It is so elegant that even the neatly combed hair exudes nobility. Her clothes, pants, and cloth shoes are all embroidered, and they are all Suzhou embroidery, custom-made and hand-sewn by a special person. People who know the business can tell at a glance that she is of extraordinary status. Xu Ansheng is not an ordinary person. She is a supermodel who has been in the modeling and fashion circles for 10 years. When it comes to clothing, she is the best at distinguishing good from bad. She knew who the person was as soon as she saw her. Feng Boyi's grandmother, the person with the most say in the Feng family, old lady Feng. Xu Ansheng's expression changed immediately. He put on a proper smile, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He walked to Feng Boyi at a moderate pace and naturally held his arm. Then, he smiled and looked at the person going downstairs. This person said that his family didn't care about family background, but she didn't believe it. So, she had to be polite and maintain good quality. She is not the real Xu Ansheng now, but Xu Ansheng wearing a fake coat. He. Feng Boyi's arm was held, and the faint fragrance silently lingered on him. It was not the smell of perfume, but the smell of a natural combination of shampoo, shower gel, and laundry detergent. It's very light, but it's exactly what countless perfumes can't replace. He did not pull his hand back, but put it in his pocket and looked at the person in front of him who was walking down the stairs steadily. Yucheng was very excited at first, and his steps were faster than usual, but after taking 2 steps, he slowed down when he thought of something. He was half supported by Mrs. Yu and walked into the living room. She looked at the pair of people standing in front of her, who were as close as a wall, and a very loving smile appeared on her face. Feng Boyi said, "Grandma." Xu Ansheng clearly saw Yucheng's face turn kind in an instant. As if the majestic man suddenly became amiable, the contrast was huge. It made her heart tremble. This old lady is probably only so kind to her own grandson. Forget about it to outsiders. Xu Ansheng heard the voice of someone beside him, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he called obediently, "Grandma." I don't know whether the old lady is really satisfied with her or just does it for this man's sake, but she does what she should do anyway. Just like a job, don't let people find fault with it. Yucheng came in front of the two of them, looked at Feng Boyi's face that was as if carved by a chisel, then looked at his decent smile, and looked at the polite and gentle Xu Ansheng, and nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Her eyes moved back and forth between the two men's faces, and the smile on her face became more intense, with more wrinkles on her face, and they became much deeper. Xu Ansheng doubted Feng Boyi's words at first, but now, looking at the old lady in front of him, he saw the satisfaction and love in her eyes. She was sure she wasn't mistaken. The old lady was really pleased with her. How is it possible? Madam, I'll go make some tea. Seeing that Yucheng couldn't take his eyes off Feng Boyi and Xu Ansheng, Mrs. Yu said with a smile. After hearing what Mrs. Yu said, Yucheng remembered that her granddaughter-in-law was still standing. I quickly said, "Come, sit down and let Grandma take a good look at you." Yucheng's hand fell on Xu Ansheng's hand, and he pulled her away to his side. If Xu Ansheng had not been particularly dedicated, he would have almost failed. Is the old lady of this big family so kind? Xu Ansheng subconsciously looked at Feng Boyi, but Feng Boyi didn't look at her and walked to the sofa and sat down. Ignore her completely. The bright sky in Xu Ansheng's heart suddenly turned gloomy. This man is really cold-blooded. You can't rely on him anymore. You have to rely on yourself. Xu Ansheng rolled his eyes in his heart, gave Yucheng a particularly sensible and well-behaved smile, and then followed Yucheng to sit on the sofa. "How old are you, kid?" Yucheng pulled Xu Ansheng to sit next to her, patted her hands, looked at her, and asked lovingly. The smile on her face showed no sign of fading, but instead became deeper and more intense. Xu Ansheng answered obediently, "I'm 26 this year." "Is it full?" "Not yet." "When was it?" "August 22nd. "Lunar calendar." "No, the Gregorian calendar." "Then the lunar calendar is..." Yucheng pondered, and Xu Ansheng said, "July 24th. "Ah, it's July 24th. Isn't that next month?" "Then Grandma must give you a good birthday." Xu Ansheng never paid much attention to festivals. All festivals were treated the same as any other day to her, including her birthday. If no one tells her, she will forget it. Xi Shenging had just asked this, and she guessed that he probably wanted to know her date of birth so that he could compare her horoscopes with Feng Boyi. After all, big families are more particular and want to match the horoscopes. Unexpectedly, the conversation ended up talking about her birthday. Xu Ansheng paused, then fluttered her eyelashes and said obediently, "No need, Grandma, I don't celebrate my birthday." This is true. She doesn't celebrate her birthday. That's a bother. Dislike. How can you not celebrate your birthday, kid? This is a very important day. Don't worry about it. Grandma will do it for you. When the time comes, just come with Xiaobo. As he spoke, Xi Shenging's gaze fell on Feng Boyi's face. Chapter 78. Xu Ansheng's sudden tenderness. Mrs. Yu had already brewed tea and brought it to the few people. At this time, Feng Boyi was drinking tea from a teacup. It seemed that the conversation here had nothing to do with him. He was just a guest, going through the motions. After the formalities were over, he left. The topic suddenly turned to him and the eyes fell on him. The meaning was self-evident. Feng Boyi lowered his eyes slightly, put down his teacup, then looked up at Xi Shenging. "You can arrange it." Xu Ansheng's eyes widened in an instant. She thought he would refuse, so she just made up a random excuse to refuse. Who would have thought that he would agree to it just like that? Doesn't he find it troublesome? Besides, she is fake. This fake one looks just like the real one. Isn't it a loss? Haha, then Grandma will be relieved. Xi Shenging looked into those deep eyes, which were calm and composed, and held Xu Ansheng's hand. His smiling face had a few more wrinkles on it. At noon, Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi had lunch in the old house. Then Xi Shenging took Xu Ansheng to visit the house and told her about the people and things in the family. Only then did Xu Ansheng understand why Feng Boyi brought her directly to see her grandmother instead of her parents. His mother died in a car accident when he was 3, and his father divorced his mother when she was pregnant with him. So, he took his mother's surname, Feng. He was raised by an old lady. When he heard this, Xu Ansheng was rarely surprised. She didn't expect that he was raised by his grandmother like her, and he was raised so well. In fact, after hearing about his life story, she felt a little sorry for him. Even worse than her. Although she was also raised by her grandmother and her parents are divorced, both her parents are still alive. Of course, having is equal to not having. But compared to him, she felt that she was better than him in every way. So, after the old lady went to take a nap, Xu Ansheng looked at Feng Boyi differently. The meeting will be postponed to tomorrow. When I entered the bedroom, I saw the tall man with one hand in his pocket, wearing a shirt and trousers, standing outside the balcony answering the phone. Outside there were lush green trees and bright sunshine. He stood there, and all the beautiful scenery became a backdrop. He became the most dazzling existence. Xu Ansheng sighed in his heart as he watched. This person is really handsome from every angle. Unable to hold back, Xu Ansheng sat down on the sofa, curled up in it, supported her head with her hands, and stared at him without blinking. Child, Xiaobo, don't look at him as cold and quiet, but this child is very attentive. Knowing that I have headaches, he often arranges for doctors to come and check on me. I can't remember what I can and can't eat, but he remembers it clearly. Oh, it's so pitiful that this child lost his mother at the age of 3. Although his grandmother took good care of him, she can never compare to his mother. His personality is different from those boys who can talk. Don't misunderstand him because of this. Xiaobo, he's really good, much better than those who can talk and look gentle. The words Xi Shenging said to her in earnest, holding her hand, came to her mind. Xu Ansheng couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. Her gaze towards Feng Boyi was filled with maternal love. She has a bit of a bad temper, but she's actually very easy to talk to. Give her some sugar, a little smile, and a little benefit, and she will always remember your kindness and will never forget it. She is the typical person who responds to soft words but not hard ones. If Xi Shenging had not said these words to her, she would not know Feng Boyi's life experience, and she might still get angry with Feng Boyi from time to time and be unhappy with him. But with these words, she became magnanimous in an instant. She didn't bother with him anymore. It is normal for a child without a mother, especially a boy, to not know how to express himself. I understand. I understand. Feng Boyi ended the call and picked up the phone. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and he turned around. In the bedroom, on the beige double sofa, Xu Ansheng took off her shoes, bent her legs on the sofa, relaxed her body, leaned against the back of the sofa, propped up her elbows, supported her head, and looked at him with a smile on her face. But this smile was different from usual. Not brilliant, not ostentatious, not wanton, but gentle. Just like a mother looking at her child, so loving and gentle. Feng Boyi frowned slightly. He looked at this face, this smile, her eyes and brows, and was sure that this was not a hypocritical mask, but a true expression of her feelings. His eyes were deep as he walked in. When Xu Ansheng saw the person who walked in, his smile became even more friendly. She quickly stood up and walked towards Feng Boyi. "Grandma is taking a nap. Do you want to take one too? You're so busy every day. You definitely haven't had a good rest. Take advantage of today and have a good rest." She came to him very naturally and even took his arm. "That's so skillful." She looked at him with a friendly smile, not unhappy at all. Feng Boyi stopped and looked at Xu Ansheng, who seemed to have changed into a different person. He opened his mouth and asked, "What did Grandma say to you?" Xu Ansheng's eyes suddenly flashed. How come he is so sharp? She didn't say anything, but he asked this. It's amazing. Xu Ansheng gave this man a thumbs up in his heart, and the smile on his face became more gentle. "No. What can Grandma say to me? It's just some family gossip." Feng Boyi stopped talking. He looked at the man who was obviously dodging and said nothing more. Xu Ansheng felt very uncomfortable facing his eyes that were fixed on her. She didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she turned her eyes away and pulled him directly onto the bed. "I want him to take a nap." But when she pulled him to the bed, the dazzling bright red four-piece suit on the bed caught Xu Ansheng's eyes. Xu Ansheng was stunned. Chapter 79. Those are all slander. The bedsheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases are all bright red and embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Although Xu Ansheng has never been married, she loves watching TV and has seen this kind of scene countless times. Subconsciously, she looked up and around. Only then did she realize that the walls, windows, and even the objects in the bedroom were all covered with she characters. Especially, there was a big she right in the middle above the bed. The corners of Xu Ansheng's mouth twitched. The old lady is preparing their wedding night. Feng Boyi looked at the change in Xu Ansheng's expression, which was no longer so fake. He put his phone on the bedside table and went to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water was heard, and Xu Ansheng's eyes widened instantly. The whole person froze. He wouldn't really want to take a nap, right? Xu Ansheng has very high standards and is very picky. Ordinary men are not in her eyes. She even sneers at ordinary men and feels disgusted with them. But once a man catches her eye, she can't handle it anymore. All that determination, rationality, and calmness were thrown to the dogs. Listening to the sound of water splashing inside, Xu Ansheng's heart began to beat fast and his face turned red involuntarily. Forgive her, she can't resist a quality man. So, run quickly. Xu Ansheng quickly left the bedroom and left that terrible place. She was afraid that she would lose control and knock the man down, and then her 100 million would be gone. Xu Ansheng rushed downstairs and wanted to go outside to breathe some fresh air and calm down. Just at this moment, a clear and loud voice fell into my ears. "Grandson's wife. Grandson's wife." Xu Ansheng's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the parrot jumping in a cage. Granddaughter-in-law? Is this calling her? Who taught it? When the parrot saw her looking at it, it flapped its wings and jumped even more happily. Granddaughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law. Hey, it's barking loudly. Xu Ansheng's thoughts were gone now. He walked towards the parrot with his hands behind his back, came in front of it, and approached it. "Are you calling me?" "Third young master." "Third young master." "Grandson's wife." "Grandson's wife." The parrot was jumping inside, seeming very proud, jumping and chirping happily. Xu Ansheng discovered a problem. The third young master. Mrs. Yu called that man the third young master, and the parrot also called that man the third young master. Why is he called the third master? She was curious. Now that I had nothing to do, I started talking to the parrot. Why do you call him third master? Didn't his mother only give birth to him? Feng Boyi's mother divorced his father when she was pregnant with him. She then returned to the Feng family, gave birth to him, and never started a new relationship. Until Feng Boyi died in a car accident when he was 3 years old. So, where does this 3 come from? The parrot tilted its head, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Xu Ansheng found it very cute, so he teased it and said, "He is 1, not 3. You should call him the first young master, not the third young master." The parrot was even more confused, its eyes full of confusion, which made Xu Ansheng laugh. "Come on, call Yi Xiao and let him listen." The parrot scratched its head. "One young man. What's this name?" "Young madam, you can't teach it like that. It might actually bark like that next time." A laughing voice came. Xu Ansheng paused, then stood up straight, turned around, and faced Mrs. Yu, smiling politely and courteously. "Mrs. Yu." That's right, the person who just spoke was Mrs. Yu. After helping Xi Shenging take a nap, Mrs. Yu went to the backyard to pick the best flowers and made flower snacks for Xu Ansheng. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came in, I saw Xu Ansheng teaching a parrot to speak. Still such nonsensical words. Xu Ansheng knew the importance of Mrs. Yu in the Feng family and respected her even more than Mrs. Wei. Therefore, she also has to maintain her image as a good daughter-in-law in front of Mrs. Yu. However, after calling her Mrs. Yu, Xu Ansheng thought about what Mrs. Yu had just said and was surprised. Ah, is Xiao Ba so smart? Haha, yes. Xiao Ba is really smart. Sometimes we have to carry it with us when we speak. Xu Ansheng blinked. It's so powerful. Mrs. Yu saw the light in Xu Ansheng's eyes, which was much more lively than what she saw in the morning. It was as if the hypocritical coat was taken off, revealing her true appearance. It's the hottest time of the year, and people tend to feel sleepy. Madam, you're usually busy with work, so you could take advantage of today to have a good rest. It means that Xu Ansheng should take a nap. The sound of rushing water suddenly came to Xu Ansheng's mind, and she immediately said, "Haha, I'm not sleepy. I'm young and energetic." As he spoke, he looked at the bamboo basket in Mrs. Yu's hand, which was filled with various flowers with bright and beautiful colors. Xu Ansheng came over immediately and pointed at the flowers. "Sister Yu, what are you doing?" "Oh, I plan to make flower cakes for the young lady." "Flower cake? With these flowers?" Xu Ansheng's eyes lit up, even brighter than before. "Haha, yes. Then I'll do it with you." "Young madam can do it." "No, but I can learn from you." "Haha, that's fine, but it's a bit troublesome." It's okay. I like to keep healthy, and this is definitely very healthy." "Haha, sure." Xu Ansheng now completely forgot her image as a good daughter-in-law. She followed Mrs. Yu into the kitchen as if she were at home, chatting with her familiarly and helping her. Her true nature was completely revealed, no longer concealed. Feng Boyi came out of the bathroom after washing up, and there was no one in the bedroom. He was not surprised. He took the phone, looked at his watch, and went to the study. The afternoon passed quickly, and Xu Ansheng and Mrs. Yu made flower cakes. The flower cakes were ready and Xi Shengying woke up. Xu Ansheng and Mrs. Yu took out the fresh flower cakes for Xi Shengying to taste. Xi Shengying was surprised to know that half of the credit for these flower cakes went to Xu Ansheng. But after the surprise came joy, and I couldn't stop laughing. Her granddaughter-in-law is such a good person, filial, natural, not shy, and has an extremely good temper. The reports written by those journalists are pure slander. Blatant defamation. If they dare to write nonsense again next time, she will never forgive them. Where's Xiaobo? Let Xiaobo try it too. Xi Shengying was eating the hot flower cake and thought of Feng Boyi. Xu Ansheng no longer had any thoughts about the mess. When he heard Xi Shengying's words, he immediately said, "I'll go upstairs and take a look." It's already late, past 3 o'clock. There's no way he can still be asleep. She guessed he was in the study. This guy usually works all the time, and she knows what he is doing without having to think too much. As he spoke, Xu Ansheng picked up a plate of flower cakes and went upstairs. She knew where the study was. Xi Shengying sat there, watching the man carrying the flower cakes quickly upstairs. The smile on his face became more and more frequent, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper and deeper. Mrs. Yu also laughed. "Madam, the young lady is really very kind. Those online rumors are not true." Xi Shengying snorted, her smile gone, her face now dignified. "I won't talk about the past, but from now on, if anyone slanders my grandson's wife again, don't blame me for being rude." Mrs. Yu looked at Xi Shengying's face, which was full of majesty, and her old eyes were full of sternness. She knew that the old lady was angry. Young madam didn't have anyone to rely on before, but now that we have the Feng family, we will naturally not let her be bullied anymore. Xu Ansheng first went to the bedroom, but there was no one inside, so she went straight to the study and knocked on the door. Chapter 80. When will the wedding be held? Fengzhai is backed by mountains and faces water, surrounded by trees. There are lush bamboos and trees outside the house, and various scenic trees inside the house. Naturally, the sounds of various birds and the chirping of cicadas make this summer lively. Xu Ansheng knocked on the door and stood there waiting, listening to the cicadas chirping outside. Feel the strong summer atmosphere. It feels so comfortable. Enter. Shen Xiai's voice came from the study and fell clearly into Xu Ansheng's ears. Xu Ansheng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that the sounds around him became so ordinary. Even the summer heat and noise are gone. TSK. He is indeed a man who has everything she likes. Unable to contain his surging passion, Xu Ansheng seriously opened the door and walked in. Behind the desk, Feng Boyi sat in a large office chair with a laptop open on the desk. At this moment, His 10 fingers were on the keyboard, typing. Xu Ansheng blinked, looking at the face at work. We are all human beings, with one nose and 2 eyes, but we all have these things, and yet people are different. Look at the face in your sight, the outline, the perfect jawline. It is 3-dimensional, deep, and angular, as if it was carved by a skilled craftsman. Suddenly she thought of a description. Cartoon face. Isn't this face a cartoon face at this moment? The sun was shining brightly at around 4 o'clock, and the bright light shone through the hollow window grills and fell on his face, adding lines to his already sculptured face. The nose is the nose, the lips are the lips, and the eyebrows are the eyebrows. Every amount is neither more nor less. So beautiful. Xu Ansheng suddenly became curious about what Feng Boyi's mother looked like and whether she was a peerless beauty. Otherwise, how could she give birth to such a handsome son? Although his mind was full of random thoughts, Xu Ansheng kept walking. He came to the desk and put the flower cake on it. Feng Boyi didn't even look at her, not even a flicker of his brows. It's like, what comes in is air. Xu Ansheng curled his lips, not angry at all, and his eyes fell on this face that looked beautiful no matter how you looked at it. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. So she took out her cell phone, turned on the camera, and pointed the lens at Feng Boyi. At this moment, the person who was typing on the keyboard stopped typing. Xu Ansheng looked at the person in the camera, adjusted the focus and angle, and thought about how to capture this peerless face in the most perfect perspective. She didn't notice at all that Feng Boyi's fingertips stopped and the sound of typing on the keyboard stopped. The study was quiet. The quiet cicadas outside became particularly loud at this moment. Xu Ansheng's profile in the camera looks like it was carved with a knife, and the lines are so strong. Nice. Handsome. Looking at it like this, I forgot to press the shutter. Until the person looking at the computer suddenly turned around. Xu Ansheng was startled and immediately pressed the shutter button. Then he quickly put away his phone and pushed the flower cakes over. Eat quickly. Mrs. Yu and I made this. It's hot. Best eaten hot. After saying that, he turned around and ran away quickly with his phone in his arms. The study door slammed shut, and the entire study was shaking, clearly telling of Xu Ansheng's hasty escape. Feng Boyi sat there, looking at the door that was shaking slightly. The sounds outside faded away very quickly, and the noise of summer filled the air again. Only a faint fragrance remains in the air, blending little by little with the bookish atmosphere here. Feng Boyi withdrew his gaze and looked at the flower cake that was pushed to his side. The flower cakes come in several colors, red, purple, and white, and are placed overlapping on a plate. Because it had just been made, the plate was still slightly warm, and it seeped into his skin, just like the faint fragrance in the study, silently invading. The pancake is round, half the size of a palm, and its petals are faintly visible. The heat rises slightly, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. He moved his fingertips slightly, picked up a purple cake and took a bite. The skin is crispy and the inside is soft, with a fragrant taste when you put it in your teeth. It is the fragrance of roses. When it blooms to its fullest. Time soon turned to evening, and Xu Ansheng liberated his nature and cooked dinner with Mrs. Yu. The ingredients for this dinner were all brought by Xu Ansheng from Yuzhou. Zi Shengying kept praising her and said that she liked the gift she gave. Xu Ansheng was so praised that he grinned from ear to ear and the smile never faded. At 6 o'clock, several people sat down at the table on time and had dinner together. The dishes here are made by Xu Ansheng, Yu Sera, and even Zi Shengying. Zi Shengying doesn't usually cook, mainly because she doesn't know how to cook many things. But she was particularly happy today. Xu Ansheng's arrival made her lose all her usual dignity. Xu Ansheng didn't care why Zi Shengying didn't care about family background or family background. Since he was there, she just had to be herself. No more hiding anything. In this way, the dinner ended in a great atmosphere. It was a little after 6 o'clock and the sky was still bright. After dinner, Zi Shengying wanted to go out for a walk, and Xu Ansheng and Feng Boyi accompanied her. The three of them walked on the road outside, surrounded by lush trees and colorful geraniums blooming on both sides of the road. Xu Ansheng held Zi Shengying's arm, and Feng Boyi walked beside her with one hand in his pocket. They were like a family of three, neither hurried nor slow, and the atmosphere was very harmonious and warm. However, this warmth was broken by Zi Shengying. Zi Shengying suddenly said, "Xiaobo, you and Annan have obtained your marriage certificate. When will the wedding be held?"